Synopsis. Born with a dantian as unyielding as iron, a young boy endures in silence for 7 long years. By chance, he encounters a tempest of lightning and thunder, which grants him the shattered star's essence, allowing him to break through his meridians and inscribe divine runes. He transforms into a formidable and unrivaled body of divine and demonic prowess, overpowering countless prodigies. With his divine runes, he masters both martial arts and spiritual cultivation, dominating the world and standing peerless through the ages. Chapter 0001. The Haunting Blood Evil. Crack, crack, thick, silver-white lightning writhed and rampaged through the air, accompanied by the resounding roll of thunder that battered the ears. A fierce wind howled past, lifting palm-sized stones into the air, turning the landscape into a swirling tempest of dust and debris, creating a cacophony of sound. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, and the fury of thunder heralded the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. Under the overwhelming force of nature, one could feel their very soul quiver in trepidation. In such dire weather conditions, even the most desperate soul would prefer to stay home, stomach growling, rather than venture out into the perilous unknown. Even the wild beasts had taken refuge, too frightened to seek food. Yet, amidst the desolate valley, a solitary figure ascended toward the mountain's peak, undeterred by the howling winds and the ferocity of the storm. This was a boy who appeared to be barely in his teenage years. His complexion was a sickly yellow, with pronounced cheekbones framing a gaunt, sharp face that spoke of malnutrition, making him seem as if he might be blown away by the slightest breeze. Clad in a grayish-white coarse cloth robe, though tattered, it was remarkably clean, and his long hair was neatly tied up with a wooden stick, giving him a fresh and capable appearance. What drew the eye most was his pair of lustrous eyes, like the purest black crystals, deep and remote, as if they could ensnare one's spirit within their depths. At this moment, the boy pursed his lips, his gaze steadfast yet tinged with a hint of stubbornness. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the subtle tremor of his facial muscles, hinting at an underlying tension. Up ahead lies the blood-evil valley, he murmured to himself, his hand gripping the iron sword, trembling slightly, revealing the turmoil within him. It was said that over a century ago, a formidable human warrior had slain an incredibly powerful beast there, its blood saturating the valley and staining the rocks and trees a deep crimson. Even to this day, the valley was suffused with boundless malevolence and vengeful energy, thus earning its fearsome name. Legend claimed that on nights of the full moon, haunting howls echoed continuously within the valley. Unwary souls who dared to enter would be eroded by the ominous aura, rendering them madly violent and cruel. Losing their essence, those lacking strength could even burst asunder in an instant. Because of the potent murderous aura created by the beast's blood-evil valley held great allure for ferocious creatures, leading many to linger there, year after year. Blood-evil Valley was undoubtedly among the most perilous locations surrounding Wushan Mountain. Only truly formidable warriors dared to tread near its borders. Who would have imagined that this initiation rite would coincide with such ghastly weather? I've searched for 2 whole days without catching sight of a single beast. With only 3 days allotted for the trial, I have but 1 day left. Today, I must hunt down a beast of at least the first rank to pass my initiation. This is my last opportunity. I must go all out, he mused, instinctively tightening his grip on the iron sword, a flash of resolve igniting in his eyes, before he strode purposefully towards the cliff's edge. Blood-evil Valley is situated 30 miles from Wushan City, a modest valley at the western fringe of the Xianyuan continent. In the Xianyuan continent, feral beasts roamed freely, posing a constant threat of consumption to humankind. To survive, everyone strived to become stronger, making martial arts highly esteemed and upholding a principle that favored the strong. Being so close to the Wushan mountain range, the people of Wushan City were known for their fierce nature. With a strong martial spirit permeating the community, children barely weaned began their training in combat techniques. Even those from ordinary families had to independently hunt a wild beast by the age of 15, proving they had the ability to fend for themselves and could support a family. As a direct descendant of one of the 3 major clans in Wushan City, the assessment for coming of age for Shen Li was even more rigorous. He had to independently hunt down a first-rank beast. Sigh. Were it not for my innate inability to cultivate, What challenge would this trivial coming-of-age trial pose? If only Father hadn't entered the depths of Wushan Mountain in search of a heavenly treasure to open my dantian, he would not have been missing for 7 years. Shen Li sighed deeply, his face marred by unresolved frustration and determination. Ferocious beasts were far more formidable than mere wild animals. Even the weakest first-rank beast could unleash a blow with nearly 2,000 pounds of force. Only martial artists who had opened their dantian to refine their bodies with the essence of heaven and earth could stand against these creatures. Tragically, Shen Li was naturally unable to cultivate due to a closed dantian. Shen Li's father, Shen Li, was one of the top 3 experts in Wushan City, possessing peak prowess at the 11th level of body refinement. He had once attempted to force Shen Li's dantian open with his own life essence, but had met with failure. In an era of rampant beast attacks, someone who could not cultivate was no different from a waste. As long as Shen Li lived, he could ensure Shen Li's carefree existence, but once he perished, Shen Li would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Driven by the desire to find a treasure that could unlock Shen Li's dantian, Shen Li had bravely entered the depths of Wushan Mountain, only to vanish for 7 years without a trace. Now, countless members of the Shen family await my humiliation, anticipating my failure in this coming-of-age assessment, which would result in my expulsion from the clan. They'd even cast my parents' spirits from the ancestral hall, excluding their names from the family tree. When Father was alive, I endured enough disdain. Now that my parents are gone, I cannot allow their spirits to suffer any further indignity, not even in death. This time, I must hunt a first-rank beast and pass my coming-of-age trial, Shen Li declared vehemently, punching his fist as a means to purge his inner turmoil and solidify his resolve. This was already Shen Li's 3rd attempt at the coming-of-age assessment. The last opportunity for him to succeed was imperative. Failure was not an option. As Shen Li pressed deeper into Blood Evil Valley, waves of blood-red mist began to rise, enveloping him entirely. Upon entering the crimson mist, a jolt coursed through Shen Li's body, as if his very blood had been frozen, rendering him breathless, with an overwhelming chill seeping into his core. Endless malevolence flooded into Shen Li, battering against his nerves, while eerie wails reverberated in his ears, a haunting chorus of agony and despair. A timid soul would have been frightened beyond belief. Their spirit long fleeing into the ether, how could they summon the courage to forge ahead? But by this point, Shen Li had no avenue for retreat. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward relentlessly. Suppressing the flicker of fear within, he cast aside the wails echoing around him, inhaled deeply, clutched his iron sword firmly, and advanced boldly into the valley. Arg! Perhaps sensing the presence of a living being, a wolf howl erupted suddenly from the depths of the valley, stirring the ominous energy that surged toward Shen Li. In an instant, a green figure appeared before him, blocking his path. Shen Li focused on the creature. It was a gigantic beast over 3 meters long, covered in spiky green fur, with elongated, ivory fangs gleaming coldly. Its blood-red eyes bored deep into him, as if probing his very soul, with foul, viscous drool dripping from its fangs, radiating an aura of menace. Hiss! A second-rank superior beast, the green fang wolf. Shen Li gasped, his face paling considerably. Second-rank beasts were formidable presences akin to martial artists of the 4th or even 5th levels of body refinement. With all its might, the green fang wolf could unleash close to 5,000 pounds of force, and it was renowned for its speed, among the most elite of second-rank beasts, barely rivaled by the weakest third-rank beasts. Such a creature was undoubtedly sovereign in the mountainous outskirts of Wushan. Even the proud, self-proclaimed geniuses of the Shen clan, who boasted of their prowess, had only recently grasped the 4th or 5th levels of body refinement. Encountering this green fang wolf would compel them to retreat. At best, Shen Li barely stood at the 1st level of body refinement, armed with crossbows and beast-repelling potions capable of hunting ordinary first-rank beasts. He was still grossly outmatched against the green fang wolf. Arr! The green fang wolf let out a chilling howl, offering Shen Li no chance to escape, lunging directly at him, its icy fangs aiming for his throat. Get away! Aware he was outmatched, but unwilling to perish without a fight, Shen Li gritted his teeth and swung his iron sword at the oncoming wolf. Bang! The wolf's massive paw struck Shen Li's iron sword with devastating force. The impact unleashed an overwhelming power, shattering the sword into numerous fragments, while Shen Li's arm bent unnaturally, sending him crashing back against a towering tree. Thwump! Shen Li felt a rush of heat at the back of his throat, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Tat-a-tat, the green fang wolf advanced toward him, step by step, its crimson eyes gleaming with a mocking indifference as if toying with him like a cat plays with a mouse. Am I truly destined to die here? Shen Li fought through the pain, attempting to rise, but each effort proved fruitless. No, I won't accept this. I cannot perish so easily. As the wolf drew nearer, a fierce instinct for survival surged within Shen Li. He gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to stand once more. Vile creature, if you wish to kill me, I shall take joy in biting you even in death. Come at me, come, and gnash your fangs. Shen Li's eyes widened with fury, blazing with a fiery intensity. He violently spat a mouthful of blood, glaring at the green fang wolf without regard for the crimson droplets dripping from his injured arm, charging straight at the beast, teeth bared, determined to sink them into its throat. Unbeknownst to him, each drop of blood he shed upon the ground was steadily absorbed, vanished without a trace. Crack, crack! It as if Shen Li's roar had stirred the heavens. A brilliant flash of lightning sliced through the sky, descending upon him like an avenging prophet. Boom! The green fang wolf, standing over Shen Li, bore the brunt of the bolt, exploding into a shower of flesh and fur. Although much of the lightning was absorbed by the wolf, a jolt of electricity still coursed through Shen Li's veins, leaving him tingling and trembling, as if his heart were being pounded by a giant hammer. Boom! 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 Simultaneously, 3 more lightning bolts struck down around the valley, scattering boulders in all directions. In the epicenter of destruction, a deep, blackened patch of earth was revealed, littered with chunks of magnetite. The lightning that struck the magnetite did not dissipate. Instead, it clung to the surface like iron filings, crackling and sparking. Then the myriad bolts of lightning, as if drawn to the scent of blood, poured down into the valley in a furious torrent. Countless streaks of electricity intertwined with the magnetite, creating a web of shimmering light that enveloped the entire valley in a dazzling dome. The potent magnetic field distorted the very essence of the valley, as if time and space were on the verge of collapse. In that moment, a subtle silver-white glow flashed from deep within the valley, darting swiftly into Shen Li's body. What just entered me? Shen Li felt an icy chill envelop him. Boom! Suddenly, his mind jolted, and an image materialized before him. Arg! A deafening roar reverberated through the air. A colossal beast stood a few hundred meters tall, its white fur bristling, adorned with a purple lightning pattern on its chest resembling a giant ape. It howled toward the sky, violently drumming its chest as arcs of purple lightning erupted, striking in all directions. In an instant, a blinding Azure gong ray flashed across the scene. The mighty ape abruptly ceased its rampage, freezing in place, before collapsing to the ground like a felled tree. In the vast, disc-like eyes of the gigantic ape, a blurred figure in white robes was reflected, gradually dimming until it vanished from sight. Chapter 0002. The gifted divine mark in the blood-soaked valley. The colossal ape resembling a mountain was indeed a formidable beast of several tiers. How could such a powerful creature have met its demise? Shen Li was inwardly astonished. That moment, he recalled that this blood-slaughter valley had earned its name because, countless years ago, a human warrior had slain a mighty beast here, its blood saturating the entire valley. Today, coincidentally, was a night of the full moon. In this light, the gigantic ape he had just seen must have been the powerful beast slain by the human warrior of yore. Shen Li mused to himself. At this moment of thunder and lightning, countless bolts of lightning coincidentally activated the magnets surrounding the valley, triggering a powerful magnetic field that caused a temporal chaos, granting Shen Li the opportunity to witness the spectral images of the giant ape slaughter. For reasons unknown, he faintly sensed that the giant ape's wide-open eyes, refusing to close in death, seemed to harbor an immense resentment, its eerie gaze fixated upon him, sending chills down his spine. The ape's death appeared to be far from simple. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly malevolent aura erupted within Shen Li, the vengeful will of the beast crashing into his consciousness. Boom, boom, boom. Within Shen Li's mind, it felt as if countless steel needles were mercilessly piercing him, an indescribable agony causing his very soul to tremble violently, on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, the malevolent energy corroded his flesh and bones, tearing him apart, leaving him covered in ghastly cracks, with torrents of blood surging forth. The intense pain in his mind and body became unbearable, even for Shen Li, whose character was typically resilient. Shen Li's eyes turned a fierce crimson as he let out a tortured howl. He was acutely aware that he was at a critical juncture of life and death. Any hint of slackness or compromise would allow the malevolent energy to consume him entirely, leading to his utter annihilation. "I do not wish to die. I cannot perish in such an incomprehensible manner." Shen Li's heart roared defiantly. The countless insults and humiliations endured over the past 7 years had forged within him an unyielding spirit of resistance. The relentless malevolent energy continued to erode Shen Li's soul, yet within him burned a fierce conviction that maintained a flicker of consciousness, holding on tenaciously. Eventually, the endless aura of ferocity gradually receded, and Shen Li began to regain control over his body. Phew! Shen Li collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as if awakening from a dreadful nightmare. Yet, the myriad of gaping wounds and shattered bones served as stark reminders that everything that had transpired was not a dream, but an undeniable reality. Having finally extricated himself from the relentless malevolence, a profound sense of weakness surged from the depths of his being, accompanied by an urgent hunger, as every cell in his body seemed to pulse with a ravenous desire for sustenance. At that moment, a fresh piece of flesh from the Azure wolf lay merely a foot away from him. With a fierce determination to endure the excruciating pain, Shen Li seized the wolf's flesh and began to tear into it voraciously. As the wolf's blood and meat filled his stomach, a warm current erupted within him, radiating throughout his limbs and core. Shen Li's previously fractured bones and numerous ghastly wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Marvelous! Shen Li felt invigorated and forced himself to stand, searching frantically for more of the wolf's flesh, shoving it into his mouth without reservation, after a time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick. It was likely that he had consumed nearly 100 pounds of the Azure wolf's meat, and only then did the feelings of weakness and hunger begin to wane. Simultaneously, his injuries had healed significantly, even the torn wounds gradually forming scabs. What had just transpired? Why had an aura of ferocity and brutality manifested so inexplicably? He recalled a silver-white light surging into his body just before he fainted. Perhaps that was the cause. Now that his injuries were manageable, Shen Li could finally calm his mind to contemplate that as he focused inward, he discovered a silver-white orb, the size of a walnut, embedded firmly within his heart, as if it had been destined to reside there. Through the heart, he could see that the orb was riddled with countless spider web-like cracks, perhaps numbering in the thousands. The orb, cold and indifferent, gazed back at him like the eerie eyes of a powerful beast, radiating a profound and distant aura, reminiscent of a star shining brightly in the heavens. What is this object? It resembles a star on the brink of shattering. For now, I shall call it the Shattered Star. Shen Li was taken aback. Just then, a crack resembling a hair's thickness, measuring about 1/4 of an inch in length, on the shattered star emitted a golden light and began to slowly heal. The crack on the shattered star was actually mending. Could it be due to the Azure wolf's flesh I just consumed? Shen Li contemplated that if his speculation were correct, it meant that consuming nearly 100 pounds of the second-tier Azure wolf's flesh had merely repaired the tiniest fissure on the shattered star. And given the multitude of cracks, it would require an immense quantity of beast flesh to fully restore it. Suddenly, the shattered star trembled violently, and an image materialized in Shen Li's mind. Before him appeared a beast over 3 meters long, adorned with deep azure fur, with only a small tuft of silver-white hair on its forehead, resembling a crescent moon as it soared from the peak of a cliff, leaping towards another cliff 100 meters away. The mountain winds billowed, the magnificent beast's fur danced in the breeze like a streak of azure lightning, effortlessly covering the 100-meter distance, lightly landing on the opposite peak, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. It was indeed a second-tier Azure wolf. At that moment, Shen Li could clearly see 18 crimson spots on the wolf's body, forming a mysterious swirling pattern that as the Azure wolf dashed forward, the enigmatic markings shimmered and shifted in response. This was the very Azure wolf he had encountered earlier. Could those red dots be nodes of the Azure wolf's gifted divine markings? It must be these markings that enabled the Azure wolf to run with such swiftness. Soaring through the air, Shen Li was profoundly astonished. Unlike humans, beasts are born with robust physiques, relying solely on the consumption of flesh to continuously strengthen their power, while possessing various extraordinary innate gifts, attributed to their gifted divine markings. This was a divine ability bestowed upon beasts by the heavens. Once upon a time, the entire Xinyuan continent belonged to the beasts, with humans forced to hide in caves to survive. Only when extraordinary saints emerged, creating martial arts and techniques, did humanity rise to power, breaking the beast dominion and establishing their presence on the Xinyuan continent. That in contrast to beasts, humans lack gifted divine markings and are physically weaker. However, they can cultivate their dantians, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine their bodies, and emulate the beast techniques to create martial arts, thereby enhancing their strength while developing their dantians and absorbing spiritual energy to nourish themselves. Alongside practicing martial arts, humans could rival the mighty beasts and jointly dominate the Xinyuan continent. The reason Shen Li at the age of 15 had only achieved the strength equivalent to the first stage of body refinement was due to his inability to cultivate his dantian and absorb spiritual energy to nourish his body. While Shen Li was lost in thought, a surge of warmth burst forth from the recently repaired crack in the shattered star, guiding the blood energy within him like a torrential flood. Rushing downward through his dantian, chi sea, heavenly pivot, blood sea, and into the bubbling springs beneath his feet, permeating a total of 18 acupoints throughout his waist, abdomen, and limbs. In an instant, a shallow, swirling pattern was imprinted upon Shen Li's skin, mirroring the 18 acupoints that had illuminated in the Azure Wolf's gifted divine markings. To Shen Li's astonishment, the shattered star had inscribed the Azure Wolf's divine markings onto his own body after devouring its essence. Phew, now that I possess gifted divine markings akin to those of beasts, does that mean I can begin my cultivation? Shen Li's heart trembled with excitement. As he focused his mind, the swirling patterns formed by the 18 acupoints began to revolve. Streams of spiritual energy surged into him, crashing against his meridians like relentless waves, nourishing his body. With the spiritual energy coursing through him, it felt as though every cell in Shen Li's being was rejoicing. The previously withered and desiccated meridians rapidly filled with the abundant spiritual energy, becoming more resilient and expansive, capable of accommodating far more energy than before. Shen Li's skeleton tingled with a delightful sensation as the infusion of spiritual energy gradually enhanced both its density and mass. Even his heart grew more robust, radiating a powerful vigor and vitality. Each pulse of blood coursed through him with a resounding rush, heavy and forceful like quicksilver. As the blood flowed rapidly, impurities were expelled from his body, soon enveloping him in a layer of foul-smelling, dark grease. Although Shen Li's physique remained as slender as ever, his muscles and bones had become several times stronger than before, his skin now smooth and flawless as white jade, and his breathing deep and vigorous. With a crackling noise, Shen Li opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and struck at the air before him with a fierce swing. The air in front of him erupted with a piercing shriek. As if it had been shattered, simultaneously, his entire skeleton produced a series of crisp sounds, and his veins hummed like a taut bowstring, resonating with an overwhelming force that he felt as if he were brimming with boundless strength. What a thrill! I feel invigorated all over. What shall I test my strength on? Shen Li exclaimed excitedly to himself, scanning his surroundings. Eventually, his gaze landed on a tree nearby, roughly the same thickness as his waist. You will do, he nodded with satisfaction, swiftly channeling his blood energy into his right arm. With a hum, Shen Li's right arm swelled dramatically, veins protruding in muscles as hard as rock, quivering slightly, a faint aura of menace gradually emanating from him. Break, he shouted with fervor, his body jolting as he charged towards the tree, his right fist crashing forward. Crack! The towering tree, thick as a grown man's limb, emitted a sickening groan before snapping cleanly in two, crashing to the ground. Excellent. That punch must have been nearly 4,000 pounds of force. Shen Li beamed at the fallen tree, a confident smile gracing his face for the first time. 4,000 pounds of strength was enough to rival a fourth-level warrior in the body refinement realm. Even if he encountered a second-tier feral beast like the Qing Liao wolf now, Shen Li felt he could stand his ground. By this time, it was already the afternoon of the third day since Shen Li had entered the outskirts of Wushan Mountain. Only a few hours remained until the deadline for his coming-of-age ceremony assessment, compelling him to suppress his excitement and return to complete the task. What a delightful experience training has been. Alas, time is too fleeting. I should first take the head of this Qing Liao wolf back to fulfill the requirements of my coming-of-age assessment, Shen Li murmured, shaking his head as he began to clean up the battlefield. The nearly 1,000-pound Qing Liao wolf had been shattered into countless pieces by his ferocity. Although Shen Li had consumed nearly 100 pounds of its flesh, there was still quite a bit remaining. He used a short knife to sever the beast's head and collected several dozen pounds of the most tender and spiritually infused meat from its thighs and spine, discarding the rest. After all, the Blood Fiend Valley was still tens of miles away from Wushan City, and he could not carry all of the wolf's flesh with him. Taking out a coarse cloth bundle he had prepared earlier, he packed the wolf's head and meat into it, slinging it over his shoulder. Shen Li strode purposefully towards the valley's exit. Fortunately, with his body having been nourished by the wolf's blood and flesh, he had grown several times stronger than before. After merely 2 hours, just as the sun was beginning to set, Shen Li finally exited Wuyan Mountain, hastily entering Wushan City before the gates closed. I am back, finally home. Gazing at the towering city walls, crafted from the hardest Azure stone and reaching several dozen feet high, Shen Li exhaled a sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on his face. His heart, once filled with worry and trepidation during his departure 3 days prior, now brimmed with elation. With the head of the second-tier feral beast, the assessment for his coming-of-age ceremony would certainly be completed without issue. Allowing his parents' spiritual tablets to be safely enshrined in the Shun family ancestral hall, freeing him from the threat of gossip. Isn't this the second young master of the Shen family? Why do you look so disheveled? What do you have in that bundle? Surely it's not a dead wild boar you picked up somewhere, rotting for who knows how long. A mocking voice suddenly pierced the air. As a boy clad in a silver brocade robe, his face twisted with lewdness, emerged from a nearby tea house. Blocking Shen Li's path, two burly men in coarse garments followed closely behind, their muscular arms crossed defiantly. Standing protectively behind the silver-robed youth, regarding Shen Li with palpable derision. Hearing the taunts, Shen Li halted, casting a cold glance at his adversaries, that as he recognized them. A chill crept across his features. The silver-robed boy was Jin Hongyuan, a member of the Jin family, one of the 3 prominent families in Wushan City, ranking 7th among the 3rd generation, colloquially known as Jin Laoqi. Conflicts between the younger members of the 3 families were commonplace. But the Jin family rarely provoked Shen Li, as bullying someone incapable of cultivating was hardly a noble pursuit. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jin Laoqi had taken to harassing Shen Li repeatedly in recent months, attempting to drive him away from the Shun family and Wushan City. Jin Laoqi, it's you again. Shen Li scoffed disdainfully. Boy, I call you second master Shun out of respect, but don't think you truly are the second young master of the Shen family. A useless waste who cannot cultivate, and yet you aspire to pass your coming-of-age assessment and marry. Aren't you afraid of producing more little wastes? Jin Laoqi sneered, eliciting laughter from the 2 guards behind him. Their eyes filled with mockery. Marry? Is it because of her? Shen Li detected an unusual undertone in Jin Laoqi's words that a familiar figure suddenly surfaced in his mind, one with whom he had an informal engagement since childhood. Before Shen Li turned 8 and had failed to open his dantian, he had exhibited extraordinary comprehension abilities, mastering ordinary martial techniques with a single glance, which led the Shen family to regard him as a rare talent. Drawing considerable attention from within Wushan City, the Xie family, known for its vast array of shops and reputed as the wealthiest in Wushan City, had even approached Shen Li's father, proposing a betrothal with their daughter. Xie Shaoan, at that time, Shen Li's father had merely verbally agreed to consider the proposal, yet the Xie family had hastily spread the word that Xie Shaoan was Shen Li's fiancée. This proclamation became common knowledge throughout Wushan City. However, when Shen Li failed to open his dantian at the age of 8 and could no longer cultivate, the Xie family acted as if nothing had happened, ceasing all mention of the engagement. Especially after Shen Li's father went missing, the Xie family had unabashedly sought a new suitor for Xie Shaoan, reportedly setting their sights on Jin Yiming, the most talented among the 3rd generation of the Jin family. It seemed the recent rumors had proven true. The Xie family truly intended to ally with the Jin family. No wonder Jin Laoqi had been persistently troubling me, Shen Li mused, generally in the Xinyuan continent. Individuals could marry after undergoing their coming-of-age ceremony. That is, the well-known betrothed of Shen Li, Xie Shaoan was expected to marry him following his ceremony. This was not what the Xie family and Jin Yiming desired. If Shen Li were to leave Wushan City and never return, the engagement would be rendered moot. In truth, Shen Li had no real impression of Xie Shaoan. He had merely met her once at the age of 8 and had no further interactions. Now, due to an unfounded engagement initiated by the Xie family in an attempt to curry favor with the Shen family, he found himself besieged by endless troubles and annoyances, fostering a deep resentment towards both the Xie family and Xie Shaoan. The Jin family, which had brazenly resorted to various contemptible tactics against him, only fueled Shen Li's ire further. "Good dogs, stay out of the way. Let me pass. I need to return home," Shen Li coldly regarded Jin Laoqi, speaking with icy detachment that he had no patience left for those who sought to provoke him. "Curse it! The crossbow bolts and beast-repelling potions have been switched on you, and yet you still managed to return alive. Your worthless life is indeed quite resilient. My patience as the 7th master has its limits. Now, you shall obediently leave Wushan town and never return. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it." Observing Shen Li's indifferent demeanor, Jin Laoqi was instantly infuriated, unleashing a torrent of curses. "So, it appears that the various mishaps I encountered during my previous assessments were all orchestrated by you." Upon hearing this, Shen Li furrowed his brows, his expression turning icy wide to eye in those prior assessments. Shen Li had been utterly confident that he could use crossbow bolts and certain tranquilizing potions to hunt down a first-tier ferocious beast. Yet at critical moments, the bolts and potions would invariably malfunction, leading to failure in the hunt and nearly costing Shen Li his life. Now, it seemed that all of this had been secretly sabotaged by Jin Laoqi. And how could Shen Li not be enraged? It's good that you, a harbinger of misfortune. What meaning does your existence hold? It would be far better for you to join your parents in the afterlife. Oh, you seem rather angry. Young man, that deal you wish to strike me? Come on. If you have the guts, hit me. Jin Laoqi sneered, leaning closer to Shen Li, provoking him with a taunt, merely 17 years of age. Jin Laoqi had reached the pinnacle of the second stage of body tempering. Such talent was only considered mediocre within the Jin family, leaving little hope for advancement in martial arts. Thus, Jin Laoqi rarely exerted himself in training, opting instead for indulgence and revelry, earning him the notorious reputation of Jin Yi. However, compared to Shen Li, who was barely a first-stage waste with no hope of cultivation, Jin Laoqi was confident that he could easily teach Shen Li a lesson with one hand. Little did Jin Laoqi know, after absorbing the essence of the shattered stars, Shen Li was no longer the useless individual he once was. You have demanded this yourself, and I shall oblige." With a cold laugh, Shen Li swung his arm roundly and delivered a solid slap to Jin Laoqi's face. With a sharp crack, Jin Laoqi had no time to react. He saw a large hand magnifying in his vision before being sent flying through the air, blood and teeth scattering in his wake. Silence. A deathly silence. Even the two burly men behind Jin Laoqi were left in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. What just happened? That so-called harbinger of misfortune, Shen Li, actually dared to strike Jin Yi. Has he lost his mind? Shen Li is doomed. This will be entertaining around the tea house. A crowd had gathered unbeknownst to them, and now, witnessing the seemingly incapable Shen Li strike Jin Yi, who was now spitting blood, their eyes widened in astonishment, and murmurs of discussion erupted. Soon, the shock on everyone's faces was replaced by expressions of pity and mockery, all eagerly anticipating Jin Laoqi's retribution against Shen Li. "You bastard! How dare you strike me, you harbinger of misfortune! I will kill you! You two fools, go and deal with him." Jin Laoqi, sprawled on the ground and momentarily dazed, quickly regained his senses, pointing at Shen Li and cursing his two bodyguards. Jin Laoqi had never expected that the usually silent Shen Li would dare to confront him. His unpreparedness had led to his downfall. Chapter 0004. Another slap, you brat. How dare you lay a hand on our 7th master? You are truly courting death. Kneel down and allow our 7th master to cripple your hands, and perhaps you might live. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless. One of Jin Laoqi's guards coldly scoffed, Stepping forward and glaring at Shen Li, a low hum resonated as the guard's arms and torso emanated three faint blood glows. His veins bulged prominently, and his arms swelled significantly, his aura surging forth like a raging bear. According to the Xian Yuan Martial Classic, a text compiled by the sages of the Xian Yuan continent, there are 108 important acupoints in the human body. Every 9 acupoints form a meridian, totaling 12 meridians. The cultivation process involves drawing the spirit energy from the heavens and earth into the dantian, guiding it to open each acupoint and connect the meridians, ultimately establishing a small circulation. The goal is to connect all 12 meridians, forming a grand circulation with the dantian, absorbing more spirit energy to nourish the body and bones. Breaking through physical limitations and achieving a higher realm of harmony between man and nature, thereby gaining greater strength, invoking spirit energy, tempering the body, and connecting the meridians. This is the most fundamental level of martial cultivation, the body tempering stage. The body tempering stage consists of 12 levels. Each connected meridian corresponds to one level that a warrior at the first level possesses at least 1,000 gene of strength, while one at the second level has at least 2,000 gene. And so forth that a warrior who reaches the 12th level of body tempering can exert 12,000 gene of force with a single punch, capable of shattering boulders and trampling mountains, truly formidable. When a warrior activates their blood energy and connects the 9 acupoints into a meridian, a blood glow appears on their skin. The number of blood glows visible indicates the warrior's level. The guard, showcasing 3 blood glows, was indeed a genuine third-level body tempering warrior. Die! The bear-like guard bellowed, extending his arms forward, curving his hands like claws as he lunged at Shen Li. Even before reaching him, the force of his arms created a powerful gust, scattering silk and various fruits and vegetables from nearby stalls. This is the savage bear's explosive claw. By the heavens, this is a low-grade yellow-tier technique. The Jin family certainly possesses great wealth to afford such techniques for their guards. A middle-aged warrior in the crowd exclaimed enviously. Buzz! Another guard activated his blood energy, 3 faint blood glows slowly appearing on his legs and torso, making his sturdy legs even more formidable that he lightly stomped the ground, leaving a deep imprint. Boom! The guard stomped down hard, propelling himself into the air, his legs whirling as he aimed a fierce kick at Shen Li. Spiraling currents of air swirled around him, resembling a tornado as they charged toward Shen Li. The furious horse's whirlwind kick, another low-grade yellow-tier technique. Another onlooker remarked with jealousy that I in the Xian Yuan continent. The extraordinary martial techniques left behind by legendary warriors are categorized into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, totaling 4 grades and 12 tiers. It is said that there are even powerful warriors who have created techniques that surpass the heavenly grade, reaching the saintly tier, but these are mere legends. Currently, the highest tier techniques in Wushan City are the upper grade yellow techniques, and even the Jin family, one of the 3 great families in Wushan City, possesses only 2 or 3 of them. Acquiring higher tier techniques is only possible through joining a sect. Shen Li is in for a beating. Alas, he will likely suffer broken ribs. What a fool to dare strike Jin Shi Yi. Observing the 2 guards of the Jin family utilizing low-grade yellow techniques to besiege Shen Li, the spectators shook their heads in disapproval, all convinced that Shen Li would undoubtedly be beaten to the ground, bloodied and bruised. Some averted their eyes out of pity, while others eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. Faced with the full-force assault of 2 third-level body tempering warriors, Shen Li exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, his blood surged with an uncontrollable excitement, and a fierce aura began to emanate from him. For 7 long years, due to the blockage in his dantian that rendered him unable to cultivate, Shen Li had remained silent and subdued. Throughout those years, he had endured the contemptuous gazes of others, the countless whispers of scorn behind his back, carefully hiding his dignity deep within his heart. In this moment, Shen Li finally erupted. I am no longer the incapable, submissive waste of before. I am not the harbinger of misfortune you speak of. I will use my fist to show everyone that I have not brought shame to my parents. Shen Li's heart roared, a tidal wave of fighting spirits surging from within him. Perhaps due to consuming the flesh and blood of the blue-fanged wolf and possessing its innate divine patterns. The ferocious side of Shen Li's character was ignited, Roar! A faint wolf howl resonated from within Shen Li, his heart pounding like a hammer, creating a thunderous sound. His blood surged violently from his heart, coursing through his veins, as if his flesh and bones were being seared, releasing steam. Buzz! Shen Li slightly spread his legs, tightly clenched his fists, and slowly raised them from his ribs before thrusting them forcefully upwards. His entire body resonated with the sound of taut bowstrings, and his bones cracked with explosive force. Crack, crack! The azure stone-paved path beneath Shen Li's feet instantly fractured, resembling a spider webbed at a faint, almost imperceptible howl echoed as Shen Li's fists charged forward like two rampaging iron-boned bulls. Roaring fiercely. This is not the bull's horn charge, is it? The most basic technique learned by 8- or 9-year-old children. Tis TSK. Shen Li truly holds no position within the Shen family, unable to even learn a low-grade yellow technique. Observing Shen Li, one could see not a single trace of blood radiance upon him. His strength relied solely on his physical prowess, and at this moment his demise seemed inevitable that a few onlooking martial artists whispered among themselves, pointing at Shen Li with derision etched on their faces at that instant. Jin Lao Qi also rose from the ground, his visage marred by a sinister expression, his eyes directed towards Shen Li, brimming with malice, wishing nothing more than to devour him alive. "You little brat, I will make you wish you were never born." Jin Lao Qi cracked his knuckles and charged towards Shen Li. In his view, with 2 third-tier martial artists from the Jin clan joining forces, even if there were 3 or 5 Shen Lis, they would only be destined to suffer. This was Jin Lao Qi's chance to showcase his prowess and vent his frustrations. Suddenly, Shen Li's fists collided with the punches and kicks of the 2 guards from the Jin family. A resounding crack echoed, followed by 2 figures being propelled backward, their anguished screams resonating throughout the alley. The sight revealed the 2 guards of the Jin family, one with a bent right arm, the stark white bone protruding grotesquely, and the other with a right leg grotesquely twisted, blood gushing forth. This to its impossible. Everyone was momentarily stunned, mouths agape, unable to close them. Just then, Jin Lao Qi fortuitously dashed over from a distance, only to find his 2 guards flying back in agony. Instantly, his bravado withered, and he trembled like a mouse confronted by a cat, devoid of any intent to retaliate. After all, these were 2 genuine third-tier martial artists employing low-grade yellow-level martial techniques. Jin Lao Qi was no match for either of them, let alone facing them together. Yet, in a twist of fate, these formidable third-tier martial artists had been grievously injured by Shen Li with ease. At that moment, Jin Lao Qi dared not entertain even a flicker of defiance. Stammering, he struggled for words, pointing a trembling finger at Shen Li, his expressions fluctuating wildly between shades of green and white. So you have come knocking for a beating, have you? Allow me to oblige." Shen Li scoffed, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to Jin Lao Qi's left cheek that to the onlookers. It appeared as if Jin Lao Qi had eagerly approached Shen Li, extending his neck in anticipation of that very slap. "Ah!" Jin Lao Qi howled in pain, soaring backward, skidding across the ground for 4 or 5 meters, collapsing like a ruptured sack. Chapter 0005, shocked gazing at the 2 fallen third-tier martial artists from the Jin family, who lay on the ground wailing, and the astonished and terrified Jin Lao Qi. Shen Li's expression shifted intermittently. Was it exhilaration? Satisfaction? More than that, it was a profound sense of reflection. Once upon a time, Shen Li had been regarded as a waste by countless individuals in the Shen family, and even in Wushan City, branded as the cursed star due to the untimely demise of his parents. Despite being a direct descendant of the Shen family, one of the 3 prominent families in Wushan City, he was looked down upon by everyone that a person incapable of opening their dantian, incapable of cultivation, was destined to lead an utterly mundane life, that in a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. Who would care for such a person? Even within the Shen family, Shen Li was merely a dispensable figure. There was no overt disdain towards him, yet his monthly allowances and medicinal resources, which should have been his as a direct descendant, were halved or outright denied. After all, for someone incapable of cultivating, what use was there in consuming copious amounts of medicinal pills? However, the Shen Li of today was no longer the same. Having obtained the mysterious fragment of the shattered star, while he still could not open his dantian, he had acquired the innate divine markings of the blue howling wolf, granting him the potential for cultivation that he had already opened 18 acupoints within his body. Presently, Shen Li was effectively equivalent to a second-tier martial artist. And due to the nourishing essence of the blue howling wolf's flesh, his physical strength surpassed even that of third-tier and fourth-tier martial artists. You little brat, you cheated. Jin Lao Qi, bloodied and furious, glared at Shen Li, his voice seething with rage. His third brother, mentioned in his outburst, was none other than Jin Yiming, the foremost genius of the Jin family and one of the top talents in Wushan City. I'm always ready, Shen Li replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Jin Lao Qi before turning his back and strolling towards the Shen family estate. Shen Li held no particular animosity towards Jin Yiming. After all, one was a dazzling genius in Wushan City, while the other was an obscure figure, dubbed the Cursed Star, labeled a waste. Had it not been for Xie Xiaowan, Shen Li might never have crossed paths with Jin Yiming. Now that Jin Yiming had openly declared his intent to trouble Shen Li, the latter had no reason to fear him. With the presence of the Shattered Star, Shen Li gradually established a robust belief in himself. Confident that with sufficient time, he could rapidly enhance his strength. What did it matter if he faced Wushan City's top talents? Anyone who dared to provoke him would find themselves trampled underfoot. Is this a mirage? The Cursed Star actually defeated Jin Qi and his two guards single-handedly. Someone pinch me. This can't be real. Silence. Do you dare to call the Cursed Star again? Are you seeking death? The onlookers were left dumbfounded, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. As they watched Shen Li approach, they hastily lowered their heads, parting to create a path, too fearful to meet his gaze, lest they provoke his ire. Gone was the carefree demeanor they had displayed earlier. Feeling the wary glances from those around him, a wave of elation washed over Shen Li. Was this the feeling of being revered? Was this the treatment afforded to the strong? How exhilarating! With an unobstructed path ahead, Shen Li soon arrived before an exceedingly grand and opulent mansion, its high walls enclosing a magnificent courtyard, the crimson doors painted bright with lacquer. A grand plaque hung high, inscribed with the golden characters Shun Residence, flanked by majestic stone lions, while for guards wielding long spears stood sentinel, their fierce gazes intimidating enough to deter any casual approach. This was none other than the estate of the Shen family, one of the three great clans of Wushan City. Bearing a hefty burden upon his back, Shen Li strode confidently inside, unperturbed by the icy stares of the four guards. The Cursed Star seems different today, they whispered among themselves, sensing a potent aura of a formidable beast emanating from the burden he carried. Could it be that he truly hunted a ferocious beast and completed his coming-of-age trial? The guards exchanged incredulous glances, each displaying a hint of disbelief. Entering the heart of the Shen estate, Shen Li did not linger, but proceeded directly towards the most magnificent central hall that as dusk descended. Drawing near to mealtime, the hall was empty save for an elderly figure in a white robe, dozing in a chair by the entrance. The atmosphere within the hall was solemn, adorned with rows of ancestral tablets commemorating the departed forebears of the Shun family, most of whom were direct descendants, along with a few collateral branches who had rendered significant service, including Shen Li's parents. This was the most sacred site of the Shun family, the ancestral hall, where the family members held their coming-of-age ceremonies. Who goes there? Why come to the ancestral hall at such a late hour? The dozing elder stirred, grumbling in discontent upon hearing footsteps. Fifth elder, I am here to submit the task for my coming-of-age trial. Shen Li replied with unassuming dignity that, oh, it is Shen Li submitting the task for your coming-of-age trial? Then present your quarry. The elder in white responded nonchalantly, finally rising from his seat that to the elder's mind. Shen Li, who had failed to open his dantian, was utterly incapable of completing the coming-of-age trial. Upon seeing the bloody bundle slung over Shen Li's back, he habitually assumed it contained nothing more than a trivial beast. Not even worthy of being called a ferocious beast. With a resounding thud, Shen Li dropped the bundle onto the ground, eliciting a tremor beneath their feet, the impact echoing like a clash of metal. The reputation of the blue howling wolf, with its copper head and iron bones, was no mere exaggeration. The fifth elder, the elder in white, furrowed his brows, stepping forward to unveil the bundle, revealing a massive and fearsome wolf head before him. This is not a second-tier ferocious beast, the blue howling wolf. The fifth elder's face contorted in disbelief that a waste, barely scraping by as a first-tier martial artist without even a dantian, had actually hunted down a second-tier beast equivalent to a fourth-tier martial artist? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Yet, the fresh wolf blood oozing from the head and the lingering ferocity unique to such beasts unmistakably attested to the fact that this second-tier blue howling wolf had been slain only moments prior. Could it be that someone else had hunted the blue howling wolf and gifted it to Shen Li to aid him in passing his coming-of-age trial? That seemed unlikely, the fifth elder pondered, quickly dismissing that thought. Such a formidable second-tier beast, even if only its head, could fetch hundreds of taels of silver. Moreover, the elder had clearly seen that the bundle contained at least dozens of pounds of fresh wolf meat. At a valuation of 100 taels of silver per pound for second-tier beast meat, the head and flesh of the blue howling wolf were worth no less than 5,000 taels. Such a fortune, even in the eyes of Elder Shen, a powerful elder of the Shen family, is regarded as a considerable gain. No one would easily bestow such a gift upon another, especially not upon a waste who cannot even cultivate their dantian. What value could such a person possess to warrant such a grand gesture? What is happening? What has transpired? My heavens! This is the head of a second-tier ferocious beast, the Qing Liao wolf, at that moment. Several elderly figures and some passing direct descendants of the Shen family gathered curiously around. Everyone gazed at the ghastly head of the Qing Liao wolf, which lay exposed in the bundle on the ground, and then at Shen Li, who stood beside it. Shen Li, did you hunt this Qing Liao wolf? Suddenly, a youth, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old and brimming with arrogance, spoke up. Shen Li raised his eyes and recognized the boy as Shen Ao, the son of his uncle, who ranks second among the third generation of the Shen family, 18 years of age. He possesses the peak strength of the fourth level of body tempering and is undeniably the family's foremost genius. Just you, a waste who hasn't even opened your dantian, could never possibly be its match, even if it were injured. Tell me, where did this Qing Liao wolf's head come from? Shen Ao scoffed disdainfully. The surrounding Shen family members nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Shen Li filled with disbelief. Shen Li furrowed his brow, and as his thoughts shifted, he realized that Shen Ao's vehement reaction stemmed from his fear of losing the spotlight to Shen Li. As the Shen family's foremost genius, Shen Ao has always maintained his position at the top in terms of cultivation level and various family competitions, leaving no room for rivals. Now, with Shen Li returning from his coming-of-age assessment, having hunted a second-tier ferocious beast, it would overshadow Shen Ao's prominence. Furthermore, Shen Li is not yet 15. If he can hunt a second-tier ferocious beast, he would eclipse Shen Ao and become the true number one genius of the Shen family. This is something Shen Ao cannot tolerate. It's merely luck. Shen Li glanced at Shen Ao and replied coolly that he had no intention of revealing the secret of the Shattered Star and did not wish to compete for recognition. He simply wanted to quietly cultivate and enhance his strength. Once he possesses sufficient power, he aims to venture deep into Wushan Mountain to seek the whereabouts of his father, to ask for the title of the Shen family's greatest genius. Shen Li considers it utterly worthless. Do you think a mere stroke of luck can suffice? You're mistaken. Shen Ao, seeing Shen Li's indifferent demeanor as if he looked down upon him, instantly became furious. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the Shen family gate, and before anyone arrived, a loud voice rang out. Breaking news! Breaking news! Just now, Jin Lao Qi was defeated by Shen Li. A chubby boy appearing around 16 or 17 ran while shouting loudly. Originally, he intended to call him a disaster bringer, but hastily changed his words upon catching sight of Shen Li standing before the ancestral hall. What? Shen Li beat Jin Lao Qi. The crowd in front of the Shen family's ancestral hall fell into stunned silence, some unable to believe their ears. The rivalry among the three prominent families of Wushan City, the Jin family, the Lin family, and the Shen family, is no secret. Clashes often erupt over trivial disagreements, occurring almost monthly. Particularly during the triennial hunting competition, the struggle for supremacy often results in serious injuries and even disabilities. However, despite this, the members of the three families eagerly participate in the hunting contests, for the champion of each event attracts attention from sects and is almost guaranteed to be recruited as an outer disciple. In contrast, other martial artists face great difficulty entering sects, often starting as lowly servant disciples and gradually rising. This competition breeds fierce rivalry among the younger generations of the three families, leading to frequent skirmishes. Thus, the confrontation between Jin Laoqi and Shen Li is hardly surprising. Did I hear correctly? Shen Li actually defeated Jin Laoqi. The crowd collectively felt a sense of disbelief. Not only Jin Laoqi, but also two of his guards, both at the third level of body tempering, were struck down and left bleeding by Shen Li with a single blow. The chubby boy added hurriedly. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. Their previous doubts regarding Shen Li's prowess in hunting the second-tier ferocious beast dissipating entirely to my heavens. If he could defeat two guards at the third level of body tempering with a single move, that implies Shen Li must possess at least the strength of the fourth level. This explains how he managed to hunt the Qing Liao wolf. However, how could a waste who has not even opened his dantian suddenly rise to such strength? If there are no further questions, I shall take my leave. Shen Li nodded slightly and turned to depart, that I in front of the Shun family's ancestral hall. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Chapter 0006. Preparing for the hunt in the Shun family residence, in a modest little house located in the southwestern corner of the backyard. Cough, cough. From a distance, one could hear the suppressed cough of an elderly man within. Grandpa Mu, I'm back, Shen Li called out loudly. Shen Li's mother passed away during childbirth, and when he turned 8, his father, Shen Li, ventured deep into Wushan Mountain in search of rare treasures to aid Shen Li in opening his dantian. But he disappeared for 7 years without a trace. Since then, Shen Li has relied solely on Grandpa Mu, the old steward who accompanied his mother when she married into the Shen family. Xiao Li, hearing your joyful tone, it seems you passed your coming-of-age assessment. At that moment, the door of the house opened, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and a slightly stooped figure, who stepped out slowly, his face radiating warmth and kindness. That he was the steward who had served since Shen Li's mother joined the Shen family, already gray-haired at that time, and Shen Li has always referred to him as Grandpa Mu. Having lived together for nearly 7 years, they no longer maintained a master-servant relationship. Shen Li regarded Grandpa Mu as his own grandfather. Yes, Grandpa Mu, I passed my coming-of-age assessment. We want to be expelled from the Shen family, and the spirit tablets of my father and mother want to be removed from the ancestral hall. Shen Li replied, his face beaming with excitement and pride. That is truly wonderful. Xiao Li, you seem different from before. You look much stronger. Did you encounter any fortuitous event or find a rare treasure during your coming-of-age assessment? A glimmer of perceptive light flashed in Grandpa Mu's eyes as he scrutinized Shen Li, his wrinkled face twitching slightly as he inquired meaningfully. Grandpa Mu's insight is truly remarkable. To notice it at a glance, Shen Li blinked and responded that I stumbled upon a fist-sized, fiery red fruit in a valley. It smelled divine, and I couldn't resist eating it. Unexpectedly, after consuming it, it felt like a fire was surging throughout my body, and I fainted. When I awoke, I felt invigorated with power. Just then, an injured Qing Liao wolf happened to pass by, wanting to eat me. So I killed it and presented it as my task for the coming-of-age assessment. Shen Li recounted with a smile that in truth, there was a moment when Shen Li contemplated sharing the mysterious event of the shattered star entering his heart with Grandpa Mu. However, considering the potential consequences and the bizarre nature of the occurrence, he hesitated, unsure if anyone would believe him. Just as Grandpa Mu mentioned fortuitous encounters, Shen Li seized the opportunity to fabricate a story. After all, Shen Li's physical strength had dramatically surged, which was an undeniable fact, and he wished to keep the incident of the shattered star a secret. Thus, he required a credible explanation. The only other possibility for a substantial increase in physical power and cultivation would be the consumption of a rare treasure. In the Xianyuan continent, where spiritual energy is abundant, not only do humans and ferocious beasts thrive, but the rich spiritual energy also nurtures numerous ancient treasures filled with vast amounts of spiritual essence. Whether for martial artists or ferocious beasts, consuming and digesting such treasures can lead to rapid enhancements in physical strength and breakthroughs. Generally, these treasures are guarded by powerful ferocious beasts, requiring considerable strength to obtain. However, there are occasional lucky individuals who effortlessly stumble upon these treasures. Shen Li claiming to have found one would elicit envy without raising too many suspicions. Based on your description, that fruit is most likely the Qi Shui Hua Longhua, a rare and extraordinary fruit that ranks within the top 200 on the spiritual treasure list. Xiao Li, your luck is truly remarkable. Perhaps once you fully absorb the Qi Shui Huolonggua, you will be able to open your dantian. Grandpa Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile spreading across his face, brimming with joy. Oh, why did it should indeed be the Qi Shui Huolonggua? The possibility of opening the dantian remains uncertain. However, it is undeniable that my strength has significantly increased compared to before, Shen Li remarked with a smile. How splendid! Xiao Li, your power has surged, and you have successfully passed the rite of passage. I wonder who would dare to label you as worthless now, or cast you disdainful glances. Grandpa Mu chuckled, his gaze toward Shen Li imbued with warmth and affection. Observing Grandpa Mu's expression, Shen Li assumed it stemmed from the joy of seeing him stronger than before. No longer the same useless individual he once was, that a more fervent resolve surged within him. I shall grow stronger. I must become increasingly formidable. I want Grandpa Mu to take pride in me. The next day, Shen Li shouldered a bundle of herbs he had gathered during his hunt for ferocious beasts on the outskirts of Wushan Mountain and stepped out of the Shen residence, making his way toward a shop that purchased medicinal plants. Along the way, many acquaintances of Shen Li quietly pointed and whispered about him. Do you know? This fortunate lad unintentionally consumed a bloodfire dragon fruit, ranked 198th on the spiritual treasure list. No wonder his strength has dramatically increased, allowing him to defeat Jin Laoqi and 2 guards at the 3rd level of body tempering with a single strike. Indeed, I heard he also brought back the head of a 2nd-tier ferocious beast, the Qing Liao wolf, as part of his rite of passage task. By heavens, he truly stumbled upon good fortune. People exchanged glances, some filled with envy, others with jealousy. Yet many remain skeptical of Shen Li's abilities. That it seems my loud conversation with Grandpa Mu yesterday, deliberately letting the cleaning boy overhear my fortune with the bloodfire dragon fruit, truly bore fruit. Now, everyone likely believes I merely stumbled upon luck and consumed the fruit, thus experiencing a surge in strength. Although Shen Li defeated 2 guards from the Jin family, both at the 3rd level of body tempering, many present noticed that Shen Li did not unleash his blood energy, indicating that he had not opened his dantian and gained the ability to cultivate. Ultimately, someone who relies on sheer luck from consuming rare treasures to enhance their physical strength, yet remains incapable of opening their dantian and cultivating, can at best elevate their power to a level corresponding to the 4th stage of body tempering. Without the ability to cultivate, they are still seen as waste. With no future in martial arts, as time passed, the tales of Shen Li hunting the 2nd-tier ferocious beast, the Qing Liao wolf, and thrashing Jin Laoqi along with the 2 guards would surely fade into obscurity. This was precisely the outcome Shen Li desired, for it would keep the secret of the shattered star within him hidden. Leisurely, Shen Li arrived at a shop belonging to the Shen family, exchanged the herbs he carried for a few spirit stones, and then turned to walk toward the Shen family estate. Just a few steps out, he encountered a group of individuals who blocked his path. Among them, the most striking was a young man clad in a golden silk robe, exuding an air of nobility, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years old, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He possessed an imposing presence despite his youth. This was Jin Yiming, the 3rd eldest among the Jin family's 3rd generation and their undisputed prodigy, having reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of body tempering at the tender age of 18. Third brother, it was this scoundrel who slapped me twice in front of so many people. You must stand up for me. A young man with a swollen face and darkened skin, whose features were unrecognizable, cried out. Shen Li raised his gaze, recognizing Jin Laoqi, the very person he had recently struck. I never imagined you would stumble upon such luck, evading the ferocious beast, merely to obtain a bloodfire dragon fruit and boost your strength. However, looking at you now, your dantian remains unopened. You're still just a waste with no future. Jin Yiming cast a disdainful glance at Jin Laoqi, then turned his cold gaze toward Shen Li. Although Jin Yiming typically dismissed insignificant figures like Jin Laoqi, there were certain matters he could not address directly and thus needed to utilize Jin Laoqi's influence. That if I am a waste, then what does that make Jin Laoqi, whom I struck twice? A mere piece of refuse, even less than a waste. Shen Li scoffed lightly, speaking with indifference. You, Jin Laoqi fumed, his anger rendering him speechless. You certainly have a sharp tongue. Do not think that merely because you have stumbled upon luck and passed the rite of passage, You are out of the woods that a toad cannot aspire to eat swan meat without the means to do so. Jin Yiming retorted coldly. Whether I can or cannot is none of your concern. Shen Li replied nonchalantly, striding forward. Jin Laoqi attempted to obstruct him, but upon seeing the icy glare in Shen Li's eyes, he felt a chill course through him and instinctively stepped aside. Shen Li paid no heed to Jin Laoqi, confidently moving ahead until he vanished at the alley's end. Third brother, why did you let that brat walk away? Jin Laoqi whined, clutching his cheek, that I in less than a month. Shen Li will hold his rite of passage. If Xie Shaoan does not marry him, rumors will surely circulate throughout Wushan City. Jin Yiming scoffed. Am I to strike a waist in public? What would others think of me? Do not worry. I shall ensure that scoundrel does not live to see a month from now, Li Hu Li Bao. You two will follow Lao Qi closely and keep a watchful eye on Shen Li. I refuse to believe he can hide in the Shen family forever. The moment he leaves Wushan City, find an opportunity to reunite him with his parents. Jin Yiming commanded coldly. Yes, replied the two imposing figures behind him, their presence exuding a sinister aura. That night, within the Shen family estate, it had been 3 days since Shen Li returned home after completing the rite of passage. Exhaling a deep breath, Shen Li opened his eyes, a complex expression crossing his face. Ever since the shattered star entered his body and replicated the innate divine pattern of the second-tier ferocious beast, the Qing Liao wolf, he had gained the ability to cultivate. However, to maintain secrecy, Shen Li could only practice his cultivation under the cover of night. Over the past few days of training, he discovered that the shattered star was not without its demands. It continuously absorbed Shen Li's blood energy to mend its fractures that a rough count revealed that the shattered star bore thousands of fissures. Despite consuming dozens of pounds of the second-tier ferocious beast's flesh and blood and the spirit energy gained from these days of training, only the shortest of the fractures had begun to heal. That if all goes as expected, the shattered star would persist in absorbing Shen Li's blood energy until it fully repaired all its fissures. Unbeknownst to him, this compelled Shen Li to hasten his cultivation, seeking every means to bolster his strength and blood energy to avoid being drained dry. Relying solely on cultivation would barely suffice to offset the blood energy absorbed, leaving him stagnating at the second level of body tempering. This was unacceptable. He needed to devise a way to accelerate his training. Ordinary martial artists have 2 methods to enhance their strength. One is a steady, daily practice, and the other is consuming medicinal pills rich in spirit energy. The first method is simple but time-consuming and labor-intensive, while the second requires sufficient funds to purchase the pills. After all, even the lowest grade of energy pills costs at least a dozen taels of silver. The monthly allowance from the Shen family barely covered the cost of 2 energy pills, in reality. For Shen Li, who had consumed over 100 pounds of the second-tier ferocious beast's flesh and blood, the energy pills held far too little potency. Even weaker than the spirit energy he cultivated himself. After much contemplation, there remained only one solution: hunting ferocious beasts. Yes. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the outskirts of Wushan Mountain to hunt. Shen Li murmured to himself, his face alight with determination and excitement. Chapter 0007. Life and Death Crisis. In the early morning, before the first rays of sunlight had graced the land, a nondescript small door at the back of the Shen family estate quietly swung open. With a small bundle on his back and an iron sword at his side, Shen Li stepped out with purpose, heading straight for the city gate. The news of Shen Li's fortunate consumption of a bloodfire dragon fruit had already spread throughout Wushan City. Moreover, his single-handed defeat of 2 third-level body-tempering martial artists left no doubt that, although he had not opened his dantian, his strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of a 4th-level body-tempering practitioner. A 4th-level body-tempering individual is considered a minor expert in Wushan City, capable of contending even against second-tier ferocious beasts. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Shen Li to venture alone into the outskirts of Wushan Mountain to hunt. Just as Shen Li's figure disappeared beyond the city gates, a soldier responsible for guarding the city discreetly slipped away under the pretense of needing to relieve himself, that a pigeon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading toward one of the most opulent estates within the city, several miles away. Upon the plaque of the grand residence, 2 resplendent golden characters shone brightly. Jin residence, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The side door of the Jin residence swung open, and 3 figures, Jin Laoqi, Li Hu, and Li Bao, mounted their majestic steeds and galloped towards the city gates, swiftly following the trail left by Shen Li. Soon disappearing from sight, Wushan Mountain sprawls across countless miles, boasting over 100,000 peaks of varying sizes, teeming with innumerable high-level ferocious beasts and treasures of heaven and earth, as plentiful as the stars in the sky. This abundance has rendered Wushan Mountain a paradise for martial artists, who flock there to hunt fierce beasts and seek rare treasures that on the outskirts of Wushan Mountain lay an exceedingly ordinary valley. Suddenly, a furious howl pierced the air as a fearsome beast, covered in sharp spikes, charged forth. Although this creature measured less than 2 meters in length, its body bristled with half-meter-long, razor-sharp spines, unmistakably a formidable adversary. Its mouth was filled with teeth as sharp as blades, and 2 long, white tusks jutted menacingly from its jaw, gleaming with a chilling light that it was, without a doubt, an adult first-tier ferocious beast, the sword-spike porcupine. At that moment, the sword-spike porcupine appeared to have gone mad, its spines standing erect as it lunged towards a figure not far away. "Come at me," shouted a young man clad in a gray linen robe, who, instead of retreating, charged forward, brandishing his iron sword and thrusting it toward the sword-spike porcupine. This young man was none other than Shen Li, who had ventured to the outskirts of Wushan Mountain for hunting. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the spines of the sword-spike porcupine proved as hard as steel, rendering Shen Li's iron sword utterly ineffective. He was forced to retreat step by step, unable to inflict any damage upon the beast. This was precisely what made the sword-spike porcupine so difficult to tackle. Generally, unless one was utterly desperate for food, even a second-tier ferocious beast would choose to ignore the sword-spike porcupine and take a detour. "I refuse to believe it," Shen Li exclaimed in frustration. Since he could not break through the sword-spike porcupine's defenses with his sword, he would have to rely on sheer brute force, with a plan forming in his mind. He continued to engage the sword-spike porcupine while retreating until he reached the slope of the valley, where an enormous boulder weighing nearly 1,000 pounds loomed. With a mighty effort, Shen Li hoisted the colossal stone, channeling all his strength into his arms, his muscles bulging like coiled serpents. The boulder descended upon the sword-spike porcupine like a meteor from the heavens, crashing down with tremendous force at this moment. Shen Li's physical strength was comparable to that of a 4th-tier martial artist, and with the weight of the boulder, his strike bore the force of 5,000 pounds. With a resounding boom, the 1,000-pound boulder struck the sword-spike porcupine with devastating impact, leaving the creature no chance to cry out before it was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Alas, what a pity that it has been turned to mush. Shen Li gazed at the pile of shredded flesh before him, a wry smile crossing his lips as he shook his head in regret. This was Shen Li's first kill of a first-tier ferocious beast. Yet it had ended in such a lamentable state. Regrettably, Shen Li had no suitable heavy weapon at hand. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could have delivered a precise blow to ensure a clean kill, preserving the sword-spike porcupine's body. After all, the skin and flesh of a first-tier ferocious beast held considerable value. He contemplated whether to pinch his nose and taste a bit of the porcupine's flesh to see if it might trigger any reaction within him. A sudden sense of awareness washed over him, that he lifted his gaze towards the top of the valley's cliff behind him. Then on the cliff's edge, 3 figures emerged, their oppressive killing intent palpable even from hundreds of meters away. It's Jean Lao Chi, Shen Li thought, his heart tightening as he noticed the 2 individuals beside him radiating an overwhelming aura. They likely far surpassed the strength of a 4th-tier martial artist. The trio on the cliff was none other than Jean Lao Chi, along with Li Hu and Li Bao, who had followed Shen Li to the outskirts of Wushan Mountain. Shen Li had previously slapped Jean Lao Chi twice in front of many witnesses, believing he had shown restraint. However, it seemed Jean Lao Chi remained undeterred, bringing along 2 even more powerful subordinates to confront Shen Li. This time, it would not be so easily resolved. In truth, Shen Li harbored no interest in the arranged engagement with Xie Xiaowan. Although she was undeniably beautiful and possessed remarkable talent, one of the 4 great beauties of Wushan City, to Shen Li, she was merely a treacherous individual. If Xie Xiaowan or Jin Yiming were to come to the Shen family and clarify matters face to face, perhaps Shen Li would be in a better mood and agree to dissolve the engagement. However, both the Xie and Jin families adopted a condescending attitude, convinced that Shen Li, deemed a useless individual incapable of cultivation, was merely a frog wishing to eat swan meat, attempting to cling to the Xie family. Before Shen Li could react, Li Hu and Li Bao leaped down from the cliff like two ferocious bears, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving behind deep impressions in the earth and spiderweb-like cracks. The two men, having jumped down from dozens of meters high without utilizing any blood energy, relied solely on their formidable physical prowess to withstand the impact. These two individuals were incredibly strong. Shen Li mused silently, estimating their strength to be at least that of a fifth-tier martial artist. The 12 stages of body refining were divided into 4 phases. The first to third tiers, known as muscle refining, focused on strengthening muscles and meridians, resulting in toughened skin and flesh that achieved the pinnacle of the third tier. Even a common iron sword would struggle to cut through the skin. Although Shen Li possessed strength comparable to a fourth-tier martial artist, he only had 18 meridians connected, placing him at the second tier, specifically in the muscle refining phase. The fourth to sixth tiers, known as bone tempering, involve absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fortify bones, making them as resilient as iron. The pinnacle of the sixth tier. One could shatter walls with bare hands. In Shen Li's estimation, both Li Hu and Li Bao, being in their 20s, were within the prime of their training years and held great potential to break into the marrow refining phase. These martial artists from ordinary families lacked access to various medicinal resources, which is why they willingly served powerful families as guards. In essence, they were but lackeys for the Jin family. Kid, are you the one who foolishly opposed our third master? Shen Li Hu stepped forward, blocking Shen Li's path, glaring with fierce eyes. Do you really think that after swallowing a bloodfire dragon fruit by sheer luck, you can flip your fate? A frog dreaming of swan meat. Daring to compete with our third master for a woman. Come here. Let me break your little neck. Li Bao sneered disdainfully, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty expression. Li Hu and Li Bao were notorious for their brutality and bloodlust. Having a strong innate talent combined with a rebellious nature, they were infamous bandits who roamed the outskirts of Wushan City, robbing martial artists of their hard-won gains. After being subdued by Jin Yiming, they were incorporated into the Jin family, clinging to this powerful tree. For them, killing and silencing witnesses was merely a daily routine, especially for Li Bao, who took pleasure in savoring the screams of his victims in their final moments. Shen Li, today I'll see where you can run. Jin Lao Qi, still bearing the remnants of his swollen face, descended slowly from the cliff, pointing at Shen Li with a face full of malice. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. You two, don't hesitate, kill him, with 2 powerful 5th-tier martial artists and 1 cunningly malicious adversary in the form of Jin Lao Qi. Shen Li found himself trapped in a perilously precarious situation. Chapter 0008. Divine pattern gale on the outskirts of Wuyun Mountain, in an exceedingly ordinary little valley, that a youth, appearing to be no more than 15 years of age, garbed in coarse linen and possessing a slender frame, found himself ensnared by 3 menacing warriors, each grasping a corner, forming a triangular formation around him. The boy trapped in their midst was none other than Shen Li. The trio of fierce warriors pursuing him were the formidable Li Hu, Li Bao, and the notorious Jin Lao Qi. At this moment, Li Hu and his companions exhibited no urgency to strike, relishing the situation as a cat would toy with a mouse. Their expressions rife with mockery directed at Shen Li. Kid, if you kneel and confess your sins now, perhaps I might be in a generous mood and grant you a swift end. Otherwise, should you provoke my wrath, I shall methodically break every bone in your body, ensuring your suffering is beyond comprehension. Li Bao sneered, the corners of his mouth curling disdainfully, his demeanor reminiscent of a ravenous wolf gazing down upon a lamb. Utterly contemptuous. Meanwhile, Li Hu remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly upon Shen Li, mirroring the indifference and scorn of Li Bao. The entirety of Wushan City was now aware that Shen Li had fortuitously devoured a bloodfire dragon fruit, resulting in a significant surge in his physical strength, equipping him with the might of a 4th-tier martial artist. Yet, to Li Hu and Li Bao, both peak 5th-tier warriors, even a 6th-tier martial artist would meet a dismal fate against their combined prowess, making Shen Li's 4th-tier strength seem inconsequential. Both Li Hu and Li Bao brimmed with confidence. Either of them alone could easily extinguish Shen Li's life. They considered the task assigned to them by Jin Sanyi to be exceedingly simple, devoid of any challenge. This lack of difficulty caused Li Hu to lose interest, allowing Li Bao to indulge in his antics. Had it been just a few days prior, when Shen Li was unable to cultivate and had to exert tremendous effort merely to hunt a first-tier beast. Facing the relentless pursuit of Li Hu and Li Bao would have left him with nothing but despair and resentment. However, after the harrowing experience in Blood Demon Valley, Shen Li's perspective and willpower had evolved dramatically. Though he was no match for the three, he still recognized that escape was not entirely out of reach. Thus, in the face of Li Bao's threats, Shen Li remained unfazed, bearing no signs of fear, treating the situation as if a mere dog were barking nearby. "Haha, Shen Li, you bring misfortune upon yourself, and now you find yourself in this predicament. Weren't you quite arrogant? Didn't you dare to slap my face? Come on, if you have the guts, turn around and hit me again." Jin Laoqi, standing behind Shen Li, shouted with reckless bravado. Having been publicly humiliated by Shen Li's earlier actions, Jin Laoqi felt his dignity lost and had become a laughingstock among the elite families of Wushan City, fueling his ire. However, upon learning of Shen Li's newfound strength after consuming the Bloodfire Dragon fruit, he felt slightly better, yet the humiliation of being struck twice lingered in his heart. With Li Hu and Li Bao, both peak warriors at his side, Jin Laoqi's courage surged, finally presenting him the opportunity to exact his revenge. He envisioned Shen Li trembling before him, begging for mercy, with the powerful Li Hu and Li Bao shielding him. Jin Laoqi was certain Shen Li would not dare to turn and confront him, thus emboldening his taunts. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." A glint of determination flashed in Shen Li's eyes as he snorted coldly. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself backward, twisting midair to charge toward Jin Laoqi. While still airborne, he extended his right hand, swinging his arm in a wide arc before delivering a resounding slap to Jin Laoqi's face. Realizing that escape was unlikely in the face of such overwhelming odds, Shen Li decided against a defensive strategy. Instead, he opted to strike one of his assailants, believing that an offensive approach would yield a greater chance of escape. Among the trio, Jin Laoqi was the weakest. Since he had provoked Shen Li, it was only fitting that he be the target of Shen Li's wrath. "You did you." Jin Laoqi was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shen Li, cornered by three opponents, would dare to turn and attack him. Exposing his back to Li Hu and Li Bao, in his shock, Jin Laoqi had no time to react before a hand suddenly loomed large before him, followed by a thunderous impact against his face. The sound of the slap echoed, followed by the sickening crack of bone as Shen Li unleashed nearly half of his strength. Nearly 2,000 pounds of force, sufficient to crush stone. Jin Laoqi's face was obliterated, his neck contorting at an unnatural angle. With a thunderous crash, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and creating a deep indentation. Blood oozed from his mouth, nose, and ears as he gasped futilely, struggling for breath, his life ebbing away. "You dare!" Li Bao roared in fury, swiftly darting to Shen Li's rear, his fist poised to strike that in his mind. Shen Li was now a trapped animal, easily dispatchable. Li Bao had never anticipated that Shen Li would counterattack and kill Jin Laoqi in such a desperate moment. Though Jin Laoqi was a talentless, frivolous young master, he remained a legitimate heir of the Jin family. And for Shen Li to turn the tables on him in such a scenario was an affront that would not go unpunished. Li Hu and Li Bao understood that even if they succeeded in killing Shen Li and completing Jin Yiming's assignment, they would still face severe repercussions from the Jin family. This realization infuriated Li Bao even further. Having hunted geese only to be pecked in the eye, die, Li Bao shouted, his eyes burning with rage, eager to pierce Shen Li's heart with a single punch and obliterate his skull to quell his fury. With a sudden movement, Shen Li, as if endowed with foresight, crouched low and sprang to the right, narrowly evading Li Bao's assault. The ground erupted with a deafening roar as Li Bao's fist collided with the spot where Shen Li had just stood, creating a crater half a meter wide and over a meter deep. Debris flew in all directions, striking Shen Li's back painfully. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, another colossal fist suddenly loomed before him. Li Hu had joined the fray. Oh no! Shen Li's heart raced as he hastily summoned his blood energy, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, bracing for the impending blow. With a resounding crash, he felt an immense force slam into him, akin to a massive hammer striking his body, sending him careening backward, crashing to the ground. Coughing, Shen Li tasted blood in his throat, while sharp pain radiated from his arm, suggesting numerous fractures despite not being completely broken. In just one punch, Shen Li had sustained significant injuries, a testament to Li Hu's formidable strength. "Kid, you have thoroughly provoked my wrath. I will not allow you to die easily. I shall break every bone in your body, ensuring you suffer in agony and despair for 3 grueling days and nights before you finally succumb." Li Bao's voice resonated like a demon's roar from the depths of hell. With a powerful leap, Li Bao advanced, not even pausing to allow Shen Li to rise before delivering a crushing kick to his abdomen. Shen Li was sent sliding across the ground, leaving a deep gouge in his wake. His forehead creased with veins, beads of sweat forming, his eyes wide with pain as he bit down hard on his lip, desperately stifling any sounds of distress that Li Bao's kick had undoubtedly shattered at least 5 of Shen Li's ribs, even causing significant turbulence to his internal organs. However, Li Bao had not exerted his full strength. He did not aim to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, with his power, such a kick could have easily punctured Shen Li's heart. Clearly, Li Bao's intentions were to torment Shen Li thoroughly before relenting to "No, I cannot simply sit here and await my demise." Shen Li thought desperately, his mind racing for a solution, with his current physical strength capped at 4,000 pounds. He was still at least 1,000 pounds weaker than Li Hu and Li Bao, both peak 5th-tier warriors. To confront them with sheer brute force was utterly futile, especially now that he was already injured. If brute strength would not suffice, then he must rely on speed. Suddenly, the image of the Azure Fang Wolf leaping over 100 meters from a cliff resurfaced in Shen Li's mind. The second-tier beast, the Azure Fang Wolf, was also known as the Gale Wolf, renowned for its incredible speed, capable of dashing through the wind and striking with lightning speed, leaving no prey able to escape its pursuit. Had it not been for the Azure Fang Wolf's small stature and relatively weak power, it might have ranked among the 4th or even 5th-tier beasts. Previously, Shen Li had merely awakened the innate divine patterns of the Azure Wolf by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to refine his physique. However, he had overlooked the most crucial ability of the Azure Wolf's innate divine patterns: the innate divine abilities. It was imperative to fully unleash the innate divine abilities of the Azure Wolf to have any hope of survival. Gritting his teeth, Shen Li silently resolved to take action. Buzz, with a surge of determination, he quickly mobilized his entire blood energy, directing it towards the 18 acupoints of the Azure Wolf's divine patterns. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Li's heart began to pound fiercely. An endless tide of blood energy surged forth, instantly illuminating the 18 acupoints. Yet, like during Shen Li's previous cultivation, the divine patterns only absorbed the essence of heaven and earth without manifesting any divine abilities. No. What must he do to trigger the innate divine abilities of the patterns? Could it be due to insufficient blood energy? Shen Li furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of anxiety that he would risk it all. Shen Li clenched his jaw, as if making a monumental decision. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, he swung his right fist and struck fiercely at his chest. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. With each violent impact, Shen Li's heart raced even more wildly, the surging blood energy flooding towards the 18 acupoints like a torrential river. The shattered stars embedded in Shen Li's heart emitted waves of warmth, continuously impacting his various acupoints, while strands of bloodthirsty energy rampaged within him. Whoosh! Waves of blood energy erupted like a relentless torrent, crashing forth, causing Shen Li's complexion to turn pale as a ghost. Has this brat gone mad from my words, wishing to escape a fate worse than death? Intent on self-destruction, observing Shen Li's relentless strikes to his own chest, Li Bao, standing nearby, pondered with some confusion, refraining from acting hastily. Not enough. Again, Shen Li raised his head and roared, once more hammering his fist into his chest. Boom! This punch nearly exhausted all of Shen Li's strength. As it landed, his heart suddenly quivered violently, abruptly halting its rhythm. After a full 3 breaths, Shen Li's heart finally resumed its furious beating, akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting. Bang, bang, bang. Each heartbeat resonated like a colossal hammer, striking a great drum. Buzz! The Azure Wolf's divine pattern, although endowed with the extraordinary talents of the Azure Wolf, Shen Li is, after all, merely a practitioner at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. Significantly inferior to Li Hu, who is a full level above him. The disparity in strength is at least 1,000 pounds, rendering Shen Li incapable of confronting Li Hu head-on. Furthermore, both Li Hu and Li Bao are seasoned warriors, having claimed the lives of countless foes, certainly no fewer than several hundred, that their combat experience and techniques are far beyond what Shen Li can contend with. Only a fool would engage Li Hu in a direct confrontation. It seems that the only hope for survival lies in luring him to that location. Shen Li glanced back at the frenziedly pursuing Li Hu, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, he had slain Li Bao, and now his conflict with Li Hu had escalated to one of life and death. Should he fail to eliminate Li Hu, Shen Li would find no peace. Though it was his first act of killing, he felt no discomfort. Instead, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. During the times he was unable to cultivate, he had suffered humiliation at the hands of his own kin. Despite his weakness then, he never cowered, even when bloodied. He would fight to the last breath, determined to inflict at least some damage upon his adversaries. This fierce spirit instilled fear in those far stronger than him, who thereafter dared not bully him again. From that moment, Shen Li planted a resolute conviction within himself. He must never retreat, no matter the circumstances. If one seeks to take my life, they must be prepared to suffer my wrath in return. Shen Li carefully controlled his speed, ensuring he neither outpaced Li Hu nor allowed himself to be easily caught. After a brief span, a seemingly ordinary valley appeared before him. It was none other than the Blood Slaughter Valley, the very place where he had previously acquired the Shattered Star. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Li feigned a panic dash and stepped into the valley, quickly vanishing into the shrouded crimson mist. This appears to be Blood Slaughter Valley. That scoundrel is daring enough to venture in here, unaware of the perilous dangers. No, even if it cost me my life, I cannot allow this wretch to die so easily here. He must perish at my hands, enduring 1,000 tortures, flayed and dismembered, to appease the spirit of my fallen brother. Li Hu muttered to himself, a conflicted expression crossing his face, but soon his eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Gritting his teeth, he followed closely behind Shen Li into the Blood Slaughter Valley. As soon as he entered the valley, Shen Li felt a wave of comfort enveloping him, akin to an infant nestled in its mother's womb, warm and soothing. Countless malevolent energies rushed towards him, seeping through his pores and coalescing within him. Heading towards the Shattered Star, it felt as though a group of wayward children had finally returned to their mother's embrace. My suspicions were indeed correct. The Shattered Star enters my body from here. The malevolent energy must be the very essence that has drifted forth. In this place, the malevolent aura would drive the practitioners into madness. Yet it would have no effect on me. This is my domain. Shen Li inhaled deeply, savoring the air of Blood Slaughter Valley, a faint smile gracing his lips. With his current strength, facing Li Hu, who was at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the body refinement realm, left Shen Li with less than a 20% chance of victory. However, with the assistance of the malevolent energies from Blood Slaughter Valley, his odds soared above 50%. Let this fellow be the first to witness the true power of the Azure Wolf's divine talents. Shen Li mused inwardly. That moment, the endless malevolent energy suddenly dispersed, and a figure appeared before Shen Li, emanating a palpable aura of killing intent from a distance. Humph! You little brat, why have you stopped running? Do not worry, I shall not grant you a quick death. I will shatter every bone in your body, allowing you to suffer for 3 days and nights before you slowly perish. Li Hu emerged, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if they might ignite at any moment. Chapter 0010. Storm and Fury of Death within Blood Slaughter Valley. 2 figures stood opposed, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Shen Li unsheathed his iron sword, positioning it across his chest, his feet slightly apart. Adopting the simplest of stances, that he regarded his opponent with an impassive expression, though a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Defeating 2 practitioners at the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, who served the 7th Elder, was not something to boast about. Shen Li's physical strength had reached 4,000 pounds, equivalent to a 4th level practitioner. Moreover, having recently slain Li Bao, who was at the pinnacle of the 5th level, Shen Li felt no particular elation. That victory was merely due to Li Bao's negligence, allowing Shen Li to feign unconsciousness and strike unexpectedly. However, the present circumstances were different. This time, Shen Li would confront Li Hu, who was equally at the pinnacle of the 5th level. Before Shen Li, Li Hu radiated malevolence as he drew a large, sinister-looking blade from his back, his eyes burning with rage, fixated on Shen Li, as if he longed to cleave him in two and feast upon his flesh. "You little brat, I will ensure that you experience a fate worse than death, and you will surely regret ever entering this world." Li Hu sneered. "Enough with the empty words. I am eager to see how you intend to make me wish for death." Shen Li chuckled, lunging forward with his iron sword aimed at Li Hu. This strike did not invoke the Azure Wolf's divine talents. It was merely the most basic move from the Rainfall 13 swords, a technique practiced by nearly all on the Xianyuan continent since the age of 8, drizzling rain. A glimmer of cold light shot forth like raindrops descending from the heavens, aimed directly at Li Hu's throat. Seeking your own demise. Li Hu, enraged that Shen Li would dare employ such a common swordplay against him, swung his sinister blade to meet the attack. The blade howled as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Shen Li's sword. This strike was fueled by Li Hu's wrath, and the blood-red aura surrounding him flared, indicating a force of at least 4,000 pounds. Should this blow land directly upon Shen Li's iron sword, it would certainly shatter, and Shen Li's arm would be rendered useless. Just as the sinister blade was about to connect with his sword, Shen Li deftly shifted his body to the right, twisting his wrist to transition his thrust into a slash, targeting Li Hu's hand holding the weapon. This was the 7th move of the Rainfall 13 swords, Wind and Rain. For 7 years, Shen Li had been unable to cultivate the body refinement techniques due to his unawakened dantian, forcing him to practice the most fundamental methods, the bull technique, used by 8-year-old children to build their bodies, and the foundational swordplay of Rainfall 13 swords. For 7 years, he had executed thousands of punches and swung his sword countless times. This relentless dedication, combined with his naturally high comprehension, had allowed Shen Li to master Rainfall 13 swords to an extraordinary level. Now, with the shattered star coursing within him, breaking through his acupoints, Shen Li's blood surged, enabling him to wield the Rainfall 13 swords with remarkable agility, rivaling even the ordinary low-grade yellow techniques. Li Hu was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the finesse of Shen Li's swordplay. Nevertheless, as a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the body refinement realm, Li Hu's innate talent was formidable, and he quickly regained the upper hand, launching a fierce counterattack against Shen Li. With a howl, Li Hu swung his sinister blade diagonally from the lower left towards Shen Li's chest. The speed and ferocity of the strike left Shen Li no time to block. He could only take a deep breath and slightly retract his abdomen. Swoosh! The sinister blade sliced through Shen Li, drawing forth a spray of blood. Fortunately, Shen Li reacted in time to avoid a fatal blow, but he sustained a gaping wound over a foot long beneath his armpit and abdomen, staining his robes crimson. Hiss! Shen Li gasped in pain, a look of solemnity crossing his face. The strength of a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the body refinement realm is indeed formidable. It appears that without invoking the Azure Wolf's divine talents, I stand no chance against him. Shen Li thought, a spark of determination igniting within him. With a surge of will, the 18 acupoints in his abdomen instantly connected, and a silvery vortex materialized around him, enveloping him entirely. Whoosh! Shen Li's speed doubled in an instant. Once more, Shen Li shouted, brandishing his sword and charging at Li Hu anew, with the aid of the Azure Wolf's divine talents. Shen Li's speed surged, executing the Rainfall 13 swords with even greater swiftness. Li Hu found himself on the defensive against Shen Li's relentless assault. How can this be? You, a mere waste who barely reached the 4th level of the body refinement realm by consuming a crimson blood fire dragon fruit, cannot possibly possess such speed. Li Hu exclaimed incredulously, his expression one of disbelief. Whoosh! Shen Li transformed into a silvery blur, his iron sword dancing like a feather, elusive and unpredictable, swiftly flashing past. This was the 9th move of the Rainfall 13 swords, Gentle Drizzle. Swoosh! Shen Li seized the opportunity during Li Hu's moment of distraction to pierce his sword into Li Hu's right arm. Clang! The sinister blade clattered to the ground. Well done. I never expected you to actually injure me. I must have underestimated you. But do you think this is my true power? If so, you are sorely mistaken. Li Hu scoffed, flicking his sleeve as a set of pitch-black gauntlets appeared on his hands, each adorned with 3 razor-sharp blades, glinting ominously. Roar! Li Hu let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, 5 resplendent blood-red rays manifested throughout his body, causing his muscles to swell dramatically, with a series of ripping sounds. His clothing was torn apart, and his stature surged to over 2 meters in height. Simultaneously, an extremely ferocious aura erupted from Li Hu, resembling a furious beast. This must be the yellow-grade mid-level martial art. The ghostly dark tiger kill that Li Hu has been cultivating, a shiver ran down Shen Li's spine. Typically, in the body refinement realm, the physical strength of practitioners is relatively similar. For instance, Li Hu, who has reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of body refinement, should possess a physical strength of around 5,000 pounds. Among warriors of the same realm, the distinction in strength is determined by the potency of their cultivation techniques and the level of their mastery. The ghostly dark tiger kill is one of the few treasured yellow-grade mid-level techniques passed down through the gene family, typically reserved for the direct descendants of the family, granted only to outsiders who have rendered great service. Having closely followed Gene Yiming, it is highly probable that Li Hu has committed numerous acts of murder and silencing, thus earning the right to wield the ghostly dark tiger kill. With a swift motion, Li Hu lunged towards Shen Li. With Shen Li's keen eyesight, he barely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow as an overwhelming sense of danger rushed towards him. This is bad. Shen Li hastily activated the innate divine ability of the Qing Liao Wolf and retreated explosively to the right. A sharp gleam flashed less than half a meter in front of him, the chilling light slicing through Shen Li's skin, leaving behind numerous fine wounds, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. In that moment, Shen Li truly felt the threat of death. Boom! A colossal figure, akin to a rampaging bear, suddenly appeared at the spot where Shen Li had just stood, its blood-red eyes filled with ferocity. It was none other than Li Hu, who had unleashed the ghostly dark tiger kill. After employing this technique, Li Hu's speed and power had increased exponentially, making it impossible for Shen Li, relying solely on the current level of the Qing Liao Wolf's innate ability. To contend with him, I must quickly adapt to the Qing Liao Wolf's innate powers and unleash greater speed. Shen Li licked his lips, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Initially, Shen Li's goal in confronting Li Hu, who possessed the pinnacle strength of the 5th level of body refinement, was to use him as a means to hone his own abilities, hastening his mastery of the Qing Liao Wolf's innate powers. You may have dodged swiftly, but let us see how many more times you can evade. Li Hu bellowed angrily, charging at Shen Li once more, his fists adorned with glistening spikes aimed directly at Shen Li's throat. With a resounding crash, a tree, thick enough to encircle an adult's waist, was shattered by Li Hu's punch. Splinters and debris flew everywhere, striking the barely dodging Shen Li, leaving numerous gashes across his face from the violent impact. Let's see how many more times you can evade. Li Hu sneered coldly, lunging again. This cannot continue. I must quickly master the innate powers of the Qing Liao Wolf. Shen Li contemplated inwardly. Buzz! The divine pattern of the Qing Liao Wolf on Shen Li's abdomen whirled wildly, streams of silvery energy swirling around him. Shen Li's expression shifted as he concentrated, directing the energy toward his feet. Whoosh! In an instant, Shen Li transformed into a silvery blur, vanishing from his previous location. It can be done this way. Shen Li rejoiced internally. What is going on? Why has this kid's speed increased again? Li Hu pondered, bewildered. With a swift motion, Shen Li's iron sword lunged toward Li Hu, carving a half-foot-long gash across his body. Roar! Li Hu howled in pain. You bastard, I will tear you apart. His eyes, bloodshot and frenzied, were filled with unrestrained rage. Unbeknownst to him, Li Hu had already spent nearly half an hour within the Blood Fiend Valley. The malevolent energy had deeply infiltrated his mind, leaving him with only brutality and madness. Roar! Li Hu, in a frenzied state, charged at Shen Li, unleashing desperate attacks with each strike. Boom! Shen Li, unable to evade in time, was struck by the force of Li Hu's punch and sent crashing into a tree. This guy is utterly insane. I must resort to my ultimate move. Shen Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. The iron sword in Shen Li's hand trembled slightly, its speed increasing dramatically, creating a dense array of sword flowers before him. Then, a flash of silver light beneath his feet propelled him forward as he charged toward Li Hu. Thousands of sword lights descended like a torrential downpour upon Li Hu. and under Shen Li's lightning-like speed, countless strikes pierced Li Hu's body in an instant. This final strike was the last of the Rainfall 13 swords, the Furious Wind and Rain. Chapter 0011. The match begins early. Swish. Swish, swish, thousands of sword lights cascaded down upon Li Hu like a torrential rain. Harnessing the innate powers of the Qing Liao Wolf, Shen Li maximized his speed, swiftly circling around Li Hu, unleashing dozens of sword strikes with each motion. In almost the blink of an eye, Shen Li could circle Li Hu 10 times, delivering 10 strikes each time, resulting in thousands of sword lights assaulting Li Hu in mere moments. This was Shen Li's strongest move, the Furious Wind and Rain, a combination of the last technique from the Rainfall 13 swords with the innate powers of the Qing Liao Wolf. Exhaling deeply, Shen Li plunged his sword into the ground, using it to support his weary body, his legs trembling as though they might collapse at any moment. With Shen Li's current strength, comparable to a 4th-level body refinement practitioner, executing the Furious Wind and Rain could only be sustained for a brief 2 breaths at this moment. Shen Li had nearly drained half of his blood energy. The divine pattern of the Qing Liao Wolf on his abdomen had dimmed considerably, and even an ordinary 1st-level body refinement warrior could easily defeat him now. Thud! With a thunderous crash, Li Hu's massive form, akin to a rampaging bear, collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from thousands of tiny wounds, pooling into a shallow puddle beneath him. The once mighty Li Hu, at the pinnacle of the 5th level of body refinement, was dead. Those who dare to threaten me must be prepared for retribution. A smile crept onto Shen Li's tired face, revealing a hint of exhilaration. With a loud crash, he fell to the ground, sprawled out in exhaustion. Present, Shen Li's actual cultivation was merely at the 2nd level of body refinement. Having only opened 18 acupoints, yet he possessed strength akin to a 4th-level practitioner. Empowered by the innate abilities of the Qing Liao Wolf, he had indeed managed to slay a 5th-level body refinement warrior. Once Shen Li opens more acupoints, his strength is bound to increase further. That time, with sufficient power, he would venture deeper into the Wushan mountain range to search for his father, Shen Li. Even if he could merely locate his father's remains, returning his bones to the ancestral grave of the Shen family would fulfill his duty as a son. Fortunately, after the previous thunderstorm, the beasts within the Bloodfiend Valley had all been frightened away. Otherwise, a mere 1st-tier beast could have easily killed Shen Li. After resting for over half an hour, Shen Li gradually regained some strength and rose from the ground. The divine pattern of the Qing Liao Wolf flowed gently, drawing in strands of spiritual energy from the surroundings, which entered Shen Li's body, circulating through the 18 acupoints and heart, then dispersing throughout his limbs and bones, nourishing his physical form. Perhaps due to the significant depletion of blood energy earlier, the Qing Liao Wolf's divine pattern absorbed spiritual energy at an accelerated rate this time, even increasing the quantity of energy absorbed. This could be the result of breaking through and re-establishing. Shen Li mused, feeling a surge of joy. The ability to recover his cultivation capacity was already a delightful surprise. He had not anticipated that this divine pattern would grant him the ability to challenge those of higher levels. It is well known that body refinement warriors differ by 1,000 pounds of strength with each level. Challenging those of a higher realm is nearly impossible, let alone a 2nd-level body refinement warrior facing off against a 5th-level warrior. Unbeknownst to him, I have also become somewhat of a genius. Shen Li's mood lifted immensely. From Li Hu's corpse, he discovered a small pouch filled with several golden notes, each worth 100 taels, totaling over 6,500 taels of silver. This was a substantial sum for Shen Li. Typically, Shen Li's monthly allowance was only a mere dozen taels. Inside the pouch were also 4 or 5 small jade vials, each containing fragrant pills, likely consumed by Li Hu during his training, each worth dozens of taels. With this money, Shen Li could purchase a considerable number of pills, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Then no wonder it is said that robbing a house is the quickest way to acquire wealth. Shen Li contentedly tucked his gains away. The silver notes on Li Hu must surely have been bestowed by the Jin family, with a considerable portion likely pilfered covertly by the 2 brothers, Li Hu and Li Baowy, accepting them. Shen Li essentially acted as an agent of justice. Upon returning to the valley where he had just battled the spiky porcupine, he found the bodies of Jin Lao Qi and Li Bao still lying there. Shen Li approached and rummaged through Jean Laoqi's pockets, retrieving a pouch containing over 2,000 silver notes. Together, they amounted to nearly 9,000 silvers, causing Shen Li to smile broadly, unable to contain his joy. Truly a benevolent benefactor. Knowing that I was financially strapped, he rushed to deliver assistance. Shen Li chuckled to himself, yet a hint of coldness crept onto his face. Had it not been for his fortuitous activation of the Qing Liao Wolf's innate abilities, he would undoubtedly have met a grim fate at the hands of the two brothers. The mastermind behind it all was none other than Jin Yiming, the Jin family's foremost prodigy. Because of a prior verbal agreement regarding a childhood betrothal between Shen Li and Xie Xiaowan, Jin Yiming regarded Shen Li as a thorn in his side, going so far as to dispatch assassins after him. I shall settle this score with you," Shen Li declared coldly, turning to stride towards Wuyun City. Observing the sun in the sky, he noted that darkness would soon descend in less than 2 hours. This hunting expedition had been a secretive endeavor, and he feared that Grandpa Mu would worry if he returned late. Upon arriving home, seeing Shen Li's tattered clothing, some stained with blood, Grandpa Mu grew exceedingly concerned and chided him for a lengthy period. Fortunately, thanks to the healing properties of the Qing Liao Wolf's innate markings, Shen Li's wounds had nearly healed, alleviating Grandpa Mu's reproaches. Nonetheless, Grandpa Mu sternly admonished Shen Li, insisting that he must fully recover before embarking on another hunting trip. The following day, as Shen Li rose, a servant from the Shen residence arrived to summon him to gather before the ancestral hall. Confused, Shen Li made his way to the hall and discovered that the square in front was already filled with people, including the rarely seen head of the Shen family, his grandfather Shun Hao. Several peers from the third generation of the Shen family huddled together, chattering animatedly. At that moment, an elder from the Shen family stepped forward and cleared his throat softly. Upon hearing the sound, everyone ceased their conversations and turned their gazes toward the elder. Silence. I have just received word that the triannual hunting competition will be held earlier than scheduled, set to commence in just 3 days. The elder observed the quietude with satisfaction and then spoke in a clear voice. What? The hunting competition has been moved up. In 3 days. That's too soon. I'm not ready yet. The third generation of Shen family members immediately began to murmur among themselves. Excitement and anxiety etched upon their faces. This triannual event, arranged by the Sect, serves to assess the abilities of the various family members, selecting those deemed powerful enough to join the Sect that in the Xian Yuan continent. Sects abound. While some strong individuals establish kingdoms, most human towns are governed by these sects, with all families and shops required to pay tribute annually. The major sects periodically dispatch their disciples to patrol the towns, ensuring the safety of the populace and preventing ferocious beasts from wreaking havoc. One of the 3 prominent families in Wushan City, the Shun, Jin, and Murong families all send disciples to participate in the hunting competition, with the top 10 securing opportunities to join the sect. The entangled interests and unresolved disputes among the 3 families are often settled through this competition. The family that produces the most top 10 finishers gains greater rewards from the sect over the subsequent 3 years, fostering the emergence of even stronger descendants. Those who enter the sect, upon gaining strength and advancing to the inner circle, receive access to rare treasures and divine weapons, ultimately benefiting their families. Thus, all 3 families place immense importance on this triannual hunting competition. Is the hunting competition finally about to commence? If I can enter the sect, my strength will increase more rapidly, allowing me to delve deeper into the Wuyun mountain range in search of my father. This time, I must seize the opportunity. Shen Li clenched his fists, resolute in his determination. Chapter 0012. The competition begins in the Shun family mansion. The square in front of the ancestral hall was filled with over 50 third-generation disciples of the Shen family, all attentively listening to the elder's instructions regarding the upcoming hunting competition. The champion would gain immediate entry into the outer sect of the Xingyun sect, becoming a formal outer sect disciple. Those who finished in the top 10 would earn a chance to become reserved disciples of the Xingyun sect. As long as they passed the sect's evaluations, they too could become outer disciples. The elder of the Shen family proclaimed with clarity. Although Shen Li had previously been unable to cultivate, he possessed a certain understanding of the Xingyun sect. In the Xian Yuan continent, countless sects exist, some with disciples numbering in the tens of thousands, overseeing thousands of cities, while others boast only a few hundred disciples managing merely a handful of towns. Furthermore, The techniques practiced within various sects differ significantly. Some sects, despite their small number, may have each disciple cultivating earth-grade techniques, making them extraordinarily powerful. One disciple could rival 100 or 1,000 from other sections consequently. Sects are categorized into 9 tiers based on their overall strength, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars the highest. The Xingyun Sect, a 2-star sect, governs a substantial 12 cities comparable to Wushan City, making it the most formidable sect within a radius of several hundred miles. Almost all martial artists in Wushan City aspire to join the Xingyun Sect, for as a 2-star sect, it offers access to profound techniques. In Wushan City, only the 3 prominent families possess yellow-grade techniques. And even the highest level of techniques they have is merely yellow-grade medium quality, with only a handful of such techniques among them. However, in the 2-star Xingyun Sect, yellow-grade medium-quality techniques are considered standard practices for outer disciples. Those who advance to inner disciples can cultivate yellow-grade high-quality techniques. Furthermore, if one becomes a true disciple of the Xingyun Sect, they may receive direct instruction in profound-grade techniques from the sect's elders. This illustrates the immense benefits of entering a sect. It can be said that in Wushan City, aspiring to become a powerful martial artist necessitates joining a sect, making each hunting competition a fierce battleground for the families vying for the opportunity to become outer disciples of the Xingyun Sect. Even if one cannot directly become an outer disciple, being recognized as a reserved disciple of the Xingyun Sect is still a source of pride. Now, let me announce the conditions and rules for participating in the hunting competition. First, any martial artist in the second stage of body refinement, aged under 20, is eligible to enter. Second, the competition will be divided into 3 tiers. Body Refinement Stage 2 and 3 will compete in the 3rd tier. Stage 4 and 5 in the 2nd tier, and Stage 5 and above in the 1st tier. Third, each tier will hold its own competition, with only the top 20 from each tier qualifying for the final hunting competition. Children, whether you can enter the 2-star Xingyun Sect depends on your own strength. The rise or fall of the Shen family, as well as your future prospects, hinges on the hunting competition in 3 days. Fight for yourselves, for your family. The elder of the Shen family raised his right hand, forming a tight fist, and shouted passionately, raising his arm high, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" In front of the Shen ancestral hall, dozens of Shen family disciples echoed his fervor, clenching their fists and shouting loudly. The youthful spirit surged with fervor, especially as this hunting competition pertained to their future prospects. Everyone was brimming with energy, ready to showcase their abilities. Before long, the 3 days passed swiftly. All the young martial artists in Wushan City awaited eagerly, and the highly anticipated hunting competition was finally set to begin in the central square of Wushan City. Colorful banners fluttered, and the crowd swelled. Days prior, preparations had been made to construct the competition arena and viewing platforms. Just after the first hour, the enormous square, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, was already packed with enthusiastic onlookers. To the north of the square, a row of newly erected tents housed several imposing elders engaged in hushed conversation. Each bore a formal smile, yet their eyes flickered with an imperceptible glint of conflict. These individuals were among the most powerful in Wushan City, with the middle-aged man in standard attire representing the city lord, who also served as a disciple dispatched by the Xingyun Sect to oversee Wushan City. The other elders were the heads of the 3 prominent families and the wealthiest family in Wushan City, the CF family. Shen family patriarch, it seems that your Shen AO has a strong chance of winning the championship in this hunting competition. One bald elder spoke up first. You are too modest, Jin family patriarch. Who doesn't know that your family's prodigy, Jin Yiming, has already reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage of body refinement? He is undoubtedly among the best of the young generation in Wushan City. If anyone is likely to win the championship, it should be Jin Yiming. Shen Hao, the patriarch of the Shen family, smiled lightly, responding nonchalantly. Beside Shen Hao stood another elder clad in a light blue silk robe, who snorted coldly and remained silent. Meanwhile, the city lord of Wushan City appeared to be dozing, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. The 3 elderly gentlemen were the heads of 3 prominent families, each secretly vying for supremacy and secretly wishing to usurp one another. Yet in public, they were compelled to don expressions of cordiality, maintaining an air of decorum that on the surface, 2 of them appeared to be extolling the remarkable talents of each other's progeny. But in truth, their intentions were to subtly undermine their rivals. for they all knew that the final phase of the hunting competition would lead them into a designated area within the Wushan mountain range to hunt ferocious beasts. During this perilous endeavor, there were no restrictions against martial artists engaging in combat with one another. At such a juncture, the most promising contender for victory would paradoxically become the target of collective animosity from all participants. Previous hunting competitions had not been devoid of instances where truly gifted martial artists were besieged, sustaining grievous injuries, or even meeting their demise, that the heads of the three families feigned pleasantries. The mayor of Wushan City, who had been pretending to doze with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and gazed skyward. "They have arrived." Upon hearing this, the heads of the three families hastily lifted their gazes skyward, following the direction of the mayor's attention. Yet they beheld a clear sky, devoid of clouds, and not a single bird in sight, leaving them momentarily perplexed. Just then, a silver-white flash streaked across the heavens, and a colossal airship sliced through the sky, riding the winds and waves, swiftly arriving above the central square of Wushan City. Subsequently, three figures leaped from the airship, descending gracefully like feathers onto the square below. In an instant, the airship shimmered once more and vanished like a bolt of lightning. From the moment the massive airship appeared to the descent of the three figures, only a few breaths had passed, yet it left all present with a profound sense of awe. The immense airship, traversing the void like a lightning bolt, and the martial artists who soared from hundreds of meters above without a scratch, all proclaimed an overwhelming power that dissuaded any thoughts of rebellion. This was the esteemed two-star sect, the Xingyun sect. The trio who floated down from the airship appeared to be merely in their 30s, clad in identical moon-white robes, with golden and silver threads intricately weaving a small depiction of a nebula and a resplendent golden star at the cuffs. Chen Yuan, an outer disciple of the Xingyun sect, welcomes my three esteemed seniors. The mayor of Wushan City promptly rose to greet them, speaking with utmost reverence, despite his lofty position as the mayor. Chen Yuan was, in reality, just an ordinary outer disciple of the Xingyun sect, having been dispatched to govern Wushan City after missing the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Conversely, those serving as overseers for the hunting competition were all distinguished outer disciples of the Xingyun sect, holding a status significantly superior to that of the mayor. "Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Chen." One of the trio, a middle-aged man with a small tuft of beard, smiled as he spoke. "I am Lu Ming, an outer disciple of the Xingyun sect." "I am Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Xingyun sect." "I am Zhao Xie, an outer disciple of the Xingyun sect." The other two chimed in, each performing a slight bowed this moment. The heads of the three families also hurried over, their faces beaming with smiles as they greeted Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and his companions discarded their earlier politeness, merely nodding in acknowledgement. According to the regulations of the Xingyun sect, the hunting competitions across its various cities must be judged by outer disciples from other cities to prevent any potential foul play, ensuring that local disciples do not act in favor of their own families. Lu Ming and his companions hail from 3 different cities outside of Wushan, each being scions of prominent families in their respective locales. Thus their indifference to the warm greetings from the heads of the 3 families was palpable. Well then, since all is prepared, let the hunting competition commence. Lu Ming approached the constructed wooden pavilion and naturally took the central seat. Speaking in a calm tone, Lin Hai and Zhao Xie seated themselves beside Lu Ming, their gazes indifferent as they surveyed the crowd, as if inspecting mere flora, devoid of any expression. In the square, Shen Li and the others witnessed the airship's instantaneous arrival, followed by the Xingyun sect disciples descending from hundreds of meters above, and each face was etched with profound astonishment. This the power of sect disciples. How formidable! Heavens, is this the legendary airship? Such incredible speed! If I could enter the sect, surely I would reach such heights as those 3 Xingyun sect disciples. Simultaneously, a fervent flame ignited within everyone's hearts, intensifying their anticipation and fervor for the possibility of joining the Xingyun sect. Shen Li's heart raced with excitement. However, with the fragment of a star embedded within him, he firmly believed that if given sufficient time, he could certainly match Lu Ming and the others and perhaps even surpass them by a significant margin. Within the sect, there would undoubtedly be broader horizons and a more exhilarating world awaiting him. In this hunting competition, I must strive to secure a position in the top 10. Shen Li mused, quietly clenching his fist. Chapter 0013. A shift in rules in the central square of Wushan City. With the arrival of the 3 overseers from the Xingyan Sect, the triannual hunting competition officially commenced. Amidst the sounds of cheers and encouragement, over 1,000 eligible youths from within Wushan City converged towards the center of the square. Each receiving blessings and encouragement from the multitude of residents. At this moment, the square erupted with jubilant voices, teeming with life. Each youth bore expressions of exhilaration, their spirits ignited with fervor, fueled by a singular thought: battle. Battle! Battle! Even Shen Li, whose mindset had been tempered to a resilient state, could not help but feel a surge of excitement, his heartbeat quickening and blood racing. How many opportunities does one have to fight in life? If not now, then when? Especially for those who had already turned 18, they understood all too well that the hunting competition occurred only once every 3 years, and this would be their final opportunity. Seated at the central viewing platform, Lu Meng and his companions did not display any signs of impatience. Rather, they wore faint smiles, as if seeing reflections of their younger selves in these youths. I wonder how many of these youngsters will eventually become outer disciples of the Xingyan Sect, Lu Meng remarked with a smile to Lin Hai beside him. Difficult. While these youths may be considered prodigies in Wushan City, once they reach the Xingyan Sect, they will be amidst hundreds or even thousands of gifted youths from numerous cities. Only those who are truly exceptional, akin to a diamond amidst stones, may become outer disciples. Lin Hai replied, a superior expression gracing his features. At a short distance away, the heads of the 3 families exchanged glances, their expressions growing solemn. Though it was merely a casual dialogue, a palpable weight of pressure settled upon the gathering. They could also keenly sense the lofty, disdainful aura emanating from Lin Hai and his companions. Yet, those present could not help but concede that Lu Meng, Lin Hai, and Zhao Xie possessed the right to their pride and arrogance. If entering the 2-star Xingyan Sect as an outer disciple was a feat achieved by only 1 in 1,000, then Lu Meng and his peers, as the most promising candidates for entry into the inner sect, had talents that could be deemed 1 in 10,000. Once they entered the inner sect, they would ascend to heights of power, wielding the ability to influence the fate of an entire city with a mere word, or obliterate a family with a single suggestion. Before long, the youths of Wushan City gathered at the center of the square, instinctively forming 3 groups, each comprising approximately 300 individuals. Before each group stood a towering stone tablet, its center featuring a circular protrusion the size of a grinding mill, reminiscent of a target. When struck by a fist, the tablet would display the corresponding numerical value. This was the standardized instrument used across the Xianyuan continent to assess strength. The criteria for the 12th stage of body refining required not only the absorption of spiritual energy and the opening of a sufficient number of acupoints, but also that the martial artist possessed the requisite strength. For instance, a martial artist at the 2nd stage of body refining must open 18 acupoints and deliver a punch with a force exceeding 2,000 pounds. Otherwise, even if they had opened the requisite acupoints, they would only be assessed as possessing the strength of the 1st stage of body refining. The first round of the hunting competition was designed to ascertain the true strength of each contestant, eliminating those who did not meet the required standards. Simultaneously, the participants would be formally divided into 3 groups based on their strength, as the difficulty of assessments varied according to the strength of the martial artists. In the 2nd group, Shen Li waited in line, leisurely anticipating his turn for testing. At that moment, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation and lifted his gaze to the left, inadvertently locking eyes with a girl. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, with fair, delicate skin, elegantly arched eyebrows, and eyes that sparkled like a clear lake. Dressed in a form-fitting white ensemble, her figure was accentuated, exuding an air of grace. Anyone who beheld her would be compelled to exclaim, "What a charming young lady!" However, the glance the girl directed at Shen Li was tinged with disdain and indifference, which displeased him greatly. Beside her stood Jin Yiming, standing arrogantly with his right arm subtly wrapped around her waist, casting a provocative, icy glare at Shen Li, his murderous intent barely concealed. Jin Yiming had dispatched Jin Laoqi and the fierce trio of Li Hu and Li Bao to hunt down Shen Li. Yet 3 days had passed without a trace of them, leaving it evident even to a fool that something had gone awry with Jin Laoqi and his companions, that in a bygone era. If anyone had declared that Shen Li could slay the formidable brothers, Li Hu and Li Bao, who were at the pinnacle of the fifth layer of body refinement. Even Jin Yiming would have deemed it implausible. Yet, the stark reality lay before them. The fates of Li Hu and Li Bao remained shrouded in mystery, while Shen Li, the very target of their relentless pursuit, appeared vibrantly alive at the sight of the hunting competition. This revelation left Jin Yiming incredulous. Even if Shen Li had not directly caused their demise, it was undoubtedly linked to him. This girl must be Xie Xiaoan. Shen Li mused silently. In truth, Shen Li held little recollection of this so-called betrothal, with whom he had scarcely crossed paths. Had it not been for Jin Laoqi's incessant provocations aimed at forcing Shen Li to vacate Wushan City, he would have entirely forgotten about the existence of such a betrothal. Observing Xie Xiaoan's haughty and disdainful demeanor made Shen Li feel a wave of nausea. He could not fathom the source of her misplaced superiority, that it was the Xie family that had shamelessly sought a marriage alliance with him. Was it not? No one had coerced them into it. Now, as Xie Xiaoan aspired to attach herself to someone she deemed more suitable, Shen Li felt utterly indifferent. However, this pair of contemptible individuals, intent on quelling gossip, sought to devise ways to drive him from Wushan City, sabotaging his rite of passage assessment, and even resorting to assassination attempts against him. Was this tolerable? Rumor had it that the final round of the hunting competition would involve hunting ferocious beasts in the outskirts of Wushan Mountain. Shen Li would not mind if he inadvertently dispatched Jin Yiming during the forthcoming contest. With a cold smirk, Shen Li cast a glance at Jin Yiming and Xie Xiaoan before turning away. For someone who harbored intentions to kill him, Shen Li was more than willing to include him on his list of targets. Before long, all participants gathered before the stone tablet to test their strength. A total of 1,135 individuals participated in the assessment. Among them, over 60, despite having opened sufficient acupoints, were eliminated due to insufficient strength. The remaining youths, numbering over 1,000, had truly earned their place in the hunting competition. Logically, with Shen Li having opened only 18 acupoints, he could have easily aligned himself with the group of second and third layer body refinement practitioners. However, now that everyone in Wushan City was acutely aware that he had consumed the Qi Xue Huolongguo, his true strength was equivalent to that of a fourth layer practitioner. To choose the group of second and third layers would be akin to bullying the weak, a notion that Shen Li could not bring himself to accept. Moreover, his goal for participating in the hunting competition was to aim for the top 10. While the challenge may have been lesser among the second and third layer practitioners, the opportunity to break into the top 10 would be markedly diminished. Thus, Shen Li effortlessly struck with a force of 4,000 pounds, successfully passing the first round of assessments and entering the group of fourth and fifth layer practitioners. Soon, the remaining youths were redivided into three formations, with the second and third layer group boasting the largest number, nearly 600 individuals, followed by the fourth and fifth layer group, which had over 300. That the least populated was the group comprising practitioners above the fifth layer, numbering just over 100. Yet they were undoubtedly the elite among the youthful warriors of Wushan City. Historically, each champion of the hunting competition hailed from the fifth layer or above, while the other two groups could merely contend for a few of the remaining 9 spots. Brother Liu, the participants have been divided. Shall we have them engage in pairs to determine the top 20? Qin Yuan inquired politely. There is no need for such complexities. This year's hunting competition will be straightforward and swift. Let them all proceed directly into the outskirts of Wushan Mountain to commence their hunt. The top 10 will be determined based on the quantity and level of the ferocious beasts they capture. Lu Meng replied, not bothering to glance up. What? Begin hunting immediately. This Qin Yuan was momentarily stunned, unable to fully comprehend the implications. Lin Hai and Zhao Xie, seated beside Lu Meng, exhibited no surprise, clearly having anticipated this arrangement. Isn't it customary for only 60 individuals to enter the Wushan Mountain range for hunting? What is happening? My heavens, sending so many youths to hunt is far too perilous. The heads of the 3 prominent families, seated not far away, were taken aback by Lu Meng's proclamation, their mouths agape in astonishment, engaging in hushed discussions. Humph. Lu Meng furrowed his brow, emitting a cold cough. The temperature around them plummeted to a chilling point, and an invisible pressure permeated the air. The heads of the 3 families felt a tremor of fear and hurriedly silenced themselves, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, a long-forgotten sense of dread surging within them, as if a formidable beast was lurking nearby. Lu Meng and his companions represented the Xingyun sect, and their words were unequivocal commands, not to be defied before long. The news that all participants in the hunting competition were required to enter the Wushan mountain range spread among the contestants. Many practitioners, merely at the second layer of body refinement, chose to withdraw from the competition, recognizing that even a typical first-layer beast possessed strength comparable to that of a second-layer practitioner. Should they encounter bad luck and find themselves surrounded by a horde of first-layer beasts, even third- or fourth-layer practitioners could meet their demise. Upon reassessing the numbers, only over 400 individuals remained willing to directly enter the Wushan mountain range for the hunting competition. Nearly all second- and third-layer practitioners had opted out. The remaining participants were predominantly fourth-layer practitioners and above. After all, those at the second and third layers were still youthful and could afford to wait for the next hunting competition. But forcing their way into Wushan Mountain could very well result in their demise. Faced with the specter of death, most chose to abandon their hopes. Each first-layer beast was worth 10 points. Second-layer beasts 50 points, and third-layer beasts 300 points, with scores determined by the number and level of beasts hunted. The individual with the highest score would be crowned champion. Very well, from this moment forth. You have 3 days that I shall await your return, Lu Meng declared with certainty. Boom. The over 400 youths surged forth like a tide, racing towards the outskirts of Wushan City. Shen Li, too, followed the throng, slowly making his way outside the city when Jin Yiming and Xie Shaoan passed by. Jin Yiming shot Shen Li a cold glare, raising his right hand to make a slashing motion across his throat. A glimmer of murderous intent gracing his lips that a wretch like you dares to dream of marrying Shaoan. How laughable! I will kill you during the competition, Jin Yiming whispered, his face radiating arrogance, akin to a tiger surveying a lamb, capable of deciding the latter's fate with a mere thought. Shen Li smiled, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he silently mouthed the words, "Fool." Chapter 0014. Iron-spined rhinoceros dragon beast in the outskirts of Wushan Mountain. Hundreds of spirited youths surged forth like a tidal wave, then scattered in all directions as they advanced towards the mountain range. Initially, they laughed and encouraged one another, but as they truly entered the depths of Wushan Mountain, they lowered their heads and ran frantically, the smiles vanishing from their faces, replaced by deep wariness and mutual suspicion. From that moment on, the hunting competition officially commenced, transforming each individual into a rival for the others. Even if that rival were a blood brother or a comrade in arms, it was not uncommon for dark and unscrupulous tactics to emerge in the pursuit of a top 10 finish. Historically, there have been numerous instances where, at the climax of the hunting competition, a brother would stab another in the back to seize the hunted beast, securing a chance to enter the outer sect of the Xingyan sect and become a formidable warrior. In contrast, Shen Li felt the most at ease, devoid of any psychological burdens. Within the Shen family, he was a transparent figure. No one paid him any mind, let alone considered him a brother. Thus there existed no potential for betrayal or deception. Not far away, Jin Yiming watched Shen Li's retreating figure with cold disdain, itching to confront him. However, they had only just entered Wushan Mountain, and it was likely that the Xingyan Sect's overseers were still monitoring the area. Jin Yiming's aim was to clinch the championship of the hunting competition, and he did not wish to leave a negative impression on the Sect's officials. You can enjoy your days of freedom for now. But once we delve deeper into the outskirts of Wushan Mountain, your time will come to an end. Jin Yiming scoffed, turning swiftly to depart in another direction. Shen Li had already sensed the faint traces of murderous intent without needing to look back. A subtle smile crept onto his lips that he had been pondering how to provoke Jin Yiming into action. And now that the opportunity had presented itself, it was all the more fortuitous. Shen Li chuckled softly, unconcerned as he continued to walk away. The more than 400 youths rapidly vanished into the valleys spanning over 30 miles in the outskirts of Wushan Mountain. Outside Wushan City, a temporary row of wooden pavilions had been erected, where Lu Meng and his companions leisurely sipped tea, indulging in snacks while engaging in lighthearted discussions. With thousands of disciples within and outside the Xingyan sect, fewer than 100 ever made it into the inner sect. Highlighting the intense competition, typically, Lu Meng and his peers exerted themselves in their training, never daring to show a hint of laxity. Yet, now that they had been dispatched to oversee the hunting competition, they relished this rare moment of leisure. Meanwhile, the heads of the 3 prominent families bore grim expressions, their faces pale, yet they dared not voice their concerns. With so many young disciples entering Wushan Mountain for hunting, Any misstep could prove catastrophic, and there would be no time to rescue them. They could only hope for their safe return. After all, these young warriors are all scions of their families. Even if they cannot join the Xingyun sect in the future, they will still be the backbone that their families rely upon. Should they suffer injuries, become disabled, or even perish during the hunt, it would be a significant loss for their clans. The opportunity lies before them. Whether they choose to seize it depends solely on their own resolve. Those lacking strength, yet still harboring dreams of soaring to great heights, will ultimately find themselves battered and bloodied. And they will have no one to blame but themselves, Lin Hai remarked blandly. The heads of the three major families exchanged glances, letting out a sigh, too wary to speak further. Indeed, the rules of this hunting competition set by the Xingyun sect have left the three families quite dissatisfied. However, they dare not oppose it. Moreover, Lin Hai's words were not without merit. Once they have set their sights on a goal and chosen to strive for it, they must ultimately bear the consequences of either victory or defeat. In this matter, only effort remains. The hunting competition was in full swing, with several fortunate youths at the 5th stage of body tempering having already slain their first ferocious beast, earning themselves 10 points. Shen Li ambled deeper into the outskirts of the Wushan Mountains, and perhaps due to a streak of bad luck, he had walked over 10 miles without encountering a single beast. How strange. Today the atmosphere in the Wushan Mountains seems quite different from usual. I guess it perhaps because over 400 participants have entered to hunt. Shen Li mused to himself, a vague sense of unease creeping in, as if something perilous loomed on the horizon. Nevertheless, having chosen to participate in the hunting competition, even knowing the risks, Shen Li would not retreat. Time passed gradually. Before long, night fell, marking the end of the first day of the hunting competition. The participating youths began to seek out concealed spots to spend their first night. The competition lasts 3 days, during which the contestants are not permitted to carry any provisions or water, unless they choose to forfeit. Otherwise, they must remain within the Wushan Mountains for the duration. By the evening of the first day, over 80 youths limped out of the Wushan Mountains, some clearly having encountered formidable beasts. Their faces etched with terror. In a hidden cave within the blood-slaughter valley, Shen Li reclined leisurely. Not far from him lay the lifeless body of a first-stage ferocious beast, the ghost-faced fire fox. Shen Li drew his dagger, slicing off a piece of the beast's flesh and chewing it, eager to ascertain whether the meat of a first-stage beast would provide any nourishment for his shattered star, aiding in its repair. Alas, even after consuming nearly 10 pounds of the ghost-faced fire fox's flesh, the shattered star embedded in his heart showed no signs of reaction. It seems that the flesh of a first-stage beast holds no benefit for the shattered star. Perhaps tomorrow I shall seek out a second-stage beast. Shen Li sighed, then crossed his legs and began to cultivate. Strictly speaking, it had only been a little over 10 days since Shen Li had acquired the shattered star and gained the ability to cultivate. Each session of cultivation was a delight for him, as he reveled in the sounds of the Qing Liao Wolf divine pattern, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, akin to listening to the most beautiful music. As the essence flowed into his body, a small circulatory system formed between his 18 acupoints and heart, with most of the spiritual energy being absorbed by the shattered star, while the remaining small portion gently nourished his physical form. It is still too slow. I wonder if consuming the flesh of a second-stage beast would allow me to open a few more acupoints. Shen Li pondered to himself. Soon, dawn broke. Outside Wushan City, several unfortunate youths limped out, having sustained significant injuries from beast attacks during the night, ultimately forced to withdraw from the competition. Not far from the blood-slaughter valley, several figures stealthily approached, led by none other than Jin Yiming, the premier talent of the Jin family. Accompanying him were several other members of the Jin family, each boasting strength at the pinnacle of the 4th stage of body tempering. That cursed Shen Li dares to covet what is beyond his reach. Disregarding my warning, this time I shall ensure he has no place to be buried, Jin Yiming declared vehemently. From the moment he entered the Wushan mountain range, Jin Yiming had been prepared to kill Shen Li, with a 4th-stage Jin family disciple trailing far behind him, marking Shen Li's movements with the family's special signals. Hence, it was only natural for Jin Yiming and the others to find him with ease. That insolent brat dares to disrespect my elder brother. He is truly courting death. Brother, when the time comes, let us swarm him. He is but a 4th-stage body-tempering warrior, and even if he were at the 6th stage, he would still meet his demise. The other Jin family disciples whispered their flattery. This year's hunting competition would see Jin Yiming firmly in the top 10. It is worth noting that among all the youths participating in the competition from Wushan City, only 8 possessed strength at the 6th stage of body tempering. Moreover, Jin Yiming, already at the pinnacle of the 6th stage, had consumed a large quantity of body refining pills before the competition, and he was merely a step away from breaking through to the 7th stage. Thus, Jin Yiming could undoubtedly be considered the strongest contender in this hunting competition, with his sights set firmly on the championship. Securing victory would guarantee him a position as an outer disciple of the Xingyan sect, elevating his status and influence to unprecedented heights, allowing him to dictate the fates of his fellow Jin family disciples, who would dare to defy him. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the blood-slaughter valley, as flocks of birds screeched and took to the skies, while wild beasts ran amok in a frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled slightly, and in the distance, towering trees hundreds of feet tall cracked and fell with a series of resounding snaps. What is happening? Could it be that a powerful, ferocious beast has appeared? Jin Yiming and his companions were at the forefront, their faces paling as they trembled at the sight of the trees breaking nearby. That a thunderous roar echoed, and from afar, an enormous figure over 10 meters tall emerged. This colossal beast possessed a head as grotesque and sinister as a lizard, but hundreds of times larger, with a body reminiscent of a rhinoceros, robust and powerful, entirely covered in thick armor. Its back bore sharp spines, and a tail several dozen meters long swayed menacingly, felling trees as though they were made of paper. An overwhelming aura of ferocity erupted. Interesting. A 3rd-stage ferocious beast, the iron-spined rhinoceros dragon beast, has appeared at the outskirts of the Wuyun Mountains. Meanwhile, outside Wushan City, Lu Meng, who had been sipping tea, suddenly raised his head and remarked with keen interest. What? A 3rd-stage ferocious beast. Quickly, we must save them. The heads of the 3 major families stood in shock, hurriedly organizing their people. No need. It is merely a 3rd-stage ferocious beast, while it may be too powerful for these participating youths. Could it not also represent an opportunity? Whoever manages to hunt down this iron-spined rhinoceros dragon beast will claim the championship of this hunting competition outright. Lu Meng waved them off, declaring loudly. This. For a moment, the heads of the 3 families were at a loss for how to proceed. That in the blood-slaughter valley. Having just concluded his cultivation, Shen Li opened his eyes and stood at the cave entrance, gazing into the distance. Hiss! What an overwhelming aura of ferocity! It must surpass that of a 2nd-stage beast. Have I encountered a 3rd-stage ferocious beast this time? There was no trace of fear on Shen Li's face. Instead, it was tinged with excitement. Even the shattered star embedded in his heart emitted a faint sense of joy and yearning. Chapter 0015. One's own misdeeds cannot be lived down. Outside the Wuyun Mountain, at the blood-slaughter valley, a colossal ferocious beast over 10 meters tall strode forth with unyielding dominance, sending towering trees crashing down before it as though they were made of paper. Countless birds and beasts fled in panic under its ferocious aura, as if the apocalypse had descended. The iron-spined rhinoceros dragon beast, a top-tier 3rd-stage ferocious beast, stands as one of the most formidable entities among its kind. Legends speak of the iron-spined rhinoceros dragon beast possessing a trace of draconic blood. It is said to be the offspring of a lowly dragon and a tyrannical rhinoceros from ancient times. However, as time passed, the draconic lineage within the iron-spined rhinoceros dragon beast has dwindled to almost negligible levels. Nevertheless, it has inherited the formidable physique of both dragon and tyrannical rhinoceros, making it the strongest among 3rd-stage ferocious beasts. An ordinary 3rd-stage beast corresponds to the strength of human warriors at the 6th or 7th stage of body tempering, but as a top-tier 3rd-stage ferocious beast, especially one known for its physical, might like the iron-spined rhinoceros dragon beast. Its full force can unleash nearly 9,000 pounds of strength. Not even warriors at the 8th or 9th stage of body tempering would dare to recklessly confront it. Outside the blood-slaughter valley, the Jin Yiming and his companions, who had been lying in wait to ambush Shen Li, were the first to notice the iron-spined rhinoceros dragon beast. What is that? Such a towering and ferocious creature. Could it be a 3rd-stage beast? Heaven help us. It can't be the top-tier 3rd-stage iron-spined rhinoceros dragon beast, can it? We must flee. One of the Jin family youths, who had a modest strength but was the most knowledgeable among them, suddenly exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the beast. Jin Yiming and his companions stood frozen, shock and terror etched across their faces as they hurriedly turned and fled toward the blood-slaughter valley. Who among them did not know the fearsome reputation of the iron-spined rhinoceros dragon beast? Only a fool would choose to confront the iron-spined rhinoceros beast head-on, even though this third-tier creature boasts a staggering 300 points. Jin Yiming and his companions would rather hunt 6 second-tier ferocious beasts than engage in any conflict with the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. Just as they fled in a panic, a spear, over 3 meters long and hewn from wood, suddenly descended from the heavens, darting towards the beast's eye with lightning speed. Roar! The iron-spined rhinoceros beast let out an enraged roar, its massive, lizard-like head flicking dismissively, sending the wooden spear flying, snapping it in two. Although the spear inflicted no harm upon the creature, it ignited a fierce fury within it. Its originally brown eyes turned bloodshot, and it unleashed a thunderous roar, charging wildly in the direction from which the spear had come. What the hell is happening? Where did that spear come from? Damn it. Which fool threw that? Are they trying to get us killed? Jin Yiming and his companions, terrified, quickened their pace to flee while hurling curses at the one who had thrown the spear. At that moment, they suddenly realized they had arrived at the entrance of Blood-Slaughter Valley, where a figure stood arrogantly, a cold smile etched upon their face that it was Shen Li, that harbinger of doom. That wooden spear was thrown by this brat. Bastard. Jin Yiming and his companions cursed vehemently, wishing they could rush forward and eliminate Shen Li. My apologies, I intended to assist you, but it seems I have inadvertently caused more trouble. Shen Li feigned regret, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The appearance of the iron-spined rhinoceros beast was perfectly timed. In truth, Shen Li had long sensed that he was being targeted at such a critical moment in the hunting competition. Someone was wasting precious time tracking him down. Clearly, it was Jin Yiming's doing. Since Jin Yiming was so intent on eliminating Shen Li, he certainly would not sit idly by. Thus, he chose Blood-Slaughter Valley as his battleground. Faced with Jin Yiming, at the pinnacle of the 6th level of body refinement, alongside several other members of the Jin family at around the 5th level, Shen Li had little confidence in his chances of victory. However, with the innate talent of the Azure Fang Wolf at his disposal, even if he couldn't defeat them, escaping would be effortless to AT that moment. The 3rd-tier iron-spined rhinoceros beast made its entrance. It was as if the heavens themselves were conspiring to aid Shen Li. While Jin Yiming, in his reckless pursuit of Shen Li, had unwittingly walked into the jaws of the beast to slay Jin Yiming, the iron-spined rhinoceros beast would be his greatest ally. Only by harnessing its might could Shen Li hope to annihilate Jin Yiming. Furthermore, Shen Li surmised that the arrival of the iron-spined rhinoceros beast had likely attracted the attention of the overseers from the Xingyan Sect, who might be observing from a distance. Therefore, Shen Li chose not to engage in an overt battle with Jin Yiming, but rather pretended to assist him, all the while intending to provoke the iron-spined rhinoceros beast, compelling Jin Yiming and his cohorts to fight it, allowing Shen Li to reap the benefits. Boom! The iron-spined rhinoceros beast surged forward, closing the distance to Jin Yiming and his companions in mere breaths. Thud! The beast's powerful tail swung violently, instantly ensnaring one of the Jin family members and smashing him down onto the ground. Help! The Jin family member cried out in terror, his eyes filled with desperation. Let us join forces against the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. Jin Yiming glared hatefully at Shen Li, then shouted to the other Jin family members, with one of their own captured by the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. If Jin Yiming insisted on pursuing Shen Li, the remaining members of the Jin family would surely feel disheartened, even if they did not voice it. With a hiss, the Jin family members drew their swords, attacking the iron-spined rhinoceros beast with fervor. Shen Li let out a cold laugh, having anticipated this outcome, and strolled leisurely out from the Blood-Slaughter Valley towards the beast. Meanwhile, in a small pavilion outside Wushan City, Lu Meng retrieved a palm-sized, ancient-looking copper mirror from his pocket. Infusing it with true energy, the mirror suddenly radiated a brilliant light, displaying scenes from 3 feet above. Such copper mirrors are quite common in the Xianyuan continent, with nearly every sect possessing one. They can project a mirror image of specific areas within a 50-mile radius, serving as invaluable tools for reconnaissance and surveillance. Here, this copper mirror became a means to showcase the events of the hunting competition to all. Everyone look, isn't that the iron-spined rhinoceros beast? At that moment, Murong Dashin, the head of the Murong family, exclaimed loudly. The heads of several other families rushed over, eager to gaze at the luminous image in the copper mirror. What is this? Isn't that Jin Yiming of the Jin family? The Jin family patriarch remarked, his tone laced with insincerity. Indeed, Jin Yiming, the top talent of the Jin family, is a formidable contender for the championship of this hunting competition. TSK, the iron-spined rhinoceros beast, is a third-tier creature, and slaying it would yield a full 300 points. The head of the Shen family, Shen Hao, spoke with a hint of mockery, a smirk playing on his lips. Undeniably, killing the iron-spined rhinoceros beast would yield 300 points. But one must first survive to claim them. To think that Jin Yiming and his companions believe they can hunt such a beast is sheer folly. This lad is far too reckless. Jin Chipeng, the patriarch of the Jin family, wore a look of concern, wishing he could rush to save Jin Yiming and the others immediately. However, this was the site of the hunting competition. Unless Jin Yiming and his companions chose to forfeit, no one was permitted to interfere, lest they incur the wrath of the Xingyan sect. There is another person. Isn't that Shen Li of the Shen family? Murong Dashin exclaimed once more to HM. Shen Li. Shen Hao quickly focused his gaze. Who else could it be but Shen Li? What on earth is this brat doing here? Shen Hao pondered, perplexed. Although Shen Li had made quite a name for himself in Wushan City recently, he was merely at the 4th level of body refinement, hardly possessing the qualifications to contend with the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. Quite intriguing. Zhao Se, the silent overseer from the Xingyan sect, suddenly smiled, stroking his chin as he spoke. Instantly, all eyes turned to Zhao Se, eager to glean insight from his expression. But after his remark, he fell silent again, his face devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, at the front of Bloodslaughter Valley, Jin Yiming and his companions were locked in a fierce battle with the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. Boom! Another Jin family member was struck by the beast's tail, sent hurtling through the air, crashing against a large tree. Crack! The tree splintered, and the bones of the Jin family member shattered, an eruption of blood pouring forth. It was clear he would not survive. The remaining Jin family members were momentarily stunned, despair etched across their faces. The iron-spined rhinoceros beast was indeed a formidable third-tier creature. Jin Yiming's expression shifted as he contemplated his next move. You all run. I will hold them off. Jin Yiming declared resolutely, his face set with determination. Take care, third brother. The other Jin family members were deeply moved, casting grateful glances at Jin Yiming before hastily retreating into Bloodslaughter Valley. Die! Jin Yiming bellowed madly, charging toward the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. Just as he was about to reach it, he suddenly pivoted mid-air, retreating with even greater speed toward Bloodslaughter Valley. As he passed by a few Jin family members who had fled earlier. He hastily pulled a small black iron ball from his pocket and hurled it to the ground. Boom! The iron ball exploded violently upon impact, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Cough, cough, cough. The Jin family members were engulfed in the dust, unable to see a thing in that moment. Jin Yiming seized the opportunity to dart overhead, believing that with the distraction provided by his fellow family members, he could escape the iron-spined rhinoceros beast's wrath before it could finish them off. Once inside Bloodslaughter Valley, where only Shen Li remained, Jin Yiming was confident he could swiftly eliminate him and escape unscathed. Do not blame me. I must secure victory in the hunting competition. The hopes of the Jin family rest solely on my shoulders. Jin Yiming scoffed, refusing to look back as he fled. Suddenly, a flash of silver light erupted from within Bloodslaughter Valley, appearing before Jin Yiming in an instant. Thud! Jin Yiming felt a sharp pain in his throat, darkness engulfing his vision. How is this possible? No, I do not wish to die. I am the hope of the Jin family. I am destined to be the strongest. Jin Yiming's mind was filled with reluctance as his consciousness began to fade. Boom! In midair, the iron-spined rhinoceros beast's massive tail swept through, ensnaring the falling Jin Yiming. It then slammed him violently against a nearby boulder. Jin Yiming's body was left a mangled mess, his brains and blood spraying outwards, utterly lifeless. Not far away, Shen Li approached slowly. No one had witnessed the origin of that flash of light. Nor did anyone know how Jin Yiming had met his demise. That self-inflicted misfortune cannot be lived through. Chapter 0016. Slaying the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. Cough, cough, cough that a few descendants of the Jin family emerged from the billowing dust, only to witness the heart-wrenching scene of Jin Yiming being swept up by the tail of the iron-spined rhinoceros beast and violently smashed against a massive boulder. Good riddance. He deserved it. Self-inflicted misfortune cannot be lived through. The Jin family members gazed upon the mangled corpse of Jin Yiming, barely recognizable, and spat in disdain, vocally cursing him. Initially, if they had harbored some gratitude towards Jin Yiming for covering their retreat, that sentiment swiftly evaporated when the ominous black iron orb exploded before them. In that moment, all understood that they had been deceived by Jin Yiming. The sinister black orb was a signature weapon of the Jin family, known as meridians, which unleashed a cloud of smoke upon detonation, obscuring the enemy's vision, while also containing a hallucinogenic drug that disoriented foes, rendering them oblivious to their own positions, thus allowing for a lethal strike. It was this very weapon that cemented the Jin family's status as one of the three great clans of Wushan City. Consequently, when the Jin family members realized the explosion of meridians, they comprehended that Jin Yiming had no genuine intention of covering their retreat. Rather, he sought to hinder their escape, enabling the iron-spined rhinoceros beast to pursue them, forcing them to engage in a deadly confrontation and creating a chance for Jin Yiming to flee. To profess a desire to protect while secretly plotting betrayal is an act of despicable cowardice, deserving of scorn. Meanwhile, in the viewing pavilion outside Wushan City, the scene of Jin Yiming's demise at the hands of the iron-spined rhinoceros beast materialized above Lu Meng's copper mirror. The head of the Jin family, Jin Chipeng, wore an ashen expression, his muscles twitching slightly, hands clenched so tightly that his nails sank deeply into his flesh. Oblivious to the pain, that asked the Jin family's most promising contender for the hunting competition championship and potential disciple of the Shen Li Sect. Jin Yiming's death in such a disgraceful manner brought unparalleled shame to the Jin family. Who would have thought that Jin Yiming was such a person? Alas, in the pursuit of success by any means. One cannot entirely condemn him. Murong Dashin and Shun Hao whispered to one another, their faces betraying unrestrained amusement. With the death of Jin Yiming, the strongest member of the Jin family, the championship of this hunting competition was destined to fall into the hands of the Shun or Murong families. A tremendous boon for both. Moreover, Jin Yiming's demise dealt a heavy blow to the Jin family, rendering it unlikely for them to cultivate another genius like him in the coming years, if not a decade. This meant that for the next 10 years, the Jin family would be barred from contending for the championship of the hunting competition, a monumental advantage for the Shun and Murong families. Jin Chipeng snorted coldly, contemplating a swift exit, yet upon seeing Lu Meng and several other deacons of the Shen Li Sect still present, he turned away in silence. The Jin family had truly suffered a great loss. However, unnoticed by all, Zhao Xie, who had remained expressionless, revealed a faint smile. This lad is quite intriguing. Before the blood-slaughter valley, roar, the iron-spined rhinoceros beast swung its tail, discarding Jin Yiming as if he were refuse. Then let out a furious roar and charged toward the Jin family descendants. What to do? It's over. We're doomed. I don't want to die. I've never even touched a woman. The Jin family members cried out in despair, their faces ashen. Those who do not wish to perish, step forward and hold it off for a moment, allowing me to deal with this beast. At that moment, Shen Li emerged from the blood-slaughter valley, standing tall and proclaiming loudly. The Jin family members momentarily froze, exchanging glances, and ultimately nodded heavily. In the face of such dire circumstances, having someone willing to take charge was a rare blessing. You will all follow my commands and focus your attacks on its left side, Shen Li shouted, deftly drawing a sharp sword in hand, then swiftly darted toward the right side of the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. He had long set his sights on that sword, which belonged to Jin Yiming. Given Jin Yiming's status within the Jin family, it was certainly of exceptional quality, while it may not have been a divine weapon inscribed with mystical patterns. Its material was top-notch, forged from refined dark iron, exceptionally sharp, far superior to Shen Li's ordinary iron sword. Clang! Shen Li thrust the sword forcefully into the iron-spined rhinoceros beast's neck, yet it felt like striking solid rock, sparking a shower of sparks, and upon inspection, the beast's neck bore nothing more than a faint white mark. No wounds whatsoever. What an indomitable physique! What ludicrous defense! Shen Li couldn't help but exclaim. Roar! Although the iron-spined rhinoceros beast remained unscathed, it felt a surge of pain and immediately turned to pounce on Shen Li. Attack quickly. Shen Li shouted, swiftly darting toward the beast's rear. Whoosh! The iron-spined rhinoceros beast's powerful tail lashed out violently toward Shen Li. Hurry! It's too fast. Even a martial artist at the 8th or 9th level of body refinement would struggle to match such speed. In the blink of an eye, a shadow flashed through the air, and the iron-spined rhinoceros beast's tail, imbued with a deadly aura, swept toward Shen Li. If that tail were to strike Shen Li, not even forged steel could withstand such force. It's over. That lad is done for. The xaan family members sighed inwardly. Their own kin were resorting to treachery to save their lives, while Shen Li, the harbinger of misfortune whom everyone despised, was stepping up in their moment of crisis. In their hearts, their perception of Shen Li began to shift, gradually acknowledging him as an equal and a friend that in the viewing pavilion outside Wushan City, although the copper mirror continued to focus on the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. The earlier fervor had dissipated among the spectators. The heads of the three great families present remained silent, yet in their hearts, they had already condemned the xaan family members and Shen Li to death. Convinced that they would meet a tragic end at the hands of the iron-spined rhinoceros beast, that a third-tier superior ferocious beast was in existence equivalent to a martial artist at the 9th level of body refinement. How could a mere handful of martial artists at the 4th or 5th level contend against it? For Shen Hao, the head of the Shen family, despite Shen Li being his direct grandson, he had always been unable to cultivate due to the inability to open his dantian. This had caused great distress, especially when his son, Shen Li, the strongest member of the Shen family and a top contender in Wushan City, had ventured into the depths of the Wuyun mountain range 7 years ago, never to return. This had left Shen Hao with a poor impression of Shen Li. Now, as Shen Li faced the onslaught of the iron-spined rhinoceros beast, death might very well be the best outcome for him. Shen Hao sighed, his mind drifting to the proud figure of his second son, Shen Li, who had once claimed the championship of the hunting competition with absolute superiority. Becoming a formal disciple of the Xingyan Sect, that in the span of just a decade, he had risen to become the foremost among the outer disciples of the sect. Unfortunately, something had transpired, leading to Shen Li's departure from the Xingyan Sect. And when he returned to the Shen family, he was accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman. Shen Li's mother died a year later. Shen Li was born. It was also that year when Shen Li's mother passed away during childbirth. Had it not been for that woman's arrival, my liar would have undoubtedly succeeded in entering the inner sect of the Xingyan Sect. Then, our Shen family would have been the undisputed first family of Wushan City. Alas, Shen Hao sighed once more. Everyone was convinced that the xaan family members and Shen Li were doomed to be brutally crushed by the iron-spined rhinoceros beast, with no other possibilities. Just then, in this life-and-death crisis, Shen Li no longer concealed his abilities. The innate divine pattern of the Azure fawn wolf on his abdomen ignited instantaneously, conjuring a silver-white vortex that propelled him swiftly over a yard away. Boom! The iron-spined rhinoceros beast's tail crashed down where Shen Li had just stood, creating a fissure over 10 meters long and half a meter deep in the ground before him. Umph! Since the innate divine pattern of the Azure fawn wolf has been revealed, let us end this quickly. Shen Li thought to himself, his figure flashing once more as he appeared on the back of the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. Just moments ago, when Shen Li activated the Azure fawn wolf's innate divine pattern, a faint signal emanated from the shattered star within his heart, revealing an image in his mind. In that vision, a blurry figure descended from the heavens, a beam of light piercing into the eye of the iron-spined rhinoceros beast, causing the towering beast to rear back and collapse. Its life extinguished. It appears that the beast's weak point lies in its eyes. Shen Li suddenly realized. With swift, decisive steps, Shen Li darted toward the beast's head. With a swift motion, Shen Li thrust his sword directly into the iron-spined rhinoceros beast's eye roar. The beast let out a pained howl, its heavy eyelids slamming shut, trapping Shen Li's right hand within, as it thrashed its head violently, attempting to dislodge him. Having finally seized the opportunity to deal a critical blow to the iron-spined rhinoceros beast, Shen Li would never let go easily, that if he were to be thrown off, the chances of killing it again would be nearly impossible. Perish! Shen Li erupted with a furious shout, channeling all his strength into his right arm. as the Azure wolf divine pattern on his abdomen surged into a frenzied motion, releasing waves of malevolent energy. With a swift thrust, the sword in Shen Li's hand pierced deeply, plunging over a meter into the eye of the iron-spined rhinoceros beast, nearly embedding his entire right arm within its ocular cavity. This strike penetrated the eye, driving straight into the beast's brain. A wretched howl escaped the iron-spined rhinoceros beast as it collapsed like a felled tree, crashing to the ground. Good heavens! Shen Li had truly slain the iron-spined rhinoceros beast. How did he ascend to such a height above the beast? The onlooking scions of the Jin family stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Shen Li's speed was so astonishing that the Jin family's disciples, merely in the 4th or 5th stage of body refining, could scarcely perceive his movements. Was this the legendary Luyan Tatsu of the Shen family? It must be a cultivation nearing perfection, murmured Mu Rongdishin. Astonished, Shen Hao, equally taken aback, stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for quite some time. Chapter 0017. The overlapping divine patterns outside Wushan City. Within the observation pavilion, countless gazes were fixated upon the luminous screen projected by the bronze mirror, enveloping the scene in an eerie silence. How could Shen Li, possessing merely the 4th stage of body refining, have slain a 3rd-tier superior beast like the iron-spined rhinoceros? A few individuals discreetly rubbed their eyes, as if questioning the reality of what they had just witnessed. In the perimeter of the Wuyun mountain range, encountering a 3rd-tier beast was an exceedingly rare event. Among the martial artists present, aside from the 3 formidable warriors from the Xingyan Sect, only a handful of clan heads from the 3 major families and the city lord of Wushan possessed the strength to contend with and potentially slay such a beast. To kill a 3rd-tier beast, one typically required a hunting party of a dozen or 20 martial artists at the 5th stage or above, equipped with traps and various lethal poisons, coordinating a joint assault for success. Yet such a powerful 3rd-tier beast had been effortlessly dispatched by Shen Li almost single-handedly. How could this not evoke astonishment? This lad is remarkable. Lu Ming nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Hai and Zhao Xie beside him also nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration. For Lu Ming and his companions, slaying a 3rd-tier beast was a trivial matter. However, for a teenager who had only recently embarked on his martial journey, such strength and talent were nothing short of extraordinary. According to Lu Ming's estimations, among the numerous youths participating in the hunting competition across the cities governed by the Xingyan Sect, those capable of hunting 3rd-tier beasts were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. If all goes as expected, this youth is destined to become the champion of this hunting competition, gaining direct entry into the outer sect of the Xingyan Sect, and thus he would become Lu Ming and others' junior apprentice. Welcoming such a highly talented youth into the Xingyan Sect would undoubtedly earn Lu Ming and his companions accolades from the sect, and cultivating a good relationship with such a gifted individual would be immensely beneficial for their future endeavors within the sect. Observing Lu Ming and his companions' palpable admiration for Shen Li, the heads of the 3 major families and Chen Yuan, the city lord of Wushan, were momentarily stunned, wishing to reveal the fact that Shen Li had not opened his dantian and was incapable of cultivation, yet refraining from tarnishing their reputation. Once again, an eerie silence enveloped the area outside Wushan City. Before the Blood-Fiend Valley, the formidable iron-spined rhinoceros beast lay sprawled on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity while the beast was shrouded in haze, Shen Li drew his sword and deftly sliced off several chunks of flesh weighing dozens of pounds from the eye socket of the iron-spined rhinoceros, before lowering his head to voraciously devour them. Gulp! The pieces of bloody flesh were swiftly consumed by Shen Li, perhaps due to his complete mastery over the Azure wolf's innate divine ability. He felt no revulsion as he feasted upon the raw meat. Rather, it tasted delicious. Boom! Shen Li leaped down from the iron-spined rhinoceros. Meanwhile, the Jin family disciples remained dumbfounded, staring blankly at the fallen beast, their faces painted with shock and disbelief. Shen Li had truly slain the iron-spined rhinoceros. How could this be? Was he not incapable of cultivation due to the absence of a dantian? Did he not barely reach the 4th stage of body refining due to sheer luck from consuming the Qishua Hulongwo? How could he be so formidable as to kill a 3rd-tier superior beast? Observing the astonished expressions of the Jin family disciples, Shen Li felt a surge of satisfaction within. though his face remained impassive as he merely nodded lightly and turned to stride into the Blood Fiend Valley. Soon, Shen Li's figure disappeared into the crimson mist. This moment, the flesh of the iron-spined rhinoceros that Shen Li had just consumed was being fervently refined by the shattered star embedded within his heart. Shen Li needed to find a concealed and safe location. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the hidden cave he had discovered earlier, settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and directed his consciousness deep within his internal organs. At this moment, the shattered star within Shen Li's heart greedily absorbed the immense spiritual energy and bloodline power contained within the flesh of the iron-spined rhinoceros that a faint halo slowly circulated around the shattered star, making the myriad cracks upon its surface appear profound and distant, imbued with an endless mystery, akin to a beauty veiled in gossamer that captivated one's mind. In a brief while, the previous scene unfolded once more as a slender, nearly half-inch long crack on the shattered star swiftly healed before Shen Li's focused gaze, visibly closing at an astonishing speed. The flesh of a third-tier beast merely mended a half-inch long crack. Shen Li could only manage a rueful smile. Boom! Shen Li's mind jolted as a colossal creature, stretching dozens of meters in length, abruptly manifested before him. Its lizard-like grotesque head, rhino-like sturdy body and limbs, along with a massive tail swaying vigorously, unmistakably revealed it to be the iron-spined rhinoceros beast he had just slain. However, this manifestation of the iron-spined rhinoceros was significantly larger than the one Shen Li had defeated. It must be that this particular iron-spined rhinoceros had reached its most formidable mature stage, genuinely possessing a trace of dragon lineage. Boom! 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 The gigantic iron-spined rhinoceros ambled forward on its robust limbs, trampling anything that stood in its path. Rivers flowed beneath its feet like trickling brooks, while towering mountains were effortlessly traversed with just a few strides. It exuded an overwhelming, powerful, and unstoppable presence. This was the impression the iron-spined rhinoceros beast imparted to Shen Li. Such a formidable creature, in Shen Li's recollection, should be far beyond merely a third-tier beast. Could it be an iron-spined rhinoceros from a century or a millennium ago? Shen Li pondered quietly. Legends spoke of a time, centuries ago, when the Xianyuan continent thrived with abundant spiritual energy, rendering both human martial artists and ferocious beasts immensely powerful, capable of reshaping mountains and seas with a mere wave of their hands. At this moment, 27 blood-red points of light flickered incessantly upon the iron-spined rhinoceros's limbs and torso, representing its innate divine patterns. Just then, familiar warm currents surged from the shattered star, rushing towards Shen Li's body and limbs. Puft, puft. Point one by one, the acupoints, under the onslaught of this warm flow, burst open as if made of paper. Shen Li gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of each acupoint being torn asunder. After a stick of incense's worth of time, the 27 divine pattern nodes on the iron-spined rhinoceros's body were fully integrated into Shen Li's own. However, some acupoints overlapped with those of the Azure Wolf's divine pattern nodes, resulting in the shattered star helping Shen Li to open only 18 acupoints this time. Consequently, the total number of acupoints Shen Li had opened surged to 36. According to the classifications of martial strength detailed in the Xianyuan sacred canon, Shen Li had instantaneously reached the fourth stage of body refining. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Shen Li's mind stirred, all 36 acupoints activated simultaneously, drawing in a torrent of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, with both speed and quantity doubling compared to before. Waves of spiritual energy flowed into Shen Li's body, circulating through the 36 acupoints before surging into the shattered star. After a few breaths, the refined and purified spiritual energy returned to the 36 acupoints, nourishing his bones and flesh as it coursed through his meridians. Exhaling deeply, feeling the immense spiritual power and the surging strength within his frame, a subtle smile graced Shen Li's face. Although Shen Li had initially aspired to contend for the championship in the hunting competition, given his prior strength, even utilizing all his trump cards would only allow him to rank among the top 4 or 5 contestants. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered the third-tier superior beast, the iron-spined rhinoceros, securing a whopping 300 points, nearly guaranteeing him the championship. Furthermore, with the consumption of the iron-spined rhinoceros's flesh and the opening of an additional 18 acupoints, Shen Li's power surged dramatically. Based on his own estimates, he believed that with all his might, he could now exert nearly 8,000 pounds of force. It could be said that this hunting competition had yielded bountiful rewards for Shen Li, far exceeding his expectations. Swiftly, another day has elapsed, and the hunting competition has finally come to an end. The remaining fewer than 200 youthful participants gradually returned from the periphery of Wushan Mountain, converging towards the gates of Wushan City. Each young contender bore a bulging backpack, filled with the severed parts of ferocious beasts they had slain during the competition. Their faces radiated with excitement as they stood in unison, unzipping their bags, awaiting inspection and recording. Several warriors, whose prowess had reached the 6th level of the body refinement realm, exhibited resolute and proud gazes, brimming with confidence. "This time, I am certain to claim the championship," exclaimed a young man, approximately 20 years old, as he forcefully slammed his massive backpack, resembling a small mountain, onto the ground, casting a challenging glance at those around him. "Umph, I shall be the champion," retorted another youth, unwilling to concede, as he dropped his own backpack, revealing within it the bloodied heads and sharp horns of his quarry. Based on previous experiences in the hunting competition, the beasts hunted by these youths, both in terms of quantity and level, would have typically ranked among the top in previous years. This implied that had it been any prior hunting competition, such achievements would have sufficed to secure the championship. However, for reasons unknown, the onlookers remained eerily silent, as though collectively struck dumb and blind, devoid of any gasps of astonishment or words of praise. What could this mean? The competing youths were left in a state of quiet astonishment. Chapter 0018. The most embarrassing champion in history outside Wushan City. The young participants, burdened with hefty backpacks, emerged from the periphery of Wushan Mountain. Despite their tattered garments and numerous injuries, they brimmed with confidence. Envisioning the points accrued from their hunted beasts would propel them into the top 10, granting them the opportunity to enter the Xingyun Sect and soar to greatness. "This time, I am certain to claim the championship. After all, I have slain 2 second-tier ferocious beasts," boasted a tall young man, over 2 meters in height, with dark skin and an air of youthful exuberance, as he dramatically slammed his backpack down. He then yanked it open, revealing the gruesome components of his prey, that a formidable bull's head, resembling that of a wild buffalo but several times larger, emerged before all, unmistakably that of a genuine second-tier beast. The San Kai Huamangyo. The bull's head bore 2 horns as thick as an adult's arm, black as iron, impervious even to the finest of swords. Yet one of the horns had been cleaved cleanly in half, blood still dripping from the severed end. From the other side of the backpack, the head of a fearsome giant python and its vividly colored skin began to reveal themselves. "Hiss, is that the Bai Lin blood python?" "A definite second-tier beast," exclaimed a nearby youth in awe. "2 second-tier beasts. That's at least 100 points. Young Master Murong Yun is surely the champion of this hunting competition." The other youths gazed at him with envy and admiration. Standing proudly, Murong Yun basked in the envious glances of his peers. "Humph. Am I the only one who has slain 2 second-tier beasts?" A voice rang out from the crowd as another youth stepped forward. "Ah, isn't that young Master Shen from the Shen family?" murmured those who recognized him. With a resounding crash, Shen forcefully dropped his own backpack to the ground as the foremost prodigy of the Shen family. Shen had always enjoyed the most ample support of elixirs and had access to the family's finest cultivation techniques. Prior to the competition, he had only reached the peak of the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Yet within a few short days, aided by a wealth of high-grade elixirs, he had ascended to the peak of the 6th level. In such a brief span, he had elevated his cultivation by an entire realm. This level of strength positioned him among the top 3 participants in the hunting competition. Shen did not disappoint. From his backpack emerged the heads of 2 unmistakably second-tier beasts. 1 was the iron-armed ape, and the other was also a Sankai Huamangyo. Thus, Shen also secured at least 100 points, tying with Murong Yun. "Umph." Murong Yun scoffed, feeling somewhat disgruntled, for within his backpack lay several heads of first-tier ferocious beasts. However, Shen backpack contained additional beasts, leaving the final tally of their points uncertain. Both stood proudly, accepting the envious gazes of their fellow competitors, while also casting glances towards the recently erected observation pavilion, eager to catch a glimpse of the approving expressions from their respective family heads. What is happening? Why does my grandfather's gaze seem somewhat peculiar? Why do I sense a lack of praise from him? As if he is reproaching me? Both Murong Yun and Shen Li found themselves momentarily perplexed, unable to fathom why their commendable performances elicited such strange reactions from the crowd. Just then, a voice broke the silence. "They're coming! They're coming!" Instantly, all eyes widened, fixating on the direction of Wuyun Mountain, with some eager individuals rising to their feet, their gazes filled with anticipation and excitement. Murong Yun and Shen Li, puzzled, followed the crowd's gaze and beheld a youth clad in coarse linen garments, strolling leisurely towards Wushan City, his meager backpack appearing to contain only 1 or 2 beast parts. Isn't that the harbinger of doom? Shen Li? Why is everyone paying attention to him? Has the rule changed this year? Permitting the lowest-ranked individual to enter the Xinyan Sect, Murong Yun scoffed, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Have these people lost their minds? Shen Li shared a similar sentiment, irritated that his moment in the spotlight was being overshadowed by someone deemed incapable of cultivation. The last to emerge from the periphery of Wuyun Mountain was indeed Shen Li, who had returned rather late, nearly missing the deadline of the hunting competition simply because he had overslept. Yes, you read that correctly. He had overslept. Since Shen Li had slain the 3rd-tier superior ferocious beast, the iron-spined rhinoceros dragon, and consumed dozens of pounds of its flesh, the fragments of stars within him had been continuously refining and absorbing this flesh, assisting him in opening 18 additional acupoints, and once again inscribing the innate divine patterns of the iron-spined rhinoceros dragon upon his body, experiencing the exhilarating sensation of simultaneously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth through 36 acupoints. Shen Li had become utterly immersed in this state, remaining awake without rest until exhaustion finally overtook him, leading him to collapse in a slumber. Consequently, he had slept until now, observing the eager, envious, and jealous expressions of those around him. Shen Li reaffirmed his suspicion that they had either witnessed or learned of his feat in hunting a 3rd-tier superior ferocious beast, the iron-spined rhinoceros dragon. This could explain their remarkable expressions. Not far away, a raggedly dressed girl gazed dumbfoundedly at the seemingly ordinary, yet exuding an aura of boundless malice from Shen Li's backpack, which contained the head of the 3rd-tier superior beast. Her face was etched with shock and disbelief. How can this be? This harbinger of doom is said to have no open dantian and cannot cultivate. How could he have slain a 3rd-tier beast? Murmured Xie Shaowan, her voice tinged with bitterness. Upon returning to Wushan City, Xie Shaowan had learned that Jin Yiming, the most formidable contender for the championship, had been killed by the 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the iron-spined rhinoceros dragon. The husband she had meticulously selected, whom she believed to be 1 in a million, had not even had the chance to shine before his life was abruptly snuffed out, and in the most humiliating and tragic manner, ultimately meeting disdain even in death. Meanwhile, the childhood betrothal she had previously dismissed and sought to rid herself of had emerged victorious in the hunting competition, garnering widespread acclaim. This bitterness was a burden Xie Shaowan bore alone. Just then, in the center seat of the observation pavilion, Lu Meng cleared his throat lightly. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd as all eyes shifted from Shen Li to Lu Meng, awaiting his instructions. The time for the hunting competition has concluded. Now please present the ferocious beasts you have hunted, Lu Meng stated calmly, his gaze subtly acknowledging the tardy Shen Li with a barely perceptible nod. Shen Li approached the gathered youths, his demeanor tranquil, unperturbed by Lu Meng's sudden favor. After enduring 7 years of disdain and ridicule, Shen Li had long since become indifferent to praise or blame. Observing Shen Li's composed demeanor, Lu Meng regarded him with increasing esteem. How few could truly maintain such equanimity. Such temperament would undoubtedly prove beneficial in future cultivation. Lu Meng and his companions felt a surge of secret delight, knowing they had stumbled upon a true treasure. Upon returning to the Xinyan Sect, Shen Li would surely be rewarded by the Sect. Before long, Murong Yun, Shen Li, and others began to open their backpacks, revealing the significant components of the ferocious beasts they had captured. Among them, Murong Yun's backpack contained not only 2 second-tier beast heads, but also 3 parts from first-tier beasts, This brought his total points in the hunting competition to 80. Shen Ao's backpack also yielded 3 first-tier beast parts, matching Murong Yun's score at 80 points. Such accomplishments in the hunt are almost a guaranteed victory, and it is no wonder that Shen Ao and Murong Yun carry themselves with such arrogance and hubris. As they turned their gazes towards the other competitors, they noticed that most of them could only present 1 or 2 heads of first-tier beasts, with the exception of a few who had managed to take down a single second-tier beast. This realization brought a sense of assurance to their hearts, yet they were puzzled as to why their elders wore such expressions despite their own impressive results. When they looked back at their elders, they found that all eyes were fixated on a single individual, the last to return, Shen Li. What could possibly be the matter? Why were they so focused on a mere jinx who could not cultivate? Both Murong Yun and Shen Ao were at a loss, exchanging glances that reflected the same confusion. With a flourish, Shen Li tossed his backpack onto the ground, and an inconspicuous beast's head rolled out, coming to rest before the onlookers. What is this? He has only hunted a single beast. Truly, a waste is a waste, Murong Yun scoffed, having always been the center of attention, accustomed to the praises and admiration of others. She could hardly bear to be overshadowed by a talentless individual at such a significant event as the hunting competition. How could she endure this? Indeed, all gazes shifted from Shen Li to Murong Yun. Yet she soon realized that the looks directed at her were not filled with admiration, but rather with disdain, as if they were gazing at a fool. What is happening? Have I spoken incorrectly? Murong Yun stammered, a hint of insecurity creeping into her voice. Heavens! He truly killed a third-tier superior beast, the iron-spined Rhino Dragon. This time, the championship must undoubtedly belong to Shen Li, some onlooking warriors whispered among themselves, their tones suffused with envy. What? A third-tier beast, the iron-spined Rhino Dragon. How could this be? Murong Yun and Shen Ao's expressions turned pale, their faces reddening with humiliation as they finally comprehended why everyone had reacted in such a manner. They had unwittingly presented themselves as clowns, their disgrace laid bare before all. Well then, I hereby announce that the champion of this hunting competition is... Lu Ming smiled as he rose to his feet. At that moment, Shen Hao, the head of the Shen family, who had been fidgeting nearby, suddenly stood up and quickly approached Lu Ming, whispering a few urgent words to the... What? Is this true? Lu Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Hai and Zhao Xie exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowing in disapproval. Shen Hao's face flickered between red and white, ultimately letting out a deep sigh as he returned slowly to his seat. In truth, when Shen Hao witnessed Shen Li single-handedly slay the third-tier superior beast, the iron-spined Rhino Dragon, his heart was not only filled with shock but also a glimmer of joy and solace. As if he saw in Shen Li a reflection of his once great son, Shen Li. Shen Hao longed for Shen Li to win the championship, allowing the Shen family to bask in glory. Yet the fact that Shen Li had not opened his dantian and could not cultivate posed a grave concern that if they did not inform the steward of the Xingyan Sect, it was likely that they would be blamed for concealing such critical information once it was discovered. Thus, to avoid incurring the steward's ire, Shen Hao had no choice but to report it. Unable to open the dantian, incapable of cultivating, Lu Ming and the others exchanged glances, scrutinizing Shen Li closely. They soon confirmed that Shen Li indeed had not opened his dantian. And their expressions darkened that a person who could not open their dantian was fated to be unable to cultivate powerful techniques and destined to remain weak, that if such a person were to be declared champion and admitted to the outer sect of the Xingyan Sect, they would not receive accolades but rather face a series of punishments. However, the current situation was clear to all. Shen Li had indeed hunted the third-tier beast alone and earned the highest points. To deny him the title of champion would be an affront to their own faces, a blatant contradiction of the rules they had established for the competition. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the venue, and Shen Li, who had been the unquestionable champion, found himself in an extremely awkward predicament. Chapter 0019. Entering the Xingyan Sect in the Shen family estate in Wushan City, more than half a month had passed since the hunting competition. The Shen family was festooned with decorations, celebrating with a revelry akin to that of the New Year, enveloped in an atmosphere of festivity. Although the judges of the competition, including Lu Ming from the Xingyan Sect, had been reluctant, they ultimately had no choice but to declare Shen Li the champion. Moreover, 3 members of the Shen family, including Shen Li, had made it into the top 10 of the competition, meaning the Shen family had secured nearly half of the spots available in the Xingyan sect. This was an unprecedented achievement in the family's history spanning hundreds of years, which explained the jubilant celebrations. In a modest room located in the southwestern corner of the estate's backyard, Shen Li was casually chatting with Grandpa Mu while packing his belongings. "Little Li, I can't believe you managed to win the championship of the hunting competition. If the young lady knew, she would surely be overjoyed," Grandpa Mu said, his face beaming with a smile that seemed to make even his deep wrinkles bloom like flowers. Over the past 7 years, he had witnessed the humiliation and ridicule Shen Li endured. Thankfully, Shen Li's resolute character had allowed him to persevere and not give up. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have likely succumbed to despair long ago. "I truly hope that my father and mother can see this." Shen Li gazed up at the sky, his face filled with hope, as if he could glimpse the silhouettes of his parents up above. His relentless efforts, regardless of the hardships faced or the scorn endured, were driven not only by the desire to become strong and recover his father's remains, but also by the determination to never tarnish his parents' memory. Though Shen Li had yet to become a true powerhouse, he had taken a significant step forward, bringing solace to his parents' spirits that at that moment, a figure approached the small courtyard where Shen Li resided. The individual had a head full of white hair and a slightly stooped posture, hesitating at the entrance for a long while before finally summoning the courage to push the door open and step inside. "Ha ha ha, little Li. Why haven't you attended the Shen family's celebration banquet?" the visitor exclaimed, laughing heartily as he strode into the courtyard. Hearing the voice, Shen Li emerged from the house and looked up to find that it was his grandfather. Shen Hao, the current head of the Shen family. In truth, after Shen Li won the championship, Shen Hao had ordered the cleaning of the small courtyard that had once belonged to Shen Li's father, inviting Shen Li to move in. However, Shen Li had declined. After living in that courtyard with Grandpa Mu for 7 years, he had grown accustomed to the tranquility there. Additionally, now that he was set to leave the Shen family for the Xingyan sect to cultivate, it seemed pointless to relocate. Moreover, the courtyard where Shen Li and his father had lived was filled with beautiful memories from before he turned 8, and Shen Li wished to keep those cherished memories intact in his heart rather than disturb them. Upon learning of Shen Li's refusal to move back to his courtyard, Shen Hao could only acquiesce to his decision. Tomorrow, the Xingyan sect would send individuals to escort the top 10 competitors from the hunting competition to the sect. And after this night, Shen Li would depart. As Shen Li's grandfather, Shen Hao had never truly cared for him over the past 7 years. Not even during the family reunions on New Year's Day had he ever looked at Shen Li with sincere regard. It was not that Shen Hao was too utilitarian, looking down upon Shen Li for being unable to cultivate. Rather, he still bore a lingering resentment that he had yet to resolve. Many years ago, Shen Hao's second son, Shen Li, Shen Li's father, was a prodigy of Wushan City, entering the outer sect of the Xingyan sect as the champion of the hunting competition. Within just a few years, he had made a significant name for himself in the sect. However, just as Shen Li was about to enter the inner sect after securing 3rd place in the outer sect competition, he abruptly left the Xingyan sect and returned to Wushan City, bringing with him a woman of extraordinary beauty, akin to a fairy. This woman was Shen Li's mother. Shen Hao also discovered that for reasons unknown, Shen Li's cultivation had inexplicably regressed from the 2nd level of the condensation realm to the 11th level of the body refinement realm. All of this pointed towards Shen Li's mysterious mother. Shen Hao vehemently opposed Shen Li's marriage to her, but Shen Li refused to listen, nearly coming to blows with Shen Hao over it. Ultimately, Shen Hao had no choice but to relent and consent to the union. Little did they know that shortly after their marriage, Shen Li was born, and Shen Li's mother tragically died during childbirth. Later, when Shen Li turned 8, it became apparent that he was unable to open his dantian and could not cultivate. In a desperate bid to help his son open his dantian, Shen Li risked everything and ventured deep into the Wuyun mountain range in search of the legendary 8-star spirit herb, the yin-yang withering grass, but he vanished without a trace for 7 years. Consequently, Shen Hao harbored feelings of resentment and bitterness towards both Shen Li and his mother. Seeing Shen Li would inevitably remind him of his long-lost son. Shen Li, whose remains had never been recovered, it is precisely for this reason that Shen Hao deliberately distanced himself from Shen Li, allowing the Shen family to disregard and ridicule Shen Li without intervening. Now, as Shen Li prepares to depart from the Shen family, he has brought the honor of winning the hunting competition to the family, and out of both sentiment and reason, Shen Hao cannot simply pretend that nothing has occurred. "Grandfather, you have arrived," Shen Li said, clasping his hands in greeting, his expression faint and devoid of any emotion. After all, in the span of 7 years, Shen Li and Shen Hao had scarcely crossed paths, let alone developed any feelings. "Xiao Li, you are a good child. You have not brought shame upon your father. Tomorrow, you shall be heading to Xingyan's Sect. I have nothing of value to bestow upon you. So I shall give you this weapon that your father once wielded," Shen Hao remarked, observing Shen Li's indifferent demeanor with a quiet sigh before producing a large blade and presenting it to him. "Ah, this is the large blade my father favored most." Shen Li's eyes lit up as he hurriedly accepted it. The blade was of an ancient design, simple yet imbued with a hint of wildness. Resembling a slumbering beast of prey, its edge was not particularly sharp, yet it commanded respect and caution. Though Shen Li was not well versed in weaponry, he found himself instantly captivated by it. He had only seen his father take it out a few times, each time accompanied by the gentle act of wiping the blade with silk, as if caressing the skin of a beloved. While he could not be certain, Shen Li harbored a vague suspicion that this blade might have been left to his father by his mother. "I hope you do not blame me for my lack of sentiment. The Shen family will always be your home," Shen Hao said, nodding to Shen Li before turning to leave, gazing at Shen Hao's slightly stooped figure. Shen Li felt a stir within. In truth, his grandfather Mu had mentioned some matters regarding his parents. Shen Li bore no significant grievances against Shen Hao or the Shen family that I will remember. "I will forever bear the surname Shen," Shen Li remarked softly before turning and returning to his quarters as he reached the entrance of the small courtyard, just as Shen Hao was about to depart. He suddenly paused, but quickly resumed his stride that if one were to observe closely, they would notice that Shen Hao's previously stooped form seemed to regain its stature. The day swiftly passed, and on the following morning, at the central square of Wushan City, the atmosphere contrasted starkly with the bustling scene from a fortnight prior, now considerably subdued. Young martial artists from the 3 prominent families, accompanied by their kin, gathered at the center of the square, awaiting the arrival of the Xingyan Sect's officials. Shen Li stood alongside grandfather Mu, carrying a modest bundle, his gaze tranquil. Despite having claimed victory in the hunting competition, Shen Li understood that his failure to open his dantian would undoubtedly become fodder for criticism. What use is winning the hunting competition if one cannot open their dantian? Ultimately, he remains a useless waste. Mu Rongyun spat venomously at Shen Li, his eyes filled with malice. The abruptness of Shen Li's victory had robbed Mu Rongyun of the opportunity to become a direct disciple of the Xingyan Sect, and he had long harbored resentment. Isn't it merely a stroke of luck that he consumed a blood-fire dragon fruit, granting him superior physical strength? We can cultivate and continue to enhance our physical prowess. While he will forever be limited to his current capabilities, how can he compare with us? Another youth from the Morong family chimed in. Observing Shen Li, Shen Ao, and others remained silent, yet their expressions mirrored those of Mu Rongyun and his cohorts. The inability to open their dantian was undeniably Shen Li's greatest weakness. However, Shen Li himself knew that even without opening his dantian, he could still cultivate, and at a pace surpassing theirs, eventually attaining greater strength. He held no interest in Mu Rongyun and his companions. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed across the sky, and a massive flying vessel descended gracefully above the square. Lu Ming, Lin Hai, and Zhao Shiyu emerged from the vessel, casting a cursory glance at the 10 youths assembled below. "All right, young ones, from this moment onward, you are disciples of the Xingyan Sect. You may bring along a maximum of 3 attendants. Hurry, board the ship," Lu Ming declared with an indifferent snort, his gaze sweeping over the 10 youths before settling on Shen Li. "I wonder what fate awaits this lad, having been designated as champion," Lu Ming mused with a sigh. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, it was too late for him to reconsider. Soon, the 10 youths, including Shen Li, along with their attendants, boarded the flying vessel. As radiant patterns illuminated the craft, it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the heavens. Chapter 20. Self-inflicted humiliation following the other youths. Shen Li stepped into the vessel. From the exterior, it appeared to be a mere small boat, yet upon entering, one would discover an expansive interior, rivaling the entirety of the Shen family estate. The vessel comprised 3 levels. The uppermost for the Xingyan Sect disciples and supervisors, the middle for the newly inducted outer disciples, and the lower for the attendants accompanying the youths. At that moment, the 10 youths from Wushan City, among others, gathered in the middle level, participating in hushed conversations filled with excitement and curiosity about their entry into the Xingyan sect. Each young face radiated an unmistakable pride and confidence, while a few exuberant youths stepped forward to greet others from different cities. Meanwhile, on the upper level, Lu Meng and his colleagues from the Xingyan sect relaxed with tea, observing the lively chatter of the youths below. "Old Lu, I heard there were issues with the hunting competition you oversaw in Wushan City, that a lad who hasn't even opened his dantian managed to claim the championship. Is that true?" inquired a gaunt, sharp-faced middle-aged man with narrowed eyes, sipping his tea nonchalantly. "What? Is that true?" exclaimed several other disciples of the Xingyan sect, piqued with interest. Lu Meng's expression shifted, caught between the urge to react and an underlying caution, ultimately settling for a cold snort. Though the lad has yet to open his dantian, his physical strength is formidable, so his victory is not entirely surprising, Lu Meng replied, taking a sip from his cup. "Let us hope you can still report this to your master with such ease upon returning to the sect," the sharp-faced man sneered. The other disciples perceived an unusual tension, lowering their heads to sip their tea in silence. The sharp-faced man, known as Gu Yunting, was an outer disciple of the Tianquan peak within the Xingyan sect, that he and Lu Meng's group hailed from different peaks, with diverging lineages. Their rivalry had persisted since their master's generation. And after Lu Meng's master suffered injuries from an encounter with an 8th-tier ferocious beast, their group had found themselves at a disadvantage. Aware that Gu Yunting was mocking and provoking him, Lu Meng refrained from retaliating. Noticing Lu Meng's silence, Gu Yunting's lips curled into a faint smile. His gaze shifted toward a particular area in the middle level, subtly nodding as if signaling someone. Soon a tall, burly youth from Gu Yunting's family stood and strode toward the resting place of the Wushan City youths. "You must be the ones from Wushan City? I heard your champion managed to slay a 3rd-tier ferocious beast." "The ironback rhino, did I ask that true?" the burly youth inquired, feigning casualness. "What does it matter if he killed a 3rd-tier ferocious beast? He still hasn't opened his dantian and remains a useless waste," retorted Murong Yun, clearly displeased that, a lad who hasn't opened his dantian could still kill a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. "I would like to meet him," the burly youth replied with a smile, "that if you wish to meet him, go seek him out," Murong Yun replied dismissively, pointing in a direction that ate tea that moment. Shen Li sat at a table, sipping tea and conversing with a few other members of the Shen family, following Shun Hao's personal delivery of the blade left by his parents. Shen Li had gradually come to terms with the indifference and ridicule he faced from Shun Hao and the Shen family over the past 7 years, that as the son of Shen Li, the second son of the Shen family. Shen Li naturally bore half of the Shun family's bloodline. Regardless of his reluctance, he could not deny the truth of his surname, having chosen to forgive. Shen Li fully released his grievances and began to bond with the other Shen family youths, for they were, after all, family. That at this moment, a robust youth strode over, his gaze sharp and filled with a fervor for battle. Directly approaching the table where Shen Li was seated. "Are you the one who killed the 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the iron-spine rhinoceros?" the burly youth asked in a deep, resonant voice. Shen Li lifted his head, glancing at the imposing figure. Initially, he had no intention of responding, but considering they were both among the same group of outer disciples entering the Xingyan sect, he did not wish to come across as overly aloof. "It was merely luck," Shen Li nodded slightly, speaking in a nonchalant manner, "that I heard that you have yet to open your dantian and cannot cultivate. Is that true?" the burly youth continued, relentless in his inquiry. Shen Li's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an unusual undertone. While the initial question bore the semblance of casual banter, the latter clearly dripped with provocation. Shen Li chose silence, lifting his teacup to sip leisurely, disregarding the burly youth. "Is there no one left in Wushan City, a waste who has not opened his dantian and cannot cultivate, yet claims to be a champion?" "Ha!" the burly youth suddenly shouted, his face a mask of mockery and challenge. That moment, Shen Li was certain this individual was indeed seeking trouble. However, being on the flying vessel of the Xingyan sect, he did not wish to engage in a brawl over such trivial provocations. Thus, he opted to ignore him. "You're not angry, not furious. If you're a man, stand up and fight me." "Come on." "A waste is indeed a waste," I truly pity your parents for having given birth to such a coward. The burly youth, noticing Shen Li's indifference, grew increasingly agitated. Shen Li's anger ignited within him that a dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and one dies. And Shen Li's parents were his greatest reverse scales. You have successfully provoked me. I care not who sent you or who stands behind you. Today, you shall pay for your words. Shen Li's gaze turned icy as he regarded the burly youth. Speaking coldly, a waste who cannot cultivate thinks I will pay a price. How amusing. The burly youth sneered, stepping forward menacingly, glaring at Shen Li. Buzz. The burly youth's body trembled as he unleashed 7 dazzling bloodlines. His flesh and bones emitting a series of cracking sounds, causing him to grow over half a meter taller. His muscular arms bulged like hard rock, brimming with explosive power, one arm nearly as thick as Shen Li's waist. A waste who cannot open his dantian and trigger his bloodline may be someone in Wushan City, but I will show you what it means that there are greater heights and greater talents. The burly youth proclaimed with pride. Those who could participate in the hunting competition and enter the Xingyan Sect were all under the age of 20, yet had reached the 7th level of body refinement. They were undoubtedly prodigies, explaining the burly youth's arrogance. Enough of your nonsense. Shen Li replied coldly, leisurely sipping his tea. Umph. Seeking death, the burly youth was thoroughly incensed by Shen Li's nonchalance that in his hometown, everyone would respect him, showering him with compliments. Never had anyone dared to ignore him in such a manner. Boom. The burly youth lunged forward like a raging bear, swinging his fist toward Shen Li's head. The sound of wind rushing like thunder accompanied his approach. Even before his fists reached their target, the fierce gust lifted Shen Li's hair, sending the teacup on the table flying and shattering. The Shen family disciples sitting beside Shen Li had no choice but to close their eyes and retreat in the face of the fierce wind. Yet at the center of this tempest, Shen Li remained unmoved, even keeping his teacup steady in hand. Buzz! The Azure wolf's innate divine pattern on Shen Li's abdomen subtly spun, a faint, barely perceptible azure aura flowing towards his right arm. Boom! Without rising from his seat, Shen Li swung his right arm, meeting the burly youth's fist with a powerful collision. Accelerated by the Azure wolf's divine pattern, Shen Li's seemingly effortless punch unleashed nearly 8,000 pounds of force in an instant. Hiss! Is this kid insane? He doesn't even stand to face off, thinking he can withstand the attack of a 7th-level body refinement warrior while sitting. Has he lost his mind for not opening his dantian? The onlookers from the burly youth's city clamored, mocking Shen Li. They believed he was too afraid to rise and fight, using this as an excuse. If he lost, he could claim it was due to unpreparedness. Thud! A dull thud resounded as a figure was suddenly sent flying, crashing against the wall of the flying vessel before sliding down like a noodle, unconscious that as the onlookers focused, they realized it was none other than the burly youth. Gasped, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Shen Li, who sat at the table, leisurely sipping his tea as if nothing had occurred. Did I just imagine that? This is impossible. Shock rippled through the crowd, especially among those who had just mocked Shen Li, their faces shifting from pale to flushed. Meanwhile, the Shen family disciples displayed little surprise, as if this were an everyday occurrence. After all, Shen Li had single-handedly slain the 3rd-tier superior ferocious beast, the iron-spine rhinoceros. Following this brief incident, all present began to keep their distance from Shen Li, refraining from any further mockery or hostility. Initially, everyone had regarded Shen Li, unable to open his dantian and cultivate, as the greatest joke of the hunting competition. However, it was now the burly youth who had become the laughingstock, bringing shame upon himself. Humph! This is indeed intriguing. Gu Yunting coldly regarded Shen Li, a flicker of chilling displeasure passing through his gaze. Having one of his family's disciples humiliated before so many, Gu Yunting found his pride somewhat bruised. Haha, this kid is truly impressive, Lu Ming exclaimed, gleefully observing Gu Yunting's chagrined expression. Chapter 0021. No one selected. The flying vessel soared swiftly through the air, cutting through winds and waves, and in the blink of an eye, had traveled thousands of miles away from Wushan City. Following the earlier incident, a brief calm descended upon the vessel. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Heavens, look outside, a youth's voice rang out, the first to shout in excitement. The boys seated in the middle tier of the vessel turned to gaze outside. The vessel was encased with enormous transparent crystal windows, allowing them to glimpse the scenery beyond that moment. The vessel was soaring at several thousand meters in the sky, and in the distance, towering peaks gradually came into view. 6 great mountains formed a circular arrangement, surrounding a central, even more majestic peak, reminiscent of stars encircling the moon. Cascading waterfalls poured down from the mountaintops, producing a thunderous roar, while enormous, rare celestial cranes soared and chirped joyfully amidst the mountains. Towering ancient trees, reaching hundreds of meters high, were abundant here, unlike in the surrounding Wushan mountain. Some keen observers even spotted vast fields of spiritual herbs and treasures adorning the mountainsides, infused with vibrant spiritual energy. Countless pavilions and towers dotted the landscape among the towering trees, with babbling brooks and gnarled vines creating a picturesque scene. How beautiful! The youths marveled, their hearts brimming with excitement at the thought of cultivating in such a stunning locale. Simultaneously, they pondered how a mere 2-star sect like the Xingyun sect could possess such grandeur, and they couldn't help but wonder about the magnificence of 3-star and even higher-tier sections before long. The vessel gradually descended, landing on a platform sufficient to accommodate tens of thousands of people, situated on the mountainside. Before the platform stood a towering natural stone pillar, over 100 meters high, upon which were inscribed 3 ancient and powerful characters. Xingyun Sect. All right, everyone, please disembark in an orderly fashion. With the command of the Xingyun Sect's steward, all the youths and their attendants exited the vessel. Gathering at the center of the platform, that moment, the platform was already crowded with over 1,000 outer disciples, all chattering merrily among themselves, scrutinizing the newly arrived youths. The disciples responsible for their reception stood quietly around the platform, hands at their sides, as if respectfully awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Soon, as the youths exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do, radiant lights suddenly illuminated from the distant mountains. After a few flickers, 7 figures appeared on the platform. The youths felt an overwhelming aura wash over them, causing their very souls to tremble. It was a natural pressure on their spirits. Greetings, esteemed uncles and seniors. The Xingyun Sect disciples bowed deeply in respect. Greetings to all esteemed uncles and seniors. The youths from various cities hurriedly returned the gesture, and the 7 newcomers nodded gently, their gazes settling upon the newly selected youths from the various cities. Champions from various cities stepped forward. Among them, an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a flowing white robe, bore a black growth between his brows and spoke in a calm manner. Once again, it is Master Mou from Yuheng Peak presiding, murmured several outer sect disciples. This white-haired elder was none other than Mou, the peak master of Yuheng Peak, one of the 7 peaks of the Xingyun sect. Indeed, responded the 14 champions, including Shen Li, standing tall with pride as they took a step forward, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the elder. Each of these 14 youths had emerged victorious from among thousands of martial artists. Undoubtedly exceptional talents, and they possessed their own sense of pride. Correct. What? Are you also a champion of the hunting competition? Mou nodded in satisfaction, then surveyed each youth before his gaze finally settled on Shen Li. Upon hearing Mou's words, all eyes turned toward Shen Li once more, especially that of the young man from the Gu family, whom Shen Li had sent flying with a single punch. His face was alight with schadenfreude. Yes, Shen Li replied somewhat helplessly, but still nodded earnestly. Enough idle chatter. Old Hay, let us begin selecting disciples. A middle-aged man in a purple robe, holding a folding fan, remarked nonchalantly. Haha, the peak master of Tianshu Peak, Sikong Bo, certainly has a fiery temper, chuckled several outer sect disciples in response. According to the traditions of previous years, Tianshan Peak has the priority to select disciples this time. At that moment, a veiled woman of indeterminate age suddenly spoke up. That is indeed correct. Wenwan, you may select first. A remarkably handsome middle-aged man, radiating elegance, smiled as he spoke. Uncle Su Yin certainly holds a deep affection for Aunt Wenwan. Several female outer disciples chimed in, their eyes sparkling with admiration. That Su Yin, you need not always be the first to demonstrate your deep bond with Wenwan. Do you? Remarked another middle-aged man with a shaved head, arms crossed, bearing a prominent scar on his face. Indeed, as if you fear others might not know of your affair. Another man, clad in a tight black robe and shrouded in shadows, grunted, "Silence! Do you wish to make a spectacle of yourselves before the disciples?" At this moment, an exceptionally young man, appearing to be in his 30s at most, interjected. Upon hearing his words, the other peak masters ceased their banter. From the hushed discussions of the outer disciples, Shen Li gradually unraveled some information about the Xingyun sect. The sect was divided into 7 major peaks: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, corresponding to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Yaoguang Peak was the foremost among them, presided over by the sect's master. Typically, it was the sect master's chief disciple, the designated heir, who held the reins. The last speaker was none other than Lu Xiao, the peak master of Yaoguang. The bald, scarred man was Jiang Xing, the peak master of Kaiyang, while the man clad in black, his face obscured, was Ling Ao, the peak master of Tianquan's a 2-star sect, the total number of disciples, both inner and outer, in Xingyun sect barely exceeded 1,000. Therefore, the newly inducted outer disciples during the triannual hunting competition were greatly valued, to prevent conflicts among the peak masters vying for disciples. A system was established long ago, designating a 7-year cycle for selecting disciples from the 7 peaks. This year, it was Tianxian Peak's turn to select first. The 14 youths, including Shen Li, stood tall, their eyes bright with anticipation as they gazed at Wenwan, the peak master of Tianxian, eagerly hoping to be chosen as her disciple. In truth, the profiles of these 14 youths had been submitted to the Xingyun sect 2 weeks prior, and the peak masters had already formed initial impressions of them. When Wan's gaze swept over the 14 youths before her finger gently pointed to the second youth from the right. "I choose you, come stand behind me," she instructed, nodding at the youth. "Really? Thank you, master." The youth was instantly overjoyed, dashing toward Wenwan with such fervor that he nearly stumbled. Subsequently, Su Yin and the others each selected a youth in turn. Thus, only Shen Li and 6 other youths remained in the center of the arena. In fact, as soon as Shen Li had disembarked from the flying vessel, he had overheard whispers about him. How a person who had failed to open his dantian and could not cultivate had managed to win the championship of the hunting competition. Would such a person be chosen by any peak master? Shen Li felt uncertain, silently waiting. Look, that must be the champion of the Wushan city hunting competition. The one who failed to open his dantian. Right? Who would want to take such a person as a disciple? It would be a sheer waste of time. Some disciples of the Xingyun sect murmured, unaware that Shen Li could hear them. In truth, after consuming the flesh and blood of the Qing Liao wolf and the Tg Shilong beast, forming a divine pattern of talent, Shen Li's physical strength had significantly increased, along with his hearing and vision. Could it be that no one would choose me? Shen Li pondered silently. Gaining entry into the Xingyun sect as an outer disciple was the optimal pathway for him to ascend to a larger platform and rapidly enhance his strength. Shen Li yearned to learn more formidable techniques within the sect to elevate his prowess, thus allowing him to reach a more powerful realm and venture deep into Wushan Mountain in search of his father. "You, come stand behind me." With Lu Xiao's words, only Shen Li remained in the arena. All eyes turned toward him, awaiting to see if anyone would indeed choose Shen Li as a disciple. Opposite him, only Ling Ao, the peak master of Tianquan, had yet to select a second disciple. "You, come stand behind me." Ling Ao finally spoke, extending his finger, but to Shen Li's dismay, he pointed to someone behind him. "Me? Is it really me?" The chosen individual was ecstatic, nearly dropping to his knees. Shen Li turned to see that it was Murong Yun. "Wonderful. Thank you, master," Murong Yun exclaimed in excitement, quickly stepping behind Ling Ao. As he passed Shen Li, he could not resist casting a scornful glance in Shen Li's direction. "Your circumstances do not suit the 7 great peaks. Perhaps the artifact hall may have a place for you." Lu Xiao nodded at Shen Li. With a swish, the peak masters vanished in an instant, along with the 2 disciples standing behind them, leaving Shen Li alone at the center of the platform. Chapter 0022. The 1,000 tempering body technique. In the outer sect square of Xingyun sect, the once thronged outer disciples who had gathered to watch the spectacle began to disperse, leaving only Shen Li standing alone in the center. Although he had long prepared himself for the possibility of not being chosen as a disciple, the feeling of being callously overlooked by the peak masters before so many eyes left him somewhat disheartened. "All right, everyone else, follow me to report to the miscellaneous hall. An elderly man who appeared to be in his 70s or 80s announced coldly. Including Shen Li, there were a total of 140 youths who had come to Xingyun's sect. After accounting for those selected by the various peaks, only 126 remained. These 126 individuals, despite having gained the opportunity to enter Xingyun's sect, would not become direct inner disciples. Instead, they would start as miscellaneous disciples. After a year of satisfactory performance and accruing sufficient sect points, they could formally become outer disciples of the Xingyun sect. Soon, under the elderly man's lead, Shen Li and the others made their way to the foot of the mountain. There, a series of small wooden houses appeared before them, surrounded by towering trees and vibrant wildflowers. Not far away, a great river surged powerfully onward. The scene was quite picturesque. This was the location of the miscellaneous hall for the outer sect, where all who had not directly become outer disciples would live and work to earn sect points. Here, while ordinary gold and silver treasures held some value, the most coveted currency was the sect points. 100 sect points could be exchanged for a standard yellow-grade superior technique, which in Wushan City would be considered a treasured heirloom of any family. Moreover, it was possible to exchange ordinary gold and silver for sect points. But 1 point required an exorbitant sum of 10,000 taels of silver. Even for the Shen family, one of the 3 great families of Wushan City, their annual net income barely exceeded several tens of thousands of taels, meaning it would take decades to accumulate enough for 100 points. Furthermore, the family's wealth was not solely owned by one person. How could it all be used for point exchanges? The only path to earn sect points was to accept tasks at the miscellaneous hall, with each completed task yielding corresponding points. In the Xingyun sect, there exist vast fields spanning hundreds to thousands of acres, cultivated with a variety of spiritual herbs and precious medicines. These fields require regular irrigation, fertilization, and pest control, tasks typically assigned to the ordinary disciples of the miscellaneous hall. Furthermore, within the sect, there are tens of thousands of spirit beasts and celestial birds that also necessitate care and management. Additionally, the peak master of Yaoguang, Lu Xiao, previously mentioned that Shen Li might be well suited for the artifact refining hall, where he could assist the artifact masters with various tasks, such as monitoring the refining furnaces, thus earning contribution points as well. Upon arriving at a building that was twice the size of the Shun family estate, Shen Li observed several young individuals clad in gray robes busily registering the newly arrived youths, distributing tokens and standardized robes. These young individuals were likely also disciples of the miscellaneous hall, possibly those who ranked among the top 10 in previous hunting competitions. Following the crowd, Shen Li queued up and received his token and robe from the young disciples. Soon, someone led the way, and before long, Shen Li found himself standing in front of his small wooden cabin. Earlier, while Shen Li and the others awaited the selection by the masters of the 7 peaks, a flying vessel had already transported the 140 young servants to the miscellaneous hall. Thus, upon reaching his assigned cabin, Shen Li immediately spotted Grandpa Mu, who was busy tidying up the room. "Grandpa Mu, let me handle it." Seeing the elderly man bend over, coughing while wiping the table, Shen Li felt a surge of emotion and hurried over to take the cloth from him. "I am old now. I fear I can only assist you in tidying up," Grandpa Mu said with a smile, gazing fondly at Shen Li. "Grandpa Mu, I must have disappointed you again, haven't I? I was not selected as an outer disciple this time." Shen Li looked at him, feeling somewhat embarrassed that it was well known that Shen Li had won the championship in the Wushan City hunting competition, and everyone believed he would undoubtedly become an outer disciple of the Xingyun sect, achieving a meteoric rise. Yet, in the end, he could only enter the sect as a disciple of the miscellaneous hall. This perhaps mattered little to Shen Li, but it pained him to see Grandpa Mu suffer alongside him. "Xiao Li, they did not choose you as a disciple. Their judgment is flawed. I believe you will succeed," Grandpa Mu reassured him, patting Shen Li's shoulder. "Indeed, I am confident that I will soon become a true outer disciple of the Xingyun sect. I will persist in my efforts to advance to the inner sect and even become a direct disciple," Shen Li declared resolutely. The following day after breakfast, Shen Li returned to the miscellaneous hall to receive tasks. By this time, many young individuals had already arrived, eagerly seeking tasks to undertake. Irrigate 10 acres of spiritual fields, weed, and fertilize, earning 1 contribution point per month. Feed 100 celestial birds and spirit beasts, earning 1 contribution point per month. Miscellaneous work at the artifact refining hall, 1 contribution point per month. Alas, Only 1 point for irrigating and fertilizing 10 acres? Good heavens, at this rate, when will I ever earn 100 points to exchange for a high-grade yellow-level technique? One young man lamented. Indeed, this will take ages. Another youth echoed, frowning that at that moment, Shen Li noticed a line of small print beneath each task. If you can complete the task perfectly, you will receive 10 times the contribution points. Perfectly complete the task. Could there be hidden tasks within these duties? Shen Li pondered silently. Given his formidable physical strength, irrigating, fertilizing, or tending to the celestial birds seemed a waste of his potential. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to heed Lu Xiao's suggestion and work at the artifact refining hall. Having made his decision, Shen Li promptly took on a task and followed a staff member of the miscellaneous hall to a cave at the foot of the mountain. The artifact refining hall, unlike other departments, required the use of underground flames to temper weapons. Thus it was situated at the base of the peak. Upon entering the cave, Shen Li beheld a tunnel that was 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. Extending into the distance, along the sides of the tunnel, small alcoves were carved every 10 meters or so, each embedded with a fire crystal emitting a crimson glow that illuminated the entire passage. As Shen Li walked through the tunnel, he felt an intense heat surge towards him, mingled with the acrid scent of sulfur, which was exceedingly pungent. After wandering for approximately 400 to 500 meters, the tunnel suddenly opened into a vast chamber measuring about 100 meters in circumference. With the words Artifact Refining Hall inscribed above it, as Shen Li approached, a burly middle-aged man, bald and clad only in a fur loincloth, emerged from the cave. Even from 10 meters away, Shen Li could sense the wild and ferocious aura radiating from the man. His muscular arms bulged with explosive strength, resembling a beast engulfed in flames, instilling a sense of dread. Though he had not unleashed his full prowess, Shen Li could discern that the middle-aged man's cultivation was at least at the 10th level of body tempering. In Wushan City, such strength would rank among the top 10, yet here he merely served as an ordinary figure to usher in the miscellaneous disciples. Kid, you are here to take on tasks at the Artifact Refining Hall, right? The man bellowed. Indeed, if you have any instructions, please let me know. Shen Li replied respectfully, bowing slightly. Not bad. You have some manners. Come, follow me. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. Shen Li clasped his hands and hurriedly followed the man deeper into the cave. As he ventured further, the heat intensified, and the sulfuric stench made his eyes water, causing the temperature around him to rise sharply, as if his clothes might ignite at any moment that I in the distance. He could see numerous small caverns, each resonating with the sounds of forging and hammering. Several youths, clad in gray robes like Shen Li, were engaging in various tasks as directed. Suddenly, a boy in a gray robe stumbled out of one of the caves, swaying unsteadily before collapsing, that he was quickly dragged away by another individual, similarly bare-chested and clad in a leather loincloth. You see, working here carries risks that if you cannot endure, do not push yourself. Otherwise, you may end up injured and only have yourself to blame. The middle-aged man cautioned, glancing at Shen Li's slender frame. Thank you for the warning, but I am fine, Shen Li replied, bowing again. Following the middle-aged man, he entered a cavern approximately 10 meters in circumference, where a massive forging platform stood at its center, sealed beneath a stone slab inscribed with mysterious patterns. However, even so, Shen Li could feel an overwhelming heat striking his face, as if he were being roasted in flames, his skin feeling as though it might tear apart from the searing pain. Here you have a few choices. The first is to perform ordinary miscellaneous tasks, like that person earlier, simply helping to pass items or operate a bellows. You may return to the surface for a break every incense stick's worth of time, earning 1 contribution point per month. The second option is to assist me in forging the freshly created ingots. But you must possess a sufficiently strong physique that if you qualify, you can earn 10 points per month. The middle-aged man explained nonchalantly that in truth, upon observing Shen Li's slight build, the man had already categorized him as a candidate for the first type of miscellaneous worker. I choose the second option. Shen Li responded eagerly that he had suspected that these tasks contained hidden assignments that, upon completion, would yield 10-fold contribution points. Now it seemed his assumption was correct. Good. You have some guts. Still, I must advise you to act within your limits. The man then produced a small, weathered booklet with the words Qian Duan Lian Tiju inscribed on it. Take this back and study it well. You will officially start work here tomorrow. Upon returning to his cabin, Shen Li eagerly pulled out the small booklet gifted by the middle-aged man and began to examine it. The cover bore the bold title Qian, Duan Lian, Tiju, rugged and imposing. From what Shen Li understood, in the Xian Yuan continent, cultivation techniques were categorized into several types. Internal cultivation methods, various sword arts and saber techniques, and body tempering methods. The reason human saints were able to awaken and rapidly grow powerful was due to their ability to open their dantian, draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and refine and strengthen their bodies, ultimately establishing formidable techniques to condense their blood energy into true essence, rendering them invincible and capable of battling fierce beasts, thus securing a life of ease for humanity on the Xian Yuan continent. These techniques, created by human saints, were classified into internal cultivation methods, divided into 4 tiers and 12 grades. The method of body tempering, however, emerged at a later stage. Some martial artists, born with an inability to open their dantian, yet possessing unwavering determination, gradually devised a set of techniques for body tempering. They treated their physical forms as if they were forged from mystical iron, subjecting themselves to relentless trials. Ultimately, they achieved breakthroughs, refining their blood essence into formidable energy, exuding an unmatched dominance. For the vast majority of martial artists, cultivating internal skills is the most effective pathway to rapid enhancement. There is no need to endure self-inflicted torment by choosing to practice the arduous and slow-paced art of body tempering. Consequently, body tempering techniques have become akin to a superfluous existence, pursued only by those like Shen Li, who are unable to open their dantian. Fortunately, the body tempering techniques are not highly valued, which allowed Shen Li to acquire them with ease. The Thousand Hammer body tempering method envisions oneself as a piece of mystical iron, employing various methods to forge oneself, repeatedly pushing the body to its limits through relentless trials, ultimately achieving a state of physical perfection. Intriguingly, Shen Li perused the text, secretly delighting in it present, Shen Li, despite having attained a remarkable level of physical strength comparable to that of fierce beasts due to consuming them and inscribing divine patterns, remained merely a brute, lacking knowledge of how to effectively harness his power, let alone how to enhance it. The Thousand Hammer body tempering method presented Shen Li with an opportunity for self-forging. The following day, Shen Li returned to the cave at the foot of the mountain. The middle-aged man had been waiting there for him, and upon seeing Shen Li, casually handed him a hammer head that at this point, Shen Li had learned that this middle-aged man, named Zhou Tong, was the chief blacksmith of the refining hall. Come, take this hammer head, and with all your strength, strike this sword blank 10 times, Zhou Tong instructed. Shen Li nodded and accepted the hammer head, but was unprepared for its weight. He nearly stumbled to the ground. This hammerhead was far heavier than he had anticipated. A small piece, no larger than a fist, weighed over 200 pounds. Shen Li speculated that it was likely forged from mystical iron. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, shaking his wrist to stabilize his grip on the hammerhead. Zhou Tong, observing that Shen Li had not faltered, revealed a faint smile. Gripping the hammerhead tightly, Shen Li approached the forging platform, and Zhou Tong stepped forward, wielding a massive pair of tongs, extracting a sword blank measuring over 1 meter in length and 1 foot in width from the refining furnace. Clang! Shen Li summoned all his strength, swinging the hammer down onto the sword blank with tremendous force that a deep resonance echoed. Shen Li felt as though he had collided with a massive, earth-shattering bear. His entire arm was jolted upwards, and his body uncontrollably leaned backward, nearly causing him to fall. Hiss! What material is this sword blank made of? How can it be so incredibly hard? Shen Li was inwardly astonished. Just moments ago, he had exerted nearly all his strength, approximately 8,000 pounds of force, yet, logically, even a piece of mystical iron should have bent under such an impact. Yet upon closer inspection, the sword blank on the forging platform bore only a faint white mark. 1. Zhou Tong glanced at Shen Li and calmly declared, "Oof, I refuse to believe it. It's just 10 strikes." Shen Li gritted his teeth and swung the hammer again, delivering another powerful blow to the sword blank. Clang! The hammer struck the blank once more. This time, Shen Li was adequately prepared for the immense recoil, quickly adjusting his stance to prevent another backward fall. Clang! After a brief adjustment, he swung the hammer down again. Clang, clang, clang. Before long, Shen Li had completed 10 strikes. Panting heavily, He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a pool of water, droplets cascading to the ground, evaporating in the scorching air. Well done. Firstly, you certainly did not slack off. Each strike was delivered with your utmost effort. Secondly, your ability to persist and complete these 10 strikes indeed exceeded my expectations. Zhou Tong nodded appreciatively. These 10 strikes hold particular significance. In the refining hall, they are referred to as the killing hammer. Many new disciples who first arrive at the refining hall often look down upon the blacksmiths. They may call them blacksmiths in a flattering sense, but more derogatorily. They are simply referred to as iron beaters. Generally, few wish to pursue the path of a blacksmith unless they lack talent and come from humble backgrounds, forced into this profession to support their families. Yet, those who enter the outer sect of the Xingyun sect as miscellaneous disciples are all among the top 10 talents within their respective cities. Although they may currently occupy the status of miscellaneous disciples, they hold great potential for advancement to formal outer disciples in the future. These miscellaneous disciples typically come to the refining hall merely to accumulate points, getting by without commitment. This has led to a less than favorable impression of them among the blacksmiths. Therefore, when new miscellaneous disciples arrive at the refining hall, they undergo the experience of the killing hammer's might. Typically, newly arrived outer sect miscellaneous disciples possess cultivation levels around the 5th stage of body tempering. And when wielding a 200-pound mystical iron hammer to strike a specially crafted sword blank made from cold marrow steel, they usually sustain injuries from recoil after just 3 strikes, requiring at least 30 to 50 days of recovery before they can even rise. Throughout the Xingyun sect's history of over 100 years, among tens of thousands of miscellaneous disciples, only a few hundred have managed to strike 10 times on their first attempt in the refining hall. In the past decade, fewer than 10 have succeeded. Shen Li's ability to deliver 10 consecutive strikes is already a remarkable feat, evoking astonishment and admiration. Kid, you truly possess some skill. Care to try this hammer again? Zhou Tong chuckled, once more extending a larger hammer towards him. This hammer appeared nearly twice the size of the previous one, and, based on its material, was likely also forged from mystical iron. Shen Li estimated that it weighed at least 400 pounds. Though already fatigued, he felt compelled to accept when he saw Zhou Tong's expression, which seemed to challenge his courage. Come, Shen Li shouted. Stepping forward to grasp the hammer, as he lifted it, his arm trembled slightly. Indeed, this hammer was more than twice the weight of the last one, roughly 500 pounds. Let us make this simple. If you can deliver 10 strikes with this hammer, your task for today will be considered complete, and I'll grant you 10 points. Zhou Tong proposed with a smile. 10 points. Shen Li's eyes lit up. Typically, it would take a month of menial work in the refining hall to earn just 1 point. Today, if he could deliver 10 strikes with a 500-pound hammer, he would earn 10 points. What an enticing offer. Clang. Shen Li took a deep breath, exhaling as he swung the hammer down onto the sword blank. The force of the impact reverberated through him, causing his muscles to quiver, and his ears rang as if struck by thunder, nearly rupturing his eardrums. Refreshing. Shen Li roared, seemingly indifferent to the sensations. Clang, he swung the hammer again. His muscles bulging as he struck the sword blank with ferocity, that a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. But he swiftly licked it away. That high. Shen Li expelled a breath, unleashing the hammer like a raging dragon upon the sword blank. Clang. His grip on the hammer faltered, and a fine cut appeared where the hammer met his palm. 3 strikes down. 7 more to go. And the 10 points will be mine. Clang. Shen Li clenched his teeth and swung the hammer once more. This time, blood streamed from his nose, trickling down to his lips, that he eagerly licked it clean. Unwilling to waste a single drop of his own blood, that a twisted smile crossed his face, bloodied and fierce. Clang. 5th strike. Shen Li's legs trembled slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, he bore an expression of exhilaration. Ha ha! 5 strikes, he laughed heartily. You should really give it up. With your current physical strength, you can manage at most 1 more strike. It's impossible to reach 10, Zhou Tong advised, furrowing his brow. Clang. Shen Li remained silent, raising the hammer yet again to strike the sword blank. 6th strike. He gritted his teeth, exerting immense willpower to suppress any cries of pain. Fine, I admit, you might manage 1 or 2 more strikes. But after that, your body will be completely spent. Just give up. Zhou Tong reiterated. Clang. Shen Li shot Zhou Tong a fierce glare and once more swung the hammer down. 7th strike. Blood streamed from the corners of his eyes. staining his face, rendering him a ghastly sight. Clang! Shen Li inhaled deeply, feeling as if the scorching air was igniting his very insides. Zhou Tong fell silent, in truth, during the initial round of 10 strikes with the killing hammer. Shen Li had already sustained some internal damage due to his lack of understanding on how to mitigate the recoil. Now, wielding a 500-pound hammer and striking 10 times with full force was a feat that no one could accomplish. Indeed, in the history of the Xingyun sect, only one person had ever achieved such a thing. The individual in question has thus forged an indomitable physique, subsequently departing from the nebulous sect to venture into the world. In the span of merely a few decades, he has ascended to become an unparalleled powerhouse, renowned across the Xianyuan continent. Could it be that Shen Li, too, might accomplish what was once deemed an insurmountable challenge? Akin to that of the formidable figure from years past, Clang. Shen Li has already begun to bleed from all 7 orifices, his internal organs seemingly displaced by the force of the impact. Yet, inexplicably, a profound tranquility envelopes his heart. The 9th strike. Shen Li murmured hesitantly. Very well, I concede that I underestimated you. Should you manage to deliver this 10th strike, I shall double today's points and grant you 20. At this moment, Zhou Tong was thoroughly impressed, his heart surging with hope that Shen Li might indeed conquer this trial. Shen Li smiled, his heart racing wildly as a warm current surged forth from the shattered stars. Instantaneously spreading throughout his limbs and bones that moment, he felt an invigorating strength fill his entire being. Clang, the 10th strike, Chapter 0024, the esteemed rune master within the depths of the nebulous sect's underground forging hall. Zhou Tong stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the slender youth before him, bloodied yet unwavering, standing tall as a pine. In this instant, the seemingly fragile boy appeared to Zhou Tong as a towering mountain. Majestic and formidable, my heavens! He truly accomplished it. Zhou Tong silently exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. What was merely a routine assessment for a lowly disciple had unexpectedly revealed a treasure. A prodigy who had matched the legendary record of the nebulous sect's most illustrious powerhouse. Indeed, you have performed admirably. Consider your task for today completed. Now, present your token, and I shall grant you 20 points. Zhou Tong forcibly restrained his surging emotions, striving to maintain an air of calm in his view. A youth like Shen Li, upon realizing that he had shattered record after record, achieving feats that placed him alongside the sect's most legendary figures, would surely succumb to hubris, which could prove detrimental to his future development. Thus, Zhou Tong suppressed the urge to embrace Shen Li fervently, offering only a casual pat on his shoulder. Clang! Shen Li collapsed to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness, but he was utterly exhausted, despite the enhancements granted by the Qing Liao Wolf and the Iron Spine Rhinoceros Divine Runes. Shen Li's body was on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the warm current emitted by the shattered stars, he might have faced dire consequences far beyond mere fainting. He could very well have lost his life. Sleep now. You shall awaken rejuvenated. Zhou Tong stepped forward to support Shen Li, producing a fiery red pill radiating an intense warmth, and placed it into Shen Li's mouth. Had an astute observer been present, they would recognize that the pill Zhou Tong administered was the high-grade 3-star, 9-turn fire unicorn pill, valued at no less than 100,000 taels of silver in the auction house of Wushan City, and often sought after yet seldom available. Even within the nebulous sect, acquiring a 9-turn fire unicorn pill would necessitate at least 90 points. Subsequently, Zhou Tong enlisted several junior disciples to carry Shen Li back to his wooden cabin. While Shen Li lay in unconsciousness, the junior disciples' hall was already abuzz with commotion. Within the hall stood a massive stone wall, upon which a dark, fist-sized pillar emitted beams of light, displaying rows of small characters. This wall represented the ranking of points among the junior disciples. All disciples working in the hall were listed according to their points, determining their rank. At the year's end, the top 3 disciples in total points would have the opportunity to ascend to full-fledged outer disciples. At this moment, over 100 youths who had just entered the junior disciples' hall surrounded the stone wall, pointing and discussing animatedly. What is happening? Is there a malfunction with this wall? How could someone suddenly rise so many ranks? Indeed, this Shen Li appears to be like us, having only just arrived at the junior disciples' hall. Wait, isn't this the champion of the Wushan City hunting competition, who was overlooked by the 7 Peaks Masters? How did his points suddenly soar several hundred ranks, placing him within the top 100 junior disciples? How did he achieve this? 20 points. And this is just the first day. I see that the highest task in the Junior Disciples Hall only offers 2 points. How could he earn 20 points in a single day? There must be some trickery involved. The newcomers from various cities erupted in frustration, demanding answers from the hall's staff. Soon, the personnel of the Junior Disciples Hall verified Shen Li's points and concluded that they were legitimate and devoid of any underhanded dealings. My heavens! What task did Shen Li undertake today? Let us hurry. We must pursue the same task he did. If we take the same task as Shen Li and receive different points, we shall certainly lodge a complaint. Upon learning that Shen Li had undertaken a menial task in the forging hall, the youths hastily flocked towards it. Within a day, the wooden cabins of the Junior Disciples Hall echoed with groans. Many of these youths, who were considered the CRME de la CRME in their respective cities, found themselves utterly incapable of completing the 10 strikes of the demonic hammer's test. According to whispers from a forging master in the hall, the strongest among them had only managed to swing a 200-pound hammer 6 times before being struck down by the recoil. Thus, it became evident how extraordinary it was for Shen Li to wield a 500-pound mysterious iron hammer and deliver 10 resounding strikes upon the cold marrow steel. Shen Li remained in slumber for a full 3 days and nights. When he finally opened his eyes, he felt an indescribable sense of relief, akin to quenching one's thirst with a cool drink on a sweltering summer day, causing his body to tingle with vitality. Did I not faint? Previously, it felt as though my internal organs had suffered considerable damage. How is it that I feel no ill effects now? Shen Li pondered with some confusion, based on his understanding of his physical condition at the time. He believed it would take at least 2 to 3 months of recuperation to rise from his bed. The injuries to his internal organs, along with damage to his meridians and bones, could have easily claimed the life of an ordinary person. Fortunate was he that his physique was sufficiently robust to endure. Yet, all of it was worth it. 20 points had he been engaged in any other task. It would have taken at least 20 months to earn such a reward. Wait, something seems amiss. I vaguely recall someone administering a pill to me while I was unconscious. Surely, my swift recovery is attributed to the efficacy of that pill. Suddenly, Shen Li's memory came flooding back. With a creak, the door to his wooden cabin swung open, revealing Grandpa Mu, who entered with a bowl of porridge. Here, Xiao Li, have some porridge. Grandpa Mu smiled as he extended the bowl. In truth, when Shen Li was carried back, Grandpa Mu had already discerned that, although Shen Li was gravely injured, he had consumed a high-grade spirit pill and would likely recover swiftly, hence his lack of worry. Grandpa Mu, I have caused you undue concern again. But look, I am quite well now, not a thing wrong with me. Shen Li chuckled, raising his fist in triumph. After finishing the porridge, Shen Li descended from his bed and wandered around the Junior Disciples Hall. He noticed that the way the disciples regarded him had shifted dramatically. Previously, many had looked upon Shen Li, the champion of the Wushan city hunting competition, with glee at his not being chosen by the 7 Peaks Masters as an outer disciple. They had regarded him with disdain, as if they were superior. Yet now, as they beheld Shen Li, their gazes were tinged not only with envy and jealousy, but also with a hint of respect and apprehension. What Shen Li did not know was that nearly everyone had learned of his success in passing the demonic hammer's trial. That it was precisely for this reason that he had been awarded 20 points. Zhou Tong, in order to protect Shen Li, had felt compelled to disseminate this information. Of course, Zhou Tong had not disclosed the fact that Shen Li had struck the 10 blows with a 500-pound mysterious iron hammer. If that news were to leak, it would surely cause an upheaval. Even the sect leader might be roused. And for Shen Li, such attention was not necessarily advantageous. After wandering through the Junior Disciples Hall, Shen Li returned once more to the underground forging hall. You have arrived, Zhou Tong remarked nonchalantly, hammering away at a sword blank while greeting Shen Li. Thank you for the pill, esteemed elder. Shen Li bowed respectfully. To Shen Li, he was merely a stranger. Yet Zhou Tong had willingly offered a valuable pill to save him, a kindness he would remember and repay tenfold in the future when he had the means. No need for such formalities. If you wish, you may call me Uncle Zhou. From now on, work alongside me in the forging hall and diligently hone your physical strength. It will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Zhou Tong smiled warmly. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Shen Li returned the smile. Sometimes it suffices to keep gratitude in one's heart. Voicing it might seem overly sentimental. Now, take that 200-pound hammer and let us engage in some practice together. Zhou Tong gestured towards Shen Li with a subtle nod, indicating for him to fetch the hammer situated opposite him. All right. Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Li seized the hammer and positioned himself across from Zhou Tong. Hey! Zhou Tong brandished a colossal hammer, easily 4 to 5 times larger than the one in Shen Li's grasp, and brought it crashing down upon the sword blank with great force mimicking Zhou Tong's actions. Shen Li exhaled sharply and, seizing the moment when Zhou Tong's hammer was lifted, struck down precisely on the spot where Zhou Tong's mighty blow had landed. Hey! Although it was their first collaboration, the two exhibited remarkable synergy, hammering away tirelessly for over a dozen strikes before finally pausing to catch their breath. Shen Li felt as though his very blood was about to boil. Previously, he had absorbed barely a tenth of the medicinal effects of the 9 turns Fire Lin Dan. Yet now, with each relentless strike, its potency gradually began to emanate. The 9 turns Fire Lin Dan was a rare elixir crafted from the core of a 4th-tier ferocious beast. The Fire Lin Python, combined with numerous spiritual herbs, it was designed specifically for tempering the flesh and refining the bones. After a brief respite, the duo resumed their hammering. This time, Shen Li gradually began to adhere to the principles outlined in the 1000 Forging Body technique, consciously regulating his breath, rhythm, and the movement of his muscles and bones. Although initially, the dual task of swinging the hammer while practicing the technique left him feeling fatigued, as time progressed, he increasingly felt as though countless ants were gnawing at him. The sensations of soreness and pain were overwhelming yet extraordinarily invigorating. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a pristine white robe unexpectedly entered the refining chamber. The old man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. His skin remarkably fair, rivaling that of an 18 or 19-year-old maiden. With his arrival, the temperature within the chamber seemed to drop significantly, and an exceptionally fresh aura swirled around him, preventing any dust or debris from encroaching within a half-meter radius. He emanated a subtle yet profound essence of the natural order, evoking a desire to approach him, yet instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any rashness. Natural, noble, and utterly awe-inspiring. Greetings, Master Sikong. Zhou Tong, usually brash and unyielding, hurried forward to bow respectfully. What brings you personally to the refining hall? Even Zhou Tong, known for his arrogance and disdain for others, was filled with respect at the sight of the elder. Shen Li quickly mimicked Zhou Tong's gesture, bowing in deference. There's no need for such formalities. Zhou Tong, I have come to request your assistance in crafting a small component. I need it to inscribe divine runes on a new gadget I've recently devised. Master Sikong Wuhan replied with a smile. Shen Li immediately felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing Zhou Tong's incredulous expression, an impulse to burst into laughter rising within him, though he ultimately suppressed it. Master Sikong Wuhan regarded Zhou Tong, whose lips trembled slightly, with a mischievous grin. What kind of component do you require, Master? Zhou Tong, now in his 40s, could only manage a wry smile as he spoke respectfully. Ah, you're no fun, always wearing such a serious face. How dull. Master Sikong Wuhan shook his head, casually producing a piece of paper and tossing it to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong promptly caught it and examined it intently, while Shen Li discreetly glanced over, discovering that the paper depicted a curved component adorned with intricate gears. An exceedingly complex task for an ordinary refiner. It was no wonder Master Sikong Wuhan sought the expertise of the foremost refiner in the hall. It should be ready by tomorrow afternoon, that I'll have someone deliver it to your residence, Master, Zhou Tong declared after a thorough inspection. Very well, I shall await your news. Master Sikong Wuhan nodded before turning to leave. Farewell, Master Sikong. Zhou Tong bowed deeply in farewell. Master Sikong Wuhan waved his hand dismissively, departing without looking back. Phew! Once Master Sikong Wuhan was out of sight, Shen Li finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Master Sikong Wuhan was one of the few divine rune masters within the Xingyun sect, holding a status that surpassed even that of the peak leaders. Even the sect leader would treat him with utmost respect. In the Xianyuan continent, there existed numerous occupational classifications beyond martial artists, such as refiners, alchemists, beast tamers, and so forth. Generally, martial artists were the most common yet formidable among all professions. However, there was one profession that even the most powerful martial artists dared not provoke: the divine rune masters. In ancient times, when sages awakened and established astonishing internal cultivation techniques and formidable martial arts capable of reshaping the very landscape, they also discerned the threads of the natural order between heaven and earth, creating powerful and mysterious runes to communicate with the world and enhance weaponry. The individuals who mastered these runes were the divine rune masters. Unlike martial artists, who focused on the physical body, requiring unobstructed meridians, a robust dantian, and sufficient comprehension to become true powerhouses, the divine rune masters emphasize the strength of the soul, perceptiveness, and heightened comprehension. In essence, martial artists prioritize physical talent, while divine rune masters focus on the gifts of the soul and mental fortitude. To assume that divine rune masters are weaker than martial artists would be a grave misjudgment. Divine rune masters wield their powers through three primary avenues. First, by inscribing divine runes onto weaponry. Ordinary weapons, no matter how rare or resilient the materials used in their crafting, can only be deemed as fine swords. Only after the inscribing of divine runes can they be classified as divine weapons. Depending on the grade of the runes, divine weapons can be divided into 12 tiers. The second avenue involves inscribing runes onto pills. Ordinary pills that achieve even 50 or 60% of their medicinal efficacy are considered exceptional. However, divine rune masters can amplify a pill's effectiveness significantly by guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the inscribed runes. Even a first-tier rune pill can yield over 80% efficacy, while legendary pills of 10th tier or above can autonomously commune with heaven and earth, summoning heavenly thunder for refinement. Such rune pills are only consumed by powerful martial artists, as ordinary ones would likely be overwhelmed by the potent spiritual energy and suffer catastrophic consequences. The third avenue involves constructing various formations using divine runes. Ordinary formations can be constructed with spirit stones, such as gathering formations that draw in multiple times the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Training within such formations could yield the equivalent of 3 to 5 days' worth of practice in a single day. However, such formations consume spirit stones excessively, making them unaffordable for regular martial artists. In contrast, formations constructed with divine runes continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy as long as the runes endure. High-tier divine rune masters can create formations that autonomously draw in spiritual energy to sustain the runes, mitigating their decay. In essence, a divine rune master is akin to a living, breathing vein of spirit stones. Furthermore, each divine rune master possesses their own unique or inherited divine rune formations, granting them sufficient means for self-preservation. The most powerful divine rune masters can even use their formations to overpower high-tier martial artists. Undoubtedly, divine rune formations possess myriad other utilities. For instance, the flying vessel that transported Shen Li and others to the Xinyan Sect was possible due to the intricate and mysterious divine rune formations inscribed upon it. Similarly, the unassuming ring on Zhou Tong's finger was capable of creating a pocket dimension, functioning as a storage ring, due to the simple yet enigmatic divine rune formations inscribed within. In summary, on the Xianyuan continent, the status of a divine rune master is exceedingly elevated and immensely respected. Countless martial artists aspire to surround themselves with divine rune masters, willingly submitting to their command. They would rather offend a martial artist than cross a divine rune master. However, the path to becoming a divine rune master is no easy feat. Among ordinary people, out of 10,000, hardly one meets the minimum criteria. Come on, stop dawdling. Let us get to work. Zhou Tong glanced at Shen Li, recognizing the envy in his eyes and his longing to become a divine rune master. Yet, Zhou Tong believed that Shen Li was better suited for the profession of a refiner, pursuing a path of physical strength, while the elusive aspirations of becoming a divine rune master were perhaps best left unpursued. Hey, clang, 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 soon. Only Shen Li and Zhou Tong remained in the refining chamber, their breaths synchronized with the rhythmic sound of the black iron hammer striking the iron blade. Before long, Zhou Tong had crafted not just one, but 10 components required by Master Sikong Wu. As the foremost refiner in the hall, Zhou Tong held himself to the highest standards, particularly when it came to components destined for Master Sikong. Among the 10 pieces, he meticulously selected the top 3 in terms of quality to package, while the remaining 7 were cast aside into a storage box. It's still early. You can take a break here. Then try forging your own sword. There is plenty of material to choose from, Zhou Tong suggested, pressing a small protrusion on the stone wall. With a grinding sound, a stone door rose, revealing a vast array of materials stacked neatly behind it: black iron, cold marrow steel, azure gold iron, jade essence gold, and many other sword blanks whose names Shen Li could hardly recognize. Wow! Shen Li's eyes widened in astonishment. It is worth noting that each of these materials holds considerable value. Within the confines of Wushan City, a single piece could fetch tens of thousands of taels of silver. Now, with such a vast array before him, it is likely that they are worth at least several million taels. This sum would be more than sufficient to purchase the entire Wushan City. No wonder Shen Li was taken aback. Observing Shen Li's expression, Zhou Tong smiled and turned to exit, leaving the entire forging cave to Shen Li. Once Zhou Tong departed, Shen Li finally relaxed, curiously exploring this and that, a look of wonder on his face. After a while, when Shen Li had calmed down, he recalled Zhou Tong's words about using these materials to forge his own sword. And suddenly, excitement surged within him. Amidst a heap of materials, Shen Li selected a small piece of azure gold iron, no larger than a fist, barely sufficient to forge a dagger. The reason Shen Li chose this modest piece of azure gold iron was twofold. Firstly, it was the least valuable among the materials, costing around 5,000 to 10,000 taels of silver. Although Zhou Tong was generous, Shen Li did not wish to be overly greedy. Secondly, Shen Li was acutely aware that, given his current physical strength, he could only manage to forge a dagger. Attempting to create a sword within half a day was nearly impossible. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, Shen Li wielded the black iron hammer, embarking on his first forging endeavor. As dusk approached, the dagger began to take shape. Measuring approximately half a foot in length and 2 fingers in width, the dagger exuded a faint azure hue, already emanating a subtle sharpness despite not yet being sharpened. What a fine blade! Shen Li couldn't help but exclaim. Ordinary swords are typically forged from black iron, but weapons crafted from azure gold iron are far sharper, though only half a foot long. It rivals 10 black iron swords in lethality. With such a magnificent dagger in his possession, Shen Li was confident that he could easily penetrate the hide of a third-tier ferocious beast like the iron-spined rhinoceros with this azure gold dagger alone. The Divine Pattern Master. What do divine patterns truly look like? The divine pattern on my abdomen is the Azure Fang Wolf Divine Pattern, along with the Iron Spine Rhinoceros Divine Pattern. Are the divine patterns on my body akin to those of the Divine Pattern Masters? Shen Li mused to himself. A thought suddenly struck Shen Li. He activated the blood and chi within him, causing his heart to race. Buzz! The Azure Fang Wolf's innate divine pattern manifested on Shen Li's abdomen. If this innate divine pattern could be inscribed onto the azure gold iron, would it not become a divine weapon? Shen Li pondered, and with a focused thought, a silver-white vortex of the Azure Fang Wolf divine pattern swiftly coursed down Shen Li's arm and into the azure gold dagger. Instantly, 18 mysterious patterns appeared on the pale azure dagger, identical to the Azure Fang Wolf divine pattern on Shen Li's abdomen. Was it that simple? Shen Li scratched his head, somewhat incredulous that wasn't it supposed to be exceedingly difficult to become a divine pattern master? Shouldn't inscribing divine patterns take days and nights of effort? If that were the case, what I just created couldn't possibly be a divine pattern. Shen Li thought, casually setting the azure gold dagger aside. This was the first weapon he had forged on his own, and it deserved to be presented to Zhou Tong for appraisal. Subsequently, Shen Li turned and left the forging cave, heading towards his humble wooden cabin. Chapter 0026. Sect Challenge Tournament. Shen Li placed the half-foot-long azure gold dagger on the forging table before returning to his small wooden cabin. This dagger was the first weapon he had forged solo. And although it appeared rough and lacked aesthetic appeal, it held significant meaning for Shen Li as his inaugural creation under Zhou Tong's guidance. Therefore, he did not take it with him, but left it on the forging table for Zhou Tong's review. As for the Azure Fang Wolf divine pattern inscribed on the azure gold dagger, Shen Li paid it no mind. In fact, he found it hard to believe that it was indeed a divine pattern. If it were true, then inscribing divine patterns would be far too easy. Back in his cabin, Shen Li once again retrieved the 1,000 forging body technique and began to practice the martial arts routine outlined within. The 1,000 forging body technique treats the human body as black iron, employing extreme training methods to hammer away repeatedly, striving to break through physical limits and condense blood chi into formidable essence, rendering it impervious. For instance, the first level of the 1,000 forging body technique requires a martial artist to punch 1,000 times each day, divided into 10 sets, with each set consisting of 100 punches. At this moment, Shen Li was engaged in his first set of 1,000 punches. Ha! 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 With each punch, Shen Li exerted all his strength, delivering 8,000 pounds of force, causing the surrounding air to explode with a series of howling sounds. In comparison to wielding the black iron hammer to shape the sword body, punching seemed far easier. However, the truth was that a regular person would be drenched in sweat after merely 100 punches, let alone 1,000 before long. Shen Li was soaked in sweat, droplets cascading down his thighs, forming small pools on the ground. 600, 601, 602. Shen Li felt his breath quickening. The muscles in his arms had long since stiffened, growing heavier, making each punch feel as though he were swinging a 500-pound hammer. 800, 801, 802. Shen Li felt his entire body stiffening, each punch becoming a mechanical repetition. 905, 951, 952. Shen Li trembled all over, barely able to stand. Had it not been for his formidable willpower, he would have collapsed long ago. Just as Shen Li felt he might not endure any longer, a sudden warmth surged within him, distinct from the warmth released by the shattered stars. It was a potential awakened when the body reached its limits. Huh. Shen Li exhaled deeply, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. 991, 992. Shen Li's breathing had stabilized, a sensation of unprecedented exhilaration washing over him. When he struck his 1,000th punch, he surprisingly found himself devoid of sweat, as though he had merely executed the first punch with ease and grace. What a relief! Shen Li silently praised. The 1,000 forging body technique, in essence, seeks to break and then establish anew, pushing the martial artist's body to its limits and compelling it to unleash its latent potential. After resting for a while and having dinner, Shen Li performed another round of 1,000 punches. This time, he reached his physical limits after a solid 600 punches, and upon reaching 865 punches, he once again broke through, accomplishing this feat nearly 100 punches earlier than the first time. The next day, Shen Li rose early, completing 1,000 punches before breakfast and making his way to the forging hall. Upon entering the forging cave exclusively occupied by Zhou Tong, he found Zhou Tong had just arrived. "Uncle Zhou, that dagger on the forging table is the one I forged yesterday. What do you think?" Shen Li said with a smile, "Ditto. Quite fast. I thought it would take you at least 3 to 5 days to forge your first weapon." Zhou Tong nodded, approaching the forging table to examine the Azure gold dagger. "Not bad. For a first attempt at weapon forging, this is passably acceptable. Why are there some peculiar patterns on this dagger?" Zhou Tong furrowed his brow, puzzled. Naturally, Zhou Tong did not associate these patterns with divine patterns. Given Shen Li's merely 15 years of age, he could not fathom that Shen Li would possess knowledge of divine patterns. Shen Li opened his mouth, intending to explain, but ultimately decided against it. What could he possibly say to Zhou Tong? Should he claim that these were divine patterns he had developed? Even Shen Li himself was not convinced that they were divine patterns. Well, let's keep it safe. After all, it's the first weapon you've forged. After a few glances, Zhou Tong prepared to hand it back to Shen Li. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the cave, prompting Zhou Tong to look up, revealing the arrival of the divine pattern master. "Sikong Wuhan. Master Sikong, what brings you here again?" Zhou Tong hurriedly saluted. "That I happened to be passing by and wanted to check if the component I entrusted to you yesterday has been completed. If it is ready, I can take it back with me on my way," Sikong Wuhan replied, his expression devoid of any mirth, indicating a sense of urgency. "Master Sikong, these are the components I forged. There are 3 in total. Please take them all." Zhou Tong quickly retrieved the components from his divine pattern ring and handed them over. Upon receiving the components, Sikong Wuhan's gaze fell upon the azure gold dagger held in Zhou Tong's other hand. "Oh, this dagger is rather interesting." Without hesitation, Sikong Wuhan grasped the dagger. After examining the patterns on the azure gold dagger closely, Sikong Wuhan's brow furrowed tightly. Subsequently, a blood-red glow ignited on his arm, which he directed into the azure gold dagger. After a full 10 breaths, the dagger remained completely still, prompting Sikong Wuhan to lift his head and toss the dagger back to Zhou Tong before turning to leave. "That I thought these patterns were some new divine patterns." Sikong Wuhan muttered softly before quickly vanishing from sight. "Huh. Shen Li quietly exhaled in relief. The IT was fortunate he hadn't mentioned to Zhou Tong that he inscribed divine patterns on the Azure gold dagger. Otherwise, being seen by Master Sikong Wuan, who would undoubtedly confirm that they were not divine patterns at all, would have been exceedingly embarrassing. Let's go. Today continues, Zhou Tong exclaimed, picking up the hammer and retrieving a piece of already heated sword body from the forging furnace, beginning to strike it down high. Hey! Two individuals shouted slogans, alternating their strikes with fervor. Perhaps due to the cultivation of the thousand forgings body technique, Shen Li once again wielded the 200-pound black iron hammer, striking it down more than 30 times before finally feeling fatigue and compelled to pause. Just yesterday, this lad could only swing the hammer a mere dozen times, and today he has doubled that. Zhou Tong felt a surge of joy within, increasingly satisfied with Shen Li. Perhaps this young man truly has the potential to rival the most extraordinary and unparalleled powerhouse in the history of the Xingyan Sect. At which point Zhou Tong could boast to others. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Li had already been at the Xingyan Sect for over a month. Throughout this month, Shen Li had diligently visited the weapon forging hall nearly every day, forging weapons alongside Zhou Tong. After thoroughly refining the effects of the 9 transformations fire, Shen Li had cultivated the 1,000 forgings body technique to its second level, now executing 50,000 punches daily and running 100 miles each day. While working with Zhou Tong in weapon forging, Shen Li had already managed to strike the hammer 60 times in one breath without needing to rest, although he had only opened 36 acupoints. Corresponding to the 4th tier of the body refinement realm, his physical strength had experienced tremendous enhancement. Upon arriving at the Xingyan Sect, Shen Li's physical strength reached nearly 8,000 pounds, and now, after a month, he estimated that his physical strength had surpassed 9,000 pounds, pushing towards the formidable barrier of 10,000 pounds. On this particular day, as Shen Li had just risen, he received a message from the disciplinary hall, summoning everyone to gather at the outer plaza of the Xingyan Sect for an important announcement. Soon, Shen Li found himself amidst a crowd in the plaza, where no fewer than 500 people were already gathered, chattering amongst themselves. Just then, beams of light suddenly erupted from the 7 distant peaks, flickering a few times before figures materialized on the plaza platform. Shen Li focused his gaze and recognized the 7 peak masters who had previously selected disciples, along with the 14 officially accepted outer disciples. Everyone assembled. The peak master of the Shaking Light Peak, who was also the chief disciple of the Xingyan Sect, Lu Xiao, stepped forward, casually surveying the gathered disciples. Instantly, it felt as though a powerful beast had fixed its gaze upon them. A chill ran down their spines, and cold sweat trickled down their backs, causing each individual to refrain from further discussion. Even Shen Li, with his resolute demeanor, couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation under Lu Xiao's scrutinizing gaze. This Lu Xiao was extraordinarily powerful, positioned high above, and Shen Li could only look up in awe. In that moment, the entire plaza fell into silence, all eyes fixated on Lu Xiao. 3 days hence, the long-awaited 10-year Sect challenge would commence. The Xingyan Sect was set to face its opponent, the Dantian Sect. This challenge would span a month and be divided into 3 segments: the Outer Disciple Challenge, the Inner Disciple Challenge, and the True Disciple Challenge. The results of these contests would directly influence the Xingyan Sect's ranking within the entire Qizhou Prefecture and could affect the Sect's classification. Thus, for the honor of the Xingyan Sect, we must exert our utmost effort to secure victory. For the glory of the Xingyan Sect, fight, 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 Lu Xiao proclaimed loudly. Fight, fight, fight. The disciples of the Xingyan Sect were instantly galvanized by Lu Xiao's fervor, shouting in unison that moment. Shen Li finally comprehended why the Xingyan Sect had held an early hunting competition and altered the rules. It was all in preparation for this decadal Sect challenge. 3 days later, high in the sky outside the Xingyan Sect, a series of howling sounds suddenly erupted, heralding the arrival of 3 massive airships that descended with an imposing presence after traversing thousands of miles. Each of these airships bore intricate designs of a cauldron in crimson gold, shining brilliantly under the sun, their radiance blinding. Each airship was several times larger than the one that had previously transported Shen Li and the others to Wushan City, affirming the Dantian Sect's status as the apex of the 2-star sects, wealthy and formidable. With a low hum, the 3 airships docked at the outer plaza of the Xingyan Sect, and a group of young men clad in thin leather armor, wielding massive axes or hammers, emerged. Each of these young men stood 2 meters tall, their muscles bulging, their armor barely containing their power, resembling earth-shaking bears, their very footsteps causing the ground to tremble. The sight of this imposing group evoked an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Dantian sect, known for its emphasis on physical strength and the belief that sheer might could overcome all, comprised solely of men from the sect leader to the elders and all disciples. Each as robust as a bear, possessing boundless strength. The first to step forward was an elder appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, with a dark countenance, yet donned in a pure, white, exquisite robe. Striding confidently, oblivious to the falling ties at his waist. This was the leading elder of the Dantian sect for this sect challenge, Xie Xiong. "Ha, old Duan, it has been 10 years, yet you remain as flamboyant as ever," Xie Xiong bellowed, directing his voice toward the center of the plaza. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Xie Xiong, which caused a broad grin to spread across his face as he reveled in the attention of the multitude. At the center of the plaza stood another elder, also in his 50s or 60s, garbed in a silver-white robe adorned with golden star patterns, his hair elegantly pinned with a jade clasp. Exuding an air of meticulousness, he frowned slightly, seemingly about to speak, yet ultimately refrained. Was it prudent to reason with someone so physically imposing, someone whose very head seemed to be composed of muscle? "Elder Xie, it has been a while." The elder from Xinyan sect, surnamed Duan, smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "Old Duan, you remain so pretentious. What do you mean it has been a while? Are you still hoping for me to give you another beating?" Xie Xiong laughed heartily, stepping forward to deliver a punch to Elder Duan. The latter hurriedly retreated, barely evading the blow. "Ha!" The disciples of the Dantian sect following Xie Xiong burst into uproarious laughter. Utterly disregarding Elder Duan's reddening face, "Is this the Xinyan sect? It pales in comparison to our Dantian sect. Can this even be called a plaza? Our training grounds are far larger. TSK. Look at these Xinyan sect disciples. Each one is as pale and thin as a reed, lacking even 2 tails of flesh. What strength could they possibly possess? I eagerly anticipate the upcoming challenge. I want to hear their pleas for mercy beneath my feet." The disciples of the Dantian sect shouted boisterously, unabashedly. The faces of the Xinyan sect disciples turned grim. This was a blatant insult to the Xinyan sect and a humiliation to all its disciples. "Just you wait." Truly overestimating yourselves, an outer disciple of the Xinyan sect stepped forward, coldly regarding the most vociferous Dantian sect disciple. "Humph. Unconvinced. If you dare, let us have a match. I'll stand right here for you to hit. If you can knock me down, I will accept defeat." The Dantian sect disciple scoffed disdainfully. Seeking death. The outer disciple of the Xinyan sect wasted no time, activating his blood aura, 7 blood-red lights igniting around him. Concentrating all his strength into his right arm, and struck fiercely at the chest of the Dantian sect disciple. Boom! The Dantian sect disciple's muscles contracted slightly as the punch from the Xinyan sect disciple approached. He exhaled forcefully, his muscles explosively surging, and the Xinyan sect disciple felt as though he had collided with a solid wall, sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Hiss! The disciples of the Xinyan sect were instantly taken aback. Their morale plummeting. This minor altercation drew little attention, and soon, under Elder Duan's lead, they proceeded toward the peak of the Xinyan sect, the Shaking Light Peak. The sect challenge was a tradition established a millennium ago by the revered sages, aimed at motivating competition among the various sects to foster rapid growth among martial artists, thereby enhancing the overall strength of human warriors to secure victories against ferocious beasts as time passed. Humanity steadily proliferated and grew stronger, with powerful warriors emerging, allowing humans to gain the upper hand in battles against ferocious beasts, ultimately establishing themselves as the true masters of the Xintian continent. Nevertheless, the tradition of the Sect Challenge was preserved, both to uphold the sage's original intention of encouraging and facilitating rapid martial growth and to delineate the power dynamics among the major sections. The Xintian continent is divided into 9 major states and 81 prefectures, each with vast expanses of over 100,000 miles and thousands of sects. The basis for ranking these sects lies in the points accrued from the sect challenges. For instance, the 2-star Dantian sect must secure sufficient points in the Decadal Sect Challenge to advance to the 3-star level, once the Dantian sect successfully ascends to a 3-star sect. It would gain access to a broader dominion of cities and various spirit stone mines, and be able to recruit more disciples, fostering a virtuous cycle. In time, the Dantian sect might even aspire to become a 4-star sect. Hence, the Sect challenge is highly regarded by all major sects. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the shaking light peak, a grand palace emerged before all, adorned with exquisite railings and majestic architecture, yet exuding a solemn and tranquil atmosphere. As they arrived at the entrance of the grand hall, everyone held their breath, refraining from any missteps. This hall, a fixture in every sect across the Xianyuan continent, was the Hall of Sacred Light, dedicated to the veneration of numerous sage statues. As one raises their gaze, they behold 9 statues of saints adorning the periphery of the grand hall, among which 3 are female saints, while the remaining 6 are male. Each statue towers impressively, lifelike in its craftsmanship, even emanating a subtle aura of authority that stirs an irresistible impulse to pay homage. Within the hall lies a platform of 10 zhang in diameter, constructed from the enigmatic black jade, known as Tian Mou, exuding an atmosphere of profound mystery that seems to draw one's very soul into its depths. Shen Li, trailing behind a throng of outer disciples, enters the grand hall, his curiosity piqued as he surveys his surroundings. This marks Shen Li's inaugural visit to Yaoguang Peak and his first encounter with the Sacred Light Hall, where he now stands before the revered statues of the 9 saints. Since his youth, he has been raised on tales of these 9 great figures. Had it not been for the awakening of the human saints, humanity might have long been devoured by the formidable beasts. Thus, a deep-seated reverence and admiration for the 9 saints resides in the hearts of all. The disciples instinctively bow in respect towards the statues, enveloping the Sacred Light Hall in a profound silence. Subsequently, Elder Duan and Xie approach the platform of Tian Mou, turning to address all disciples of Xingyan Sect and Dingtian Sect. Before the statues of the 9 saints, even the typically boisterous Xie adopts an air of solemnity. The disciples of Xingyan Sect and Dingtian Sect dutifully separate into distinct groups, clearly delineated. Now that all disciples are present, let us commence the announcement of the rules for the Sect Challenge. Elder Duan proclaims, the newly inducted outer disciples of Xingyan Sect, including Shen Li, perk up attentively. All participants in the Sect Challenge will enter the Tian Mou platform, and through the illumination of the Saints' radiance, they will access the unique realm of Tian Xian. Within the Tian Xian realm, all exist in a state of soul manifestation. Even if one is slain, it merely results in a few days of headache in reality. Therefore, within Tian Xian, you may engage in combat without reservation. This Sect Challenge is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier involves battles among the true disciples, the second among inner disciples, and the third among outer disciples. True disciples earn 10 points for each kill. Inner disciples earn 5, and outer disciples earn 1. This challenge pits Dingtian Sect against Xingyan Sect, with 16 true disciples, 16 inner disciples, and 16 outer disciples, totaling 48 participants. The outcome of the challenge will be determined by the total points accumulated by all disciples within the sect, Elder Duan articulates, elucidating the rules of the challenge. Let us now proceed to the first stage of the challenge. The true disciples of Dingtian Sect and Xingyan Sect shall enter the Tian Xian realm to compete. Elder Duan announces that as his words echo, 8 individuals from both Dingtian Sect and Xingyan Sect step forth, advancing towards the platform of Tian Mou. Upon reaching the platform, the 16 warriors sit cross-legged, closing their eyes in serene anticipation. Suddenly, a subtle light emanates from the statues of the 9 saints, coalescing into 9 beams that merge into the Tian Mou, which transforms into an even deeper abyss of mystery, ripples visibly emanating outward. The figures of the 16 warriors blur momentarily. Just a few breaths later, a vast luminous screen materializes above them. The 16 open their eyes within the screen, rising slowly to face one another, the air thick with murderous intent. How wondrous! They have entered the Tian Xian realm. Shen Li muses quietly. The Sect Challenge, featuring the true disciples, has officially commenced. Chapter 0028. Rampant destruction, total annihilation inside the Sacred Light Hall of Xingyan Sect. The chamber is bustling with disciples, all eagerly focused on the unfolding events within the Tian Xian realm. Even in the outer halls and the refining chambers, Enormous bronze mirrors have been erected, simultaneously displaying the scenes from the sacred light hall. Suddenly, beams of subtle light shoot forth from the statues of the 9 saints, merging into the Tianmo platform. The previously dark jade now radiates an even more profound mystery, sending visible ripples through the air. The figures of the 16 participants become indistinct. Moments later, a colossal luminous screen appears above them. Silently, the figures of the 16 warriors emerge within the screen. They stand tall, weapons in hand, amidst a barren desert, glaring at one another from hundreds of meters apart. An aura of killing intent palpable in the air. Da-da. So this is the Tianxian realm. Quite intriguing, Shen Li observes, captivated by the stark contrast between the warriors poised in the desolate landscape and their serene forms seated on the platform. Though their physical bodies remain on the Tianmo, their soul manifestations have already engaged in combat in another realm. This is the true purpose of the Sacred Light Hall. Utilizing the willpower of the saint statues to unlock the Tianxian realm allows warriors to battle without restraint, enhancing their combat skills and experience in life and death struggles. That is through these endless skirmishes within the Tianxian realm that warriors can unleash greater power when confronting formidable beasts, employing an array of combat techniques. However, as time has passed, particularly over the last century, the 9 saints have remained reclusive, abstaining from overseeing specific affairs, resulting in a significant decline in the frequency of Tianxian realm openings. Outside the decennial Sect challenge, the Sacred Light Hall is seldom activated. A true disciple of Dingtian Sect is the first to step forward, charging towards the opposing disciple of Xingyun Sect. With each stride, he leaves immense swirling sand footprints in the desert. Swirling winds and sand rise, momentarily obscuring the sun above. Suddenly, as the light dims, a gigantic axe, akin to a wheel, descends from the heavens, aimed squarely at the head of a true disciple from Xingyun Sect. Swiftly, the Xingyun disciple reacts, launching himself into the air, evading the attack by a considerable margin. Excellent. Brother Zhonghan's application of the star shift step is truly masterful. Just look at how that brute from Dingtian Sect can't even graze Brother Zhonghan's clothing. The outer disciples of Xingyun Sect cheer enthusiastically. Shen Li nods appreciatively. Brother Zhonghan is one of the direct disciples of the current Sect master, consistently ranking among the top 3 or 4 in the duels among the 9 true disciples. He has also garnered a reputation among the true disciples of various sects within Qizhou Prefecture. Particularly, his mastery of the star shift step is unparalleled among the 9 true disciples of Xingyun Sect. When it comes to speed, Zhonghan undoubtedly takes the lead. Humph. The disciple from Dingtian Sect scoffs, his expression betraying neither anger nor frustration at the miss. Instead, a hint of disdain appears as he hurls the massive axe towards Zhonghan's head. The previous assault was merely a test. This strike is the true lethal blow. Zhonghan barely has time to react before the axe crashes down upon him, transforming him into a beam of light that shoots into the sky. Vanishing without a trace on the Tianmo platform, Zhonghan gasps, abruptly opening his eyes, shock and disbelief etched across his face. Filled with reluctance, he rises from his seat on the platform, turning to leave. His participation in the Sect challenge has come to an abrupt end. The disciples of Xingyun Sect gasp in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief that a single blow, the disciple from Dingtian Sect has instantaneously eliminated Brother Zhonghan. This shocking turn of events leaves the disciples feeling as though they are trapped in a surreal nightmare. Elder Duan's brow furrows, recalling that the disciple who struck was a newcomer, recently becoming a true disciple within Dingtian Sect, previously unknown. Yet he has just delivered a decisive blow to Zhonghan, who ranks among the top 5 in Xingyun Sect. Elder Duan senses an impending storm. This Sect challenge is unlikely to unfold with the usual tranquility. Dingtian Sect has clearly set out to assert its dominance over Xingyun Sect. Witnessing Zhonghan's swift demise, the remaining 7 true disciples of Xingyun Sect hastily take to the air. Forming a fan-shaped formation, keeping a vigilant eye on their opponents from Dingtian Sect, as a 2-star sect, true disciples must surpass the pinnacle of body refinement, attaining the realm of yuan condensation, where one can achieve harmony between body and spirit, condensing their blood energy into true essence, allowing for brief levitation, kill. Within the ranks of the Dingtian Sect, a martial artist with a black mole at the corner of his mouth. Sporting a cold and sinister smile, coldly declared that in an instant, the other 7 true disciples of the dantian sect surged towards their counterparts from the Xing sect. Massive axes and hammers, devoid of any flourish, were swung with unrestrained ferocity. The dantian sect has long adhered to the principle of overpowering all techniques with sheer strength, disregarding one's cultivation or martial arts. They believed in striking down with a single blow. Do not engage them head-on. We shall rely on our speed to entangle them. Once they tire, it shall be our moment to counterattack. At that moment, the eldest among the remaining 7 true disciples of the Xing sect shouted loudly. The disciples of the Xing sect instantly regained their spirits. Senior brother Zeng is right. Engaging these brutes in a direct confrontation would be unwise. Let us wear them down with our speed. Several disciples of the Xing sect echoed his sentiments, their morale, previously crushed by the instantaneous defeat of Zhong Han, beginning to recover. Shen Li also secretly nodded, while the principle of overpowering all techniques with strength held merit. If the opponent's speed was sufficiently swift, rendering them nearly imperceptible, what use was even the mightiest of strength? The blood-soaked example of the third-tier superior ferocious beast, the iron-spine rhinoceros dragon, was a stark reminder. Shen Li's ability to slay it was attributed to the swift winds of the Qing Liao wolf divine pattern's innate power. Do they believe they can escape the fate of being slaughtered so easily? How laughable! The martial artist with the black mole sneered once more, commanding, "Form a formation." Immediately, the other 7 true disciples of the dantian sect swiftly clustered together, creating a circular formation with a mole-bearer at the center. 7 massive axes and hammers poised defensively outward. These ruffians are actually opting for defense instead of attacking. They must be afraid. A clever disciple discerned their strategy. Despicable. They have already slain 1 true disciple of our Xing sect. If they maintain this defensive stance until the end, victory will undoubtedly be theirs. They are well aware that they cannot match the speed of our disciples, yet they compel us to attack. Zeng Jing and the others from the Xing sect initially thought these muscle-bound brutes would pursue them relentlessly, but to their surprise, they merely adopted a defensive posture, showing no urgency. Scoundrels! Zeng Jing cursed under his breath. Senior brother, what should we do? At that moment, a true disciple of the Xing sect leaned in to whisper to Zeng Jing. There is no choice left. They are forcing us to attack. Thus, we shall concentrate our strength and take them down one by one. A fierce determination flashed across Zeng Jing's face, that as true disciples of the same 2-star sect. Losing this sect competition would leave them the subject of ridicule for a long time. Let us strike down the rightmost disciple of the dantian sect. Zeng Jing commanded softly, then brandished his sword, leading the charge towards the dantian disciples. Kill! The other 6 true disciples of the Xing sect immediately understood and followed in Zeng Jing's wake, encircling their target. A bunch of fools, scoffed the dantian disciple with the black mole, form the array. As the disciples of the dantian sect saw the Xing disciples charging in, they suddenly dispersed, leaving only the mole-bearer in the center. Not good. We've fallen into their trap. Zeng Jing realized too late, but time was no longer on their side. Since you seek your own death, I shall grant it. Zeng Jing gritted his teeth and charged straight at the dantian disciple with the black mole. Buzz! Lines of light erupted from Zeng Jing's sword, coalescing into a radiant glow. This sword was indeed a divine weapon. Senior brother Zeng will surely prevail. A divine weapon crafted by our Xing sect's foremost divine pattern master, Master Sikong, called Sharpness, which doubles its cutting edge, can definitely slay the opponent with a single strike. With a swift motion, Zeng Jing's sword approached the dantian disciple, aiming for his throat. Yet, when the blade was merely half a meter from its mark, the dantian disciple remained utterly unresponsive. So this rogue was merely posturing, a sacrificial pawn all along. Zeng Jing mused inwardly. Just then a massive shield, over 2 meters tall and more than a meter wide, appeared before Zeng Jing. Dark patterns raced across the shield's surface, swiftly spreading until the entire shield was covered. This shield was also a divine weapon. With a clang, Zeng Jing collided with the shield before he could react, his head spinning. Die, the dantian disciple with the black mole coldly declared. As the enormous shield swung towards Zeng Jing with crushing force, boom! Zheng Jing's body erupted in a flash of light, disappearing without a trace. Cough. On the TMOU platform, Zheng Jing groaned as he regained consciousness, silently descending from the stage. Almost simultaneously, the 7 Ding Tian disciples regrouped from all directions, trapping the remaining 6 disciples of the Xingyun sect in a deadly encirclement that a slaughter was about to commence. Buzz. On the Tian MOU platform, True Disip may the senior brothers of the inner sect triumph decisively in the competition, avenging the true disciples. Let us vanquish these detestable brutes. Victory is imperative. The disciples of the Xingyun sect, observing the complete rout of their true disciples, rallied once more, vociferously cheering for their inner disciples. Who dares to challenge me one-on-one? At that moment, a disciple from the Xingyun sect boldly stepped forward, proclaiming with a voice full of provocation. An overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from him, stirring up the sands around him into a whirlwind of chaos. Excellent. Brother Zhu Wei exudes unparalleled might. Brother Zhu Wei shall obliterate these savages. The disciples of the Xingyun sect erupted into thunderous applause, witnessing the effortless crushing of their true disciples by the Ding Tian sect's formation. Zhu Wei resolved on the spot to confront the Ding Tian sect through a one-on-one duel. As the foremost disciple of the Xingyun sect's inner circle, Zhu Wei unhesitatingly stepped forth first. Duel? Haha, splendid. I shall entertain you. A disciple from the Ding Tian sect stepped forward with a mocking smile, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Zhu Wei. Kill. Zhu Wei wasted no time, brandishing his sword with intent to slay the Ding Tian disciple. The Ding Tian disciples emphasized overwhelming force. Once they seized the initiative, they unleashed relentless waves of ferocious attacks, making it exceedingly difficult to turn the tide. Thus, Zhu Wei seized the opportunity to strike first. Whoosh! Zhu Wei's sword lunged toward the neck of the Ding Tian disciple, glimmering like a viper poised to strike. Clang! The giant hammer wielded by the Ding Tian disciple rose to intercept, blocking Zhu Wei's blade effortlessly. Die! Zhu Wei remained undeterred, using the rebound from the hammer to launch himself into the air. Soaring above the Ding Tian disciple's head, and thrusting his sword once more, aimed directly at the disciple's throat. Splendid! This move, the Starfall Strike, is Zhu Wei's signature technique. That savage is doomed. The outer disciples of the Xingyun sect erupted in cheers. Brimming with excitement that in the previous duel, the Ding Tian disciple had caught Brother Zhonghan off guard with an unexpected maneuver, leading to his swift demise. This time, the one initiating the surprise attack was a disciple of the Xingyun sect. All the onlookers craned their necks, eager to witness Brother Zhu Wei unleash his might and slay the Ding Tian disciple, thereby avenging the earlier losses of the true disciples. Suddenly, just as Zhu Wei's sword was about to pierce the Ding Tian disciple, 2 enormous hands shot out, seizing his legs with a vice-like grip. Boom! The Ding Tian disciple clutched Zhu Wei's legs tightly, channeling his strength to slam Zhu Wei harshly to the ground. Once, twice, thrice, and in no time, Zhu Wei was left bloodied and mangled, his head reduced to a pulp, brain matter splattered across the ground. That moment, all the onlooking disciples of the Xingyun sect were left in stunned silence, their cheers abruptly silenced as if someone had grasped their throats. How could this be? It was as if the Ding Tian disciple had anticipated Zhu Wei's every move, waiting for him to reveal a flaw to deliver a fatal blow. Cough! On the Tian MOU platform, Zhu Wei groaned, jolted back to consciousness, but his face still bore the shock and terror of the moment. TOB crushed against the ground in such a brutal manner would haunt anyone's nightmares. Ha ha! Come again! The Ding Tian disciple laughed heartily as he charged toward the nearest disciple of the Xingyun sect. Let us slay him together. The remaining disciples of the Xingyun sect were struck with panic by the ferocious aura of the Ding Tian disciple, swiftly losing their composure and charging at him en masse. Ha! You little pests, it's time for you to perish. The other 7 Ding Tian disciples charged forward, laughing maniacally. Die! Several disciples of the Xingyun sect, their eyes bloodshot, paid no heed to the others behind them, singularly focused on killing this rampaging Ding Tian disciple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a coordinated strike, the Ding Tian disciple was swiftly pierced through the throat, vanishing in a flash of light. Boom! Simultaneously, the 7 Ding Tian disciples descended upon the Xingyun sect disciples, wielding their massive axes and hammers, unleashing devastation upon them. To thud, in the blink of an eye, For the 7 inner disciples of the Xingyun sect were brutally slain. Alas, Elder Duan sighed, lowering his head, unable to bear witnessing the scene any longer. At this moment, only 7 Ding Tian disciples remained, while the Xingyun sect was left with merely 3, once again facing the grim prospect of annihilation. In the Hall of Sacred Light, the onlooking disciples of the Xingyun sect fell into a profound silence, a faint aura of despair permeating the hearts of all present. It is over. The Xingyun sect's challenge in this sect competition has come to a complete end. After 2 rounds, they had achieved the meager feat of slaying a single disciple from the Ding Tian sect. Such a result can only be described as humiliating. The Ding Tian disciple who had been slain stood up on the Tian MOU platform, laughing arrogantly. You see, brother, I must say, your earlier suggestion was indeed spot on. Had we known they would crumble so easily, we should have prolonged the contest a bit longer. The Ding Tian disciple chuckled as he spoke to the true disciples. A chorus of laughter erupted from the other Ding Tian disciples, who pointed and jeered at the fleeing disciples of the Xingyun sect. One by one, the inner disciples of the Xingyun sect rose, heads bowed, retreating from the TNMOU platform without a backward glance. Humiliation. Such utter humiliation. Every disciple of the Xingyun sect felt a pent-up frustration within, longing to vent their emotions, but unable to do so. The Sect Challenge, Round 3, prepare yourselves. Elder Duan hoarsely called out once more. Several outer disciples of the Xingyun sect, who had initially prepared to fight, hesitated, exchanging glances filled with trepidation and despair. The previous 2 rounds of the Sect competition had thoroughly extinguished their fighting spirit. Despair and fear hung heavy in the hearts of every disciple of the Xingyun sect. Chapter 0030. Let me take the lead. The 3rd round of the Sect competition commenced as all outer disciples prepared to enter the arena. Elder Duan's voice was extremely hoarse, his emotions at an all-time low. As soon as Elder Duan's words fell, 8 disciples from the Ding Tian sect swiftly stepped forward, making their way to the Tian MOU platform, closing their eyes and sitting cross-legged. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Xingyun sect fell into a profound silence. Several outer disciples who had initially committed to participating in the competition now hesitated, their faces awash with fear and despair. At this point, the outcome of the Sect competition between the Xingyun sect and the Ding Tian sect had effectively been determined. The Ding Tian sect had amassed 80 points in the first round and 40 in the second, while the Xingyun sect had only managed to secure 5 points in the second round, with nothing else to show for their efforts. This meant that even if the outer disciples of the Xingyun sect were to sweep their opponents in the 3rd round, they could only earn a maximum of 8 points, totaling 13 points with their 5 from the second round. 13 points compared to 130 is a staggering 10-fold disparity. Furthermore, no one believed that the outer disciples of the Xingyun sect could secure those 8 points, let alone sweep their opponents, given the previous display of dominance by the Ding Tian disciples. It was quite likely that it would be the outer disciples of the Xingyun sect who would be swept away. Consequently, those participating in the outer disciples challenge would face even more brutal treatment. Without a strong will, they risked mental collapse, damaging their martial hearts and forever extinguishing their chances of becoming formidable warriors. Thus, some outer disciples who had previously committed to the challenge began to waver. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and get on stage. Elder Duan's expression darkened. Losing is acceptable. Being swept away is also tolerable, but succumbing to fear is not. Once a person harbors the intention to retreat, they have already lost the heart of a true warrior, effectively sealing their fate of never becoming a true powerhouse. That a group of martial artists devoid of the heart of a warrior is a tragedy for any sect. Elder Duan, I suddenly have a stomach ache. I need to use the restroom. One of the outer disciples of the Xingyun sect lowered his head and exclaimed, bolting toward the Hall of Sacred Light. Elder Duan, I injured my meridians during a spar with a senior brother yesterday. I think I should let others take my place in the challenge. Another outer disciple of the Xingyun sect shouted before retreating back into the crowd. You all. Elder Duan was left speechless, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment, yet powerless to act. The selection of participants for the Sect challenge was voluntary, and the Sect could not force anyone. The current outer disciples were still quite weak, but once they grew strong enough, even the Sect would have to bow before them. The disciples of the Xingyun sect are truly talented. They can come up with excuses for stomachaches. Injured their meridians? I think they injured their brains. The The dantian disciples nearby erupted in laughter, pointing and mocking those who sought to flee. The other Xinyan Sect disciples, wanting to retort angrily, found themselves at a loss for words. Alas, my strength is simply too lacking. Otherwise, I would definitely be willing to participate in the challenge. What is there to fear in losing? Even if it means death. One should never retreat at the last moment. Yes, better to die than to retreat. Several newly joined disciples of the Xinyan Sect shouted passionately. The external disciples of the nebulous sect, who had long since joined, exchanged glances with one another, ultimately choosing to bow their heads in silence. Elder Duan's gaze swept across the faces of these disciples, who had been with the sect for several years, longing to see their fervent and passionate expressions. However, Elder Duan was met with disappointment. Nearly all the external disciples of the nebulous sect averted their eyes, staring at their own toes as if something of immense importance lay upon them. Sigh. Elder Duan sighed, feeling a pang of sorrow that a prestigious two-star sect, faced with the challenge of a rival two-star sect, yet too frightened to muster the courage to confront it. Let me take the stage. Suddenly, a resolute and confident voice rang out from the crowd. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, where a slender youth with a somewhat youthful visage stepped forward, making his way steadily towards the Tian Mo Jade platform. Who is this? He appears to be no older than 15 or 16, that can such a frail figure withstand a punch. He seems to be this year's champion of the Wushan city hunting competition. Having just joined the nebulous sect, however, it appears he is still merely a servant disciple. What spirit! What audacity! The onlooking disciples of the nebulous sect were momentarily taken aback, engaging in hushed discussions. Damn it. This brat is trying to show off at a time like this. Hoping to catch the attention of the sect elders for a chance to truly enter the outer sect, muttered Murong Yuan through gritted teeth as he hid within the crowd. No sooner had he finished speaking than several disciples of the nebulous sect turned to glare at him. But if you have the ability, go up there and participate in the challenge yourself. If you're too cowardly, then shut your mouth. A few disciples snorted disdainfully to Murong Yuan, holding his head high, wanted to retort, but, recalling the potential brutality that awaited him, felt a chill in his heart and could only fall silent. In the underground refining hall, Zhou Tong hammered away at the blade he was forging, glancing at a nearby bronze mirror, which reflected the scene within the Hall of Holy Light. Upon witnessing the external disciples of the nebulous sect retreating in fear, his face contorted with anger and deep resignation. However, when he saw Shen Li step forward, his expression softened slightly. Kid, I truly did not misjudge you. Zhou Tong nodded with satisfaction, although he had little faith in Shen Li. The fact that Shen Li was willing to step forward demonstrated remarkable courage to in a secluded valley of the nebulous sect, where birds sang and flowers bloomed amidst a gently flowing stream. An air of serene tranquility enveloped the area, resembling a paradise on earth. This was also one of the most significant places within the nebulous sect, the Hall of Divine Patterns. Within the hall, there were 3 divine pattern masters. The other 2 were disciples of Master Sikong Wuan, who had just advanced from apprentices to 1-star divine pattern masters. Their master, Sikong Wuan, had achieved the esteemed rank of 5-star divine pattern master. Holding a position of great respect within the nebulous sect, that moment, he leisurely sipped tea to alleviate the mental fatigue caused by inscribing divine patterns that on the wall opposite his table. A bronze mirror emitted a soft glow, capturing every detail of the scene in the Hall of Holy Light. Isn't this lad the apprentice of that Zhou Tong fellow? He must be a newly joined servant disciple of the nebulous sect. Yet he dares to challenge on stage. Impressive. Sikong Wuhan mused to himself as he took another sip of tea. Simultaneously, the peak lords and elders from various mountains who had not come to witness the sect's challenge observed everything through the reflective bronze mirror. Perhaps inspired by Shen Li's courage, another external disciple of the nebulous sect stepped forward, joining Shen Li and 6 other disciples on the Tian Mo Jade platform, where they sat cross-legged. With a hum, beams of light surged from the 9 statues of sages, merging into the Tian Mo Jade platform, instantly enveloping it in radiance, projecting a massive light screen above that in an instant, 16 warriors appeared within the Tian Xian domain. Only upon entering the Tian Xian domain did Shen Li truly feel the desolation and stillness of the place. Despite being a separate spatial realm, aside from a dimly discernible celestial body resembling the sun overhead, The rest was an endless expanse of barren wasteland that it could be said that life had been utterly extinguished here. Was this not a realm established by the sages? How had it come to such a desolate state? Had the sages no time to tend to this space? Shen Li pondered, though entering the Tianxian domain signified the commencement of the challenge, leaving him no time to dwell on such questions, which he buried deep within his heart. That I never expected the nebulous sect to have fallen to such a state. Even someone who hasn't opened their dantian can become an external disciple. At that moment, among the external disciples of the Dingtian sect, a young man with triangular eyes and a nose resembling garlic laughed heartily. Shen Li found it strange how the garlic-nosed young man discerned that he had not opened his dantian. Turning to observe those around him, he soon uncovered the truth. It turned out that the beings entering the Tianxian domain were merely spiritual manifestations of the warriors, not their physical bodies. Consequently, each warrior's meridians and bones appeared almost translucent, thus revealing Shen Li as an anomaly who could not mobilize his dantian. This idiot wants to show off, but now he's made a fool of himself. Murong Yun laughed boisterously. Initially, he believed everyone would join him in mocking Shen Li, only to find that the surrounding disciples of the nebulous sect bore no signs of laughter. Instead, they looked increasingly shocked. Some external disciples close to Murong Yun even glared at him with fury. Had it not been for the presence of Dingtian sect disciples, they might have directly taught him a lesson. Murong Yun hastily lowered his head and retreated, for although he was currently favored as an external disciple chosen by the esteemed Ling Ao of the Tianquan Peak, he was merely a figurehead with no chance of advancing to the inner sect and receiving Ling Ao's attention. Should the disciples of the nebulous sect decide to beat him up, no one would come to his aid. Truly, Shen Li has not opened his dantian. Good heavens, to win the hunting competition in Wushan City without having opened his dantian, and to wield a 200-pound black iron hammer to forge a black iron sword 10 times. What a monstrous feat! The disciples of the nebulous sect buzzed with admiration for Shen Li. A waste who hasn't opened his dantian. Let me show you how to deal with him. The garlic-nosed disciple of the Dingtian sect bellowed angrily, charging toward Shen Li. The final challenge between the external disciples of the nebulous sect and the Dingtian sect had officially begun. This battle was no longer about victory or defeat, but solely about honor. Chapter 0031. Bring it on. The garlic-nosed disciple of the Dingtian sect brandished the massive hammer in his hands and lunged directly in front of Shen Li. The hammer, weighing over 100 pounds, sliced through the air with a roaring sound, aiming straight for Shen Li's head. With calmness in his deep-set eyes, Shen Li remained utterly still, seemingly paralyzed with fear, as if he had not even seen the oncoming hammer. The observing disciples of the nebulous sect felt a surge of anxiety for Shen Li. Serves you right for trying to show off. Now you've gone dumb. Seeing Shen Li's demeanor, Murong Yun laughed once more. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Those around him glared at him as if he were a fool, and several had already raised their fists, ready to teach him a lesson if he spoke again. Murong Yun promptly shut his mouth, daring not to utter another word to go on, smashed that waste into a meat paste. The disciples of the Dingtian sect cheered loudly, as if they could already envision Shen Li's grim fate. The garlic-nosed disciple, seeing Shen Li remain motionless, wore a smug smile. A waste is a waste. Time to meet your end. As long as he annihilated Shen Li, the Dingtian sect would gain an advantage of 8-7, leading to a new round of slaughter. The garlic-nosed disciple licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, envisioning the scene of Shen Li's brains bursting forth. Just as the hammer was less than a foot from Shen Li's head, Shen Li suddenly moved. With slightly bent legs and his right arm raised, he swung a punch directly towards the hammer. Not only is he a waste, but also a fool. To meet a massive hammer with his fist, truly courting death. The garlic-nosed disciple laughed loudly, with the other disciples of the Dingtian sect mocking him in unison. Such arrogance, without an open dantian. Does he also lack common sense? The disciples of the nebulous sect stared at the light screen with grave expressions, secretly feeling anxious for Shen Li. With a thunderous boom that resonated in everyone's ears, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. The smiles of the other Dingtian sect disciples froze on their faces, disbelief evident in their expressions. The garlic-nosed disciple suddenly felt an overwhelming force surging from the hammer. causing his arm to snap as he gripped it tightly. The hammer, undeterred, barreled straight towards his head. Puff. Before the garlic-nosed disciple could react, he saw a massive object rapidly enlarging in his vision. And in an instant, his thoughts came to a halt. Meanwhile, within the light screen above the Tianmo Jade platform, the head of the garlic-nosed disciple from the dantian sect exploded, dissipating into a burst of light and vanishing from sight. On the Tianmo platform, the figure known as Garlic Nose stirred awake with a look of sheer terror and disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? How could that person's strength surpass that of a dedicated martial artist who had devoted themselves solely to the cultivation of power? Xie Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting glimmer of light flashing in them. The previously boisterous disciples of the Dingtian sect fell into a sudden, deathly silence, their earlier arrogance akin to a resounding slap across their own faces. Leaving them stunned, the disciples of the Xingyun sect, however, erupted into exuberant cheers, as Shen Li had finally avenged their grievances. Elder Duan nodded slightly, a knowing smile breaking across his face, regardless of the circumstances. Shen Li had spared the Xingyun sect from suffering yet another dismal fate of being swept aside without earning a single point. Such a disciple must be cherished. Meanwhile, hidden among the crowd, Mu Rongyun was left speechless, unable to fathom how Shen Li could have grown so powerful in such a short span of time. Merely a fortunate fool who had stumbled upon an overly careless opponent. Let us see how you manage now. Upon witnessing Garlic Nose's demise, the disciples of Dingtian sect seemed to take Shen Li more seriously, as two of them swiftly converged on him with the intent to attack. Despicable and shameless. The other 7 disciples of Xingyun sect rushed forward to assist Shen Li, only to be intercepted by the Dingtian sect's members that in a 5-7 standoff. Neither side was willing to yield, and the Xingyun disciples found themselves at a disadvantage. Tension gripped the Xingyun disciples once more. Could Shen Li, who could effortlessly annihilate a single disciple from Dingtian sect, truly contend against 2 opponents? The 2 assailants from Dingtian sect, clearly well-trained, executed their movements with flawless precision, their massive axes swiftly targeting Shen Li's vital points. All possible escape routes were sealed off, and it seemed Shen Li was on the verge of being torn to shreds. At that moment, a silver light suddenly flickered within Shen Li's body as he unleashed the full potential of the Azure Fang Wolf's innate abilities, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Such speed! The eyes of the 2 assailants widened in shock. At such velocity, even those at the peak of the body refinement realm would struggle to match him. How could a mere waste, one who hadn't even opened their dantian, possess such swiftness? Before they could ponder further, a chill ran down their spines as a rush of cold wind accompanied by a glimmer of light surged from behind. It must be said, their coordination was remarkably exquisite. Despite the sudden turn of events, they reacted swiftly, intertwining their movements as their axes crossed defensively in front of them. Clang, clang, the sharp sound sparked tiny embers. And Shen Li's figure gradually materialized, gripping a heavy iron sword as he coldly regarded the 2 before him. These 2 were significantly more formidable than Garlic Nose, not only due to their superior coordination, but also their enhanced strength, making them far from easy prey. Meanwhile, the other Xingyun disciples were still at a disadvantage in their 5 versus 7 struggle, causing a sense of urgency to rise in Shen Li's heart. A swift resolution was imperative. Blood surged violently within Shen Li, and the 18 acupoints connected to the Azure Fang Wolf's divine pattern glimmered with even more radiant light. His speed surged once again, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. The iron sword felt as light as a feather, darting forward with blinding speed, aimed directly at the chests of the 2 assailants. The Rainfall 13 sword's technique, soft as a drizzle. At such a close distance, the 2 had no means of evading, and it seemed they would soon be pierced by the iron sword. Such speed. Shen Li's Jr. was bound to win this time. The disciples of Xingyun sect rejoiced, their faces alight with joy that if Shen Li were to eliminate 2 more disciples from Dingtian sect, the Xingyun sect would find themselves in a favorable 5-against-8 situation, likely sweeping their opponents aside. This would ease some of the humiliation and frustration from the earlier matches where they had been thoroughly defeated. In a split second, a dazzling light surged forth as a hammer adorned with mysterious patterns directly intercepted the iron sword's path. Crack! The familiar sound reverberated, causing Shen Li's expression to shift slightly, but he hastily activated the Azure Fong Wolf's innate ability and retreated to the side. Elder Duan, who had been observing, abruptly stood up, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he glared at Xie Xiong, his voice cold. Elder Xie, I believe I require an explanation as to why an outer sect disciple possesses a divine weapon. The radiant light emanating from that hammer was unmistakably reminiscent of the divine weapon previously wielded by Zheng Jing. It was undoubtedly a divine weapon to Hao Duan. What are you talking about? I do not recognize the divine weapon. It must have been purchased for him by his family, something I cannot interfere with. Xie Xiong feigned innocence, leaving Elder Duan speechless with fury. Terminating the match was out of the question. They would simply have to proceed step by step. Shen Li halted his movements, a grave look crossing his features. Just a single clash had shattered his iron sword. Indeed, the reputation of divine weapons was not unfounded. He had underestimated the situation, never anticipating that Ding Tian sect would so brazenly place a divine weapon into the hands of an outer sect disciple. It seemed he would have to rely on the remaining Azure gold iron dagger. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous blood energy, he felt the rapid depletion of his stamina from the continuous use of the Azure Fong Wolf's innate ability. Fortunately, after consuming the iron spine rhinoceros beast and replicating its divine patterns, Shen Li's physical strength had surged, and his recent practice of the 1,000 tempering body technique allowed him to cope with the demands of the battle. Reaching into his bosom, he retrieved a dagger radiating warmth. The dagger, over half a foot long, bore mysterious patterns, and its pale blue blade shimmered with a faint glow. Isn't this the dagger belonging to that Zhou Tong? How did it end up in this brat's hands? Sikong Wu Hin gazed curiously at the dagger in Shen Li's grip, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Only you can save me now. Shen Li roared, propelling himself towards the two assailants like an arrow released from its bowstring. It seems you're not just a waste. You're also a fool. The two from Ding Tian's sect exchanged glances, their mocking expressions unabashed, with a divine weapon in hand, facing a martial artist below the body refinement realm. They were practically invincible. Shen Li's audacity to engage them in combat was not bravery. It was sheer folly. Since you wish for death, allow me to grant it, sneered the disciple wielding the divine hammer, raising it high to strike down upon Shen Li, with no avenue for retreat. Shen Li's blood surged violently into his acupoints, the Azure Fong Wolf's divine patterns erupting within him that a brilliant silver light enveloped Shen Li and the Azure Gold Iron Dagger. Buzz! The pale blue dagger began to glow as the 18 nodes etched into it illuminated, spreading vibrant light across the entire dagger, shining as brightly as the axes held by the Ding Tian disciples. Could it be that the Azure Gold Iron Dagger was indeed a divine weapon? Even Shen Li himself felt a twinge of astonishment. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Zhou Tong had just thrown his hammer aside, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could he not recognize this dagger? It was Shen Li's very first weapon, and now it was revealed to be a divine weapon. Sikong Wu Hin furrowed his brow, moving closer to the bronze mirror, his eyes fixed intently on the dagger in Shen Li's possession. A look of incredulity plastered across his face. How could this be? He had meticulously examined the patterns and confirmed they could not activate the divine patterns, thus it should not be considered a divine weapon. Yet here it was, right before their eyes. How could this be explained? Xie Xiong could no longer maintain his composure, the smugness on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by sheer horror. Old Duan. How do you explain this? Elder Duan gazed at the dagger in Shen Li's grip, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Divine weapons had always been meticulously safeguarded by the sect. Logically, Shen Li should not possess one. Were only your disciples allowed to receive divine weapons from their families while those from Xingyun's sect were not permitted? Elder Duan huffed derisively, relishing Xie Xiong's flustered expression. This is impossible. The two from Ding Tian's sect were already rendered speechless, unable to fathom that Shen Li also wielded a divine weapon. Shifting his countenance, Shen Li regained his composure, his eyes now burning with fierce battle intent. Since my Azure Gold Iron Dagger is a divine weapon, then you may die. With a flick of his toes, the silver light surged forth, and he vanished without a trace. How is this possible? This brat's speed has increased yet again, Xie Xiong exclaimed in shock, as Shen Li's speed escalated to a level that likely reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. The two from dantian Sect felt a chilling gust pass between them. The hammer was still halfway raised when they sensed a coldness at their throats, their minds growing hazy. Boom, boom. The deep sounds resonated, and they transformed into two beams of light that vanished from existence. Shen Li stood proudly, droplets of blood trickling from the shimmering Azure dagger. Turning to the 5 stunned disciples of dantian Sect, he coldly declared, "You 5, come at me together." Chapter 32, Renowned and Notorious Silence. An unbearable silence enveloped the arena. Both the disciples of Xingyun Sect and dantian Sect were engulfed in profound shock. Just moments ago, Shen Li's speed had been so astonishing that even the inner sect disciples could only glimpse a blurred afterimage. Let alone the outer sect disciples. The sheer power of his physical strength, combined with such abnormal speed. Who exactly was Shen Li? Mu Rongyun stared blankly at Shen Li within the heavenly mysterious domain. Dread filling his eyes. During the previous hunting competition, Shen Li had captured a 3rd-tier iron spine rhinoceros beast, and he had been unable to believe that a waste who hadn't even opened their dantian could achieve such a feat. However, now the truth lay before him, and Mu Rongyun felt not a trace of doubt. A tinge of dread began to blossom in his heart towards Shen Li. Splendid. The disciples of the Xingyun Sect, shocked into awareness, erupted in a thunderous applause and cheers, akin to a mountain crumbling. Elder Duan wore a rare smile, as if the wrinkles on his face had softened somewhat. The previously arrogant disciples of the dantian Sect now resembled frostbitten eggplants, each bowing their heads in silence. The two individuals awakening upon the TNMOU platform were equally struck with astonishment. Shen Li's speed had left an indelible impression on them. Could it be true that he had not opened his dantian? What a waste! Xie Xiong muttered a low curse, his gaze flickering with a hint of murderous intent as he watched Shen Li in the Tianxian domain. Sikong Wuan, perplexed, shifted his gaze from the bronze mirror, muttering to himself, "What is happening? I have never encountered the divine patterns on this dagger before. Could it be a new type of divine pattern? How astonishing!" In the Tianxian domain, the remaining disciples of the dantian Sect stared at Shen Li with expressions of sheer horror. Their former arrogance evaporated without a trace. With formidable strength coupled with his monstrous speed, he was practically an invincible presence. "I told you to come at me together." Shen Li cast a casual glance at the few remaining members of the dantian Sect, a playful smirk curving his lips. "Perhaps you might still have a sliver of a chance." Arrogance. Shen Li was utterly audacious, daring to confront the 5 members of the dantian Sect alone. "Kid, do not be so presumptuous." The 5 disciples of the dantian Sect's eyes burned red, their reason slipping away. They surrounded Shen Li from 5 directions, brandishing their massive hammers and axes in a synchronized assault. Whoosh! A flash of silver light appeared, and the 5 attacks struck only empty air. Utilizing the innate divine ability of the Qing Liao Wolf, Shen Li's figure slipped through the gaps between the 5. With a gentle push of his toes against the ground, he propelled himself backward. Amidst the silver afterimages, a radiant pale blue light stood out vividly. The dantian Sect disciples, having lost track of Shen Li's whereabouts, changed their expressions drastically and hurriedly turned to defend themselves. His attack was already upon them. But a spray of blood erupted as the nearest dantian Sect disciple had his throat slit, vanishing in a flash of light. The remaining 4 were left aghast, retreating hastily. Beads of sweat dripped down, their faces ashen. It was utterly terrifying. At this moment, Shen Li resembled a reaper from hell, harvesting their lives. On the TNMOU platform, the recently slain disciple regained consciousness, his pallid face a mask of terror, and he hurriedly descended from the platform, not daring to glance at Shen Li again. Clearly, Shen Li had become his inner demon. Come again. A glint of brilliance flickered in Shen Li's eyes, as his mastery over power seemed to have advanced further during the battle. A rather pleasing revelation. The 4 remaining members of the dantian Sect exchanged glances, each recognizing the fear in the other's eyes that, haha, weren't you all quite arrogant just now? What has become of you? A joyous outer disciple of the Xingyun Sect laughed heartily, relishing the sight of the dantian Sect's expressions. Indeed, how dare they brazenly call others waste while being so utterly pathetic themselves? The sudden reversal left the disciples of the Xingyun Sect elated, yearning to return the dantian Sect's earlier mockery tenfold, 100-fold. The taunts from the Xingyun Sect disciples rang particularly harsh in the ears of the Dingtian Sect disciples, who could scarcely believe they had shot themselves in the foot. The four disciples exchanged glances, their bloodshot eyes betraying a blend of rage and fear, a faint hint of something eerie lurking within their crimson gazes that "Let's go for broke," they shouted in unison, channeling all their strength into an assault against Shen Li. The massive axes and hammers whirled violently, perhaps spurred by fear that ignited their latent potential. The gusts from their weapons seamlessly converged, enveloping Shen Li like a tempest, leaving no gap for escape. With all retreat routes sealed, even if Shen Li's speed were unmatched, it would avail him nothing. The wind barrier constricted, the axes and hammers drew ever closer to Shen Li. And the four laughed maniacally, as if they could already envision Shen Li's demise, taunting, "This is the cost of arrogance. Prepare to die, waste." Now this is starting to get interesting. A playful smirk graced Shen Li's lips as the light in his abdominal acupoint flickered. The innate divine power of the Qing Liao wolf began to gather slowly, the pale blue dagger trembling slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although Shen Li's peculiar movements puzzled the four, their madness had rendered them devoid of reason. They merely perceived Shen Li as a dying struggle. Whoosh, 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 the rhythm quickened, the sounds becoming more urgent, and a dazzling array of light coalesced into a dense barrier surrounding Shen Li, while the four marveled at the nature of the glowing points. Shen Li's silver radiance flickered at his feet, and a shadow shot toward one of the Dingtian Sect disciples. The specks of light cloaked the shadow, tracing a mesmerizing arc. However, the Dingtian Sect disciple had no time to admire it. The light points cascaded down upon him like a torrential downpour. The light point struck the man, sending a shower of blood droplets into the air. Shen Li's smile deepened, his body flashing rapidly. In the span of a breath, the Dingtian Sect disciple was left riddled with wounds, blood gushing from the countless tiny holes. Boom! The massive figure collapsed to the ground, the astonishment in his eyes persisting even in death. "This is swordsmanship?" Elder Duan's eyes brightened, a gleam of excitement flashing within. This lad had actually wielded a dagger to execute sword techniques. How ingenious! Shen Li turned to regard the remaining three, toying with the dagger in his hand, his lips parting slightly as he uttered, "It's time to conclude." Before the three could fully comprehend the situation, the silver afterimages and the multitude of light points became their final memories within the Tianxian domain. The few who awakened on the Tian MOU platform were still filled with horror, heads bowed in silence as they descended, not daring to meet Shen Li's gaze that end the third round of the challenge match. The Xingyun Sect triumphed, Elder Duan joyously announced, his voice suddenly vibrant as if he had regained his strength. Another sweeping victory. Yet this time, it was the Xingyun Sect that had prevailed, while the Dingtian Sect was left in disarray. Shen Li stood up, preparing to leave the platform, but was abruptly lifted by several outer disciples behind him, who carried him down in triumph. Shen Li was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a knowing smile. This sensation was truly delightful. Shen Li. Shen Li. The disciples of the Xingyun Sect chanted his name, tossing him into the air repeatedly. Although they had lost the challenge match, they felt immeasurable joy in their hearts. Even the true disciples and inner disciples wore faint smiles, secretly reveling in the moment. Had they not been compelled to maintain a facade of seniority, they might have shouted with glee, "Good lad. I knew I had not misjudged you." Zhou Tong beamed, excitedly hammering away at a red-hot sword blank that moment. He felt an endless well of energy surging within him. Amidst the crowd, Murong Yun glowered at the jubilant Shen Li, shadows of resentment flickering in his eyes. What was the point of his moment in the spotlight? He was still relying on divine weapons. Without them, he remained a waste without a dantian. Elder Xie. Congratulations on yet another victory in the challenge match. Elder Duan beamed at the grim-faced Xie Xiong, a swell of satisfaction bubbling within him. Xie Xiong scoffed coldly, casting a venomous glare at Shen Li before sweeping his sleeve and striding away. "Old Duan, spare me your feigned concern. We shall persist as always." With his pride wounded, Xie Xiong was unwilling to linger, summoning the Dingtian Sect disciples to board the flying vessel and depart. "Then I shan't see you off." Elder Duan chuckled heartily, his heart already elated. The entirety of the Xingyun Sect erupted in jubilation. All those who knew or did not know Shen Li were left agog, astounded by his single-handed defeat of 8 Dingtian Sect disciples. a feat unprecedented in the 100-year history of the Xingyan Sect. The leaders of the Seven Peaks wore grim expressions, particularly Lu Xiao. The individual he had publicly deemed unworthy of the Seven Peaks had stepped up when it mattered most, rescuing the Xingyan Sect. In a single day, Shen Li's name reverberated throughout the entire Xingyan Sect. That night, upon returning to his quarters, Shen Li found the kindly Grandpa Mu preparing a meal for him. Upon noticing his return, the old man's face lit up with joy. "Xiao Li, you are back. Wonderful. I heard all about the events of the day. I knew you would succeed, Grandpa Mu. You already know?" Shen Li responded with delight. "But this is not enough. I want to grow stronger." His deep-set eyes sparkled with determination, and Grandpa Mu nodded in approval. "Good child, come eat. All right, your cooking is the best in an ancient and unadorned cave." Lu Xiao stood respectfully at the door, inquiring, "Master, you summoned me for what purpose?" "I watched this year's challenge match." Lu Xiao's eyes flickered in surprise as he lowered his head, saying, "Disciple is incompetent. We lost the challenge match again this year." "Such trivial matters are of no consequence to Do you know the background of that Shen Li?" Deep within her heart, Lu Xiao harbored a flicker of doubt. Although Shen Li had shone brightly in the challenge today, was it enough to warrant her master's attention? Hastily, she commanded, "Investigate his origins, go." Before Lu Xiao could voice her thoughts, a resolute voice echoed through the cavern. Not daring to delay, she flickered and vanished from sight. "This child certainly possesses a hint of intrigue." A faint murmur resonated within the dimly lit cave that in the early morning. Shen Li rose as per his usual routine and took out the 1,000-body tempering technique to commence his cultivation. After completing his training for the day and having a simple breakfast, he made his way to the forging chamber. "Xiao Lily, you finally arrived." As soon as Shen Li stepped through the threshold of the forging room, a familiar voice rang out, sending shivers down his spine. Suppressing the chill, he forced a smile as he glanced at Sikong Wuhan, who had approached with a bow and inquired, "Master Sikong, is there something you need?" "Indeed, there is something of great importance," Sikong Wuhan exclaimed, abruptly pulling Shen Li towards the exit. "But Master Sikong, I still have tasks to complete for points." Shen Li, unable to resist Sikong Wuhan's strength, was dragged out like a mere chick. Sikong Wuhan continued to pull him along. "That trivial matter. I'll provide you with whatever you need. How does 1,000 points sound?" Chapter 0033, The Hidden Lineage of 1,000 Points. Upon hearing this, Shen Li immediately became compliant, allowing Sikong Wuhan to lead him to his residence. "Shen Li, quickly show me that dagger of yours." The playful expression on Sikong Wuhan's face vanished, replaced by urgency as he rubbed his hands together. Filled with anticipation, his obsession with divine patterns had reached near manic levels that he was eager to examine the divine patterns on that azure gold iron dagger. If it truly bore divine patterns, it could signify the emergence of an entirely new form. Shen Li sensed something and took out the azure gold iron dagger. After all, he too wished to ascertain whether what he had inscribed was indeed a divine pattern. Upon receiving the dagger, Sikong Wuhan's eyes sparkled with delight. As he carefully examined each intricate line on the azure gold iron dagger, a glimmer of brilliance passing through his gaze, that a profound essence began to flow from Sikong Wuhan's arm into the dagger. After 20 breaths, Sikong Wuhan let out a soft exclamation. The azure gold iron dagger, which had previously dazzled in the competition, remained utterly still. What is going on? Could it be that the method to activate this new divine pattern differs from the past? Shen Li, how did you activate the divine pattern on this dagger? Sikong Wuhan's eyes gleamed as he turned to return the dagger to Shen Li. Receiving the azure gold dagger, Shen Li felt his blood energy surge towards his 18 acupoints, instantly illuminating the azure wolf divine pattern, which transformed into a silver beam of light, racing up his arm and into the dagger. Simultaneously, the 18 divine pattern nodes on the dagger lit up, intricately intertwining to form a simple yet enigmatic divine pattern that "I'll give it a try." Sikong Wuhan snatched the azure gold dagger from Shen Li and, following the steps Shen Li had just demonstrated, infused a surge of true essence into the dagger. First, he illuminated the 18 divine pattern nodes, and then a brilliant and mysterious divine pattern was vividly ignited. Buzz! The azure gold dagger awakened, as if a slumbering bird, ready to take flight at any moment. The wind divine pattern's primary effect was to enhance the speed of the dagger, a rarity among divine patterns that typically increased a weapon's sharpness or heft. Sikong Wuan estimated that this wind divine pattern could reach the level of a 2-star divine pattern. A 2-star divine pattern. Even as a 5-star divine pattern master, Sikong Wuan had only barely managed to inscribe 3-star divine patterns over the decades. And without unforeseen circumstances, he might be stuck at this level for life. Yet Shen Li was merely 15 years old. Given time, surpassing Sikong Wuan seemed all but assured. In Sikong Wuan's eyes, it was astounding that Shen Li, at such a young age, could comprehend the intricacies of inscribing divine patterns, especially those that were both simple and sharp, that if one were to suggest he lacked guidance from a hidden master, Sikong Wuan would vehemently dispute it. Shen Li, might I inquire about the lineage of your divine patterns? Who is your master? Sikong Wuan asked politely. Shen Li was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood that Sikong Wuan had assumed he was under the tutelage of a master. I encountered my master by chance at the age of 10. After several years of guidance, my master set off to wander the world, that I asked for their name. I regret that I cannot disclose it. He replied courteously, fabricating a reason. Sikong Wuan chuckled, realizing his previous inquiry was somewhat intrusive. Generally, divine pattern masters refrained from probing into each other's teachings, recognizing only the divine patterns themselves, unless it came to a life-or-death situation. Otherwise, pursuing the matter of one's lineage was tantamount to declaring war. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Sikong Wuan gazed at Shen Li with admiration that a 15-year-old capable of crafting 2-star divine patterns undoubtedly had a boundless future ahead. Even within the entirety of Qizhou County, he would be regarded as a top-tier genius. Shen Li, since you are capable of inscribing divine patterns, you are now a true divine pattern master. From now on, we can interact as equals. That if you wish, just call me Brother Sikong, Sikong Wuan said with a smile, unconsciously lowering his own stature. Sikong Wuan was aware that Shen Li must have an extraordinary mentor behind him. Although he did not dare to hope for an audience with that hidden master, if he could cultivate a closer relationship with Shen Li and glean even a fragment of insight, perhaps his own mastery of divine patterns could advance further. That might not be appropriate, Master Sikong. Shen Li hastily declined. That is settled then. Being an older brother comes with some perks. Here, take this spatial ring. It contains some fine materials for crafting divine patterns. Consider it a gift to celebrate your victory over the disciples of the Dantian Sect, Sikong Wuan said as he handed over a ring. The ring, crafted from jade-like gold, bore intricate, mysterious patterns and was indeed a divine pattern storage ring. This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it, Shen Li insisted, adamantly refusing to take it. He did not wish to be perceived as someone who sought to gain from others' generosity. Seeing Shen Li's firm stance, Sikong Wuan could not insist further and reluctantly retracted the spatial ring, his impression of Shen Li improving even more. Just as he intended to converse further with Shen Li, a figure abruptly appeared outside Sikong Wuan's dwelling. Who is it? Sikong Wuan inquired with a hint of aloofness returning to his tone. That a figure floated before them, offering a simple bow. Master Sikong, please pardon my intrusion. Lu Xiao, under the orders of my master, has come to escort the Forging Hall's attendant disciple Shen Li to see him. That I hope you will not take offense. Upon recognizing Lu Xiao, Sikong Wuan's expression softened. Since the sect leader has summoned him, I shall not hinder your passage. Shen Li, you may accompany her. Dio, remember to visit me often. You are always welcome here. Those few simple sentences stirred a tempest within Lu Xiao's heart. Casting a startled glance at the astonished Shen Li, she pondered to herself, what magic does this boy possess? Not only has he garnered the attention of my master, but even Sikong Wuan, the chief divine pattern master of the Xingyan sect, holds him in such high regard. After respectfully bidding farewell, Lu Xiao soared into the air, taking Shen Li with her, and soon they descended into a seemingly ordinary valley. Lord Lu, may I inquire what the sect leader wishes to discuss with me? Shen Li asked, puzzled. Having spent over a month in the Xingyan sect, he was well aware that Lu Xiao was the sect leader's premier disciple, and the master she referred to could only be the sect leader himself. Yet, he could not fathom why the sect leader would wish to meet with someone who was merely a newcomer, not even an outer disciple. You will know upon entering, Lu Xiao replied coolly. Striding towards a cave, within the deep and mysterious cave, exotic flowers and peculiar herbs flourished in abundance. Taking a deep breath, a refreshing fragrance permeated his senses, flowing through his acupoints, harmonizing with the spiritual energy, and gradually entering his heart. In an instant, Shen Li felt revitalized, as if the circulation of his entire being had become more fluid. Truly, this was a grand space worthy of the sect leader. After navigating a winding path, they finally arrived at the center of the cave that a middle-aged man clad in a pale blue robe, appearing to be in his 40s, slowly opened his eyes that an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him. Pressing down upon Shen Li like a massive mountain, it was none other than Yuan, the sect leader of Xingyan sect. In that moment, Shen Li felt as though an immense weight had descended upon him. His bones creaked under the strain, and his knees trembled violently, nearly buckling beneath him. Yet he gritted his teeth to stand firm. Impressive. Yuan silently nodded. Moments ago, he had tested Shen Li's strength if it had been an ordinary martial artist at the 8th or 9th layer of body refining. They would have collapsed under the pressure. Yet Shen Li, at merely the 4th layer of body refining, managed to remain standing, and no wonder Shen Li had been so formidable in the Tianxian domain. Effortlessly defeating the disciples of the Ding Tian sect. Master, Shen Li has arrived. Lu Xiao bowed respectfully, seemingly having anticipated the situation Shen Li was about to face. Very well, you may return now, Yuan said tersely. Lu Xiao bowed again, and with a few flickers, vanished from the cave. You are Shen Li? Yuan retracted his imposing aura and spoke calmly. Disciple Shen Li, I pay my respects to the sect master. Shen Li, not daring to be negligent, promptly bowed in greeting that I observed your recent match in the Tianxian domain. It was quite impressive. You have restored the honor of the Xingyan sect. As a reward, I intend to accept you as an honorary disciple. Once you advance to the Ning Yuan realm, you may directly become an official disciple of our sect. What do you think? Yuan stated with a nonchalant demeanor. The prospect of becoming the sect master's official disciple left Shen Li momentarily speechless. He never anticipated that he would ascend to such heights and earn the sect master's recognition. Just as Shen Li was preparing to nod in agreement, an almost deafening voice reverberated through the cave. Following this lad would be a waste of talent. A raucous voice suddenly erupted within the cave. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had appeared within the confines of the cave, and upon recognizing the visitor, Yuan was struck with astonishment, his disbelief palpable. Elder Yun, Yuan exclaimed in shock. The elderly figure before him appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles resembling the skin of a shriveled orange. Despite his age, he emanated a formidable presence that commanded respect. This was none other than the esteemed Elder Yun of the Xingyan sect, who had been in seclusion for over 20 years. Your memory is commendable. You still remember this old man, that I thought that after 20 years of absence, you would have forgotten me entirely. The same raspy voice echoed as a figure slowly approached the cave entrance. This lad has caught my eye, and I shall take him with me. You have no objections, I presume? The domineering voice reverberated through the cave, while the previously smiling sect master wore a grim expression. Forcing a strained smile, how could I dare to object? Do as you please, Yuan replied, his lips curling in bitterness. At least you know your place. Elder Yun's expression softened slightly, yet his voice remained as resonant as ever. From now on, this lad will train with me, but he will also undergo refinement in the artifact hall. As for my taking him as a disciple, it must not be disclosed. Yes, of course. Yuan suppressed his rising frustration, not daring to reveal his true feelings. Though he outwardly appeared to be the leader of the Xingyan sect, he understood well that the sect was far more complex than it seemed. Many elders would enter seclusion after reaching a certain level of strength, often remaining hidden for a decade or even two. This led Yuan to suspect that a powerful, concealed force existed within the sect, providing protection from the shadows. Elder Yun was evidently one of them. With Shen Li having caught the attention of such a reclusive figure, Yuan recognized that he had no standing to contest this matter. Chapter 0034. The Great Brush writes following closely behind Elder Yun. Shen Li felt enveloped by a gentle azure current, and in an instant, he soared into the air, darting towards a distant peak like a bolt of lightning. Soon they halted beside an unassuming little valley. Shen Li glanced around and noticed the absence of any dwelling, which piqued his curiosity about Elder Yun's intentions for bringing him here. Suddenly, a white jade token tied around Elder Yun's waist emitted a faint glow, and simultaneously, a delicate ripple spread before him, that an imperceptible spatial barrier materialized before Shen Li's eyes. Elder Yun grasped Shen Li's arm, stepped forward, and seamlessly passed through the ripple, which then gradually vanished, leaving no trace behind. With a swift step, Shen Li's surroundings brightened, revealing a vast expanse before him. Moments ago, he had been amidst the fragrant, melodious valley, yet now he found himself in a realm composed entirely of colossal stones. Surrounded by towering stone pillars and mountains, even the living quarters were carved from massive boulders. This was a true space, unlike the Tianxian domain, which could only be accessed by the soul. Here, the environment was suitable for habitation, with ample air and sunlight, even allowing one to gaze upon the sun above. Shen Li realized that this was the legendary space created by ancient sages who had torn through dimensions with unmatched power. However, he found himself puzzled. How could a mere two-star sect like Xingyun possess such a concealed space? It seemed that the sect was far more intricate than it appeared as Elder Yun arrived. Several figures swiftly emerged from the stone dwellings, encircling him and Shen Li. "This lad has finally arrived," exclaimed a hunched elder, standing barely over 5 feet tall, his voice piercing. "Let me take a closer look. Tsk, he truly is a fellow with a blocked dantian. Yet, by sheer chance, he has managed to establish a circulatory connection between the heart and the dantian. Such a person is indeed a rare find." The elders clamored excitedly, each gaze directed at Shen Li, filled with fervor and zeal, as if they wished to devour him whole. Shen Li felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Do not fight over me. I brought him back. He is certainly my disciple." Elder Yun interjected with a defiant tone. "Little Yun, who do you think you are? In our Yunin Valley, you are the youngest. If you aren't running errands, who will?" Another elder retorted. "Come now, let's see if you've made any progress. That I recall 40 years ago, I knocked out 3 of your teeth with a single slap. Today, I shall see if I can knock out the rest." The elders, clearly older than Elder Yun, puffed out their cheeks, ready to brawl. "That's not what I meant." Elder Yun stammered as he watched the others approach with hostile intent. Shen Li stood by, dumbfounded, questioning the nature of these individuals. They acted like children throwing tantrums, ready to fight over the slightest provocation. Elder Yun, who had just moments ago commanded authority in front of the sect master, now appeared to be a punching bag, defenseless against the bullying of the elders. After the elders gave Elder Yun a thorough scolding, they finally settled down, their eyes darting towards Shen Li with eager anticipation. "How about this? We old fellows shall each take this lad on as a disciple, teaching him our unique skills." Elder Yun proposed that. Now that's more like it. If you had said so earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure that beating. You seem to enjoy being punished." The elders continued to tease him. Gradually, Shen Li began to understand the current situation through the elders' banter. This valley space was known as Yunin Valley, a site believed to have been established by ancient sages that had been discovered by the elders of the Xingyun sect and transformed into their sanctuary. Generations of elder sages would retreat here upon reaching a certain age and level of strength. They served as the final bastion of the Xingyun sect, embodying its hidden might. However, the valley's original purpose was not merely seclusion. It was also a means to cultivate genuine talent in secret as a strategic reserve for the sect. While every sect publicly showcased its luminaries, these prominent figures often became targets for rival sects, leading to potential calamities. Consequently, many sects maintained low profile, yet exceptionally strong disciples, who were their true trump cards. Shen Li had now become one such individual, chosen by the reclusive faction of Xingyun sect, marking him as their hidden asset. "Today, let Elder Mo be your guide," Elder Yun declared, turning towards Shen Li. As soon as he spoke, an elder clad in a black robe, holding a nearly threadbare feather fan, stepped forward and glanced at Shen Li with a detached demeanor. "Greetings, Elder Mo." Shen Li promptly bowed. "Ah, young one, you are now a member of our Yunin Valley. Train diligently and do not bring shame upon us." Elder Mo stated earnestly that I shall exert every effort and not dare slacken. Shen Li responded with resolve. Standing before these 5 elders, whose ages collectively approached 5 centuries, yet still bore the weight of guarding the Xingyun sect, Shen Li felt a profound respect and admiration. To conceal their identities, these elders had endured decades of solitude within the lifeless expanse of Yunin Valley, a thought that commanded reverence. "Very well. As we meet for the first time, allow me to present you with a small gift," Elder Mo said, retrieving an item from his storage ring and offering it to Shen Li. Shen Li hurriedly bent down to receive it, and upon closer inspection, he found it was indeed a half-foot-long brush, crafted entirely from pure gold. A moment of bewilderment washed over him. It is quite commonplace for a master to bestow gifts upon their disciples, yet Shen Li had never encountered anyone gifting a brush before. Having received the gift, it was now time to commence his training. "What I shall teach you is the art of writing with a brush," Elder Mo stated with utmost seriousness. Shen Li broke into a cold sweat. He had never heard of writing with a brush being considered a method of cultivation. Were it not for the imposing sight of Elder Yun earlier, standing majestically before the sect leader, Shen Li might have begun to doubt whether he had stumbled upon a group of old charlatans. Elder Mo then retrieved a piece of exquisite rice paper, measuring 3 feet long and over a foot wide, from his storage ring and laid it on the ground. He followed this by producing an inkstone, setting it beside the rice paper. Shen Li picked up the brush, a hint of confusion evident on his face, and dipped it into the ink, ready to begin writing when Elder Mo abruptly halted him. "What is the point of writing like that? Here, add a brush handle," Elder Mo exclaimed, grabbing Shen Li and producing another item from his ring, which he handed over. When Shen Li took it, his arms suddenly felt heavy, nearly causing him to stumble. Fortunately, his immense physical strength allowed him to steady himself with a flick of his wrist, only to find he was holding a stone pillar, a full yard long and the thickness of his arm, weighing in at approximately 300 pounds. "Come, attach the brush and you may begin writing." A faint smile graced Elder Mo's face as he took the brush from Shen Li's hand, inserting it deftly into the front end of the stone pillar, fitting it seamlessly. Subsequently, with a mischievous grin, Elder Mo returned the stone pillar to Shen Li. "On this first day, do not write too much. A mere 100 characters will suffice," he stated in an apparently generous and easygoing manner. Shen Li accepted the stone pillar and tested its weight, nodding in understanding. Although the brush handle weighed 300 pounds, it felt akin to a child wielding a metal rod to him, given his nearly 10,000-pound strength. Thus, Shen Li gripped the stone pillar firmly and began to write on the rice paper. It was only upon truly commencing that he realized he had underestimated the task. The stone pillar, being a full yard in length, was manageable for him to wield with one hand, yet maintaining balance during turns proved challenging, often resulting in erratic strokes. Even a simple character like Yun appeared jumbled, and the character Yin sprawled across nearly half the sheet of rice paper. By the time Shen Li painstakingly completed the character Gu, he discovered that the entire sheet was already filled with just 3 characters. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Shen Li glanced at his haphazardly written characters. Elder Mo had mentioned 100 characters were to be written, yet he had consumed the space with only 3, and those were hardly legible. The 5 onlookers promptly erupted into laughter, particularly Elder Yun, who had endured decades of teasing from those older and more established than himself, finally relishing the chance to mock someone else. "Start over," Elder Mo declared as he turned to leave, stating that Shen Li could not eat unless he filled the rice paper with 100 characters. The other elders took a keen interest, watching Shen Li intently. In the cloud-hidden valley, 3 elderly men, appearing to be in their 80s or 90s, fought off drowsiness as they sat, eyes fixed on the young man in the center, eager to witness his folly. Though Shen Li's demeanor was typically unflappable, he felt a twinge of anxiety under their scrutiny. With determination, Shen Li gripped the stone pillar brush firmly and cautiously inscribed another yun on the rice paper. This time, he deliberately controlled the strokes to produce a smaller character. Although still far from beautiful, it was at least passable. With a sigh of relief, he began writing earnestly and methodically. However, after about 30 characters, his arm began to tremble slightly. Despite his formidable strength, no one could sustain such force indefinitely. As he wielded the 300-pound stone pillar, he needed to maintain a grip of approximately 500 pounds while carefully modulating his strength to achieve the desired pauses and turns. After composing over 30 characters, even Shen Li's robust physique began to falter under the strain. This was far more exhausting than executing 5,000 punches. Each character required the activation of nearly every muscle in his body to stabilize the weighty brush. Upon reaching the 50th character, his right arm quivered uncontrollably, forcing him to switch to his left hand. Even so, after writing just 20 more characters, his left arm went completely numb. Shen Li gritted his teeth. resolved not to disgrace himself before the 5 esteemed elders that I in a relentless cycle of switching hands. He persevered through 5 arduous hours until he finally completed the 100 characters that it last. He felt as though every muscle and bone in his body was no longer his own. He could scarcely lift a finger. Were it not for his immense willpower, he would have surely given up. Panting, Shen Li gazed at the rice paper filled with his crooked characters, which hardly resembled writing, his face burning with embarrassment. Nevertheless, he had accomplished Elder Mo's task. Indeed, this young man shows promise. It is surprising he could complete Elder Mo's peculiar training regimen on his very first attempt. The lad we once favored did not succeed on his first try. His physical prowess is indeed formidable. Having only opened 36 acupoints, he stands at the 4th level of body refinement, yet he is comparable to a 4th-tier ferocious beast. How fortunate we are to have stumbled upon such a treasure. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes alight with enthusiasm. However, when Shen Li turned his gaze towards them, their expressions morphed into mocking grins. "Ha! Come see what this lad has scribbled. Even a dog-esque crawl is more aesthetically pleasing. Elder Yun, what are you saying? You are insulting dogs, you know. One could argue that even a blind pig would produce better strokes than this." The 3 elders erupted into loud laughter, their mirth overwhelming. Shen Li, drenched in sweat, felt his face flush deeper. After a while, their laughter subsided, and Elder Yun approached, producing a jade token from his storage ring and tossing it to Shen Li. "This is your identification token for entering the Cloud Hidden Valley. With this, you may come and go freely. Remember, this token is for your use only. Do not disclose it to anyone, nor reveal any information pertaining to the Cloud Hidden Valley. In the Xingyun Sect, the Cloud Hidden Valley is a place that does not exist. You may go about your daily life, but every night during the hours of High and Z, come to the Cloud Hidden Valley for training. Do you understand?" Elder Yun instructed with a grave expression. "The disciple understands." Shen Li replied promptly, bowing respectfully. "Good. Do not bring shame upon the Cloud Hidden Valley. Yet remember, do not reveal all your prowess. The disciples of the Cloud Hidden lineage must remain hidden unless the sect faces peril. Though you are my disciple, should you find yourself in danger, we old men will not come to your aid," Elder Yun cautioned. "Understood." Shen Li nodded, though he was somewhat dismissive of the warning that he had never relied on anyone in his life. Not even when his dantian remained unformed, and he was unable to cultivate. Now, with the fragmented star within him, he had regained his ability to cultivate. Moreover, by sheer happenstance, he had acquired the skill to inscribe divine patterns, granting him the potential to become a divine pattern master. Such a dual cultivation of martial and divine arts is rare even across the entire Xianyuan continent. Shen Li brimmed with confidence for his future. At this moment, he was solely focused on growing stronger and venturing deep into the Wushan mountain range to uncover his father's whereabouts. Securing the jade token at his waist, Shen Li made his way towards the Cloud Hidden Valley's exit. Just as he was about to collide with a stone wall, the token emitted a soft glow, ripples cascading outward that in an instant, Shen Li felt as though he had passed through a membrane. And upon opening his eyes again, he found himself back in the ordinary valley he had been in before. Phew. Shen Li exhaled deeply. The events that had just transpired felt like a dream. Had it not been for the jade token at his waist, he would scarcely have believed he had entered the Xingyun Sect's most secretive place and become the sole heir of the Cloud Hidden lineage. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already evening, and his stomach grumbled in hunger. After orienting himself, he set off towards the wooden hut designated for his use in the servants' hall. Half an hour later, Shen Li finally returned to his quarters. Upon entering, he was greeted not by Grandpa Mu, but rather by Zhou Tong. "Shen Li, you have been with Master Sikong for nearly a day. Hasn't he given you any trouble, has he?" Zhou Tong inquired, concern etched across his face that a warmth spread through Shen Li's heart. For 7 years, he had lived with Grandpa Mu at the Shen family, and apart from him, no one had ever shown such concern for him. Moreover, Zhou Tong had only known Shen Li for a little over a month, prior to which they had merely been strangers. "Uncle Zhou, I am perfectly fine. Master Sikong has been exceedingly kind to me, and even mentioned that he would like me to assist him when time permits," Shen Li remarked with a smile. Zhou Tong chuckled softly, realizing that his worries were unfounded. The moment he witnessed Shen Li effortlessly sweeping through the competition in the Sect's challenge with the divine weapon he had forged. Radiating brilliance, Zhou Tong understood that this little carp had indeed leaped over the dragon gate, transforming into a soaring dragon. Such a prodigy, even if unable to open a dantian, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the leaders of the 7 mountain peaks. And Master Sikong must hold Shen Li in high regard, or else he would not have sought him out so hastily. Uncle Zhou, let us dine here before departing. Tomorrow, I shall continue my work at the forging hall. Shen Li cheerfully suggested, Ditto? Very well. Zhou Tong replied, momentarily taken aback, but soon smiling in agreement. Unbeknownst to Shen Li, Grandpa Mu had been standing by the window, gazing intently at him, his expression heavy with concern and confusion. Just a few hours prior, Shen Li had inexplicably vanished from Grandpa Mu's perception, as if he had simply ceased to exist in this world, which had left Grandpa Mu quite anxious, were it not for the small jade pendant Shen Li wore, which had not signaled any danger. Grandpa Mu might have already been frantically searching for him. Although Grandpa Mu appeared to be an ordinary elderly man, no one could truly see through him. Young Master Li has become increasingly conspicuous. If Miss were to learn of this, she would not know whether to rejoice or to worry. I hope he does not reach too high a realm. Otherwise, it may not bode well for him. After all, is it not quite pleasant to lead a simple and unremarkable life? Grandpa Mu sighed, speaking to himself. Grandpa Mu, I am back. Haha, may I invite a friend over for dinner? Shen Li joyfully approached Grandpa Mu, gently wrapping an arm around him. In the past couple of months, Shen Li had undergone a whirlwind of experiences, the star fragment entering his body, regaining his cultivation abilities, winning the championship at the Wushan city hunting competition, entering the Xingyun Sect, and even dominating the outer disciples of the Dingtian Sect in the Sect challenge, that he longed to share these moments with someone. But alas, his parents had passed away, and he had no friends. Thus, Grandpa Mu remained his sole confidant. From this day forward, Shen Li's identity had significantly transformed, and he could finally provide Grandpa Mu with a better life. The three of them shared laughter, prepared a few dishes, and enjoyed a meal together. The next day, Shen Li returned to the forging hall, as usual. Many outer disciples of the Xingyun Sect greeted him warmly upon seeing him. After his remarkable performance in the Sect challenge, Shen Li had shed the title of a waste and emerged as a hero of the Xingyun Sect. Nearly all disciples held him in gratitude. Oh, is that not Shen Li? He swept through the outer disciples of the Dingtian Sect in the Sect challenge. Why is he back at the forging hall? Did the Xingyun Sect not reward him? Surely, he should have been promoted to a formal outer disciple. Indeed. What is going on? Some disciples working at the forging hall began to murmur, indignantly defending Shen Li. Hearing this, Shen Li could only manage a bitter smile, unable to provide an answer. Even the Sect master had failed to take him as a disciple, let alone the leaders of the 7 peaks. However, the Yunin lineage had always been elusive, like a dragon that appears only to vanish, and Shen Li could only remain modest and low-key. The day of forging passed swiftly, and Shen Li quietly returned to the seemingly ordinary valley, ensuring no one was watching before approaching a rock. With a hum, Shen Li once again entered the Yunin Valley. That you've arrived? Continue writing 100 words. This time you must complete it within 3 hours. Write another 100 words. This time, it must be done in 1 hour. Write another 100 words, but use a 500-pound iron rod. Write another 100 words, and this time, use a 1,000-pound iron rod. What? Write 100 words using a 1,000-pound iron rod. And you only have 2 hours. Shen Li's arduous training had begun. Having spent considerable time in the company of these peculiar old men, who resembled mischievous children, Shen Li found his own resilience notably strengthened. He comprehended that the methods imparted by the scarred elder were far from easy to master. Once more, Shen Li grasped the silver needle, this time with utmost caution, daring not to exert too much force. With a sharp thud, the silver needle plunged into the stone slab, only to bend upon impact. Again, I refuse to believe this. Once more, 2 hours later, a considerable number of bent silver needles lay before Shen Li, upon a rough count. Approximately 100 to old Scarface. It must take you quite some time to administer 100 needles to this lad. Shall we lend a hand? Come, let me assist. The old men erupted in laughter, brandishing silver needles as they lunged toward Shen Li. He turned to flee, yet how could his speed rival that of these ancient beings? The cries of agony echoed within Yunin Valley for a duration that felt akin to a burning incense stick. Shen Li lay upon a flat rock, his upper body bare, adorned with a multitude of silver needles. These needles, however, were not haphazardly thrust. They were inserted in a precise sequence, targeting specific acupoints. Shen Li felt as if his entire body was being seared with a branding iron. Blood surging frenetically through his meridians, his muscles alternating between tremors and contractions, one side of his body oscillating between numbness and unbearable heat. By the time Shen Li exited Yun'an Valley, it was already the hour of the tiger. Despite enduring what could only be described as a torturous ordeal, Shen Li felt an indescribable sense of relief coursing through him. Over the past few months, he had accumulated a number of hidden injuries. While they seemed trivial in ordinary circumstances, they could prove to be the final straw in a life-or-death struggle. These eccentric old men, seemingly toying with Shen Li, were in fact fortifying his physique, enhancing his explosive power. The act of stabbing the stone slab was intended to teach Shen Li a technique for concentrating power into a single point. If the stone pillar was akin to learning to lift weights effortlessly, then the silver needle piercing the stone slab imparted the lesson of lifting light as if it were heavy. Shen Li's physical prowess had become evident to all. However, his technique in utilizing that strength was lacking. The foremost lesson the old men sought to impart was the perfect mastery of one's own power. To unleash a greater combat potential. Again, I refuse to believe it. Is it truly impossible to pierce the stone slab with a single needle? The pain is unbearable. Thus, Shen Li endured this harrowing existence for a full 2 months. With a sudden thud, the silver needle in his hand pierced the stone slab as effortlessly as if it were tofu, leaving only a quivering tip. Success! I've finally succeeded, Shen Li exclaimed joyously. What is there to be so jubilant about, young man? Come, try this half-foot-long silver needle. The scarred elder approached and thrust a longer needle into Shen Li's hands. 2 hours later, Shen Li returned home, clutching his rear in discomfort. Chapter 0037. The first mission before long. Winter had arrived. It had been over 5 months since Shen Li joined the Xingyan Sect as a miscellaneous disciple. One evening, at the hour of the pig, Shen Li once again entered Yun'an Valley. The valley's center, an array of writing tools and a row of silver needles, each as thick as a hair, awaited him, familiar with the task at hand. Shen Li effortlessly lifted a stone pillar weighing 1,000 pounds and began to write vigorously on rice paper. In just over an hour, he had inscribed more than 100 characters. Setting down the stone pillar, he picked up a slender silver needle and approached the stone slab. Thud! 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 One by one, the needles swiftly penetrated the slab. An hour later, all 100 needles had been driven into the stone. Phew! Shen Li exhaled, glancing at the elderly men gathered nearby with a hint of lingering eagerness. Masters, should we not consider a different training method? I'm quite weary of these two. Shen Li chuckled cheerfully. You cheeky brat, growing quite arrogant, aren't you? Hurry and devise some new tricks to keep him in check. How intolerable! The elderly men shouted in unison, their faces flushed with mock indignation. Unfazed, Shen Li stood with hands on his hips, chest puffed out, laughing heartily. Through months of interaction, he had come to understand the peculiarities of these old men. If they were truly furious, they would not waste words but would deliver a solid thrashing instead. Though they appeared furious, their hearts were undoubtedly pleased. Shen Li sensed that his training had yielded commendable results, certainly rivaling those of the past disciples of the Yun'an lineage. Seeing Shen Li show no sign of fear, the old men ceased their blustering, exchanging glances and nodding in tacit agreement. Elder Yun stepped forward, standing beside Shen Li. Young Li, after over 4 months of training, you have made significant progress. However, this is merely the beginning. To become a truly formidable warrior, mere training is insufficient. What you lack is the experience of genuine life-and-death combat. Thus, after some deliberation, we old fellows have decided to send you down the mountain for practical experience. Really? I can leave the mountain? How splendid! Shen Li exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. This journey down the mountain will last 2 months. You must hunt at least 5 4th-tier beasts or 1 5th-tier beast to complete your task. Elder Yun instructed 5 4th-tier beasts or a 5th-tier beast. Shen Li nodded, a glimmer of thrill igniting within him. Ordinary 4th-tier beasts were equivalent to a human at the 8th or 9th level of the body refinement stage, while superior 4th-tier beasts could rival those at the 11th level. After months of training, Shen Li's physical strength had surged significantly, surpassing 10,000 pounds, that he felt confident in his ability to overpower ordinary 4th-tier beasts with ease. Moreover, your identity jade pendant also serves as a storage device, capable of holding several 4th-tier beast heads or scales. Additionally, you may select a 1-star divine weapon as your armament. Upon your return to Yunin Valley in 2 months, you must report back and submit your task. Failure to do so will result in severe punishment. Elder Yun's expression was grave. "That I shall abide by my master's teachings," Shen Li replied, bowing respectfully. "Very well. Off you go." The elderly men waved him off, each turning back to their respective stone houses. Shen Li stood observing as they retreated before finally turning to leave. Upon returning to his quarters in the miscellaneous disciples' hall, Shen Li quickly packed a few garments to at dawn the following day. He bid farewell to Grandpa Mu, mounted a horned horse, and followed a group of inner disciples as they departed the Xingyun's Sect's mountain. Elder Yun had already informed the Sect leader of Shen Li's departure. He was to accompany the inner disciples as an assistant on their training expedition. The horned horse, a hybrid of a common horse and a wild beast, inherited the form of a horse but bore the bloodline of a beast, granting it greater strength and speed. Ideal for the disciples' travels. After 2 days of swift travel, they arrived at Lin Yuan City, a small town over 1,000 miles from the Xingyun Sect. Here, all the disciples would disperse to undertake their individual training tasks. After replenishing his supplies of water and food, Shen Li set off alone toward a nearby abyssal ruin outside the city. Within Lin Yuan City, many Xingyun Sect disciples had gathered at the task hall to seek suitable missions. The task hall, the oldest organization on the Xinyuan continent, had existed since the rise of human sages. It is said that the task hall was founded by one of the 9 great human sages, the Sage of Wisdom, and branches could be found in nearly every city that in the task hall. Various tasks were available. Some sought rare materials, while others required warriors for escort services, and even bounties for assassinations could be found. Those who completed tasks not only earned corresponding rewards, but also accumulated points. The more tasks completed, the higher the points, leading to improved treatment within the task hall. There were even opportunities to work within the hall and receive guidance from powerful warriors. In contrast, the training for inner disciples of the Xingyun Sect was quite informal. As long as they accepted tasks in the task hall and earned points, they could fulfill their obligations. Avoid appearing too different or special. Shen Li registered an identity token in the task hall and accepted a mission to hunt a 3rd-tier beast. According to the mission details, a 3rd-tier beast known as the Crimson Flame Bull resided in the silent abyss outside Lin Yuan City. By hunting the bull and submitting its hide and horns, one could earn 10 points, thus elevating to a 1-star beast hunter. Soon, Shen Li arrived at the silent abyss, a chasm thousands of meters wide and hundreds of feet deep, stretching before him in ancient legends. It is said that during a bygone era, a human sage engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable beast. The abyss before you is a testament to that epic confrontation, as the sage cleaved through the beast with a single stroke of his sword, leaving an indelible mark upon the earth. Even after the passage of centuries, the profound essence of that sword strike continues to linger within this vast chasm. Ordinary creatures dare not approach, and even 2nd-tier beasts tremble in fear beneath the overwhelming sword intent that pervades the abyss, rendering it devoid of life. Thus it has earned the moniker of the Silent Abyss. Though the presence of birds and beasts is scarce here, the area is rich with rare treasures of nature, drawing many weaker individuals who seek to harvest these bounties. The anticipation of encountering a 3rd-tier beast, the Crimson Flame Bull, fills Shen Li with excitement. I wonder if it could help me carve another divine rune. He muses silently, ensuring that no one is around before he deftly stores the antelope into the jade plaque storage space and descends the narrow path alongside the abyss. Upon reaching the depths of the silent abyss, Shen Li is captivated by the sound of a fierce confrontation. Driven by curiosity, he stealthily follows the source of the commotion, climbing atop a towering tree to survey the scene from afar. Chapter 0038. The Mysterious Woman in the Silent Abyss. From his perch atop the great tree, Shen Li gazes into the distance and spots a colossal beast, towering several dozen meters high, rampaging with reckless abandon. Trees that once stood tall are reduced to splinters and ash in its wake. The searing heat radiating from the creature is palpable, reminiscent of standing before a forge at the heart of a smithy. Scorching his skin with its blistering waves, he focuses intently, Shen Li gasps in astonishment that a massive golden tiger head, resembling a grinding wheel, bellows ferociously, unleashing a stream of crimson fire that surges toward a nearby warrior. With bat-like wings shimmering in gold, ablaze with violet flames, each flap conjures a tempest of fire. This is none other than a sixth-tier beast, the purple flame winged tiger. What is happening? Wasn't it said that no formidable beasts inhabit the silent abyss? Shen Li's face is a mask of shock. Opposite the purple flame winged tiger hovers a figure clad in a tight black robe and masked visage, wielding a divine weapon. With a swift stroke, countless shards of ice erupt forth, forming a barrier against the oncoming violet flames. This individual has evidently transcended the 12th layer of body refinement and attained the realm of yuan condensation. Suddenly, the purple flame winged tiger releases a fireball the size of a watermelon, shattering the icy defense and detonating before the masked warrior. Taken by surprise, the warrior is blasted away, crashing through two massive trees before regaining composure. Blood spills from the corner of their mouth, and their aura wanes significantly. With a thunderous roar, the purple flame winged tiger flaps its colossal wings, dashing towards the masked warrior, who reacts swiftly, striking the ground with a fierce gust of wind that propels them away. Narrowly evading the beast's lethal blow, the masked figure then darts towards Shen Li's direction. This is bad. Is he coming this way? Has he noticed me? Panic grips Shen Li in an instant. The masked individual appears atop the tree where Shen Li is concealed. Are you just going to watch? The stranger inquires. You haven't opened your dantian. The masked warrior seems taken aback. Never mind. You should flee. I'll lure it away. With a resigned sigh, the figure swiftly darts in the opposite direction. Initially, the warrior had presumed Shen Li to be a fellow practitioner of yuan condensation, given his concealed aura. However, upon closer inspection, they realize Shen Li has not opened his dantian at all. It's a woman. Shen Li is taken aback upon hearing the masked figure's voice. Realizing the warrior's intent to divert the beast's attention towards Shen Li, he feels a mix of resentment and gratitude, despite his initial distaste for her tactics. The woman's decision to draw the beast away earns her some favor in Shen Li's eyes. With a furious roar, the purple flame winged tiger ascends into the air, pursuing the masked figure. After deliberating, Shen Li resolves to follow and discern the situation. While he knows he cannot contend with a sixth-tier beast, a surprise attack may still be within his capabilities, channeling his immense physical strength. Shen Li rushes forward, his power rivaling that of an ordinary fourth-tier beast. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the masked warrior and the purple flame winged tiger clash once more. Mighty trees are reduced to ashes amidst the chaos, as flames engulf vast stretches of forest. Having witnessed the prowess of yuan condensation disciples during the Sect challenges at Xingyan Sect, Shen Li had previously thought little of their strength. Now, witnessing the brutal conflict between a yuan condensation expert and a sixth-tier beast, he is struck by the immense power of those who have reached this realm. Although Shen Li's physical strength exceeds 12,000 pounds, bolstered by the power of the Qing Liao Wolf Divine Rune, he is filled with confidence that he can dominate any practitioner within the body refinement realm. Even against a newly ascended first-layer yuan condensation warrior, he believes he can hold his own. However, after observing the masked warrior's capabilities, he realizes the refined essence of a yuan condensation expert's power is beyond the scope of ordinary physical might. With a deafening crash, the masked warrior is sent flying by the purple flame winged tiger. Blood streaming from their mouth, their complexion ashen, the beast unleashes another violet fire line toward the warrior. You leave me no choice, the masked figure snarls, gritting their teeth. Suddenly, the divine weapon in their grasp radiates an incandescent light. Resembling the sun itself, the warrior merges with their blade, launching themselves at the purple flame winged tiger with unparalleled speed. In this moment of desperation, they burn their true essence, detonating the divine runes on their weapon to unleash their most powerful strike. A whirlwind of ice and snow erupts from the weapon, forming a rapidly spinning vortex that surges toward the beast's violet flames. The ice crackles under the heat, melting and evaporating into vapor. Yet, the masked warrior's speed is too swift. The flames cannot fully consume the ice in time. With a decisive thrust, the warrior's blade pierces the throat of the purple flame winged tiger, causing a fountain of blood to erupt. The beast howls in agony, thrashing wildly as its forelimbs rise and deliver a punishing kick to the masked warrior's abdomen. The masked figure is sent sprawling, crashing against a distant tree, struggling to rise but failing repeatedly. Although gravely wounded, the purple flame-winged tiger does not perish immediately. In a frenzy, it lunges toward the masked warrior, its maw wide open, intent on shredding them to pieces. This is it. I never imagined I would meet my end here. The battered warrior can barely lift a hand, resigning themselves to their fate. Suddenly, a figure bursts forth, colliding with the purple flame-winged tiger. It is none other than Shen Li, who had been stealthful. Shen Li was the first to shout, his blood and energy surging within him, flowing fervently as 27 acupoints were suddenly illuminated, forming a cycle of energy. These were precisely the 27 acupoints belonging to the innate divine pattern of the Iron Spine Rhino Dragon beast. Buzz! The divine pattern of the Iron Spine Rhino Dragon surged from Shen Li's arm, merging into the divine weapon's great blade, causing the patterns on the blade to glow instantly. This great blade, originally a reward from the elders of Yun'an Valley to Shen Li, was a one-star weapon that could enhance strength by 50%. Subsequently, Shen Li had secretly modified it, incorporating the divine pattern of the Iron Spine Rhino Dragon, allowing it to nearly double its power upon illuminating all the patterns. This transformation elevated the one-star weapon to the pinnacle of one star, even reaching the threshold of a two-star weapon. Roar! The purple flame-winged tiger let out a furious roar and lunged once more. Its gaping maw aimed directly at Shen Li's head. Thud! Shen Li's divine weapon swiftly flashed as he struck down towards the head of the purple flame-winged tiger. With a resounding crash, Shen Li felt as if he had collided with a massive mountain, his body flying sideways, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he nearly spat blood. The physical prowess of a six-tier fierce beast was indeed formidable. Shen Li couldn't help but admire it. Meanwhile, across from him, the purple flame-winged tiger was not faring any better. The blow just landed, bearing a force of 14 to 15,000 pounds, had heavily struck its head, leaving it dazed. The large king character on its forehead was cleaved open, blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Li suppressed the urge to vomit blood, and the azure golden iron dagger flew forth, piercing into the throat of the purple flame-winged tiger and wreaking havoc within its skull. Boom! The purple flame-winged tiger momentarily stunned, its eyes gradually losing their color, before it collapsed with a tremendous thud. Shen Li exhaled deeply, finally allowing himself to relax. At that moment, the masked figure beside him opened her eyes, saw Shen Li's presence, and confirmed the demise of the purple flame-winged tiger, instantly feeling relieved as she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Chapter 0039. The Bone Secret Tower, having slain the heavily injured six-tier fierce beast. The purple flame-winged tiger. Shen Li sighed in relief. Turning, he noticed that the masked woman had already fainted, prompting him to approach her with assurance. With a thought, a beam of light surged from the jade pendant at his waist, causing the massive purple flame-winged tiger to vanish, directly absorbed into the pendant space. Alas, leaving this woman here was ultimately too perilous. I shall see this good deed through. Shen Li contemplated, moving forward to lift the masked figure, and walked toward the distance. Having just experienced a fierce battle, it was likely that someone passing by would come to investigate the commotion. Discovering Shen Li and the masked woman could lead to significant trouble. Thus, Shen Li could only carry the masked figure, seeking a place to rest temporarily and wait for her to awaken. Cradling the masked woman, Shen Li could distinctly feel the softness between his arms, a faint fragrance wafting toward his nose, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. After all, Shen Li was merely a 15 or 16-year-old lad, brimming with youthful vigor, and this was his first experience of such close proximity to a girl. Holding her tightly in his embrace, lowering his gaze slightly, he could clearly see the masked woman's long eyelashes and delicate, tender skin, her smooth forehead slightly furrowed, as if in pain. After a moment's thought, Shen Li retrieved a pill from his pocket and placed it into the masked woman's mouth. This was a vial of pills that Zhou Tong had specifically given him before he set out, containing 23-star essence pills, capable of rapidly replenishing a warrior's internal energy, an essential item for warriors venturing out for training or hunting. Not far along, Shen Li finally discovered a concealed small cave, and he entered, carrying the masked woman inside. The cave was modest, approximately 6 or 7 meters wide and over 2 meters high, empty and devoid of anything. Shen Li gently laid the masked woman down on the ground, her body leaning slightly against the cave wall. Subsequently, he exited the cave and sat at the entrance, quietly waiting. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, low moans echoed from within the cave. And soon after, the masked woman opened her eyes, sprang to her feet, and cautiously scanned her surroundings. "You are awake." At that moment, Shen Li stepped into the cave and softly inquired. The masked woman glanced at Shen Li and nodded. In truth, the moment she regained consciousness, she remembered the events that had transpired and felt the energy within her growing stronger, realizing that Shen Li had surely fed her a valuable pill. Thus, she felt immense gratitude toward Shen Li, yet her habitual cold demeanor made it difficult for her to express her thanks. How strange. Didn't the mission hall say that the Silent Abyss was quite safe? With no more than 4th-tier fierce beasts appearing at most? How could a 6th-tier beast like the purple flame winged tiger suddenly appear? Shen Li murmured, furrowing his brow. You don't know? The masked woman was somewhat surprised. Actually, this is my first time venturing out for training, Shen Li admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the masked woman, trusting she would not harm him, and thus spoke honestly. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, Shen Li would not have been foolish enough to reveal that he was a fledgling just beginning his journey. The Silent Abyss opens once every decade, during which a bone palace emerges from the depths, offering tremendous benefits to both human warriors and fierce beasts, the masked woman explained, momentarily taken aback before continuing. "Ditto. The Silent Abyss harbors such secrets." Shen Li was instantly taken aback. Actually, it's not much of a secret. The Bone Palace within the Silent Abyss hasn't appeared for quite some time in recent decades. "I merely came to try my luck this time," the masked woman replied nonchalantly. "Did I see? Should we now go to the location where the Bone Palace is said to appear?" Shen Li suggested, excitement lighting up his face. "All right, let's go take a look together." The masked woman considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. She retrieved another pill from her pocket and swallowed it, her previously pale complexion quickly regaining its rosy hue, and her aura seemed to recover significantly, clearly indicating that the pill she had taken was of a much higher grade than the 3-star essence pills. Shen Li and the masked woman exited the cave, orienting themselves before heading deeper into the Silent Abyss. The closer they approached the depths of the Silent Abyss, the eerier and more oppressive the atmosphere became. As if entering a realm of utter silence, devoid of birdsong or the chirping of insects. Not even a whisper of wind could be heard. The atmosphere was incredibly stifling. Those of timid disposition would likely succumb to despair before long. Too afraid to take another step forward, that a grave expression appeared on Shen Li's face as he treaded cautiously, prepared for battle at every moment. The masked woman occasionally stole glances at Shen Li, her impression of him elevating significantly that a young man without a developed dantian dared to engage in combat with the 6th-tier purple flame winged tiger, rescuing her from its clutches, yet maintained a spirited resolve in the face of the Silent Abyss's pervasive, chilling dread. Such a person was indeed rare, even within the masked woman's sect. That up ahead is where the Bone Palace has previously appeared. "Be cautious," the masked woman quietly warned. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from nearby, followed by the sudden appearance of a massive figure measuring several dozen meters long before Shen Li and the masked woman. Its triangular head, the size of a grinding stone, boasted a half-meter-tall crimson flesh crown, its mouth wide open, revealing gleaming white fangs that shone with a chilling light, while its 2-meter-wide, scaly body coiled around a towering tree. The bat-like wings sprouted from its back, gently flapping as if preparing to take flight. It was unmistakably a 6th-tier fierce beast, the blood-crowned flying serpent. On the other side, a similarly towering creature, a massive black bear standing upright, its body covered in needle-like, black fur, only a moon-white mark on its forehead distinguishing it, was pounding its chest and roaring skyward. This was none other than the 6th-tier fierce beast, the Silver Moon Violent Bear. At that moment, these two 6th-tier beasts paid no heed to the newly arrived Shen Li and the masked woman, their gazes fixed on a vast water pool not far away. Shen Li cast his eyes toward the pool, where throngs of people had gathered, including many 6th-tier fierce beasts seldom seen in ordinary situations, as well as numerous human warriors. all silently waiting that as time passed. The sun had long set, and a bright moon began to rise in the sky above the silent abyss. When the hazy moonlight cascaded onto the deep water pool, an extraordinary event unfolded. Gurgle. The once tranquil water pool suddenly erupted with countless bubbles, as if boiling, that a chilling aura emanated from the depths of the pool, causing all present to change their expressions, their minds conjuring the most terrifying and feared images. Shen Li's heart and soul were suddenly shaken, as before him loomed a monstrous beast towering dozens, if not hundreds, of meters high, viciously tearing at a familiar figure. The very figure that Shen Li had yearned for over the past 7 years. His father. Shen Li, no, father, I have come to rescue you. Shen Li's eyes widened in fury, a burning rage coursing through him, as he gripped his blade tightly, determined to rush forward to save his father. 7 long years. Shen Li had been waiting for this day, anticipating a reunion with his father, ideally as they fought side by side against the beast. Just then, the colossal creature let out a thunderous roar, its massive claws slashing through the air and piercing Shen Li's body, followed by a brutal tear. In an instant, Shen Li was transformed into a rain of blood, his severed limbs scattering in every direction. Shen Li was on the brink of madness, ready to charge forward recklessly. That moment, a chilling aura surged forth from the shattered stars, enveloping Shen Li and bringing him to a sudden clarity, as if he had plunged into icy waters. Upon opening his eyes, Shen Li realized that the 6th-tier beasts and human warriors surrounding him were all with their eyes closed, their expressions either twisted in agony or fear, lost in their own emotions. Even the masked woman stood there, dazed and motionless. Suddenly, several 6th-tier beasts and human warriors went mad, charging directly into the water pool. Bubbles erupted from the water, and within mere breaths, those who had fallen in were reduced to mere piles of bones. Their flesh and blood vanished, that a chill ran down Shen Li's spine, that if not for the aid of the shattered stars, which had jolted him awake, he too would have likely become nothing more than a skeleton. This water pool was indeed peculiar. Shen Li pondered silently that moment. Amidst the endless bubbles, a small white bone tower, barely over a foot tall, began to rise from the depths of the water. It was a crystalline structure, radiating a soft glow, resembling the smooth and pure beauty of white jade, invoking a sense of delight and a desire to possess it. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that this small tower was not crafted from precious jade, but was instead constructed from a multitude of bones. Suddenly, the petite bone tower leapt from the water, soaring into the sky, halting at an elevation of around 100 meters, voraciously absorbing the moonlight. The originally modest tower began to swell at an astonishing rate. 1 meter, 3 meters, 10 meters, 100 meters, and even reaching 1,000 and 10,000 meters. Before Shen Li could react, the bone tower expanded dramatically, enveloping all living beings within a 1,000-meter radius. Chapter 0040. Endless Carnage within the Silent Abyss. The water pool revealed a small bone tower over a foot tall, affecting nearly everyone, ensnaring them in their most terrifying visions, rendering them helpless. Only Shen Li, with the assistance of the shattered stars, maintained sufficient clarity, watching as the bone tower ascended, expanding endlessly under the moonlight, encapsulating all creatures and warriors within. This bone tower must be the fabled bone palace that the masked woman spoke of, appearing once every decade. Could there truly be something beneficial for human warriors hidden within? Shen Li's brow furrowed with concern. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous aura emanating from the bone tower, as if it concealed something sinister. Moments later, the colossal bone tower enveloped all human warriors and beasts, including Shen Li, in a blinding white light, drawing them into its depths. The silent abyss fell into profound silence once more. The towering bone palace blotted out the sun, creating a realm of its own, rendering anything beyond its 1,000-meter radius imperceptible. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced the air, revealing a figure within a palace. This palace, vast and empty, spanned dozens of yards, devoid of life save for a heap of bones piled in the corner. This must be the interior of the bone palace. How could one obtain its benefits? The figure murmured, scanning the surroundings. That figure was none other than Shen Li. Simultaneously, The other beasts and human warriors gathered at the water's edge, transformed into beams of light, entering the Bone Palace. Where is this place? How did I arrive here? Could this truly be the legendary Bone Palace? Heaven help me. I have finally arrived. Surely, I will obtain its treasures. Some human warriors were overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly searching within the Bone Palace. The vast Bone Palace, stretching thousands of yards, was divided into hundreds of smaller chambers, each individual or beast isolated within their own confines. The sixth-tier beasts found themselves confined within chambers several dozen yards wide, seemingly cramped compared to their towering heights. Each being was completely segregated, unable to hear anything from the adjacent chambers, even if mere walls separated them. How can I gain any benefits? Shen Li pondered, slowly exploring the chamber. Suddenly, the colossal Bone Palace trembled slightly as an abundance of moonlight surged in, illuminating every chamber as bright as day. Crack, crack. The stark white skeletons emitted a grating sound as they slowly began to assemble in the astonished gaze of the warriors and beasts. How is this possible? Shen Li felt certain that he must be hallucinating. Yet, reality proved him wrong, as the assembled skeletons began to move towards him. Boom! Without hesitation, Shen Li launched a punch, shattering the countless bones into fragments. He estimated that the recently formed skeleton possessed nearly 1,000 pounds of strength. What on earth is happening? Could there still be remnants of a soul? Why do they reassemble on their own? Shen Li was curious, advancing towards the scattered bones. Suddenly, the shattered bones were enveloped in radiant light, and in the blink of an eye, they reformed into a humanoid shape, now wielding a bone sword. Shen Li's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. The humanoid skeleton dashed forward, its sword lunging toward Shen Li's throat with astonishing speed. Boom! Shen Li retaliated with another punch, striking the humanoid skeleton's head. The skeleton shattered once more, scattering into fragments. This time, however, he could hardly rejoice, for he realized his suspicions were confirmed. The skeletal figure's strength had doubled, reaching an astonishing 2,000 pounds. This is unacceptable. I cannot allow these bones to reassemble further. Otherwise, their power will continue to multiply, and I will be the one who perishes. Shen Li grew anxious, gripping his blade and advancing towards the pile of bone fragments. With a fierce determination, Shen Li swung his blade, relentlessly cleaving the remaining fragments. What was left of the bones was now reduced to mere thumb-sized pieces under his relentless assault. Meanwhile, Shen Li remained vigilant, casting his gaze around in search of the source of the earlier radiant light, intent on preemptively dismantling it. Unfortunately, after an extensive search, he found nothing. Suddenly, the bones that had been shattered by Shen Li began to stir once more, moving with astonishing speed until they reached the wall several dozen zhang away, where they reassembled into a colossal humanoid skeleton that a resonant hum echoed as a radiant light surged forth, enveloping the skeletal figure. Break for me. Shen Li, who had been waiting patiently, swung his great blade and leapt into the air, striking down towards the skeletal palace above. With a thunderous crash, his strike sent tremors through the entire structure. However, upon closer inspection, Shen Li discovered that aside from a faint white mark, there was not a single crack on the skeletal palace. A sharp intake of breath escaped Shen Li's lips. Although he had not exerted his full strength, nor activated the divine inscriptions on his blade, the force behind his strike was still nearly 10,000 xaan. Under normal circumstances, even a palace forged from mysterious iron would have been left with a significant dent. Yet, on this skeletal palace, only a subtle white point remained, a testament to its formidable hardness. It was clear that relying on brute force alone to breach the skeletal palace was utterly futile. Creaking sounds echoed as the humanoid skeleton advanced toward Shen Li. This time, it bore a distinct change. Two ghostly green orbs of flame began to coalesce above its head, that a long bone whip, spanning several dozen meters and intricately linked by bones, materialized in the creature's grasp. With a swift motion, the bone whip launched toward Shen Li. Clang! Shen Li hastily countered with his great blade, striking the whip with tremendous force. Yet, he could feel the immense power coursing through the whip, reaching an astonishing 8,000 xaan, nearly matching his own physical strength. And no, I cannot allow it to be easily dispersed this time. Otherwise, when it reassembles, its power will surely double. It may not reach 16,000 xaan, but it will be close enough. At that point, I might not stand a chance against it. Shen Li pondered grimly, his expression laden with gravity. Simultaneously, within the other skeletal palaces, numerous human warriors were locked in fierce combat against the assembled skeletal forms. Bang! A masked woman wielded her sword, causing dozens of sword flowers to bloom, intertwining as they struck against the humanoid skeleton. Instantly, the skeleton shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Yet in the blink of an eye, these fragments reformed into a humanoid shape, lunging once more at the masked woman. What is happening? My master told me that the bones within the skeletal palace can revive at most 3 times. How is it possible that after I have struck them 3 times, they are still reassembling? The masked woman was filled with confusion. Roar. In other skeletal palaces, several 6th-tier ferocious beasts were engaged in brutal battles against enormous skeletal constructs. Sizzle. One 6th-tier beast, unable to evade, was pierced by the skeleton, blood gushing forth. The beast let out a pained howl, struggling to break free, only to find itself paralyzed and utterly powerless in a mere dozen breaths. The 6th-tier beast was completely drained of blood and flesh, reduced to a pile of dry bones that a trickle of blood essence seeped into the ground of the skeletal palace, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 0041. Frenzied devouring within the skeletal palace. All human warriors and 6th-tier beasts faced relentless assaults from the skeletal constructs. Initially, these skeletons were feeble, easily dispatched with a casual strike by the warriors or beasts that entered the palace. However, after being defeated and reassembled under the moonlight, their strength surged dramatically. Ultimately, upon quadrupling their power, the balance of strength shifted entirely, leading to the slaughter of the once formidable human warriors and beasts. Blood seeped into the ground of the skeletal palace, and the recently fallen warriors and beasts were swiftly consumed, transforming into mere bones within moments in a corner of the numerous skeletal palaces. The masked woman mused, "What is happening? My master clearly stated that the skeletons in this palace can revive only 3 times. Once killed, one would gain the soul memories of the skeleton, enhancing their divine soul and accelerating their cultivation. Yet, despite having dispatched the skeleton 3 times, it continues to revive." Her footsteps grew increasingly erratic as she pondered her fate. Before her stood a skeleton now towering over 3 meters, its bones interlocked to form a robust skeletal armor. And in its hand was a long bone spear exceeding 2 meters in length. After 3 deaths, the 4th resurrection had granted the skeleton an overwhelming strength of 16,000 xaan. This meant the first assembled skeleton she faced already possessed a formidable power of 2,000 xaan. It appeared that the skeletal palace determined the resurrected skeleton's strength based on the power of each entering human warrior or beast. Swoosh! The masked woman leapt into the air, her divine weapon thrusting forward, directly piercing the arm of the towering skeleton. Crack! The massive arm of the skeleton disintegrated into countless shards, scattering across the ground. Even the bone spear it wielded clattered to the floor, producing a dull thud. Almost simultaneously, all human warriors and beasts within the skeletal palace began to slow their pace, refraining from their previous fervent assaults, opting instead to conserve their strength for a protracted battle. After all, each time a skeleton was killed, its power doubled. Only a fool would confront a skeleton after its strength had surged. Bang! Shen Li leapt, effortlessly clearing the head of the skeleton, and with a swift motion of his great blade, he carved a deep gash into the skeleton's arm. Countless bone fragments erupted in a flurry at that moment. The skeleton's arms had been reduced to little more than splinters, resembling mere sticks, leaving only a torso and legs behind. "With you in such a state, let us see how you can still threaten me." Shen Li chuckled, his mood gradually stabilizing. The peculiarities of the skeletal palace still eluded him, and time was not on his side. If he could not discover a means to escape this skeletal palace soon, he might very well find himself trapped indefinitely. It was crucial to remember that within the skeletal palace, these skeletons required no sustenance. Their stamina seemingly boundless, whereas Shen Li and his companions needed to eat and rest as time passed. The moon slowly descended, casting its silvery glow over the skeletal palace, which began to shrink in size. What is happening? Why is the palace diminishing? At that moment, nearly everyone, including the beasts, realized that the space they occupied was steadily contracting. What had once been a vast expanse of several dozen zhang shrank to half its size in the blink of an eye. Continuing to compress further, a human warrior, caught off guard, was seized by a skeletal hand and pierced through with a sword. The flesh and blood of that warrior vanished at a visible rate. Within mere breaths, the warrior's body was reduced to nothing but a skeleton, collapsing to the ground. A chorus of anguished cries echoed throughout the skeletal palace, in the span of a brief incense stick's worth of time. Nearly 100 human warriors and 6th-tier beasts had been slaughtered, with over 20 of them perishing in this onslaught. Combined with those who had fallen in previous hours, nearly half of the human warriors and 6th-tier beasts had been devoured, transformed into skeletal remains. The once pristine white skeletal tower, akin to exquisite jade, now shimmered with a myriad of blood-red hues, having absorbed a vast amount of blood essence. Under the dim moonlight, it appeared both eerie and ominous. Buzz! A beam of moonlight suddenly surged into the various skeletal palaces. The skeleton that Shen Li had completely severed the arms of roared furiously as the moonlight infused it. The once 2-meter skeleton suddenly swelled, towering over 3 meters. The ghostly flames within its eye sockets, previously no larger than a bean, now blazed brilliantly, expanding to the size of a half-fist. Crack! The bones of the skeleton creaked ominously as its once broken arms stretched out, and a bone sword exceeding 2 meters in length emerged from its spine. Swoosh! The skeletal figure, arms outstretched, drew the bone sword from its back and charged at Shen Li. Shen Li, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly raised his blade to meet the oncoming assault, the clash of their weapons resonating fiercely. Thud, thud, thud. Shen Li was thrust back 5 paces before he could steady himself. Hiss! The power of the skeletal figure had surged dramatically. Now there are nearly 14 to 15,000 pounds, and the distance to double is not far off. A tremendous shock surged through Shen Li's heart. Initially, Shen Li believed that as long as he continued to stall for time without shattering the skeletal frame before him, he could use it to consume time, waiting to see if, as the legends foretold, he could leave the Bone Palace when the sun rose the next morning. However, Shen Li never anticipated that the Bone Palace would undergo another transformation, with the skeletal frame inexplicably increasing in power without being broken. Furthermore, as the space within the Bone Palace was severely compressed, Shen Li's inherent speed advantage was significantly hampered, plunging him into an exceedingly perilous situation. Boom! Shen Li swung his blade once more, engaging in battle with the skeletal frame. Damn it! I refuse to believe that I could perish at the hands of this mindless, inanimate object. Shen Li scoffed coldly, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Crack, crack, cracked at that moment. The Bone Palace suddenly emitted a series of faint sounds, and the space shrank by nearly half once more. Boom! In such a confined space, Shen Li was unable to evade any attacks and could only withstand the blows from the skeletal frame. This is truly maddening. I must devise a strategy quickly. Otherwise, I might genuinely perish here. Shen Li felt a surge of anxiety as he defended against the skeletal frame's onslaught, scanning his surroundings in search of an exit from the Bone Palace. Yet, to Shen Li's dismay, the Bone Palace appeared to be a naturally formed entity, devoid of any passageways. A mournful scream echoed as a several dozen-meter-long 6th-tier ferocious beast was pierced through its flesh by the skeletal frame. Its heart grasped firmly in the skeletal hand, throbbing slowly. Boom! The 6th-tier beast's eyes gradually lost their luster, its flesh and blood rapidly depleting, and within mere moments, it was reduced to a pile of bones. A slaughter unfolded within the Bone Palace. Of the remaining dozens of human warriors and 6th-tier ferocious beasts, more than half were annihilated, their flesh devoured entirely. The survivors, including Shen Li, numbered only a handful, each a genuine powerhouse, possessing their own trump cards or ultimate techniques, allowing them to survive this round of encirclement. Hiss! A beam of white light flashed, and a skeletal frame was instantly encased in a massive ice sculpture. Thud! A figure came to a stop, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted from the recent freezing maneuver that had drained a significant portion of her inner energy. That it was none other than the masked woman who had arrived with Shen Li. So formidable, she exclaimed. This skeletal frame's power is escalating with every passing moment, forcing me to unleash my secret techniques. However, even this only buys us a little time. We must find a way out. The masked woman's expression was grave, devoid of the slightest hint of the excitement she had displayed upon entering the Bone Palace. One by one, human warriors and sixth-tier ferocious beasts were slaughtered, their flesh voraciously consumed, their blood essence and souls completely absorbed by the small white bone tower. The originally jade-white bone tower was now drenched in blood light, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Glub, glub. The bone tower plunged back into the pool, sinking ever deeper. As the bone tower descended slowly, Shen Li and the others felt an overwhelming sense of danger. The seemingly small pool, only a few hundred meters in diameter, had the bone tower sinking for an entire incense stick's worth of time without reaching the bottom. Glub, glub. As the bone tower continued its descent, Shen Li's heart tightened, sensing an immense threat. Ding, at that moment. The bone tower finally halted its descent, settling at the bottom of the pool. Below the water surface lay a gigantic skeletal frame, over 100 meters long, quietly resting there, its bones still as lustrous as jade despite years of erosion. A faint oppressive aura became increasingly pronounced and formidable as the bone tower drew closer. Hiss, what is happening? From the sound, it seemed the bone tower had indeed fallen into the pool. Could there be some powerful beast lurking within? What sort of connection exists between the bone tower and this place? Shen Li pondered silently. Trapped within the bone tower, Shen Li found himself with no means of escape, forced to wait patiently. Crack! The bone tower steadily descended, directly landing atop the colossal skeletal frame's head, then on the head of the gigantic skeletal frame. There was an indentation, either man-made or naturally occurring, measuring several meters across. The bone tower, now shrinking to a size of several meters, fit snugly into this hollow space. At this moment, the space within the bone tower had become compressed to its utmost limit, with a mere 1 to 2 meters separating the front and rear walls. The skeletal frame opposite Shen Li had reverted to a heap of dry bones scattered across the ground. Yet the greatest threat was no longer the skeletal frame, but the continuously shrinking space. In this confined area, accommodating 9 individuals and beasts, including Shen Li and the masked woman, the crowding was palpable. The 4 6th-tier ferocious beasts could only raise their hind legs slightly, standing upright and pressing against the walls of the bone palace. Roar! The 4 6th-tier ferocious beasts roared in fury, struggling desperately, yet to no avail. Over 10,000 pounds of force slammed against the walls of the bone palace, leaving not even a trace behind. Crack! The bone tower and the massive skeletal frame's head were tightly wedged together, appearing as one. Buzz! The blood-red light swirling around the bone tower surged violently, infusing the enormous skeletal frame with energy. Suddenly, 2 ghostly green flames the size of watermelons ignited within the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal frame. The previously motionless gigantic skeletal frame began to stir, animated by the endless flow of blood light. Buzz! The 2 ghostly flames flared brightly, and the immense skeletal frame, over 100 meters long, came to life, moving swiftly in a particular direction. The bone tower continuously infused the gigantic skeletal frame with blood energy to sustain its vitality as it advanced into the unknown. Although the pool appeared to be only a few hundred meters across, the underwater area was vast, resembling a narrow-mouthed ceramic jar, small at the top, but immense within the bone tower, while Shen Li and the others were immobile. Their minds remained clear, aware that they were indeed progressing forward. Where is this bone tower taking us? What scheme could be unfolding? Shen Li mused silently, feeling utterly powerless to intervene, merely observing the unfolding events. Fortunately, the water did not penetrate the tower, and the air within remained sufficient, preventing suffocation. After a full half-hour, the colossal skeletal frame finally came to a halt. Before them lay a slightly raised mound, inconspicuous at first glance, easily overlooked. However, beside the mound stood a towering statue of a ferocious beast, lifelike and imposing, adorned with several shallow, golden markings that exuded an aura of majesty. The gigantic skeletal frame approached the mound, hesitating momentarily, before the blood light within the bone tower surged wildly into the skeletal frame, turning its entire spine crimson. A low, barely audible roar echoed as the colossal skeletal frame charged towards the mound. Buzz! Just as the skeletal frame was a mere 100 meters away from the mound, the golden patterns on the ferocious beast statue suddenly illuminated, and its lifeless eyes glowed with resplendent golden light. Coming to life in an instant, boom! The ferocious beast statue leapt forward, blocking the path of the gigantic skeletal frame, and swung a powerful punch. The colossal skeletal frame, evidently aware of the statue's sentience, did not choose to withstand the blow, but instead dodged to the left, attempting to bypass the statue and charge directly towards the mound. Unfortunately, the skeletal frame had clearly underestimated the speed of the ferocious beast statue. Boom! The statue's fist struck the skeletal frame's spine with tremendous force. Crack! The ribs surrounding the skeletal frame shattered, and even the spine, several meters thick, developed numerous fine cracks. Roar! The gigantic skeletal frame emitted a muffled groan, flying backwards several dozen meters. Buzz! Within the bone tower, the blood light surged into the skeletal frame, rapidly mending the cracks at a visible rate, and within mere moments, it had returned to its original state. Huff! As the sanguine luminescence surged with a frenzied intensity, the robust tailbone of the skeletal frame was flung towards the fearsome beast statue. Boom! The statue, however, paid no heed to the incoming tailbone. A resplendent golden radiance flickered across its fist, which then struck down upon the spine of the skeletal frame once more. Crack! The spine of the skeleton was once again crushed, causing the entire frame to be violently dislodged at this moment. The crimson luminescence atop the petite tower of bones had diminished significantly, clearly indicating the immense energy expended during the recent battle with the beast statue. Just then, a wretched scream erupted from within the bone tower, as a six-tier beast was pierced cleanly through the skull by a protruding bone spike that had suddenly emerged from the white bone palace, instantly consuming its flesh and blood. Rustle. The blood essence then swiftly coursed through the petite tower of bones, infusing the skeletal frame with vitality once more. Soon enough, the nearly shattered skeleton revived, engaging fiercely with the beast statue. Through the petite tower, Shen Li could faintly sense the presence of formidable entities clashing in combat. And although the side of the petite tower was slightly weaker, the infusion of blood essence from the powerful human warriors and beasts within ensured that the skeletal frame was akin to an indestructible cockroach. Whenever the skeletal frame sustained injuries, a human warrior or six-tier beast would fall victim to the bone spikes within the petite tower, their blood essence absorbed to rejuvenate the skeletal frame. It was apparent that the skeletal frame intended to wear down the beast statue in such a manner. Beside the hillock, there were 7 more fearsome beast statues. However, these statues were now severely damaged, their once golden engravings mostly shattered or dimmed, rendering them incapable of revival. These beast statues were likely divine pattern puppets, strategically placed beside the hillock to guard the treasures within the skeletal frame. Bolstered by the repeated infusions of blood essence from the petite tower, managed to endure and obliterate these beast statues. Now, only one last fearsome beast statue remained before the hillock. Another wretched scream rang out, as a human warrior was gruesomely crushed against the wall of the white bone palace, helplessly witnessing a bone spike abruptly appear and pierce through, entering directly into their head. 5 of the remaining 9 human warriors and beasts had already been slain and consumed. What to do? A plan must be devised. Otherwise, I might very well be next. Shen Li pondered, his eyes wide with terror, his fists clenched tightly, wishing he could punch a hole to escape. Yet, Shen Li understood that with his current abilities, breaching even the slightest crack in the petite tower was beyond his reach. Buzz! At that moment, an ominous thought surged from within the petite tower, rushing directly toward Shen Li. This is bad. Shen Li felt darkness engulfing him, his consciousness beginning to blur. Clearly, the petite tower was once again making its move, and this time, Shen Li was its target. No, I refuse to die. I cannot perish in such a manner, without even knowing who my enemy is. Shen Li's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. Swish, swish, swish. Silvery threads shot forth from the walls of the petite tower, coiling towards Shen Li's head. Should these threads penetrate, little did he know, his efforts were in vain. Just as Hua Tianhao was poised to slay one of the martial artists to siphon his blood and soul, an immensely powerful divine consciousness suddenly emerged, severing the connection between Hua Tianhao and the violet-eyed ice-blue python skeleton. This force countered his own, nearly inflicting severe damage upon Hua Tianhao's spirit. How could this not drive him into a frenzy of rage? In the water pool, the now uncontrollable skeleton lay quietly at the bottom, motionless, and the diminutive white bone tower dimmed, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Moments ago, following a violent impact, all but two human martial artists and a sixth-tier ferocious beast within the white bone tower, excluding Shen Li, had fallen unconscious. Suddenly, Shen Li opened his eyes wide, his form flickering as he emerged from the white bone tower and plunged directly to the bottom of the pool, at a depth of several hundred meters. The immense water pressure bore down on Shen Li, causing his bones to creak painfully, as if they might fracture under the strain. Yet, Shen Li remained blissfully unaware, his gaze sparkling as he fixed upon the ferocious beast statue not far away. His face alight with excitement and curiosity. Is this a divine pattern puppet? A guardian crafted by the masters of divine patterns? Intrigued, Shen Li approached, eager to observe it closely. The fierce beast statue's eyes glimmered with golden light, springing back to life as it swung its fist toward Shen Li. However, the divine patterns etched upon the statue had faded to their utmost limits. Even without Shen Li's intervention, it would likely perish within months. Boom! Shen Li did not evade, meeting the blow with his own fist, eager to gauge the statue's strength at close proximity. Whoosh! He immediately felt as though he had collided with a massive mountain. His body propelled backward through the water. Fortunately, being submerged alleviated much of the impact. Otherwise, that strike alone could have severely injured him. Remarkable! This beast statue might very well rival a peak martial artist in the body refinement realm. Deep beneath the water, even the true essence of a condensation realm martial artist was suppressed, likely placing Shen Li at a disadvantage against this ferocious beast statue. Shen Li pondered quietly. Moments earlier, a thread from the white bone tower had pierced his heart, preparing to absorb his life force, only for the shattered star within his heart to erupt, annihilating the divine consciousness within the tower and wounding the spirit of the one controlling it. This revelation led Shen Li to a grim understanding of the true purpose of the white bone tower and the skeleton, filling him with deep-seated loathing for the puppet master, igniting a desire for vengeance. If not for the shattered star's outburst, he might have already become a mere pile of bones. Such malevolent and sinister individuals must be eradicated at all costs. The golden patterns on the fierce beast statue flickered erratically, and after a few breaths, it dimmed completely, motionless. Clearly, the force expended in its previous assault had depleted its divine pattern power entirely. Shen Li, having no time to scrutinize the beast statues further, swiftly swam towards the small hillock. Even with a physique comparable to a fourth-tier ferocious beast, he felt an overwhelming pressure deep within the pool, compelling him to avoid lingering any longer. Arriving at the hillock, Shen Li began his meticulous search for an entrance. A place that had been coveted for over a century by one capable of manipulating skeletons from vast distances surely harbored great opportunities. Little did Hua Tianhao suspect that after orchestrating his plans for over 100 years, believing them foolproof, he would ultimately find himself empty-handed, having unwittingly crafted a wedding dress for Shen Li. As Shen Li drew near, a burst of golden light abruptly illuminated the area, enveloping the entire hillock. A divine pattern formation. Fortunately, this formation bore the marks of age, its divine pattern severely diminished. Otherwise, with his current prowess, he would have no hope of advancing even a step closer. Shen Li examined it closely, quickly reaching a conclusion that he then retrieved a blue-gold iron dagger, channeling the divine patterns of the Azure wolf into it, and a crescent of white light flashed from his hand, piercing the golden formation. This was a node he had deduced through observation. These nodes interconnected the entire formation, serving as both its strongest and weakest points. By tearing through this node with divine patterns, one could easily breach the formation. Of course, this required one's divine patterns to exceed those of the formation. Originally, Shen Li's meager divine patterns would not have sufficed to tear through a node of the formation. However, with time having eroded its integrity, the divine pattern formation had decayed significantly to pop with a light sound. The blue-gold iron dagger effortlessly created an opening over 2 meters wide in the golden formation. Shen Li crouched and slipped inside. As he entered, the divine pattern formation behind him sealed shut. When Shen Li looked up, he was astonished to find himself in a pristine realm beneath the water, with lush greenery, melodious birdsong, and babbling brooks, a veritable paradise. Amidst the flowers, a small cave entrance emanated a mysterious aura, sending a tremor through Shen Li's heart. Chapter 0044. Inheritance within the small hillock. Shen Li could scarcely believe that beneath the exterior of an ordinary mound, he had discovered an extraordinary hidden world, akin to a realm beyond. The identity of its owner must be remarkable, for they utilized 9 formidable ferocious beast puppets as guardians. What treasures might lie within? Shen Li mused, continuing forward. The water outside was bone-chilling, but inside, it felt as warm as spring, with flowers in full bloom, bees flitting about gathering nectar, and unknown birds chirping joyfully in the branches. That it was as if all he had just endured was but a nightmare. This space spanned several dozen miles, rivaling the city of Wushan, where Shen Li had lived for 15 years. Amidst the trees, Shen Li soon spotted a small cave. Before he could approach, a wave of profound energy washed over him. This must be the master's abode. Shen Li quickened his pace, arriving at the cave entrance. Buzz! A beam of light abruptly appeared at the cave's mouth, sweeping over Shen Li. He felt as if he were stripped bare under the sun, every inch of him transparent, leaving him with a tingling sensation. Even the divine patterns of the Azure wolf and iron-spine lizard within him activated, becoming clearly visible beneath the light. Shen Li's heart raced, and he hurriedly glanced at his heart, the very location of the shattered star, the greatest secret and trump card he possessed. He certainly did not wish for this secret to be unveiled. Fortunately, his heart did not reveal any significant abnormalities. It appeared chaotic, indistinguishable from his other organs. That it seemed this light was a divine pattern detection beam left by the cave's master, and after countless years, it too was likely nearing depletion, a mere shadow of its former self. Buzz! The cave entrance suddenly opened, releasing a wave of mystical and mysterious energy. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Li resolved to step inside. Faced with a treasure trove that had long been coveted, one that sought to use the blood essence of human martial artists and ferocious beasts to nurture divine pattern puppets, Shen Li could not afford to retreat. As he entered, he found the cave to be modest in size, akin to a typical family home with a small courtyard. The most striking feature within was a stone bed, radiating a faint azure hue, enveloped in a delicate mist, upon which lay a corpse that had been undisturbed for countless years, seated peacefully. This was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, despite having been deceased for many years. He still bore a healthy complexion, with a faint flush on his face. Had one not sensed the absence of his heartbeat and the flow of blood within him, one might have believed he were merely asleep. What a treasure this bed is, Shen Li thought to himself. The mist rising from the jade bed clearly contained abundant spiritual energy. No wonder the corpse had remained intact for hundreds, even thousands of years. I must take this bed with me into the jade token space. Shen Li's heart swelled with delight. What had begun as a mere training excursion had unexpectedly yielded such remarkable gains. Suddenly, the seemingly slumbering middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Shen Li. Shen Li gasped, instinctively retreating, only to collide with an invisible barrier, bouncing back. How long have I been asleep? 500 years. Or perhaps 1,000? The middle-aged man murmured softly. Shen Li felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing as blood surged towards his head. Oh no! Have I stumbled into the lair of a malevolent spirit? This could spell disaster. Shen Li was in a state of heightened tension, his fingers tightly gripping the azure iron dagger. Should the situation turn awry, he would spring forth without hesitation. So I have indeed perished. This is merely a remnant of divine consciousness. The middle-aged man glanced at his own body and sighed deeply. Shen Li was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Young man, your entry into this king's abode is indeed a twist of fate. Would you consider becoming my disciple and inheriting my legacy? The middle-aged man raised his head, fixing a steady gaze upon Shen Li. Shen Li was struck with astonishment. This man dares to refer to himself as this king? In other words, he is a deity of the divine patterns, a ruler. No wonder some would risk everything, even resorting to nefarious acts, to plunder the essence and souls of others to breach this small world. The master of this realm is none other than a king. For centuries, across the entire Xinyuan continent, aside from the 9 great sages, only 18 rulers have been recorded. Among them, the divine pattern rulers are exceedingly rare, with merely 6 in existence, while the other 12 who bear the title of ruler are peak powers just below the sages. Each ruler stands unmatched, a peerless force to be reckoned with. And Shen Li, by some twist of fate, has the opportunity to inherit the legacy of a divine pattern ruler. I am willing to be your disciple. Shen Li hastily bowed in reverence, thinking it foolish to refuse such an offer. Excellent, my title is Yu, and I am known as King Yu from this day forth. You shall be the successor of my lineage. The king declared, I have always been clear about my grievances and have repaid my debts in kind. Yet ultimately, I was betrayed by a treacherous villain, gravely wounded, and forced to hide beneath this pool for 5 long years, only to die with unfulfilled hatred. Since you have chosen to inherit my legacy, you must promise me one thing. When your strength has grown sufficiently, you must avenge me. Do you agree? The middle-aged man suddenly spoke with a commanding tone, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. Although Shen Li understood that this was merely a remnant of King Yu's ordinary divine consciousness, he felt a spark of battle spirit ignite within him in response to the king's pressing inquiry and gaze. Having chosen to accept King Yu's legacy, it was only natural to seek vengeance for him when he became strong enough. Even if the perpetrator was also a ruler, what of it? Shen Li knew that he was but a mere cultivation novice. With his dantian blocked and the path of cultivation fraught with challenges, previously, attaining the realm of a ruler seemed like an elusive dream, nearly impossible. Yet, in the heart of youth, who has ever surrendered? Who has ever accepted defeat? With King Yu's legacy in his grasp, Shen Li was resolute. He would not be denied the status of a ruler. A fierce determination ignited within him. I will certainly do my utmost. Shen Li declared solemnly, Very well. This is a divine pattern ring I crafted while gravely injured. Knowing I was destined to perish, it contains 5 layers of seals. Only when you reach a certain level of power can you unlock these seals and obtain the precious materials and divine pattern items I have prepared for you within the ring. The last layer of the seal contains all the information about the one who caused my demise. Unless you can break the seal, you will never stand a chance against that individual. The middle-aged man nodded slowly, continuing, and then a ring of ancient design, its original color obscured, flew toward Shen Li. His eyes brightened as he grasped the ring, examining it closely. Just then, the middle-aged man's eyes gradually closed, and the faint light that lingered vanished. The last remnant of King Yu's divine consciousness dissipated. Master, rest assured, I will fulfill my promises. Shen Li bowed deeply. Having accepted King Yu's legacy, he had already regarded King Yu as his master. The saying holds true, once a master, always a master. Seeking vengeance for one's master is a matter of course. It is time to leave this place. Shen Li organized his thoughts, contemplating. Since that individual was intent on breaching the defenses to enter King Yu's abode, he would certainly not relent easily. It was likely he would come here soon. When he discovers that the most valuable treasures of King Yu have already been taken, he might, in a fit of rage, desecrate King Yu's remains. Therefore, to protect the king and ensure his peaceful rest, Shen Li resolved to take King Yu and the jade bed with him. Donning the ancient ring, Shen Li hastily stored King Yu and the jade bed within his jade plate space and strode toward the cave's exit. Soon, Shen Li exited the small space, reappearing beneath the pool, his form momentarily flickering as he swam upward with the skeletal tower. After a significant period, Shen Li finally emerged from the pool, gasping for air. The skeletal tower, now devoid of divine consciousness, had become an unclaimed object. With a thought, Shen Li released the masked woman trapped within, another human warrior, and 2 6th-tier ferocious beasts. However, due to the violent impact they had endured, they remained unconscious. Let us be good to the end. I will take you away from here. Shen Li mused, lifting the masked woman and proceeding toward the silent abyss. Over half an hour later, the surviving human warrior and the 2 6th-tier beasts awoke, bewildered. What just happened? Why is my mind blank, and I cannot remember anything? The surviving warrior furrowed his brow, lost in thought, yet found no clues. The 2 6th-tier beasts also regained consciousness, glancing at the human warrior, but making no move, slowly retreating deeper into the silent abyss. The entire silent abyss fell into a profound silence once more. Chapter 0045. Parting outside the silent abyss, in an unremarkable small valley, Shen Li sat quietly at the cave's entrance, reflecting on the events he had just experienced, his heart still tumultuous. What had begun as a trivial task to hunt a 3rd-tier beast, the Crimson Flame Bull, had ensnared him in a grand conspiracy, nearly consuming his essence and soul. Ultimately, he had narrowly escaped death and fortuitously inherited the legacy of the legendary divine pattern ruler. King Yu. This night felt like a dream to Shen Li. With a flick of his hand, a skeletal tower appeared in his palm, the very one that had surfaced from the pool. Now, the skeletal tower stood silently in his grasp, devoid of any movement, having lost its master's divine control, resembling an ordinary carved skeletal tower. However, having obtained the legacy of King Yu, Shen Li had gained a preliminary understanding of divine pattern puppets. This skeletal tower was indeed a divine pattern puppet of considerable rank. Divine pattern puppets are categorized into 4 grades and 12 tiers based on their efficacy and power, with legendary divine pattern puppets far exceeding the highest tier of heavenly grade. Capable of rivaling a ruler's might, this skeletal tower was a low-grade earthly divine pattern puppet, possessing power equivalent to that of a human expert at breaking through the profound realm. All warriors at the condensation realm and below stood no chance against it. Hence, Hua Tianhao had crafted this skeletal tower and placed it in the silent abyss, quietly announcing a trial once every 10 years, inviting warriors of the condensation realm and below. This way, Hua Tianhao could devour the essence and souls of these warriors to control the skeletal frame of the 8th-tier beast. The purple-eyed ice-blue python, while only needing to spare a tiny fraction of essence and soul to reward the remaining human warriors, making them believe they had truly gained benefits from defeating the skeletal frame, thus spreading the word and attracting more trial participants that IT was through such cunning schemes that the skeletal tower repeatedly consumed enough essence and souls, ultimately wearing down the 9 puppets of beasts that King Yu had crafted. While this object was undeniably malevolent, it would be too wasteful to destroy it outright, that I shall keep it for now. Shen Li thought, deftly storing it within his jade plate space. Such a sinister artifact, in the hands of someone with ill intentions, could become a tool of wickedness. But in Shen Li's possession, it might yet serve a different purpose. That a soft cough echoed from within the cave, and a figure emerged. It was the masked woman whom Shen Li had rescued. "You are awake?" Shen Li rose, smiling as he spoke. Technically, Shen Li had saved her twice, but had it not been for her, he would not have gained King Yu's legacy. Thus, every action has its consequences, and good deeds are rewarded. "Thank you." The masked woman looked at Shen Li earnestly. In truth, she was already at the 10th level of the condensation realm, far stronger than Shen Li, yet she had been saved by him twice, leaving her with mixed feelings. "That I did not do much. I merely woke up early, and seeing you still unconscious, I was concerned that ferocious beasts might harm you. So I brought you here." Shen Li replied with a smile. That it is not that Shen Li is unwilling to graciously acknowledge that he saved the masked woman. Rather, he prefers to keep it a secret that he has disrupted another's good fortune while simultaneously reaping the benefits for himself. Having also seized the long-coveted inheritance of the King Yu, having gained an advantage, it is better not to appear overly compliant. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. What is your name, and from which sect do you hail? The masked woman fixed her gaze upon Shen Li and inquired. Given her strength, even if she were a disciple of a 3rd-tier sect, she would hold a position of prominence, perhaps even as an esteemed inner disciple, far surpassing Shen Li, who has yet to open his dantian. Thus, she wishes to remember Shen Li's name and sect, so that if they meet again in the future, she may extend her assistance, repaying the favor of his life-saving intervention. "I am but an inconspicuous individual. There is no need for you to know who I am." Shen Li felt somewhat displeased by the masked woman's lofty demeanor. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and began to walk away. Shen Li, saving that masked woman was merely a trivial act, and he had never intended to seek any form of reward. "You." The masked woman was instantly incensed and stomped her foot in frustration. Watching Shen Li about to vanish from her sight, she gritted her teeth, as if grappling with a difficult decision. "Remember, my name is Jiangjiro. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Wanhua sect." After calling out, the masked woman stamped her foot, soared into the air, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Shen Li, who was hastily departing, was momentarily taken aback, halting in his tracks. When he turned to look back, he found that the masked woman had already disappeared without a trace. Jiangjiro. Could she be the renowned beauty, the foremost among the 4 beauties of Qizhou County, Also one of the top 10 prodigies? Shen Li's heart trembled that in Qizhou County, there are over 30 sects, with only 3 third-tier sects, one of which is Wanhua Sect. Moreover, Wanhua Sect comprises almost entirely female disciples. Given the inherent disadvantage in physical strength that female martial artists face, it seems improbable for a sect dominated by women to achieve great power. Yet in truth, Wanhua Sect stands as one of the 3 mightiest third-tier sects in Qizhou County, and due to the fact that its leader is universally acknowledged as the strongest, it has subtly emerged as the most formidable sect in the region. Zhang Zhiro, as a direct disciple of the Wanhua Sect's leader, is also one of the 10 most exquisite flowers of the sect, famously known as the Shy Moon Peony, with her cultivation at the 4th stage of the condensation realm. Zhang Zhiro ranks among the elite of her generation in Qizhou County. However, she never anticipated that a mere ordinary trial would lead her into life-threatening peril, nearly extinguishing her existence. Additionally, having been saved twice in succession has left her, who is usually so proud, feeling quite unsettled that I never thought I would encounter the legendary Zhang Zhiro, the most beautiful woman in Qizhou County. Shen Li couldn't help but smile, reflecting on the recent past. He recalled holding Zhang Zhiro in his embrace, feeling her softness and inhaling her maidenly fragrance up close, that if other admirers of Zhang Zhiro were to discover this, they might become consumed with jealousy and seek to confront Shen Li with fury. Perhaps I might indeed be able to embrace the beauty as my own. What does it matter that she is the first beauty of Qizhou County? After all, I have saved her twice. Shen Li pondered to himself. Shaking his head, he cast aside some of his fanciful and unrealistic thoughts and continued on his journey. As he passed through a secluded and picturesque valley, Shen Li paused to retrieve the corpse of the King Yu from his jade plate space, digging a deep pit to inter it. Now, as the heir of the King Yu, it is only fitting that he ensures his master rests in peace. Each year, at this time, Shen Li would return to pay homage to his master. Gratefulness must be remembered for 1,000 years. Shen Li is not one to forget kindness, and having received the legendary inheritance of the God-pattern monarch, he feels particularly indebted. Master, may you rest in peace. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, and when I have grown sufficiently powerful to unlock the 5th seal and uncover the identity of your murderer, I will surely avenge you. Kneeling before the freshly dug grave, Shen Li bowed deeply 3 times. The following day, in the task hall of Linyuan City, Shen Li had no choice but to report his mission failure. After the decennial emergence of the Bone Tower, no trace remained of the 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the Crimson Flame Bull. In the silent abyss, that a host of 6th-tier ferocious beasts had appeared and vanished, rendering it impossible for high-tier beasts to surface in the silent abyss for some time. Shen Li could not afford to linger too long merely to complete the trivial task of hunting a 3rd-tier beast. Your task has failed. 1 point will be deducted from your score, and you must submit 100 taels of silver as a penalty for failure. A young man with an expressionless face in the task hall stated flatly. Recently, numerous tasks in the task hall of Linyuan City had also failed, tarnishing its reputation, which left those within the hall in a foul mood. Very well. Shen Li made no objections and directly produced 100 taels of silver to hand over. After a while, the inner disciples of Xingyun's sect began returning to the task hall. Some had good fortune and completed their tasks, while others were not so lucky and failed. Let us depart for the next city. Under the guidance of one of the inner disciples, Shen Li followed the group out of Linyuan City. Shortly after their departure, a flying vessel descended from the sky, landing directly in the waters of the silent abyss. A throng of martial artists leaped from the vessel, encircling the entire pool. Subsequently, a figure who appeared to be merely a teenager stepped off the vessel, accompanied by 3 or 4 exceptionally beautiful and alluring women. It was none other than Hua Tianhao, a 3rd-tier God Pattern Master and one of the top 3 God Pattern Masters in Qizhou County. Investigate, scrutinize every detail to see if any clues remain. Lin Xiao, you take a team to Linyuan City and meticulously search for anyone who has recently visited the Silent Abyss. I want a complete list of everyone who has been here. Despite his youthful appearance, Hua Tianhao's face bore an unmistakable expression of malice and agitation. Yes, master. A middle-aged man hurriedly bowed and then soared towards Linyuan City. Humph. Whoever dares to thwart my Hua Tianhao's endeavors will pay the price. Hua Tianhao roared in fury. Chapter 0046. 4th tier ferocious beast, Wind Shadow Leopard, dantian, the city of Giantwood. Located over 2,000 miles from Linyuan City, it stands as a medium-sized city, ranking within the top 20 among the dozens of cities in Chijo County. Home to over 1 million residents, one can frequently encounter martial artists at the 5th or 6th stage of the body refinement realm. It is noteworthy that Wushan City, with its population in the tens of thousands, pales in comparison to Giantwood City in terms of overall strength, that a martial artist at the 5th or 6th stage of body refinement, who has begun to temper their bones, would be considered a minor expert in Wushan City, capable of serving as a housekeeper for some prominent families. However, in Giantwood City, such individuals are regarded as the most mediocre, often relegated to the status of the most common and lowly enforcers. The group arrived at the most prominent 6-story building in the city, dismounting and entering. This building is none other than the task hall of Giantwood City. Upon entering the task hall, one could observe many martial artists queuing to receive tasks, with several individuals often vying for the same task. As a result, the competition among martial artists has become increasingly fierce, as speed is of the essence in completing tasks. When Shen Li and his companions entered, many martial artists turned to look. Upon noticing the distinctive formal robes of Xinyan's sect adorning Shen Li and his group, they swiftly parted to create a path. Xinyan's sect, being a 2nd-tier sect, ranks among the top 20 sects in the entirety of Chijo County. The majority of martial artists present, unable to enter a sect, had no choice but to become independent practitioners, thus harboring an innate respect for sect disciples. The group made their way directly to the area where tasks were issued, carefully examining the available missions. Like all task halls, a circular jade orb illuminated the space, casting rays of light upon the dark stone tablets, revealing various tasks. Hunt a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the Crimson Flame Bull, and earn 10 points. Hunt a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the Iron Armored Giant Lizard, and earn 10 points. Hunt a 4th-tier ferocious beast, the Wind Shadow Leopard, and earn 20 points. Hunt a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Hunt a 5th-tier ferocious beast. That a series of tasks were clearly displayed on the stone tablets, allowing martial artists to make their selections. The disciples of Xinyan's sect each chose their tasks and subsequently departed the task hall to embark on their missions. This outing for training comes with a time constraint. A maximum of 2 months is allowed, and each individual must complete the corresponding tasks. For instance, these ordinary inner disciples must accumulate 100 points, necessitating the hunting of 10 3rd-tier ferocious beasts or 5 4th-tier ones. For those already at the 12th peak of the body refinement realm, just a step away from the condensation realm, accumulating 100 points is not overly challenging. That I think I will take on a task involving a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Shen Li mused to himself. This moment, within Shen Li's jade plate space, there lay the corpse of a 6th-tier ferocious beast, the purple flame twin-winged tiger. However, he had no intention of consuming its flesh and blood just yet. After all, previously, Shen Li had begun his journey by consuming the flesh and blood of 2nd-tier ferocious beasts, specifically the Qing Liao wolf, gradually progressing to inscribe divine runes. Now, the prospect of leaping from a 3rd-tier beast to a 6th-tier one raised concerns within him regarding his ability to successfully inscribe the higher-tier divine runes. It is essential to note that the Shattered Star served as Shen Li's greatest trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to resort to using it. Very well. Let us first accept the task of hunting the 4th-tier Wind Shadow Leopard. Shen Li produced a dark token and lightly traced it across the stone tablet. This obsidian token was a task order issued to each martial artist by the task hall, with each warrior bearing their unique code. By merely tracing the token on the stone tablet, one accepted the task, and upon completion, could return the token to conclude the assignment. Presenting the token at the task hall's display platform would reveal the owner's name, points, past tasks, and all pertinent information. After accepting the task, Shen Li mounted his horned steed and set forth towards the outskirts of the Great Wood City. Beyond the city, a vast expanse of towering trees stood, each exceeding 100 meters in height and measuring several meters in diameter, resembling colossal spears piercing the heavens. This unique species of tree was the very reason for the city's name. Upon entering the Great Wood Forest, Shen Li discreetly stored his horned steed within his jade token space and ventured deeper into the woods. The time frame for hunting the Wind Shadow Leopard was 3 days, with the first to submit the leopard's pelt deemed the victor. Others who hunted the leopard but exceeded the time limit would be considered failures. Previously, in Linyuan City, Shen Li had lost a point due to a failed task, and he was determined not to suffer a similar fate again. That it was crucial to understand that failure on 3 consecutive tasks would result in the temporary freezing of his token within the task hall, barring him from accepting new tasks until a month had passed. Furthermore, such a streak of failures would significantly impact Shen Li's ranking within the task hall. Thus, he was resolute in completing this task. Within the Great Wood Forest, the trees soared high, yet their canopies were relatively small, allowing warm sunlight to filter through. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted across the distance. Were it another martial artist of the body refinement realm, they might have merely perceived a fleeting silhouette, unable to discern its form. However, for Shen Li, this posed no hindrance. With the assistance of the Qing Liao Wolf Divine Rune, his vision rivaled that of many peak practitioners of the body refinement realm. Ah, what splendid fortune! He had swiftly located the Wind Shadow Leopard. Shen Li felt a surge of joy in his heart as he hurried in pursuit of the direction where the shadow had vanished. Before long, following the tracks of the Wind Shadow Leopard, Shen Li arrived at a valley deep within the Great Wood Forest. From a distance, he observed the leopard stealthily approaching a ferocious beast that was drinking water. It was a second-tier ferocious beast, the red fire jade fox, appearing no more than a juvenile, cautiously sipping water while casting wary glances around, its legs firmly braced against the ground, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. Just as the red fire jade fox lowered its head to drink, the Wind Shadow Leopard transformed into a blur, lunging towards it. The young fox, startled, let out a shriek and attempted to flee in terror. However, the leopard's speed was such that even ordinary 5th-tier beasts would struggle to match it, let alone a mere 2nd-tier juvenile like the red fire jade fox, with its sharp claws extended. The Wind Shadow Leopard aimed directly for the fox's neck. Should it land a successful strike, the young fox would undoubtedly perish. Just as despair washed over the fox's expression, a figure descended from the heavens, followed by a brilliant beam of light that struck the Wind Shadow Leopard. With a resounding crash, the leopard could only retract its claws, crossing them defensively as it collided with the light. A figure appeared before the Wind Shadow Leopard, exuding unwavering confidence and determination. It was none other than the pursuing Shen Li. Confronted with the speed-centric 4th-tier ferocious beast, Shen Li dared not underestimate it. He immediately summoned his blood energy, activating the Qing Liao Wolf Divine Rune. Given that the Wind Shadow Leopard was wholly focused on hunting the red fire jade fox, Shen Li seized the opportunity to inflict a wound upon it. The Wind Shadow Leopard, injured from the surprise attack, became enraged. Its primal instincts ignited, particularly upon sensing Shen Li's comparatively modest blood energy, which drove it into a frenzy. Its dark eyes flared crimson, filled with a malevolent glow, seemingly eager to shred Shen Li to pieces. This creature appears to be completely deranged. I have but one chance. I must strike true, for if it chooses to flee, I would stand no chance of catching it. Shen Li mused inwardly, as his blood energy surged once more, this time converging from the Qing Liao Wolf Divine Rune to that of the Iron Spine Rhinoceros Dragon Beast. Instantly, he felt his blood energy grow significantly heavier. Even his breathing seeming labored. A slight movement felt akin to a mountain trembling, unmoving as a mountain. This was a subtle message imparted to Shen Li by the Iron Spine Rhinoceros Dragon Beast Divine Rune. In contrast to the Qing Liao Wolf's emphasis on speed, the Iron Spine Rhinoceros Dragon Beast excelled in explosive power and steadfast defense. The Wind Shadow Leopard, not granting Shen Li a moment's respite, transformed into a blur, zigzagging towards him in a series of swift maneuvers. Were an ordinary martial artist or ferocious beast to face the leopard's erratic approach, they would likely be confounded, repeatedly shifting their gaze and altering their defensive stance, ultimately falling prey to the leopard's strike. Yet fortified by the Iron Spine Rhinoceros Dragon Beast's steadfastness, Shen Li remained resolute. Despite the beast being only a 3rd-tier creature, its defensive prowess rivaled that of many ordinary 5th-tier beasts. With a series of swift movements, Shen Li remained unperturbed, prompting the Wind Shadow Leopard to grow impatient, revealing its maw and lunging towards his throat. With a hum, the divine runes on Shen Li's blade ignited, casting a radiant glow as it met the charging Wind Shadow Leopard head dash. In addition to the original divine runes, Shen Li had inscribed the Qing Liao Wolf Divine Rune onto the blade. The combined effects of swift wind and amplified strength nearly doubled the blade's power, rendering it even sharper. An explosive force of over 20,000 pounds surged forth in an instant, with a flash of the blade. Blood erupted. The fourth-tier wind shadow leopard was left with a gaping wound over half a meter long on its abdomen, blood gushing forth, compounded by the earlier force of 20,000 pounds crashing into it. Its bones were shattered in numerous places, and it was left gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. With a sigh of relief, Shen Li realized that this last strike had been nearly his utmost effort. If he could not slay the wind shadow leopard and it managed to escape, recapturing it would prove exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, the juvenile red fire jade fox trembled in fear, having been paralyzed by the earlier battle's tumult. "You can leave now. You are safe," Shen Li smiled, having no intention of harming a mere juvenile beast. "Ha, little brat, leave the wind shadow leopard behind, and you may go." Suddenly, a group of 7 appeared in the distance. The leader, with a shifty expression and a piece of grass root clenched between his teeth, gazed greedily at the corpse of the wind shadow leopard. Clearly not a good character. Chapter 0047. Beaten to a pulp within the great wood forest. "You there, hand over the wind shadow leopard, and you can depart." The leader, standing around a mere 1.6 meters tall, had a rather unsavory appearance, with beady eyes and a mouth full of yellowed teeth. Currently feigning a roguish demeanor while chewing on a piece of grass root, the other 6 members wore expressions of disdain and coldness, as if everything was their right. Clearly, such behavior was not new to them. "Hey boss, look, this kid has a little fox beside him. It appears to be a second-tier ferocious beast, the red fire jade fox," one of the lackeys exclaimed excitedly. "Boss, this is also prey we've been hunting together." Another chimed in, "Haha, stripping the skin off this red fire jade fox would make a fine shawl for the big sister." The juvenile red fire jade fox, seemingly understanding their words, trembled in fear, hurriedly seeking refuge behind Shen Li. The 7 had been hunting nearby when they heard the sounds of battle, prompting them to investigate. Upon discovering the slain 4th-tier wind shadow leopard, their greed was ignited. In terms of strength, this group had more than enough capability to hunt a 4th-tier ferocious beast, and they had even taken down a few 5th-tier beasts before. Thus, while they acknowledged Shen Li's ability to defeat the wind shadow leopard, they did not regard him as a threat. That it was essential to note that the weakest among them possessed the strength of the 7th layer of body refinement, while the strongest boasted the 12th layer. Therefore, as long as Shen Li was not a formidable practitioner of the condensation realm, they felt confident in overpowering him and seizing the ferocious beast from his grasp. But on the surface, all martial artists accept missions within the task hall and complete them. However, behind the scenes, the instances of cunning plunder are far too numerous. Many martial artists, although they have accepted missions, do not fulfill them. Instead, they wait for others to complete the tasks before swooping in to seize the rewards. In such circumstances, even the task hall lacks the resources to verify whether these individuals have truly slain the beast themselves. This has led to the frequent occurrence of such brazen acts of theft. Among them, these 7 have made it their profession, constantly seeking opportunities to target solitary warriors or those in small groups. Since you were the ones hunting down this prey, why did you not act earlier? It was only after I killed the wind shadow leopard that you chose to show yourselves. This is nothing short of shameless plunder." Shen Li furrowed his brow and said coldly, "Ha, kid, you seem quite indignant. Let me make it clear. We are indeed engaging in plunder, so what?" Not satisfied, sneered one of the martial artists standing behind Shen Li. This was a tactic they commonly employed, provoking Shen Li from behind to incite his anger. If he turned to confront them, he would fall right into their trap. The others would then split into 2 groups. One would swiftly snatch away the beast's corpse while the other would take advantage of Shen Li's distraction to launch an attack. With this strategy, many martial artists at the 12th level of body tempering have been taken down in mere moments, their hard-won prey stolen away. Shen Li cast a cold gaze at the leader of the group and suddenly broke into a laugh. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" he remarked with a smirk. The 7 who had encircled Shen Li were momentarily taken aback. Typically, when confronted with their intentions to steal, individuals would become furious or, out of fear, might even grovel and comply, handing over their spoils without a fight. However, they had never encountered someone who appeared so genuinely amused. Was he a fool or a madman? Could it be that the wind shadow leopard had knocked some sense out of him? Regardless of his mental state, they were determined to force him to relinquish the wind shadow leopard. The 7 exchanged glances, silently nodding to one another. Kid, since you're aware of the situation, you'd best scram quickly. Dare to utter another word, and I'll make you wish you were never born. The martial artist behind Shen Li said icily. Huh. The others erupted into laughter, their eyes glinting with malice as they regarded Shen Li, seemingly itching to pummel him into submission. Normally, even a martial artist at the 12th level of body tempering would feel pressured under the scrutiny of 7 adversaries, compelled to retreat. Moreover, they had sensed that the blood energy radiating from Shen Li was barely equivalent to that of a 7th or 8th level body tempering warrior, which only emboldened them further. Perhaps this lad had merely gotten lucky, stumbling upon an injured wind shadow leopard and managing to kill it. They could only attribute his success to sheer fortune. As a 7th or 8th level martial artist could hardly be expected to slay a 4th tier beast. And what if I refuse to leave? Shen Li scoffed, defiantly meeting the gaze of the opposing martial artist. Seeking death, attack, the leader, a Weasley-looking fellow, bellowed in fury. Swish, swish, swish. The 7 drew their weapons simultaneously, launching a concerted assault on Shen Li, targeting his vital areas, the chest, head, and neck, seemingly intent on ending his life. Humph. Shen Li coldly snorted. As they struck, he swiftly shifted his form, his great blade moving in tandem. After rigorous training under the tutelage of several formidable figures from the Yuan lineage, Shen Li found that invoking the Azure Wolf Divine pattern had become significantly easier. It was as if the pattern had been etched into his very bones, transforming him into an embodiment of the Azure Wolf itself. The 7 martial artists felt an intense gust of wind rush past them, and in the blink of an eye, Shen Li vanished from sight. Clang, 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 a dazzling flash of light erupted, and each of their weapons was shattered into fragments. Gasp. The 7 inhaled sharply, astonishment etched on their faces. Yet, rather than fear, their expressions morphed into one of greed. That a divine weapon. It must be a divine weapon. Heaven help us. This kid possesses a divine weapon. No wonder he was so arrogant earlier. Kill him. That divine weapon will be ours. Their eyes bulged with fervor, akin to wolves spotting a rabbit, driven by a frenzy of avarice. Typically, only those at the condensation realm could fully harness the power of a divine weapon, leading most to refrain from carrying one unless they had reached that level. Otherwise, they risked attracting envy and theft. Clearly, Shen Li's blood energy suggested he was not a condensation realm expert, indicating that he likely hailed from a wealthy family that had purchased a divine weapon for self-defense. Though their weapons had been cleaved in twain, each of the 7 still had spare blades. After a brief stupor, they fearlessly drew their weapons once more, charging at Shen Li. You truly are reckless. Shen Li sighed, his patience waning that he bore no particular malice toward these individuals. After all, while they were indeed thieves, they seldom took lives, their crimes hardly meriting death. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to bring himself to kill 7 men all at once. Yet, upon revealing his divine weapon, they had become utterly deranged at a divine weapon. Even the most inferior one would fetch a price in the hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, a sum not to be trifled with. Clang, clang, clang. Shen Li sighed heavily, swinging his blade once more, severing their weapons anew. Enough. I've already granted you 2 chances. Now, if you wish to live, get lost. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless, Shen Li declared coldly. Even a clay figurine has its temper, and Shen Li was by no means indecisive. The 7 faced the severed remnants of their weapons, their hearts racing as they contemplated retreat, but their pride held them back. Kid, let me be frank with you. Do you know why no one dares to interfere with our plundering of beasts? It's because our leader has powerful backing. Humph. You'd be terrified to know. Have you heard of the Sword Cloud Sect? One of the 3-star sects? Our leader's cousin is none other than Chu Shaun, the foremost of the Sword Cloud Sect's 10 true disciples. Should you dare lay a hand on us, prepare for retribution from Chu Shaun. If you have any sense, leave the Wind Shadow Leopard and your divine weapon as an apology, or else. Though they dared not attack, they shouted defiantly. They truly are a noisy lot. Shen Li frowned, a chill creeping into his expression, and oh wonder these 7 were so brazen. They had someone backing them. Chu Shaun was not only the foremost among the 10 true disciples of the Sword Cloud Sect, but also ranked among the top 3 geniuses of the entire Qizhou prefecture. However, to think that mere words could intimidate Shen Li was a gross miscalculation. Swish. Shen Li's figure flickered, and he appeared before the raucous martial artist who had been shouting moments before. You, the man, who had been spouting off, suddenly found his vision darkening as a fist loomed large before him. He barely had time to scream before being sent flying. The others were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that Shen Li would dare to strike them after learning of their leader's powerful connections. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could react, Shen Li pummeled each of them into the ground, leaving them groaning in defeat. Swish! Shen Li darted forward, standing before the Weasley leader who had claimed to be Chu Shaoyun's cousin. According to common understanding, ferocious beasts typically only begin to exhibit a modicum of intelligence upon reaching the 6th tier, at which point they can comprehend human speech and discern between benefit and harm. Unlike their lower-tier counterparts, who engage in mindless slaughter without the instinct to flee, these creatures show a degree of awareness. Yet, this little fox, measuring barely half a meter in length and possessing an utterly pitiable demeanor, bears no semblance to a formidable beast. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, our encounter is a matter of fate. Since you have chosen to accompany me, let us make you my pet. Shen Li smiled, reaching out to stroke the small fox's head. The little fox seemed to revel in the affection, nuzzling into Shen Li's embrace, its tail rising rhythmically in delight. What is this? Shen Li paused, momentarily entranced by the sight of the little fox's tail. Beneath its grand, fiery red tail, two smaller tails, one purple and the other yellow, swayed gently as well. It is inconceivable for a true scarlet fire jade fox to possess 3 tails, as per Shen Li's knowledge. Only the 7-tiered beast, the cloud mist 3-tailed fox, could claim such a feature. Could it be that this little creature, measuring just over half a meter, is not merely a 2nd-tier scarlet fire jade fox, but rather a juvenile of the 7-tiered cloud mist 3-tailed fox? If so, Shen Li has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. A creature that upon maturation could ascend to the 7th tier has now become his pet, a thought that brings a smile to his face. Though the cloud mist 3-tailed fox may lack the offensive capabilities of its peers, its greatest strengths lie in its illusion and charm techniques. Even an 8th-tier beast would find itself ensnared and at the mercy of the cloud mist 3-tailed fox's illusions. Its charm technique transcends all races, capable of enthralling even human warriors, rendering them loyal servants. Such a pet, deemed extraordinary, is the object of desire for all martial artists. Many powerful figures have endeavored tirelessly to acquire one. Yet Shen Li has effortlessly obtained it. One cannot deny that luck is also a manifestation of strength, and possessing good looks certainly offers its advantages. Observing the pitiable cloud mist 3-tailed fox before him, Shen Li contemplated for a moment before retrieving the corpse of the wind shadow leopard from his jade pendant space. With a blue-gold iron dagger, he cut a substantial piece of meat, kindled a campfire, and began to roast it. Soon, the meat of the wind shadow leopard transformed into a golden hue under the flames, emanating a tantalizing aroma. Shen Li casually sprinkled some seasonings he carried, enhancing the savory fragrance of the roasted meat. Whimper. The little cloud mist 3-tailed fox's tiny nose twitched rapidly, its delicate face brimming with a distinctly human-like yearning, saliva glistening at the corners of its mouth. Little one, you must be hungry. Here, take this and eat. Shen Li chuckled, pleased with the young fox's reaction as he offered a piece of meat to its mouth. In no time, the cloud mist 3-tailed fox devoured the meat ravenously, then gazed up at Shen Li with eager eyes. You little glutton. Ha ha ha, from now on, I shall call you Little Yun. Come now, eat your fill. Shen Li laughed as he handed over a large chunk of roasted meat weighing over 10 kilograms to the cloud mist 3-tailed fox. Little Yun excitedly grasped it with its front paws, devouring it voraciously, its face smeared with grease, oblivious to the mess. Shen Li, amused, cut several more pieces of wind shadow leopard meat to roast, after consuming a total of 3 large chunks. Amounting to nearly 100 kilograms, Little Yun finally licked its lips, satisfied, and let out a contented burp. Subsequently, Little Yun curled up beneath its tail, settling down a short distance from Shen Li, drifting into a deep sleep. Having narrowly escaped being devoured by a 4th-tier wind shadow leopard, this young creature had indeed faced a life-and-death ordeal. It was time for a well-deserved rest. Shen Li pondered over the whereabouts of Little Yun's parents, whether they had been slain by a powerful beast or had departed for some reason, leaving Little Yun to wander alone as an orphan. Nevertheless, Given little Yun's trust in him, Shen Li resolved to care for it diligently. Even if, in the future, little Yun grew up and chose to leave, Shen Li would harbor no anger or regrets. Seeing little Yun asleep, Shen Li stood up, having also consumed several pieces of roasted wind shadow leopard meat, that he had anticipated that this would enable the fragment of star to absorb the blood and flesh of the wind shadow leopard. Yet half an hour later, there was still no response. It appeared that the cooked meat offered no sustenance for the fragment of star. With a flick of his wrist, a small white bone tower materialized in Shen Li's hand. The very one he had acquired from the tranquil forest pool. Now, the control over this white bone tower had been entirely severed and destroyed by the fragment of star, rendering it an unclaimed object. This tower's function was to absorb blood energy. Perhaps employing it would yield greater results? Shen Li mused inwardly. Previously, he had relied on voraciously tearing into the bloody flesh of beasts to allow the fragment of star to absorb the blood energy. But that method was painfully slow, requiring over 100 kilograms of meat to satisfy its needs. Furthermore, consuming raw, bloody flesh was hardly a pleasant experience for Shen Li. With a decisive cut, Shen Li drew the blue-gold iron dagger lightly across his palm. Blood gushing forth, which was promptly devoured by the white bone tower. The tower, once dim and seemingly on the verge of collapse, suddenly shimmered with vibrant red light, regaining its translucent brilliance in that moment. Shen Li felt a profound connection. As if the white bone tower had become a part of his very being. In an instant, the white bone tower morphed from its original form into that of a short dagger. With a thought, the blue wolf divine pattern ignited, etching 10 nodes upon the white bone dagger, which then coalesced into a singular blue wolf wind pattern. Without hesitation, Shen Li unleashed the short dagger, sending it soaring towards a towering tree several hundred meters distant. The enormous tree, measuring over 10 meters in diameter and harder than regular iron, was pierced effortlessly by the dagger, leaving a deep hole in its wake. Impressive. Indeed, it is worthy of being classified as a low-grade mystic-level divine pattern puppet. A faint smile graced Shen Li's face. With the white bone dagger firmly in hand, he approached the corpse of the wind shadow leopard and plunged the dagger into its body. Buzz! The white bone dagger pulsated with a radiant blood light as the blood energy from the wind shadow leopard was voraciously consumed. Simultaneously, Shen Li's hand was pierced by the dagger's handle, allowing the massive influx of blood energy to flow directly into his body. As the overwhelming blood energy surged, Shen Li felt himself expanding infinitely, his body and bones emitting a series of cracking sounds, akin to a balloon being inflated to the brink of bursting. What is fragment of star doing? Is it playing with me? Shen Li internally grumbled, a sense of urgency creeping in that if the fragment of star did not soon emerge to absorb this blood energy, Shen Li would be in peril. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to withdraw the white bone dagger, his heart skipped a beat. The fragment of star embedded within it suddenly unleashed a powerful suction force, drawing the blood energy from the wind shadow leopard with fervor. Time passed gradually. After approximately the span of an incense stick, the entire body of the wind shadow leopard, measuring over 10 meters long and weighing several thousand pounds, had been completely consumed, leaving behind only a dark pelt and a stark white skeleton. The immense blood energy provided by the wind shadow leopard enabled the fragment of star to shine brilliantly, as 3 half-inch cracks in its surface began to mend. Buzz! Before Shen Li's eyes, a figure of the wind shadow leopard reappeared. Over 10 meters long, it darted like a black lightning bolt, capable of maneuvering effortlessly even through the narrowest of gaps. Its body bore 36 nodes, shimmering like stars, representing the divine pattern talent of the wind shadow leopard. Simultaneously, a familiar warmth surged from within the fragment of star, rushing towards the acupoints in Shen Li's body. Each acupoint melted away as if touched by boiling water, akin to snowflakes dissolving. Excluding the overlapping portions with the blue wolf divine pattern and the iron spine rhinoceros divine pattern, Shen Li's acupoints were thoroughly opened, totaling 27 in number. Thus, the total number of acupoints Shen Li had opened soared to 63. This meant that, thanks to the blood energy from the wind shadow leopard, he had successfully advanced to the 7th level of the body refining realm. Phew! Shen Li felt a wave of exhilaration, his body brimming with explosive power. Compared to before, his strength had nearly doubled. At the 7th level of the body refining realm, Shen Li stood on par with an ordinary 7th-tier beast. Chapter 0049. Arrogant and unreasonable. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the vast forest, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. Within the secluded valley's cave, the drowsy little yin opened its eyes, immediately spotting Shen Li sitting nearby. The little creature's face lit up with pure joy and excitement as it leaped onto Shen Li, nuzzling against him and licking his hand with fervor. That ha ha ha. Shen Li burst into laughter, tickled by little Yun's affectionate antics. That a solitary figure, accompanied by a beast, frolicked within the confines of a cave for quite some time before finally pausing to consume a morsel of the roasted meat left over from the previous day. Subsequently, they set forth in the direction of the Great Wood City. This marked the 3rd day since Shen Li assumed his mission, and it was also the final day for task submission. As long as he delivered the pelt of the Wind Shadow Leopard to the task hall, Shen Li's undertaking would be deemed a resounding success. Upon receiving 20 points, Shen Li would ascend to the rank of a 1-star beast hunter. Although the benefits of being a 1-star beast hunter were not particularly substantial, possessing this title would grant him the freedom to accept tasks at any task hall in the future and allow him to procure weapons and elixirs at a reduced price. This was of considerable significance to Shen Li, especially since he could enhance his beast hunter rank through the continuous acceptance and completion of tasks. The higher his rank, the greater the discounts on weapons and elixirs he could avail. Alongside elevated privileges, releasing the antelope from the jade pendant space, he ensured it feasted on a mixture of animal liver and medicinal herbs. Together, man and beast hastened toward the Great Wood City. After a brief passage of over an hour, Shen Li and Xiao Yun arrived at the outskirts of the city. Mere hundreds of meters from the city gates, Shen Li detected an unusual scent. Outside the city gates, several martial artists clad in uniform attire meticulously scrutinized the appearance of each entering warrior. Upon identifying any suspicious individuals, they would promptly approach and interrogate them. Those halted by the martial artists appeared formidable. Yet they did not dare voice any complaints, dutifully cooperating with the inquiries. Shen Li also noticed that the sleeves of these martial artists were embroidered with a small golden sword, surrounded by faint wisps of cloud. They belonged to the Jianyun Sect, indicating that these martial artists were disciples of the Jianyun Sect, that is one of the 3 renowned 3-star sects within the Qizhou region. The Jianyun Sect's power was indisputable. Moreover, as one of the cities governed by the Jianyun Sect, the sect wielded absolute influence within the Great Wood City. Disciples from other sects, even those from other 3-star sects, were reluctant to provoke unnecessary conflicts with the Jianyun disciples. What could the Jianyun disciples be up to? Shen Li pondered, somewhat perplexed at that moment. A group of martial artists clad in the attire of the Xingyun sect approached from a distance, engaged in lively conversation. Shen Li immediately recognized them as several inner disciples from the Xingyun sect who had ventured out for training. Leading the group was Lu Yong, one of the top 5 experts among the Xingyun sect's inner disciples participating in this outing. "You all, come here for a moment," a Jianyun disciple suddenly called out, intercepting Lu Yong and his companions. "Oh, senior brother from the Jianyun sect, may I inquire what this is about?" Lu Yong replied, momentarily taken aback, but wearing a friendly smile. Recognizing the Jianyun disciple as a member of a 3-star sect, Lu Yong and his companions acted with great courtesy. After all, disciples from a 2-star sect naturally felt inferior when faced with those from a 3-star sect, especially since the Great Wood City was the Jianyun sect's territory. "Enough with the pleasantries. Just come over here obediently," the Jianyun disciple retorted impatiently. Lu Yong's expression faltered. The Jianyun disciple was clearly less skilled than him. Yet despite Lu Yong's courteous demeanor, the latter's attitude was exceedingly rude, leaving Lu Yong feeling humiliated. However, due to the Jianyun sect's overwhelming status as a 3-star sect, Lu Yong and his companions had no choice but to suppress their anger and follow the Jianyun disciple quietly. Beside the city gates, a small warm shelter had been erected, where several young individuals of notable standing within the Jianyun sect lounged on chairs, leisurely sipping tea. Upon reaching the warm shelter, Lu Yong's countenance shifted dramatically upon spotting the Jianyun disciples. "Oh, it's senior brother Jiang Chen here," he exclaimed. "I am Lu Yong of the Xingyun sect. A few years ago, when senior brother Jiang Chen visited our Xingyun sect, I was the one responsible for his reception." "Oh, it's you," the Jianyun disciple named Jiang Chen coldly retorted, barely lifting his gaze and providing Lu Yong no opportunity to further engage. "Senior brother Jiang Chen, may I ask why we have been summoned?" Lu Yong, feeling rebuffed and irritable, inquired with a hint of frustration. You Xingyun sect disciples have offended someone you ought not to have. Until that individual is located, you are required to remain here in an orderly manner. Jiang Chen replied coldly. What offended someone? Who has caused trouble and offended the Jianyun sect? Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback, anxiety and anger bubbling within him. Before embarking on this training expedition, the elders and peak masters of the Xingyun sect had repeatedly cautioned them against offending disciples from 3-star sects. They were advised to endure any grievances to avoid conflicts. Although 3-star sects could not directly harm the Xingyun sect, they possessed numerous means to create obstacles and crises for the Xingyun sect, leading to its gradual decline. There were instances when 2-star sects clashed with 3-star sects, resulting in the former's eventual dissolution, leaving all disciples as wandering cultivators. That as time passed, more disciples from the Xingyun sect arrived at the city gates, only to be intercepted by the Jianyun disciples and escorted to the warm shelter. This time, a total of 23 inner disciples from the Xingyun sect had set out for training, along with Shen Li, making it 24 in total. Currently, 21 had gathered outside the warm shelter. Shen Li halted the antelope and stood a few hundred meters away from the city gates, observing the Jianyun disciples with a cold gaze. It seemed these individuals were making a fuss to find him. Shen Li recalled the individual he had thrashed, who had mentioned that his cousin was a true disciple of the Jianyun sect. Chu Shaun, it appeared that the individual had not been lying. Otherwise, the Jianyun disciples would not be making such a concerted effort to seek him out. After a while, the sun began to set in the west, indicating that darkness would soon envelop the land. This moment, 2 additional disciples from the Xingyun sect hurried from the distance, only to be intercepted and brought to the warm shelter by the Jianyun disciples. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head and cast a cold glance at Lu Yong. I have ascertained that there are 24 disciples from your Xingyun sect who have come to Greatwood City for training, and we are merely waiting for one more to arrive. However, among the 23 of you present, the individual I seek is notably absent. This means that whoever is missing from your group is the person we are looking for. Jiang Chen stated flatly. What? Who is missing? Quickly check. Weren't we only supposed to have 23 participants? Where did the 24th come from? I just remembered. Shen Li is the 24th individual. Quickly check if Shen Li is here. It's over. It truly is Shen Li who has caused this trouble. The disciples of the Xingyun sect murmured among themselves, quickly realizing that the person Jiang Chen referred to was indeed Shen Li. However, none understood what Shen Li had done to provoke the Jianyun disciples. Senior brother Jiang Chen, might there be a misunderstanding? Shen Li is but a newly joined outer disciple of the Xingyun sect. With limited strength, that it stands to reason that he could not have offended someone from your esteemed sect. Lu Yong reasoned. Turning to Jiang Chen, that as the leader of this expedition, Lu Yong felt obligated to safeguard his fellow disciples, particularly since Shen Li had greatly enhanced the Xingyun sect's reputation a few months prior by preventing a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Dingtian sect. Lu Yong had always held Shen Li in high regard, and now that the Jianyun sect sought to hold Shen Li accountable, he felt compelled to intercede. Whether he has offended us or not is for us to decide. In Greatwood City, it is not your Xingyun sect that dictates how I conduct myself. Jiang Chen retorted with a scoff, rising angrily to confront Lu Yong. Lu Yong stammered, struggling to find words, his face flushed with humiliation. Yet he dared not retort, let alone express anger. The Jianyun sect's dominance and arrogance were glaringly evident. The other disciples from the Xingyun sect lowered their heads, biting their lips in frustration, their faces flushed with indignation. This Jianyun sect was utterly unreasonable. Shen Li squinted slightly, having observed everything unfold, and felt a pang of sympathy for his fellow disciples who were being insulted due to his actions. With a decisive slap to the antelope's rear, he charged toward the Greatwood City, making a beeline for the warm shelter. The tremendous force caused the Jianyun disciples outside the shelter to scatter in surprise. Did I hear you were looking for me? Here I am, Shen Li declared with a cold snort, leaping from the antelope while Xiaoyan quietly perched on his shoulder, her eyes darting around. Yes, it's him. He is the one who turned me into this. At that moment, a figure resembling a pig's head rushed out from near the warm shelter, shouting at Shen Li. Upon closer inspection, Shen Li recognized the individual as the one he had previously pummeled into a bruised mess. Shen Li, riding a horned horse, stood carelessly outside the warm shed, coldly observing the disciples of the Jianyun sect surrounding him. Unbeknownst to him, A small cloud had snuck into his embrace, seeking refuge. His sudden appearance, galloping on the horned horse, forced the genuine disciples to scatter, their formation thrown into disarray, causing them to feel a profound loss of face, accustomed as they were to their arrogance within the great wood city. It was him. He was the one who had reduced me to this state. Someone quickly help me eliminate him. At that moment, a man with a head swollen like a pig's emerged from behind the shed, pointing at Shen Li and shouting loudly. Shen Li focused his gaze and recognized him as the very individual he had previously thrashed. In an instant, the disciples of Jianyun's sect surrounded Shen Li, their expressions hostile, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, rose from his seat, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Shen Li, though he refrained from speaking, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Yong. Shen Li, my junior disciple, have you truly offended the disciples of Jianyun's sect? Alas, what did the elders instruct us upon our departure from the sect? Have you forgotten? Lu Yong sighed, addressing Shen Li. Senior brother Lu Yong, I have not offended any disciples of Jianyun's sect. I merely taught that fellow a lesson. Shen Li replied nonchalantly. Jiang Chen's strategy was cunning. He refrained from confronting Shen Li directly, instead allowing Lu Yong to press him, forcing Shen Li to feel the chilling isolation of betrayal. Then, Jiang Chen would strike, crushing Shen Li's spirit completely. This was Jiang Chen's usual tactic. Many martial artists succumbed to despair under such dual assaults, their resolve shattered, leaving them stagnant and defeated. The numerous bloody examples before them instilled a deep-seated fear of Jianyun sect among many martial artists, compelling them to endure, even in the face of bullying. Without uttering a word, Shen Li, why do you remain so obstinate? If you truly have not offended the disciples of Jianyun's sect, how could they possibly target you without reason? Dismount and confess your guilt. Lu Yong admonished loudly. The other disciples of Xinyan's sect, though silent, wore displeased expressions, their gazes toward Shen Li rife with reproach. Had it not been for Shen Li's troubles, they would have long since been at the task hall completing their assignments instead of standing in the open air. Moreover, their tasks had strict deadlines. Failure to report by the hour of high tonight would result in penalties, diminishing their points. Thus, although they remained silent, they desperately wished for Shen Li to acknowledge his error to resolve the issue swiftly, sparing the rest from repercussions, allowing them to fulfill their tasks on time. That it must be said, Jiang Chen's maneuver was indeed ruthless. Without uttering a single word, merely through a glance, he ensnared Shen Li in the wrath of his fellow disciples. Senior brother Lu Yong, I shall repeat myself. I have not offended the disciples of Jianyun's sect. This individual, whom I have reduced to a pig's head, attempted to seize the ferocious beast I had hunted. Which is why I acted, Shen Li stated, his expression turning cold as he sensed the impatience in the eyes of the other sect's disciples. Had Jiang Chun chosen to confront Shen Li directly from the outset, the other Xinyan disciples might have felt discomfort, and if Jiang Chen's actions were too harsh, it could ignite their anger, prompting them to rally behind Shen Li against Jianyun's sect, creating unnecessary complications. This was precisely what Jiang Chun sought to avoid. After all, that man with the pig-like features was not even a disciple of Jianyun's sect, and his history of coercive actions was not new. Should the truth come to light, it would tarnish the reputation of Chu Shaun, the foremost direct disciple of Jianyun's sect. Shen Li, my junior disciple, why do you remain so unyielding? Apologize and offer some form of compensation, and the brothers of Jianyun's sect will surely forgive you, Lu Yong urged, his voice rising in urgency. In truth, Lu Yong was genuinely concerned for Shen Li. Within the territory of Jianyun's sect, regardless of right or wrong, if Jianyun's sect declared you at fault, then you were indeed at fault. In the Great Wood City, the word of Jianyun's sect was the sole truth. Senior brother Lu Yong, please cease. I am not at fault. No matter who comes, I shall not admit to any wrongdoing. Shen Li inhaled deeply, proclaiming loudly. Lu Yong was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. Alas, junior brother Shen Li is still too young. Does he not realize when to bow his head? In the domain of Jianyun's sect, one is but a fish on the chopping block. Where is the true sense of right or wrong? Is it truly so difficult to admit a fault, to lower one's head? The disciples of Xinyan's sect whispered amongst themselves, their irritation with Shen Li's obstinacy palpable. Should Shen Li completely enrage Jiang Chun? It could very well result in the other disciples of Xingyun's sect facing difficulties as well, and should they be unable to submit their tasks, regret would come too late. Ha 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 ha. Splendid. Your name is Shen Li, correct? You possess remarkable courage. Jiang Chen chuckled, slowly emerging from the warm shed. As he walked, he clapped his hands slowly, as if genuinely praising Shen Li. Yet those familiar with Jiang Chen knew this was a prelude to his impending wrath. You claim that the ferocious beast you hunted was seized by this Chu Ming, yes? Then why did you not report it? Just yesterday, Chu Ming arrived in Greatwood City to report that the four of them had painstakingly hunted down a fourth-tier ferocious beast. The Wind Shadow Leopard, only for you to seize it while they were injured. How do you explain this? Jiang Chen inquired, a smile gracing his lips. The air grew tense as Lu Yong and the others inhaled sharply. Indeed, Jiang Chen was shrewd. He had orchestrated everything beforehand, ensuring Chu Ming reported to Jianyun Sect first, thus gaining the upper hand. Furthermore, Shen Li was but one person, while Chu Ming had 7 companions. The odds were heavily stacked against him, especially since Chu Ming and his allies enjoyed an undeniable advantage on their home turf. That it was evident to all that Jiang Chen was blatantly favoring Chu Ming and his group. Yet they had no recourse. After all, Jiang Chen represented Jianyun Sect, and Greatwood City was their domain. What could one do in the face of such overwhelming power? Yes, it was he. We risked our lives to hunt that fourth-tier ferocious beast, the Wind Shadow Leopard, but before we could even warm it, he suddenly came running from a distance and snatched it away. Chu Ming, clutching his bruised face, declared loudly. Indeed, he took advantage of our misfortune and seized it. Several others emerged, all bearing the same battered features, the loyal followers of Chu Ming. The adage 3 men make a tiger rings true. A single lie, when repeated by many, can be mistaken for truth. By the time someone begins to question and seeks the truth, the reputation of the wronged individual may already be buried deep. Jiang Chen's goal was to forcefully brand Shen Li as a thief in front of everyone, striking him down without granting him any opportunity for rebuttal. Humph. The innocent will clear their name. You are merely fabricating charges, Shen Li retorted coldly. With only my testimony, of course, it cannot compare to all 7 of yours. You, with your meager cultivation, could possibly hunt a fourth-tier ferocious beast like the Wind Shadow Leopard on your own? I would not believe it unless it was theft. A disciple of Jianyun Sect interjected suddenly. Instantly, all eyes turned to Shen Li, who was now revealed to possess merely the aura of a 6th or 7th layer cultivator of the body refinement realm, yet the 4th-tier superior ferocious beast. The Wind Shadow Leopard was akin to a human martial artist at the 11th layer of the body refinement realm. To the average observer, how could a 7th layer cultivator hope to contend with a 4th-tier superior ferocious beast? Ah, that is true. In that case, this Shen Li must have relied on theft to acquire the Wind Shadow Leopard's corpse. Yes, this individual possesses only the strength of a 7th layer cultivator. How could he possibly hunt a 4th-tier superior ferocious beast alone? Clearly, he is lying. The disciples of Xingyun's sect, daring to act recklessly in Greatwood City, were undoubtedly courting disaster. The onlookers began to murmur, directing their ire at Shen Li, with nearly everyone convinced that he had ambushed and stolen the Wind Shadow Leopard's corpse. Seeing the crowd's growing accusations against him, the disciple of Jianyun's sect who had spoken felt a surge of pride, and even Jiang Chen smiled approvingly at him. In a moment, Shen Li found himself in an exceedingly precarious position. The target of widespread condemnation to IT is over. This time, the charges against junior brother Shen Li are undoubtedly confirmed. We, the Xingyun sect, have suffered a tremendous humiliation. Will we also face repercussions, being expelled from Greatwood City? Alas, it is all because junior brother Shen Li is too young and impetuous. Had he heeded senior brother Lu Yong's advice and admitted his mistake sooner, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? The disciples of Xingyun's sect wore grim expressions, their gazes toward Shen Li devoid of sympathy, filled instead with anger and resentment. In another's territory, what need was there to flaunt one's strength? Was it so difficult to simply admit a mistake? Apologize and make amends? Could he not bend slightly, just a little? Of course not. Shen Li cast a cold glance at Jiang Chen and the surrounding disciples of the Jianyun sect, his countenance betraying not an ounce of fear or hesitation. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Is this all you are capable of? apart from distorting the truth, what other skills do you possess? Are you merely seeking trouble? Do you wish to teach me a lesson? Come forth. Who dares to face me in battle? Shen Li snorted derisively, his gaze brimming with contempt and provocation. Chapter 0051. Then let us battle. Is this truly all you can muster? What skills does your genuine sect possess beyond inverting right and wrong? Are you simply looking for a quarrel? Do you wish to discipline me? Come on. Who dares to engage me in combat? Shen Li snorted, his eyes filled with derision and challenged. Oh, this young man is indeed audacious. He truly does not know the meaning of danger. Since when did the humble Xingyun sect dare to bare its fangs at the Jianyun sect? The disciples of Jianyun sect erupted in furious curses, drawing their swords, as if eager to slice Shen Li into 18 pieces. Meanwhile, the disciples of Xingyun sect were equally astonished, unable to comprehend how Shen Li could still dare to speak so boldly in such dire circumstances. Provoking the adversary, that it was nothing short of reckless abandon. What madness has overtaken this young man? Does he intend to challenge the entire Jianyun sect single-handedly? Ridiculous. This is akin to an ant challenging an elephant. The reputation of Xingyun sect has been thoroughly tarnished, alas. The disciples of Xingyun sect lowered their heads, their faces flushed with humiliation, unwilling to witness Shen Li being overwhelmed by a flurry of swords. What a death wish, then I shall grant it. Jiang Chen scoffed. Brother Jiang, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow me to handle this young man. There is no need for you to intervene. At that moment, a towering figure, a robust warrior nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward among the disciples of Jianyun sect, speaking in a booming voice. Very well. Then this young man shall be entrusted to you. Let him learn the consequences of insulting the Jianyun sect. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and laced with murderous intent. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, I shall make him wish he had never been born. The towering warrior grinned, licking his lips, his face filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty expression. That ha-ha. With Brother Quangbao in action, this young man is surely doomed. Let us witness once more the ferocity of Brother Quangbao. Several disciples of Jianyun sect exhibited eager expressions, as if they were anticipating an entertaining spectacle. Lu Yong and a few senior disciples of Xingyun sect trembled slightly at the mention of Brother Quangbao's name. Their lips twitching, the name of Brother Quangbao resonated loudly among the inner disciples of Jianyun sect. Though his cultivation was not particularly high and his talent was mediocre, ranking barely within the top 50, his reputation spread far and wide. This was due to Brother Quangbao's imposing stature, akin to that of a raging bear, and his cultivation technique, which embraced brutality. When engaged in combat, he fought as if possessed, unleashing relentless assaults without holding back. Under his reckless offensive capabilities, many warriors stronger than him had fallen, while those weaker faced a myriad of torturous methods and humiliation, some even succumbing to madness. For this reason, he had earned the moniker of Brother Quangbao, a title he took great pride in. Alas, Shen Li will be utterly defeated this time. Brother Quangbao will show no mercy, that he is courting death. So that no one can save him now. I hope the elders will not blame us. The disciples of Xingyun sect sighed inwardly, contemplating how to report back to the elders that, ha, young man, remember it is I, the great Brother Quangbao, who has incapacitated you. I am called. Brother Quangbao laughed loudly as he stepped forward, addressing Shen Li. There is no need to concern yourself with trivial names. I shall not remember them anyway. Spare me your prattle and strike with purpose. Shen Li coldly interrupted Brother Quangbao, his voice resolute. You. Brother Quangbao had never before been so disregarded, and he was instantly consumed by fury, his rage boiling over. The surrounding spectators were equally astounded, arrogant, truly audacious, even more so than Brother Quangbao himself. Die. Enraged, Brother Quangbao unleashed his assault without hesitation, wielding a solid iron rod forged from refined steel, aiming a devastating blow at Shen Li's head. The rod, as thick as a teacup and over 5 feet long, weighed several hundred pounds, yet in Brother Quangbao's hands, it felt weightless, effortlessly twirling through the air. With a thunderous crash, the iron rod descended from above, the air itself seeming to shatter under its might, whistling ominously. This strike, bolstered by Brother Quangbao's 11th layer cultivation and body refinement, exerted over 10,000 pounds of force. Even warriors at the 12th layer of body refinement would not dare to challenge its edge. Yet Shen Li did not flinch. He drew his great sword and met the iron rod head-on. Clang! A resounding impact echoed. Shen Li remained composed, standing firm. Not even the hem of his sleeve stirred, in stark contrast. Brother Quangbao staggered backward, taking 5 or 6 steps before regaining his balance, the iron rod flying from his grasp, his arm trembling, blood streaming from his shattered palm. With Shen Li's current strength exceeding 20,000 pounds, he needed not activate the divine patterns of his sword. He effortlessly overwhelmed Brother Quangbao. In that last strike, Shen Li had merely exerted 70% of his power. Impossible! Brother Quangbao's face twitched, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Just moments ago, it felt as if he had collided with an immovable mountain, utterly incapable of resistance, sent flying by the sheer force. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Moreover, he had personally sensed that Shen Li's cultivation was barely that of the 7th layer of body refinement. When did a 7th layer warrior gain the ability to trounce an 11th layer warrior? Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their faces blank with astonishment. Even Lu Yong and the other disciples of Xingyan's sect stood aghast, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Just months ago, Shen Li had only reached the 4th layer of body refinement, though he had made a name for himself in the Sect's challenge. Sweeping aside all disciples of the dantian sect, the strongest among them had barely reached the 6th or 7th layer. Yet here was Brother Quangbao, an inner disciple of Jianyun's sect, renowned among his peers. Unable to withstand even a single strike, the stark contrast left all present in a state of stunned silence. Humph, this young man certainly possesses some skill, Jiang Chen snorted, rising once more. Initially, he had believed that with Brother Quangbao's intervention, Shen Li would surely be brought to his knees, begging for mercy. Thus, the spectators would witness Shen Li's downfall, dissuading anyone from opposing Jianyun's sect. However, he never anticipated that Brother Quangbao would be defeated without even landing a blow. This humiliation struck not only at Brother Quangbao, but at the very pride of Jianyun's sect. A mere outer disciple of a 2-star sect had bested an inner disciple of Jianyun's sect. How would this news be received? Moreover, Jiang Chun was acting on behalf of Chu Xiaoyan's cousin, seeking to vent his frustrations that if he failed, he would also tarnish Chu Xiaoyan's reputation. At that point, Jiang Chun would be left to face the wrath of Chu Xiaoyan. This young man must perish. Furthermore, he must do so in front of all, wailing in despair, begging for mercy, allowing everyone to witness the consequences of opposing Jianyun's sect. Jiang Chen's heart burned with resolve as he strode forward. Drawing his sword, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Die! Jiang Chen swung his long sword, unleashing a flurry of sword flowers that filled the air, descending upon Shen Li with relentless force. Jiang Chen, the 3rd-ranked inner disciple of Jianyun's sect, possessed exceptional talent and was regarded as a key seed for cultivation. The foremost disciple among the top 10 true disciples of Jianyun's sect and Chu Xiaoyan's subordinate, his status was formidable. Even ordinary stewards dared not disrespect Jiang Chen. This had fostered a culture of arrogance within Jiang Chen, who had grown accustomed to trampling anyone who dared oppose him, leaving them in bed for weeks or worse, crippled. With Chu Xiaoyan's protection and his own considerable talent, he had faced only nominal consequences, soon resuming his domineering ways. The group led by Chu Meng was organized and supported by Jiang Chen, aimed at seizing greater resources to elevate their strength, thereby solidifying their status within Jianyun's sect. For years, Chu Meng and his faction had faced no opposition, all owing to Jiang Chen's influence. Yet now, they faced a catastrophe, as Shen Li, an outer disciple from a mere 2-star sect, had shattered their facade of invincibility. Swish! Shen Li swiftly wielded his great sword in response. Clang, clanged out a myriad of sword flowers erupted around Shen Li, each strike possessing a force rivaling that of Brother Quangbao's full-on assault. This move, known as 10,000 colors in bloom, was Jiang Chen's signature technique. Many martial artists of lesser prowess would find themselves decapitated under this strike, their bodies sliced into hundreds of pieces, blood spilling profusely like flowers blooming in spring. Thus, it earned the name 10,000 colors. With a resounding clang, Shen Li swung his great blade once more, dispersing the final remnants of the sword blossoms. Remarkable! You managed to withstand my 10,000 colors. No wonder you dare to be so audacious. That a look of gravity appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Buzz! In an instant, the blood energy surged into the long sword in his hand. illuminating mysterious patterns one by one. As a heart-stirring aura gradually permeated the AI, "To perish under my shadow sword. You may take pride in that." With a cold snort, Jiangchen swung his long sword again. In the blink of an eye, countless sword shadows emerged within a radius of several dozen meters around Shen Li, indistinct yet imbued with a palpable sharpness. The myriad sword shadows began to whirl slowly, picking up speed, forming a tempest of countless sword images in the blink of an eye. Shadow storm kill. Countless sword shadows whirled furiously, converging into a tornado composed of myriad sword images, sweeping towards Shen Li. Shadow storm kill. This was a technique Jiang Chun received from Chu Shaoyan after he became one of his subordinates, exchanged with his sect contribution points for this low-grade mysterious technique. It is known that even within the 3-star Sword Cloud sect, low-grade mysterious techniques are exceedingly precious resources, not something anyone can learn at will. One must possess sufficient points to exchange for it, or make considerable contributions to the sect. Without Chu Shaoyan's assistance, even Jiang Chun, ranked among the top 3 inner disciples of the Sword Cloud sect, would have no qualification to cultivate low-grade mysterious techniques. Moreover, Jiang Chun exhausted all his points and wealth, acquiring a multitude of fierce beast corpses through half-borrowing and half-stealing to obtain the 1-star divine weapon, Shadow Sword. With the divine weapon Shadow Sword in hand, coupled with the low-grade mysterious technique Thousand Swords, Myriad Shadows Kill, Jiang Chun mastered his most formidable move to date, Shadow Storm Kill. With this technique, even some newly advanced first-level martial artists of the Essence Gathering realm would find it challenging to contend with him. Jiang Chen Senior Brother is unleashing his ultimate move. This Shadow Storm Kill is a low-grade mysterious technique. Even an ordinary first-level martial artist of the Essence Gathering realm may not withstand it. This kid is doomed. How dare he wreak havoc in our Sword Cloud sect? Such is his fate. The onlooking disciples of the Sword Cloud sect finally breathed a sigh of relief, for just moments ago their Berserk Senior Brother had been defeated by Shen Li's single strike, delivering a severe blow to the pride of all present from the Sword Cloud sect, the disciples of the Starry Cloud sect. Having witnessed Shen Li's victory over the Berserk Senior Brother, were initially astonished, soon feeling a flicker of excitement. After all, Shen Li represented the Starry Cloud sect, an outer disciple of a 2-star sect. Yet he had defeated a formidable figure ranked among the top tier of a 3-star sect. If this news were to spread, it would indeed bring glory to the Starry Cloud sect. Though they dared not display their emotions openly, they secretly gave Shen Li a thumbs up. However, upon seeing Jiang Chun, ranked among the top 3 inner disciples, take action, the hearts of all Starry Cloud sect disciples sank. It's over. Brother Shen Li is surely doomed this time. Jiang Chun ranks among the top 10 prodigies of all the inner disciples in Qizhou County. How could Brother Shen Li possibly be his match? Alas, Brother Shen Li is still too youthful and impetuous. Couldn't he just endure a little longer? Why must it come to a fight to the death? The disciples of the Starry Cloud sect lowered their heads, unable to bear the thought of Shen Li being pierced by countless swords, his body cleaved into hundreds or thousands of pieces. Indeed. Now it becomes interesting. Shen Li smiled, a grave and serious expression surfacing on his face. Jiang Chun was originally at the peak of the 12th layer of the body refinement realm, merely a step away from advancing to the Essence Gathering realm, whereupon he would become a true disciple, elevating his status and standing significantly. Furthermore, the technique he cultivated, the low-grade mysterious technique, could only be perfectly mastered by a martial artist of the Essence Gathering realm, bringing his strength perilously close to that of true first-level Essence Gathering martial artists. Moreover, considering his age of merely 20-something, there exists a glimmer of possibility that he could break through to the Essence Gathering realm in a few decades, reaching the higher echelons of the Breaking Yuan realm. A martial artist of the Breaking Yuan realm essentially walks with impunity in Qizhou County. Even within the 3-star Sword Cloud sect, only their legendary elder has attained the Breaking Yuan realm. Such individuals are held in the utmost regard in any sect, treated akin to true disciples, with resources and techniques flowing toward them. Swish. Shen Li's great blade twirled, the Azure wolf divine pattern on his abdomen instantly igniting, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he moved rapidly. Simultaneously, the divine patterns on his blade began to glow, countless blade lights flashing like a torrential downpour cascading down. This was Shen Li's previously most triumphant move, Storm of Raining Swords. Now, with Shen Li at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, exerting over 20,000 pounds of force, it became even more terrifying and overwhelmingly powerful. Clang, clang, clang. The countless blade lights clashed with the myriad sword shadows, producing a series of crisp sounds. The endless clash of blade and sword dazzled the eyes of all present. The onlookers could hardly discern how Shen Li managed to break the shadow storm kill. An unending tempest swept through, obscuring the blade lights and sword shadows, leaving only Shen Li and Jiang Chun standing at the center, gazing into each other's eyes. How is this possible? This kid is merely at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. How could he possibly withstand my shadow storm kill? Impossible. Impossible. Jiang Chun placed his hands behind his back, trembling slightly, with faint traces of blood gradually surfacing at the corners of his mouth, though on the surface. The two seemed evenly matched. Jiang Chun could distinctly perceive the formidable force emanating from Shen Li's blade. Jiang Chun had already reached the 12th layer of the body refinement realm, wielding a single sword that possessed over 12,000 pounds of force. And with the low-grade mysterious technique Thousand Swords, Myriad Shadows Kill, his full-powered strike reached nearly 15,000 pounds of strength. That it was precisely this strength that enabled him to contend with martial artists newly advanced to the 1st level of the Essence Gathering realm. However, the force conveyed by Shen Li's blade far exceeded 15,000 pounds. What manner of being is this? This is no mere human, but a beast in human form. Even a 7th-tier ferocious beast pales in comparison. Jiang Chun felt a surge of astonishment, a hint of retreat creeping into his mind. Yet now, even if Jiang Chun wished to withdraw, he dared not, for he represented the Sword Cloud Sect. If he retreated, it would signify that the Sword Cloud Sect feared Shen Li, feared the Starry Cloud Sect. Should this news spread, the Sword Cloud Sect would surely become the laughingstock of all Qizhou County, and Jiang Chun would be deemed the greatest traitor of the Sword Cloud Sect. What? This kid actually withstood Brother Jiang Chun's Shadow Storm kill. How is that possible? He must have relied on sheer luck to randomly fend it off. It must be so. We are well aware of Brother Jiang Chun's strength. The disciples of the Sword Cloud Sect felt a sense of unease, yet comforted themselves. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Starry Cloud Sect remained silently observant, caught between disbelief and anticipation. Die. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, pulling out a jade vial from his robe, biting open the cork, and pouring the contents into his mouth in one swift motion. The elixir entered his body. Jiang Chun felt as though he were ablaze, his skin turning a deep crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. However, his aura surged violently. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, pouring into him like a massive funnel. The violent Yuan induction pill, a 5th-tier elixir capable of doubling a martial artist's strength in a short period. Generally, no one would wish to consume the violent Yuan induction pill unless absolutely necessary. For this elixir has a ferocious nature that can severely harm a martial artist's meridians, leading to catastrophic consequences, including explosive demise. Gulp. All present could not help but swallow hard, their astonishment beyond words. No one had anticipated that Shen Li could push Jiang Chun to such an extent. Even if Jiang Chun were to kill him, he would have ample reason to take pride. Roar, Jiang Chun bellowed, his eyes blazing red as if driven mad, charging at Shen Li with his sword raised. Shen Li's expression shifted, losing all traces of disdain and amusement. The divine weapon blade in his hand crossed before his chest, the divine pattern suddenly illuminating like a resplendent sun. Clang! Jiang Chun swung his sword, and Shen Li hurriedly brought his blade to block. Thud, thud, thud. Shen Li was forced to step back 5 paces before he managed to halt his retreat. This so powerful. Shen Li had to concede that Jiang Chun, after consuming the violent Yuan induction pill, had become capable of overpowering him in strength. What was once nearly 15,000 pounds of force had been doubled by the elixir's effects. Even if it didn't reach 30,000 pounds, it was not far off. Meanwhile, Shen Li had merely around 20,000 pounds of force. The disparity between them was nearly 10,000 pounds. Kill him! Brother Jiang Chun is magnificent. The disciples of the Sword Cloud Sect, witnessing Jiang Chun gain the upper hand, erupted into cheers, their voices echoing like thunder, dispelling the earlier gloom. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Starry Cloud Sect sighed. Their faces filled with sorrow, as the sliver of hope they held vanished into thin air. The original Jiangchen was formidable enough to contend with an ordinary first-tier condensation realm warrior. However, after consuming the violent Yuan Qi pill, his power surged exponentially. Even a first-tier condensation realm warrior might not stand a chance against him. Clang, clang. Jiangchen advanced step by step toward Shen Li. His long sword slicing through the air, each strike aimed at Shen Li's vital points. Presently, both his speed and strength far surpassed Shen Li's, leaving Shen Li to adopt a purely defensive stance. Buzz. The divine patterns of the iron spine, Rhino Dragon beast suddenly illuminated, prompting Shen Li to abandon all offensive maneuvers and focus solely on defense. While the violent Yuan Qi pill could temporarily enhance a warrior's prowess, its effects were limited, lasting no more than a single incense stick's worth of time. Once that duration elapsed, Jiangchen would suffer a backlash, his strength drastically diminished, leaving him in a state of vulnerability. At that point, even a mere 5th or 6th tier body refinement realm warrior could easily overpower him. Desperate, seeing Shen Li entirely retreat into a defensive shell, Jiangchen grew anxious. Clang clang. Shen Li repeatedly deflected Jiangchen's attacks, the impact of nearly 30,000 pounds of force striking him, yet the energy dissipated throughout his body, ultimately flowing down his legs and into the ground. This was precisely the defensive efficacy of the Iron Spine, Rhino Dragon beast divine patterns, as long as Shen Li was not struck directly by a lethal blow from Jiangchen's divine weapon. He remained impervious to harm. Soon, a single incense stick's worth of time had passed, and Jiangchen's complexion turned increasingly pale, the vibrant red hue fading to a ghostly white, his form swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. Now was the moment. Shen Li scoffed, his great sword gleaming as he slashed towards Jiangchen. Simultaneously, his right foot lifted, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Jiangchen's dantian. If this kick landed, even if Jiangchen's dantian was not destroyed, he would surely sustain severe injuries, likely halting his progress at the body refinement realm forever. For such a brazen and overbearing individual, the gravest punishment was to strip him of his strength and the foundation of his arrogance. Who would dare to be so brazen thereafter? Just as Shen Li's foot was about to connect with Jiangchen, a figure abruptly appeared, seizing Jiangchen and retreating a distance of several dozen meters. Standing firm and regarding Shen Li with an indifferent gaze that instant, Shen Li felt as though he had been locked in the gaze of the most venomous snake, every hair on his body standing on end. Chapter 0053. Hypocritical posturing. A single incense stick's worth of time had elapsed. Jiangchen's complexion had become exceedingly pale, his steps faltering, his gaze unfocused, and his long sword flailing aimlessly without any semblance of technique. Now was the moment. Shen Li scoffed, swinging his blade. Concurrently, his right foot stealthily bent, preparing to strike Jiangchen's dantian with a powerful kick. Should this kick connect, even if Jiangchen's dantian was not rendered useless, he would suffer significant trauma, forever remaining stagnant at the body refinement realm. For such an arrogant and oppressive individual, the harshest punishment was to deprive him of the strength he relied upon, to extract his biting fangs. How would he maintain his arrogance then? Just as Shen Li's foot was on the verge of striking Jiangchen, a sudden gust of wind swept in, and a figure appeared instantaneously, grasping Jiangchen and retreating a considerable distance. Shen Li quickly halted, glancing into the distance. There stood a warrior clad in white, with long hair flowing elegantly, exuding an air of pride and indifference. Devoid of any discernible emotion, yet emanating an innate powerful aura that commanded respect. That moment, Jiangchen struggled in the grasp of this figure, wildly swinging his long sword and mumbling incoherently. "Humph!" The white-clad warrior snorted coldly, showing no sign of action, and instantly, Jiangchen snapped to attention, bowing his head in submission, standing still as if paralyzed. Brother Chu, Jiangchen, pale and barely able to stand, nevertheless forced himself to maintain a respectful demeanor. "I pay my respects to Brother Chu." The other disciples of the Sword Cloud Sect hastily bowed as well, their faces filled with reverence. The newcomer was none other than the foremost among the top 10 true disciples of the Sword Cloud Sect. Chu Shaoyun. Shen Li narrowed his eyes, coldly observing Chu Shaoyun, awaiting his response to the situation at hand. What is the meaning of this? What a disgraceful display! As a 3-star sect, we must set an example for others. Chu Shaun remarked flatly, his gaze sweeping over all the disciples of the Sword Cloud sect present. Yes, Brother Chu speaks wisely. The disciples of the Sword Cloud sect replied in unison, nodding in agreement. To the esteemed disciples of the Star Cloud sect, I, on behalf of the Sword Cloud sect, extend my apologies for the unfair treatment you endured earlier. I shall offer some compensation. Please accept these small gifts. Chu Shaun announced, waving his hand as small jade vials appeared on the nearby table. Soon, the disciples of the Sword Cloud sect approached one by one, taking a vial each and presenting it to the disciples of the Star Cloud sect. A curious disciple from the Star Cloud sect uncorked a vial and poured out the contents. The moment the pill was released, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating and refreshing, as if every pore in his body opened wide. Good heavens! This is a 3-star condensation pill, the Star Cloud sect disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Shen Li also received a vial, opened it, and sensed the spiritual energy within the pill, nodding in silent approval. This pill was indeed a 3-star condensation pill, comparable in grade to the 9-turn fire scale pill that Zhou Tong had administered to him, though its efficacy paled in comparison. Nevertheless, a 3-star condensation pill was still worth over 10,000 taels of silver, equivalent to the value of an ordinary 3rd-tier ferocious beast. While the disciples of the Star Cloud sect could easily hunt 3rd-tier ferocious beasts, receiving this 3-star condensation pill for free brought them considerable joy, especially since it was offered by Chu Shaun, the foremost true disciple of the Sword Cloud sect, which added to their prestige and provided them with bragging rights. Indeed, he possessed some skill. Shen Li narrowed his eyes, coldly assessing Chu Shaun. The crowd, previously dissatisfied with the Sword Cloud sect's overbearing demeanor, found their ire dissipating in the face of Chu Shaun's apology and the generous offering of valuable 3-star condensation pills, transforming their animosity into a sense of gratitude. Even feeling as though they had gained something in a mere gesture, he had diffused a potential crisis. Truly a masterful display. Chao Meng, Jiang Chun, proceed to the Hall of Justice in Giantwood City to face your punishment. Each of you shall receive 100 lashes and spend a month in solitary confinement at the torture cliff. Should you offend again, your dantian shall be directly crippled. Chu Shaun stated coldly. Yes, Jiang Chun and Chao Meng had no choice but to nod in acquiescence, too intimidated to resist. Brother Chu truly upholds justice, the onlookers murmured, praising Chu Shen's sense of righteousness. This is the true demeanor of a strong leader. This is the bearing a large sect ought to possess. The crowd buzzed with admiration for Chu Shaun's principled stand, and the incident of Shen Li being falsely accused and nearly bullied by Jiang Chun and his cohorts was quickly forgotten. Very well. The sky is nearly dark. I trust you all have matters to attend to. Let us disperse, Chu Shaun declared once more. The crowd began to disperse, making their way into Giantwood City. Chu Shaun did not utter another word, turning to leave without casting a single glance at Shen Li. The disciples of the Star Cloud sect hurriedly followed suit, mindful that they still had tasks to complete, and any delay could lead to dire consequences. Shen Li trailed behind the disciples of the Star Cloud sect, heading towards the task hall in Giantwood City. Would this matter truly end here? Shen Li mused inwardly, perplexed, upon reaching the task hall. Shen Li submitted the wind shadow leopard pelt he carried on his back, along with his token. The attendant at the task hall took Shen Li's token and made a mark on the nearby stone tablet, causing a flash of light to illuminate the area. The mission for hunting the 4th-tier ferocious beast, the wind shadow leopard, vanished instantly. Simultaneously, a glow flickered on Shen Li's token, revealing a faint silver pentagram symbol. With this pentagram, Shen Li was now recognized as a 1-star beast hunter. Here is your token. It still holds 19 points, the attendant said with a smile, handing the token back to Shen Li. If you wish to undertake more tasks, please proceed to the task hall ahead. After having failed the previous task of hunting the 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the red fireball, Shen Li had lost 1 point and paid a fine of 100 taels of silver. However, having successfully hunted the 4th-tier wind shadow leopard, he earned 20 points, resulting in a total of 19 points. Shen Li nodded, accepting his token and turning to enter the task hall. This time, the task assigned to him was to hunt 5 4th-tier ferocious beasts or 1 5th-tier ferocious beast. Thus far, Shen Li had only hunted a single 4th-tier beast, the Wind Shadow Leopard, leaving him 4 more to capture. Should he return to the Star Cloud Sect now, he would undoubtedly face the merciless punishment of the ancient monsters residing within Yunying Valley. The thought alone sent a chill down Shen Li's spine. Upon arriving at the task hall, after a brief search, Shen Li took his token and lightly marked the stone tablet. Hunt the 4th-tier ferocious beast. The Purple Moon Howling Wolf. Reward: 20 points. The Purple Moon Howling Wolf was a top-tier 4th-tier beast, equally as troublesome as the Wind Shadow Leopard, only appearing on moonlit nights to absorb moonlight and bolster its strength. Considering the time, tonight marked the 14th day, so Shen Li found an inn, filled his stomach, and then headed towards the outskirts of Giantwood City. Until the emergence of Giantwood City, the timid Xiaoyan had been nestled in Shen Li's embrace, only now daring to peek out and look around. Shen Li retrieved the food and drink he had specially purchased from the tavern for Xiaoyan, and as he watched her savor the meal with delight, his spirits gradually lifted. He hoped that Chu Shaoyan was indeed an honorable individual, one who would sacrifice personal ties for the greater good, rather than merely putting on a facade. Shen Li did not wish to think too ill of others. 100 miles outside Giantwood City lies a precipice known as Wang Tianya. The mission disclosed that near this cliff, there had been sightings of the Purple Moon Howling Skywolf. Taking advantage of the fading light, Shen Li swiftly led Xiaoyan toward Wang Tianya. For Shen Li, who had reached the 7th level of the body refinement realm, the distance was but a 2 or 3 hour journey. The moon began its slow ascent from the east, casting an ethereal glow that enveloped the entire Wang Tianya in a misty radiance, creating a breathtaking sight. Shen Li and Xiaoyan concealed themselves in a nearby thicket, anxiously yet excitedly awaiting the appearance of the Purple Moon Howling Skywolf. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, clad in white, resembling a celestial being, landing directly upon the platform of Wang Tianya. The individual's gaze swept over the thicket where Shen Li was hiding, causing Shen Li's hairs to stand on end, as if he were being targeted by the most venomous of snakes. It was Chu Shaoyan. Realizing who had come, Shen Li recognized that it was none other than the foremost disciple of the Sword Cloud Sect's top 10 true disciples, Chu Shaoyan. That if one were to suggest that Chu Shaoyan had arrived at Wang Tianya by mere coincidence, Shen Li would never believe it, no matter the circumstances. Now that you know it's me, why not come out and accept your fate? Do you truly think that humiliating my subordinate in front of so many witnesses can simply be brushed aside? Chu Shaoyan remarked coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That a mere ant, at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, repeatedly defeating disciples of the Sword Cloud Sect on their own territory, was a blatant affront. A direct provocation to Chu Shaoyan. How could he possibly swallow this indignation? Indeed, you are nothing but a complete hypocrite, Shen Li retorted disdainfully as he rose from the thicket. During the day, Chu Shaoyan had feigned righteousness, apologizing and offering gifts. Yet now he stalked Shen Li with murderous intent. Chapter 0054. A desperate strike at Wang Tianya. This was a notably famous location outside Giantwood City, characterized by its steep cliffs, where ordinary ferocious beasts could not ascend. Only those of at least the 4th tier could reach this place. Atop the cliff lay a platform spanning several tens of feet, resembling a colossal hand extending from the mountain. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, this platform was the closest to the moon and the most suitable for absorbing lunar energy for cultivation. It was no wonder that sightings of the 4th-tier beast, the Purple Moon Howling Sky Wolf, had been reported here. Yet at this moment, the Purple Moon Howling Sky Wolf had not made an appearance. Instead, a figure clad in white, exuding elegance and standing in defiance, had arrived. Chu Shaoyan, the foremost disciple of the Sword Cloud Sect's top 10 true disciples, ranked among the top 3 experts of Qizhou Prefecture. What brought him here? Was this mere coincidence? Shen Li would never believe it. Just after accepting a mission to Wang Tianya, Chu Shaoyan appeared. Such a coincidence was far too surreal. Now that you have seen me, why not come out and accept your fate? Do you truly believe that today's events can simply be overlooked? Chu Shaoyan said indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the thicket where Shen Li concealed himself. In that instant, Shen Li felt as though he were under the scrutinizing gaze of the deadliest serpent, his body tensing with dread. With a swift motion, Shen Li abandoned his concealment and stood up. Indeed, you are a complete hypocrite, he declared. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for offending those you should not have. Chu Shaun replied, unfazed by Shen Li's curses that to him. Shen Li was already a doomed man. The curses of a man facing death held little weight. How laughable. Others come to seize the fourth-tier beast. The wind shadow leopard, which I painstakingly hunted, and I am expected to relinquish it willingly, Shen Li scoffed. Only those with sufficient strength deserve to possess such treasures. If your strength is formidable enough, no one would dare to steal from you. Yet if you are merely an ant, foolishly desiring that which you do not deserve, you will surely face dire consequences. If you had merely injured Chu Meng, you might have faced a harsh reprimand. But before so many witnesses, you repeatedly injured 2 disciples of my Sword Cloud sect. That is a slap in the face to our sect. Thus, you deserve to die, Chu Shaun stated coldly, taking a deep breath. Shen Li forced himself to suppress the anger rising in his chest. It seemed that in Chu Shaun's eyes, he was merely an ant, unworthy of even approaching a fourth-tier beast. All fourth-tier beasts should belong to Chu Shaun. And when Chu Meng and others came to seize them, Shen Li ought to have obediently surrendered. Otherwise, he would be deemed ungrateful and deserving of punishment. What kind of logic was this? Are you suggesting that might makes right? Shen Li mocked. Indeed, the strong are revered. This is an unassailable truth. Chu Shaun replied with a cold snort, his expression brimming with arrogance. Clearly, in his view, he was the true embodiment of strength. So, should a powerful figure demand you kneel and kowtow? Barking like a dog, you would comply? Shen Li taunted. Yuda boy, your tongue is sharp. But tell me, once your head is severed, will you still be able to speak so flippantly? Chu Shaun retorted, his murderous intent surging. With a swift motion, a long sword, shimmering like water, suddenly flew from the sheath on Chu Shaun's back. He grasped the sword and, with a flicker, lunged directly toward Shen Li's throat. That a practitioner in the condensing yuan realm compresses their blood energy into true essence, allowing them to launch brief, powerful attacks remotely, both the offensive power and speed far surpassing that of a body refinement realm martial artist. Moreover, the true essence of a condensing yuan realm practitioner far exceeds the blood energy of a body refinement realm warrior. Theoretically, a first-level condensing yuan practitioner possesses nearly 20,000 pounds of strength, nearly double that of a 12th-level body refinement warrior. Unless one, like Jiang Chun, trained in a low-grade profound technique, could potentially contend with a first-level practitioner of the condensing yuan realm. Otherwise, a first-level practitioner could easily dispatch 3 or 5 ordinary 12th-level body refinement warriors with ease. With a flash, Chu Shaun's sword struck out, appearing before Shen Li like a bolt of lightning, too swift for him to evade. Clang! Shen Li could only swing his large blade to parry the strike. The clash of the sword aura against the blade resonated with a crisp sound. Shen Li felt as though a mountain had collided with him, staggering backward 6 steps before finally halting. His body surged with blood, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed from his mouth and nose, streaming down his chin. How powerful! Just one strike had inflicted significant injury upon Shen Li, the foremost disciple of the Sword Cloud Sect, a prestigious 3-star sect. Chu Shaun had already reached the 4th level of the condensing yuan realm. Based on the increase of strength by 1,000 pounds per level, Chu Shaun's strike possessed at least 50,000 pounds of force. Meanwhile, Shen Li's strength was only around 20,000 pounds. A deficit of 30,000 pounds. No wonder he could not withstand even a single blow. Die, Chu Shaun declared coldly, a torrent of true essence surging forth, infusing the long sword, denying Shen Li any opportunity to respond before charging forward again. A sword aura, over a meter long. How does it cleave toward Shen Li? Buzz. This time, Shen Li was prepared. Unwilling to take another blow, he swiftly activated the Azure Wolf Divine pattern, dodging to the side. Boom! The sword aura struck the platform of Wang Tianya, carving a deep gash half a meter into the stone wall, extending over 3 meters. Had that strike landed on Shen Li, he would have been cleaved in 2. Indeed, a 4th-level practitioner of the condensing yuan realm was beyond Shen Li's current capacity to confront. Shen Li could not help but reflect that if given sufficient time, within 2 or 3 years, he would surely break through to the condensing yuan realm. And should he encounter Chu Shaun again, he would undoubtedly have the confidence to emerge victorious. However, Chu Shaun would not afford Shen Li the time to grow, that a mere 7th-level body, refinement warrior. capable of withstanding a full force strike from a 4th-level condensing yuan practitioner, and remaining alive would certainly astonish many if word got out. I wonder how many more times you can evade. Chu Shaun sneered, once more brandishing his sword and charging forward. The platform of Wang Tianyu was merely a few dozen feet wide. Even with the Azure Wolf Divine pattern activated, Shen Li dared not accelerate too quickly, for a single misstep could send him tumbling off the edge. Below the platform lay a precipice of thousands of feet. A fall would undoubtedly result in a grisly demise, even if Shen Li wished to flee. There was no path of escape. To leave Wang Tianyu, one must traverse a narrow and steep pathway, and with Chu Shaun pursuing him, escape via that route was nearly impossible. This is precisely the reason why Chu Shaun is so convinced that Shen Li is destined to die. Thus, he has engaged Shen Li in conversation for quite some time without rushing to take action. To eye in Chu Shaun's eyes, Shen Li is akin to a fish laid upon a chopping board, awaiting the moment of his slaughter, which merely hinges upon Chu Shaun's whims. Brat, cease your futile attempts at evasion. Even if you sprout wings today, escape shall be impossible. Surrender to your demise, and I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, do not blame me for subjecting you to 1,000 cuts. A cold, brutal expression enveloped Chu Shaun's face. This is the true visage of Chu Shaun. Typically, he feigns humility, courtesy, and various virtuous traits, projecting an appearance of a paragon of virtue. Yet deep within, he is an intensely self-centered, arrogant individual who disregards others, willing to employ any means for his own selfish gain. That in the presence of Chu Shaun, absolute obedience is demanded. Otherwise, one faces his merciless obliteration. Presently, Shen Li stands as the one audacious enough to confront him, hence Chu Shaun's decision to personally eliminate Shen Li. Furthermore, Chu Shaun has resolved to make Shen Li's existence a living hell, allowing him to perish slowly amidst agonizing wails. You scoundrel! If you wish to kill me, then even in death, I shall take a piece of you with me. Shen Li gritted his teeth, his heart ablaze with fury. Having been embroiled in such chaotic troubles and pursued relentlessly, even the most tempered individual would be driven to wrath. With a swift motion, Shen Li produced a moon-white long blade, its crystalline surface neither metal nor jade. A bone sword formed from the skeletal tower he had seized from the silent abyss. Due to its bone composition, the blade bore a rough texture, resembling canine teeth, thus earning it the name Ghost Fawn. Crafted from the material of a low-grade Shin-level divine pattern puppet, even Chu Shaun, at the condensation realm, would find it impossible to inflict damage upon it. Moreover, Shen Li had inscribed the Azure Wolf divine pattern upon Ghost Fawn, granting him an unparalleled advantage in speed. Chu Shaun, having lost his patience, swung his long sword once more, determined to strike Shen Li down with a single blow. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a subtle fear began to creep into Chu Shaun's heart regarding Shen Li. Should Shen Li be allowed to grow unchecked, it was uncertain what kind of monster he might become. Seizing the opportunity, while Shen Li's wings were still unformed, he resolved to eliminate him. Otherwise, if Shen Li were to escape, it would lead to endless troubles. Enough! Shen Li, his eyes blazing with defiance, ceased to evade, and with Ghost Fong, he charged towards Chu Shaun. A tremendous crash echoed as Shen Li grunted. Bracing himself against the impact, advancing instead of retreating, in that moment, Ghost Fong suddenly elongated by over 2 meters, piercing directly into Chu Shaun's shoulder. Buzz! Ghost Fong immediately began to ravenously absorb the blood essence within Chu Shaun. What is happening? No! Get away from me! Chu Shaun, alarmed, unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Shen Li repeatedly. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. As he beheld Shen Li's reddened visage twisted with a manic expression for the first time, Chu Shaun experienced fear. Get away! In a frenzied state, Chu Shaun launched another powerful punch. Boom! Shen Li coughed up a mouthful of blood, akin to a kite with severed strings, plummeting towards the abyss below. Chapter 0055. The news of Shen Li's demise. Boom! Chu Shaun's face contorted with rage as one hand clutched Ghost Fong while the other unleashed a barrage of punches upon Shen Li. At that moment, Ghost Fong remained deeply embedded in Chu Shaun's shoulder, voraciously consuming his blood essence. Chu Shaun's complexion paled progressively as his life force was relentlessly drained. Even a 4th-level condensation realm practitioner like him could scarcely endure it. Regrettably, Shen Li's current cultivation was too low to fully control Ghost Fang. And Shen Li reached a level comparable to Hua Tianhao, capable of refining Ghost Fang. He could effortlessly drain Chu Xiaoyun's blood essence completely. Die. Shen Li's face contorted with a fierce expression as he withstood Chu Xiaoyun's onslaught. If Shen Li could endure for just half a stick of incense's time, Ghost Fang would completely absorb Chu Xiaoyun's life force. Marking the latter's doom, perish. Chu Xiaoyun gritted his teeth, relinquishing Ghost Fang, allowing it to pass through him before launching both fists with tremendous force. Boom. This punch represented Chu Xiaoyun's most formidable strike, and Shen Li, already gravely injured, stood no chance of defense, being sent flying. With a swift motion, Shen Li seized Ghost Fang, hurtling downwards towards the abyss. Phew! Only then did Chu Xiaoyun release a sigh of relief, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead and body, quickly forming a small puddle. Chu Xiaoyun's complexion had turned as pale as a sheet of paper, and his physique had visibly diminished, evidently suffering considerable blood loss to Ghost Fang. Had he not summoned his last reserves of strength at the critical moment, it would have been Chu Xiaoyun himself lying dead now. This insect. How dare it injure me, scoundrel? Even in death, I shall not grant him peace. I will ensure that his entire family pays the price. Chu Xiaoyun cursed, his face contorted with venomous hatred, falling from a height of several thousand feet. Even a formidable practitioner at the Broken Profound Realm would find it difficult to survive, let alone Shen Li, who was merely at the 7th level of the body refinement realm to in Chu Xiaoyun's eyes. Shen Li was undoubtedly doomed. However, simply killing Shen Li would not quell the hatred burning in his heart. He yearned for revenge, frenzied revenge. Gulping, Chu Xiaoyun retrieved a medicinal pill, swallowing it without a glance. Chewing vigorously. After a lengthy stick of incense, a hint of color slowly returned to his face, but he then procured some hemostatic ointment from his storage ring, applying it to his shoulder, changing into a fresh set of clothes before swiftly departing. At the base of the abyss, Shen Li plummeted rapidly. No. I must find a way to slow down. Otherwise, I shall soon meet my demise, despite his severe injuries. Shen Li's mind remained remarkably clear at such a height. He would reach the bottom in mere breaths, and then he would be reduced to a pulp. Suddenly, Ghost Fang surged, its front segment splitting into dozens of skeletal claws, grasping at the cliff face. Countless rocks splintered beneath the bony talons, scattering into fragments, leaving deep gashes in the wall. Shen Li's fall was momentarily halted. However, the speed of his descent was too great, even with Ghost Fang's assistance. It could not fully counteract the rapid drop. Swish! Shen Li continued to plummet. Screech! Ghost Fang struck the cliff wall once more. Countless rocks were shattered into debris, flying in every direction. Pfft. A mouthful of blood erupted from Shen Li's lips. Already grievously injured, the repeated exertion of his blood essence to manipulate Ghost Fang had inflicted severe internal damage. Shen Li's head tilted, and he fell unconscious, while Ghost Fang shrank into a short dagger. Phew! Without Ghost Fang's grip on the cliff, Shen Li plummeted like a stone, rapidly descending that if no unexpected events occurred, he would soon hit the valley floor and be reduced to a mere smear. At that moment, a furry head suddenly emerged from Shen Li's embrace, curiously observing its surroundings as if unaware of the impending danger. It was none other than the three-tailed fox, Xiaoyun, whom Shen Li had taken in. Phew! The howling mountain winds buffeted Xiaoyun, nearly sending her tumbling off Shen Li's body. Xiaoyun finally sensed something amiss, desperately clutching Shen Li's hand and shaking him. But Shen Li remained unresponsive. Panicking, Xiaoyun's three tails suddenly unfurled, expanding dramatically. Boom! The three colorful tails flared out to an astonishing width, blotting out the sun, instantly reducing Shen Li's plummeting speed. Whoosh! Within just 3 breaths, Shen Li and Xiaoyun reached the valley floor. Thanks to Xiaoyun's voluminous tails, their descent was substantially cushioned, and with a thick layer of fallen leaves at the bottom, Shen Li sustained only minor injuries from branches grazing his arm. Crash! The immense sound stirred the restive beasts hidden within the valley roar. Seemingly docile, Xiaoyun suddenly opened her mouth and let out a thunderous roar. The 3 tails, each dozens of feet long, whipped wildly. Unleashing an unending tempest, the previously agitated beasts fell silent, and the valley descended into an eerie stillness. Within the giant wood city, at the entrance to the task hall, the inner disciples of the Xingyun sect, who had ventured out for training, had gathered for quite some time. Brother Lu Yong, it's time for us to move on to the next location. Once we complete our tasks in the next city, we can return to the Xingyun sect. This training has significantly enhanced my strength. I am now ready to attempt a breakthrough to the condensation realm. The disciples of the Xingyun sect chattered excitedly, each face adorned with smiles. We originally had 24 people, but now there are only 23. Quick, find out who is missing. It wouldn't be Shen Li again, would it? Alas, indeed, it was Shen Li who had not shown up. What kind of trouble is he stirring up again? A few disciples of the Xingyun sect furrowed their brows and spoke coldly, following the previous conflict between Shen Li and the disciples of the Jianyun sect. Many of the Xingyun sect's disciples altered their stance toward Shen Li. Some felt that Shen Li had brought honor to the Xingyun sect, significantly boosting its morale. However, others believed that in the face of a third-tier sect like Jianyun, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, offending such a sect would only invite trouble for the Xingyun sect. Fortunately, the conflict had been easily resolved when Chu Shaun, the foremost disciple among the top 10 true disciples of the Jianyun sect, intervened. Otherwise, Shen Li would undoubtedly have faced a storm of retribution. Now, the fact that Shen Li had not appeared by the designated assembly time cast a shadow over the hearts of the Xingyun sect disciples. Had something happened to him? Or had he stirred up more trouble? This time, Shen Li's outing for training had been specially approved by the sect master, and it was imperative that they return to the Xingyun sect together with him. Otherwise, they would all face punishment. Lu Yong stepped forward, his voice resonant as his gaze swept across all the disciples of the Xingyun sect. Upon hearing Lu Yong's words, the disciples, who had been seething with anger, could only lower their heads in silence. After all, Shen Li was also a disciple of the Xingyun sect, and if anything were to happen to him, everyone present would be punished for their lack of care. Now, let's split into 4 groups and commence our search without delay. We will regroup here once we find him. Even if he is not located, we will reconvene here by nightfall. Do you understand? Lu Yong said, frowning. Yes, brother Lu Yong. The other disciples of the Xingyun sect replied, clasping their hands in respect, before dividing into 4 groups and hastening towards the outskirts of the giant wood city. Where could Shen Li have gone? He must have gone out to complete a task, right? Yes, let's first check what task he had taken on, Lu Yong thought, swiftly making his way towards the mission hall. After some investigation, Lu Yong finally learned that Shen Li had accepted a mission to hunt the 4th-tier ferocious beast, the purple moon howling wolf, which could only be accomplished at the Wang Tian Cliff. Let us head to Wang Tian Cliff first, Lu Yong instructed, leading 5 others as they sped towards their destination. Soon, they arrived at Wang Tian Cliff, only to find it desolate and devoid of Shen Li's presence. Brother Lu Yong, look! I found something, one of the Xingyun sect disciples suddenly shouted. Lu Yong hurried over and followed the direction indicated by the disciple, soon spotting a pool of blood. Lu Yong gasped in shock. Could this be Shen Li's blood? Logically, Shen Li should be able to hunt the purple moon howling wolf, just as he did the wind shadow leopard, since they are both 4th-tier ferocious beasts. But this blood is clearly human. Could it be that Shen Li was injured and sought a place to recover? Brother Lu Yong, look! There are signs of a fall at the cliff's edge. Another disciple called out. Lu Yong rushed over to see the freshly carved grooves on the rock face. This is bad. It seems Shen Li truly is in trouble. The most likely scenario is that he fell from Wang Tian Cliff. Despite his reluctance to believe it, the evidence was undeniable. Shen Li must have plummeted from the cliff. Before long, news of Shen Li's fatal fall spread, and the disciples of the Xingyun sect used their unique sect communication methods to relay the information back to the sect. What? Shen Li fell to his death. The news caused an uproar within the Xingyun sect. Chapter 0056. The underground world within the Xingyun sect. In an ancient cave dwelling, a middle-aged man in a light blue robe frowned deeply, his face etched with worry. This was Nie Yuanshan, the current sect master of the Xingyun sect. Shen Li had been taken in by the Yunin lineage, becoming one of its disciples, while others might not grasp the significance of this. As the sect master, Nie Yuanshan understood all too well that on the surface, Nie Yuanshan was the most powerful figure in the Xingyun sect, his words unchallenged. Yet in truth the fate of the Xingyun sect was in the hands of the Yunin lineage. Moreover, The selection of a new sect master was not solely in Nie Yuanshan's hands. The support of the Yunin lineage was essential. Typically, the Yunin lineage did not reveal themselves to the public. But if the sect faced annihilation, they would act with overwhelming force against their foes. Nie Yuanshan knew that even third-tier or fourth-tier sects would have to submit under the might of the Yunin lineage. Historically, there had been an incident where a fourth-tier sect had brazenly oppressed the Xingyun sect, even attempting to coerce it into submission. As a result, a single elder from the Yunin lineage intervened, leaving the enemy sect's master gravely injured and fleeing in disarray, never to speak of submission again. They even sent countless pills and divine weapons as an apology that it could be said that the true trump card of the Xingyun sect was the Yunin lineage. As the only current disciple of the Yunin lineage, Shen Li's status was nearly equivalent to that of Nie Yuanshan himself. Yet if the sole heir of the Yunin lineage had fallen from Wang Tian Cliff, it implied he might very well have perished. It was known that Wang Tian Cliff stood over 3,000 zhang tall. Even a practitioner of the body refinement realm, like Shen Li, would face a perilous fate should he fall. With a flash, Nie Yuanshan vanished. When he reappeared, he was in the secluded valley where the Yunin lineage concealed themselves. Elder Yun, I have urgent matters to report, Nie Yuanshan said, bowing slightly in respect, not daring to display any arrogance befitting a sect master. Suddenly, a ripple surged through the valley, and a figure appeared before Nie Yuanshan. It was Elder Yun. What has happened that warrants your personal visit? Elder Yun inquired, a hint of mockery evident in his tone. Elder Yun, the disciples on their training journey have relayed the latest news. Shen Li has unfortunately fallen into Wang Tian Cliff, and his fate is unknown. Nie Yuanshan reported respectfully. Is that so? Elder Yun responded, his demeanor betraying no surprise. At this Nie Yuanshan found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words that he had lowered himself to deliver what he believed to be a critical message. Yet Elder Yun appeared utterly unfazed. This news is absolutely credible. He quickly added that if there is nothing else, you may return. It wouldn't do for others to see you here. Elder Yun nodded, starting to turn away. This kid has a strong constitution. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. Elder Yun muttered to himself as he turned. Once again, a ripple flickered, and Elder Yun's figure vanished in the quiet valley. Only Nie Yuanshan remained, standing there in a daze. These old fellows truly have a thick skin. Nie Yuanshan shook his head helplessly, his form flickering out of sight. In this ordinary little valley, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, signaling that autumn had deepened. Within the giant wood city, the news of Shen Li's unfortunate fall spread rapidly to the Xingyun sect. Lu Yong and the others remained obediently in the giant wood city, awaiting further instructions from the sect. After all, Shen Li was a disciple of the Xingyun sect, and his unexplained plunge into Wang Tian Cliff required someone to address the situation. What? The sect has sent word that we are to leave for the next training city and not concern ourselves with Shen Li's fall. At that moment, Lu Yong, responsible for leading the team, suddenly spoke, his face awash with shock. In Lu Yong's hand was the message that had just been transmitted through the divine pattern teleportation array of the giant wood city. In every city, there existed a large-scale divine pattern teleportation array capable of transporting various items, including pills and divine weapons. Naturally, using such arrays required expenditure of spirit stones, and thus, they were seldom activated without pressing matters. In larger cities such as the main city of Qizhou Prefecture, legends spoke of enormous teleportation arrays capable of transporting living beings to cities thousands of miles away. However, the costs associated with such transportation were exorbitant, far beyond what an ordinary practitioner could afford. The sect instructs us to leave without concern. What does this mean? Are they disregarding Shen Li's life and death? You are to follow the sect's orders without question. Stop wasting words. Among the 20 or so disciples of the Xingyun sect, some held Shen Li in high regard, considering him a hero of the sect. They were anxious about his inexplicable fall into Wang Tian Cliff and advocated for further searches in the surrounding area. However, the majority of the Xingyun sect disciples were indifferent to Shen Li. They viewed his conflict with the Jianyun sect disciples as a result of his own desire for attention and trouble. Had it not been for Chu Xiaoyun's intervention, Shen Li might have faced dire consequences. As for Shen Li's fall from the cliff, there was no one who doubted that it was the hand of Chu Xiaoyun at play. Before everyone, he offered apologies and gifts as compensation, showcasing a remarkably magnanimous character. How could such a person possibly seek revenge behind the scenes? Ultimately, Lu Yong and the others tidied up and departed from Giantwood City, heading to the next city to accept their mission. The incident of Shen Li's fall seemed as if it had never occurred. Not a soul mentioned it, akin to a small stone cast into the tumultuous river, creating not even a ripple at the base of Wang Tianya. It was already the second day since Shen Li's descent. He exhaled a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. I'm not dead. Coughing, Shen Li abruptly sat up, inadvertently aggravating his internal wounds, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Prior to his fall, he had been ruthlessly struck by Chu Shaun several times. It should be noted that Chu Shaun was a fourth-tier warrior of the condensed origin realm. Although he could not exert his full strength due to proximity, even a casual strike from such a formidable warrior would possess the force of thousands of pounds at this moment. Shen Li's internal organs had sustained severe trauma. Some were displaced, and certain areas had even ruptured, beginning to bleed. Fortunately, Shen Li's physique was extraordinarily robust. Had he been an ordinary person, the injuries to his organs alone would have been sufficient to cause fatal bleeding. Where am I? Could this possibly be the depths of Wang Tianya? Shen Li turned around to survey his surroundings. The base of the cliff was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint sliver of sunlight filtering in from afar. Aside from some wild grass and low shrubs, there were not many plants. Shen Li speculated that the depths of this cliff were likely not vertical, but rather slanted, for when he looked up, he could still see a dark, towering stone wall. It was truly strange that he had fallen from such a height and sustained no injuries. Gazing upward, Shen Li could vaguely discern the last place where Guye had grasped. A staggering distance of 1,000 zhang from the cliff's base, to have fallen from such a height and emerged unscathed was a perplexing mystery. Suddenly, a furry creature dashed into Shen Li's embrace, its small head affectionately rubbing against his face. It's Xiaoyun. Shen Li was momentarily taken aback before realizing, a gentle smile gracing his features. Could it be that Xiaoyun had aided me, enabling my survival from the fall? A sudden thought flashed through Shen Li's mind. When he had plummeted from Wang Tianya, aside from himself, only Xiaoyun had accompanied him. If anyone had come to his aid, it must have been Xiaoyun. However, how could a mere juvenile three-tailed fox possibly have saved him? Shen Li found this perplexing, yet he could not fathom an answer and chose to let it go. This cliff, towering over 3,000 zhang high, how could he escape? Shen Li sighed, his brow furrowing slightly, that he did not wish to spend a lifetime at the base of this cliff, since he had not perished. The foremost issue he faced now was how to extricate himself. Gurgle to gurgle. His stomach grumbled audibly, betraying his hunger after 2 days without food, leaving him ravenous. Shen Li focused his thoughts and began searching through the jade tablet space for something edible. After a lengthy search, aside from the corpse of a 6th-tier ferocious beast, the red-flame, twin-winged tiger, only a few pills remained. Among them was a 3-star qi refining pill, which Chu Shaun had distributed to all the disciples of the Xingyun sect. One for each person, and it was the very one he had received. Chu Shaun. Just wait. One day, when I escape this cliff's depths, I shall take your life. Shen Li's face was etched with fury. For this hypocrite, who played one role in front and another behind, Shen Li's heart was filled with murderous intent for the first time. To spare him would not suffice to quell the flames of rage within Shen Li. Chapter 57. The mysterious skeleton deep within the inky blackness of Wang Tianya's base, where one could not see their own hand. Only faint glimmers of light appeared hundreds of zhang away. Unable to reach the depths of the cliff, Shen Li swallowed the 3-star qi refining pill gifted by Chu Shaun with resentment. Chewing it vigorously, as the pill descended his throat, it transformed into a vast surge of spiritual energy, erupting within him, coursing through his meridians and nourishing his injured organs. After half a stick of incense, Shen Li coughed loudly, expelling several clots of dark blood. With Shen Li's formidable physique, coupled with the pill's nourishment, his internal injuries would heal in no more than 3 to 5 days. Now, he needed to contemplate how to escape, and it was time to explore the area. As he pondered, Shen Li rose to his feet, cautiously advancing. Xiaoyun obediently nestled on Shen Li's shoulder, swishing its tail, appearing utterly relaxed, though Shen Li remained unaware of the thin, jagged wound at the base of Xiaoyun's leg. Fortunately, the wound had already scabbed over, and due to Xiaoyun's dense fur, it was not easily visible unless one looked closely. Just then, As Shen Li took a couple of cautious steps, a fierce gust of wind surged towards him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. That a ferocious beast. Shen Li's senses sharpened, and he summoned gale, positioning it protectively in front of him. That moment, Xiao Yun on his shoulders suddenly sprang into action. The diminutive creature, barely half a meter in length, expanded its tail to an enormous size, enveloping Shen Li entirely. With a crack, Shen Li felt a tremendous force surge forth as Xiao Yun, and he were launched like a massive sphere. Fortunately, Xiao Yun's thick fur cushioned the impact, sparing Shen Li from harm. However, Xiao Yun bore the brunt of the assault, causing the scabbed wound on its leg to burst open once more, blood flowing freely down to Shen Li's neck. Xiao Yun, gritting its teeth, remained silent. Xiao Yun. Shen Li's heart ached as he realized why he had remained unharmed during his unconsciousness, envisioning the scene in which Xiao Yun had valiantly shielded him, being battered by the ferocious beast time and again. Moreover, Shen Li deduced that the reason he had survived the fall was likely due to Xiao Yun's tail playing a significant role. Reflecting on his initial intent to hunt the wind shadow leopard, he had merely rescued Xiao Yun out of convenience, never anticipating that, in a critical moment, Xiao Yun would rise to the occasion, saving him multiple times. This was the fruit of a moment's kindness, yielding benevolent results. Concurrently, it fostered a unique bond of life and death between Shen Li and Xiao Yun. This pitiful creature, having lost its parents, shared a fate eerily similar to his own. Now, having experienced life and death together, Shen Li's feelings for Xiao Yun had evolved into that of sworn brothers. Xiao Yun, fear not. I am awake now. It is time for me to protect you. Shen Li's eyes brimmed with moisture as he forcefully suppressed the pangs in his heart, gently patting Xiao Yun's head, having sustained significant injury from the earlier ambush. Xiao Yun nodded softly upon hearing Shen Li's words, its enormous tail shrinking back to its original half-meter length. Open your mouth. Shen Li gently patted Xiao Yun's head. 3 3-star pills were swiftly placed into Xiao Yun's mouth. The pills melted upon entry, flooding Xiao Yun's body with immense spiritual energy, and within a day or two, Xiao Yun's injuries would heal. Furthermore, due to the substantial spiritual energy contained within these 3 pills, if Xiao Yun could fully absorb it, it would undoubtedly gain considerable benefits, accelerating its growth. After swallowing the pills, Xiao Yun drowsily fell asleep. Shen Li instinctively pulled it into his embrace, carefully protecting it. Subsequently, the gale in Shen Li's hand erupted in size. With a swift motion, it transformed into a lengthy bone whip, sweeping across the surroundings. Boom! The bone whip struck an object, producing a dull thud. Wah wah! The creature struck let out a pained cry, resembling that of an infant, before fleeing into the distance. In the profound darkness of the cliff's base, the sound of an infant's cries created an atmosphere that was both eerie and unsettling. In truth, as Xiao Yun enveloped Shen Li to withstand the beast's assault, Shen Li had already gauged that this beast was merely a third-tier upper-grade ferocious beast, with a strength not exceeding 7,000 pounds. Such a creature posed no threat to Shen Li. Currently, what troubled him was this pitch-black environment, which impeded him from unleashing his full potential. What manner of beast is this? How could it emit the cries of an infant? Shen Li's heart tightened. Anyone would feel anxious encountering such a situation in the dark. Cautiously, Shen Li continued onward, the guaya in his hand, transforming into a bone whip that he wielded around him. Waht that moment. From beneath the ground on his left, a shadow suddenly surged forth, circumventing the guaya and lunging straight at Shen Li's thigh. With a flash, Shen Li's left hand brandished the azure gold iron dagger, piercing towards the shadow. Wah wah! The shadow was instantly wounded, retreating in a panic. This creature emerged from beneath the ground. Could there possibly be a hidden cave below? Shen Li's heart raced with curiosity. Subsequently, as he walked, he cautiously probed the ground with his feet. This probing revealed something intriguing. Deep within the chasm's abyss, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness where scarcely a ray of sunlight dares to penetrate, one would expect to find only a smattering of moss or similar flora. Yet, to his astonishment, a plethora of shrubs flourished at the very bottom of this precipice. This phenomenon indicated a significant presence of moisture beneath the earth, suggesting the possible existence of an underground river. The prospect of such a river filled Shen Li's heart with exhilaration. If it indeed existed, it could provide a means of escape from this treacherous place. Scaling the nearly vertical cliffs, towering 3,000 zhang, seemed an almost insurmountable challenge, an endeavor unlikely to succeed even for a formidable practitioner of the condensed essence realm, who would find themselves exhausted of energy before reaching the summit. However, the thought of an underground river significantly bolstered Shen Li's hopes for liberation. Perhaps it was this newfound possibility that lifted his spirits, alleviating his previous turmoil and melancholy, allowing his senses to sharpen in the enveloping darkness. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, lunging towards Shen Li. With a deft twist of the ghostly fang in his hand, he struck out fiercely. A pained cry echoed as the shadow collapsed to the ground. With swift precision, Shen Li bound the creature with the ghostly fang and approached its fallen form, in the oppressive darkness of the chasm. He could only make out that the creature measured over 3 meters in length. Its body slick and covered in protrusions resembling fish fins, adorned with sharp spines, while its pudgy limbs and a mouth the size of a grinding stone were lined with razor-sharp spikes. The creature emitted a wailing sound akin to an infant's cry, triggering a memory within Shen Li, a rare third-tier beast known as the ghost-faced blood salamander, which thrived in such shadowy environments. This discovery confirmed the existence of an underground river, for the ghost-faced blood salamander was an amphibious creature that favored hiding within water. With a swift motion, Shen Li pierced the creature's flesh with the ghostly fang, voraciously absorbing its lifeblood. Within mere breaths, the salamander was reduced to a mere skeleton, its abundant essence flowing into Shen Li's body, nourishing the fractured star. Although third-tier beasts no longer bestowed divine patterns upon him, the vast essence would aid in mending the fractures of the fractured star, subsequently returning some of that power to fortify Shen Li's physical form in this enigmatic and perilous realm. Enhancing one's strength was the most prudent means of ensuring survival. Soon, a familiar warmth surged through Shen Li's limbs, revitalizing his injuries significantly. He pressed on, seeking the underground river while rapidly regaining his strength. As he maneuvered forward with the ghostly fang, he suddenly detected 2 shadows converging upon him from distinct directions. Shen Li had closed his eyes, realizing that in the oppressive darkness, keeping them open served no purpose, only heightening his anxiety. With a slight tremor in his ears, he sensed a shift in the air currents. With a sudden thrust, he directed the ghostly fang diagonally upward, simultaneously evading the oncoming assault from behind. The ghost-faced blood salamander he struck let out a shriek, its lifeblood rapidly depleting. The other salamander stumbled, and as it rose, Shen Li's Azure iron dagger was already poised before it. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched 2 third-tier ghost-faced blood salamanders, significantly boosting his confidence, having consumed the essence from both creatures. Shen Li felt his injuries nearly healed, his spirits soaring as he ventured deeper into the chasm. As he pressed onward, an overwhelming and formidable pressure began to envelop him, accompanied by an inexplicably familiar aura. What could it be? Why did he sense this strange familiarity? Curiosity swelled within him. After traversing approximately 3 to 4 li and vanquishing no fewer than 10 ghost-faced blood salamanders, Shen Li finally arrived at a relatively expansive clearing. Above him, faint moonlight filtered through the crevices of the rocky ceiling, illuminating a colossal skeleton stretching over 100 meters in length. From a distance, he could sense an ancient and primal energy emanating from the massive structure. Atop its skull rested a fist-sized obsidian orb, greedily absorbing the moonlight, pulsating as if a sleeping infant. That moment, Shen Li's heart raced as the fractured star within him throbbed violently, seemingly attempting to break free from his body. What was happening? What creature had left behind such a formidable skeleton? Shen Li was utterly stunned. Chapter 0058. Earth Dragon Blood Essence Jade. In the depths of the chasm, before Shen Li loomed a gargantuan skeleton over 100 meters long and 10 meters tall. Atop its head, the obsidian orb continued to ravenously draw in the moonlight. The massive skeleton appeared almost alive, shimmering with an eerie glow that rendered it both bizarre and foreboding in the dark. What was this entity? Could it possibly be a puppet crafted by some inept pattern master? Shen Li felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Previously, during his harrowing experience in the Silent Abyss, he had nearly become a meal for a skeletal tower when accompanying Jiang Zhiro, the foremost disciple of the Orchid Sect, to partake in the decade-long trial. Had it not been for the intervention of the fractured star, he might have been reduced to mere bones. The memories still haunted him. Once bitten, twice shy. Thus, encountering such an imposing skeleton sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, the obsidian orb detected Shen Li's presence. Emitting a loud cry, its round form abruptly expanded, transforming into a half-meter-long, pitch-black fish-like creature that swiftly slid down from the massive skull, vanishing from sight in an instant. Shen Li broke into a cold sweat, dark lines appearing on his forehead. After all that, this orb had merely been another ghost-faced blood salamander. However, this particular salamander was unlike the others. Although small in stature, its aura was palpably stronger, suffused with an ancient essence. If his intuition was correct, this creature was a primordial variant, a blood salamander king. The blood essence contained within it would undoubtedly surpass that of 10 ordinary blood salamanders. "Where do you think you're going?" Shen Li shouted, pursuing the direction in which the blood salamander king had fled. Thanks to the moonlight, he could make out his surroundings up to several zhang away, unafraid of ambushes as he swiftly chased after it. At that moment, 3 ghost-faced blood salamanders erupted from the ground, charging toward Shen Li in an attempt to protect their king. With a flick of the ghostly fang, Shen Li unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving gaping wounds in the 3 creatures. This time, his intent was not to kill, but to intimidate them into retreating, and even without consuming their blood essence, the sinister aura emanating from the fang was enough to terrify them. With a few cries of distress, the 3 ghost-faced blood salamanders turned tail and fled. Shen Li pressed forward, quickly reaching the massive skeleton. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the source of the fractured star's allure was not the blood salamander king, but rather the colossal skeleton itself. The fractured star radiated intense heat, as if on the verge of melting, causing a sharp pain in Shen Li's heart. He cried out in agony, instinctively reaching for one of the massive, arm-thick bones. With a crunch, he crushed it effortlessly, revealing a faintly pink crystal embedded at its base. "What is this?" Shen Li exclaimed, hastily retrieving the crystal to examine it closely. It was a hexagonal stone, walnut-sized and translucent. With a delicate pink hue traversing its center, as he looked more closely, he realized the pink essence resembled a small dragon, continuously meandering within the crystal, its head and claws discernible amidst the swirling form. "This is..." Shen Li gasped in astonishment. Initially, he had not given much thought to the enormous skeleton, having previously encountered the remains of an 8th-tier beast, the violet-eyed ice python, in the silent abyss. However, he never anticipated that this colossal skeleton belonged to a dragon. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the once mighty aura of the dragon had long since dissipated. After millennia of erosion, the once impenetrable dragon bone had grown fragile, crumbling easily beneath Shen Li's touch. This must be the skeletal remains of an earth dragon. Shen Li meticulously scrutinized the crystal in his hand, assessing the form of the diminutive crimson dragon before arriving at a conclusion. The earth dragon, a branch of the dragon lineage, possesses an innate affinity for subterranean life, thriving in tranquility and feasting upon the essence of the earth. Typically, these creatures remain in a state of slumber, and their occasional movements can trigger earthquakes or even volcanic eruptions. Fortunately, the population of earth dragons is relatively sparse. Even during ancient times, they numbered merely in the hundreds. Were it otherwise, the mere presence of these dragons could have upheaved the entirety of the Xianyuan continent. As a member of the dragon race, each earth dragon is a veritable treasure trove. The thick layer of earth essence enveloping its body is replete with countless spirit stones and various gems. Even a single scale from its hide serves as a precious material for crafting protective armor, not to mention the dragon's blood, heart, and other exceedingly rare materials that could drive inscription masters to madness. At this moment, the crystal in Shen Li's grasp, known as Earth Dragon Blood Essence Jade, is a crystallization of the Earth Dragon's life essence. It can be considered one of the most invaluable treasures, second only to the dragon's blood and heart. However, this Earth Dragon Blood Essence Jade is not a naturally occurring formation. It must come from an earth dragon that has matured over thousands of years and has lain buried underground for over 10 millennia after its natural demise. In a certain sense, this jade is even rarer than the dragon's blood and heart. Suddenly, An intense suction emanated from the shattered star, causing the Earth Dragon blood essence jade in Shen Li's hand to soften at a visible pace. The faintly blood-colored dragon within appeared startled, swirling frantically. Alas, it ultimately could not escape and was completely absorbed at a peculiar sound, reminiscent of a hiccup, reached Shen Li's ears, though he questioned its authenticity. Subsequently, the shattered star fell silent. Akin to a drunken individual, Shen Li exhaled deeply, the searing sensation in his heart gradually dissipating. This rascal nearly seared my heart to a crisp. Shen Li inwardly lamented, wishing to extract the shattered star and deliver a few vigorous kicks. Nonetheless, he understood that the shattered star's actions were undoubtedly aimed at hastening the repair of its fissures. Clearly, the Earth Dragon blood essence jade holds significant benefits for the shattered star, explaining its intense reaction. Shen Li anticipated the delightful surprises the shattered star would bestow upon him after absorbing the jade. However, it appeared that the shattered star was now sated and had fallen into a deep slumber, allowing Shen Li to take his time in searching for additional Earth Dragon blood essence jade. Since acquiring the legacy of King Yu, Shen Li had gained insights into many secrets and ancient legends of the Xianyuan continent. Otherwise, he would never have recognized the Earth Dragon blood essence jade as he had just now. With a decisive squeeze, Shen Li crushed another bone of the Earth Dragon, yet he found no Earth Dragon blood essence jade near the spine. He remained unperturbed. The colossal skeleton of the Earth Dragon spanned over 100 meters, comprising hundreds of bones. Even if only 10 of those bones contained a piece of Earth Dragon blood essence jade, there would still be ample wealth to be unearthed. Just then, several ghost-faced blood salamanders charged forth, targeting Shen Li. Evidently, Shen Li's earlier disturbance of the ghost-faced blood salamander king, while it absorbed moonlight, had incited its wrath, prompting its minions to seek revenge. With a swift, piercing sound, Shen Li was already contemplating devouring more blood essence to nourish his body, welcoming the onslaught. These ghost-faced blood salamanders, characterized solely by their savage brutality, lacked true intelligence and showed no inclination to flee in the face of Shen Li's slaughter. Within a mere hour, he had dispatched no fewer than 20 ghost-faced blood salamanders. Now, with the shattered star ensconced in slumber, the blood essence he had absorbed from the salamanders could not be transformed, accumulating within Shen Li's body and causing him discomfort. That I can't endure this any longer. I cannot rely on the ghost tooth any further. Who knows how long the shattered star will remain asleep? If I consume more blood essence, I might transform into a savage beast myself. Shen Li suppressed the urge to vomit, forcefully quelling the tumultuous blood essence within him. He stowed the ghost tooth away and brandished the divine blade, his attacking power undiminished as he cleaved through several ghost-faced blood salamanders with ease. After dispatching the last of the assailants, tranquility returned, and for a moment, no more ghost-faced blood salamanders appeared. Surely, the ghost-faced blood salamander king's minions had dwindled significantly. Remaining vigilant, Shen Li continued his search for the Earth Dragon blood essence jade. After an hour of searching, he soon discovered 4 pieces of the jade. However, he had already gleaned most of the Earth Dragon's bones, and the prospects of finding more jade were slim. Nevertheless, Shen Li did not feel disheartened. After all, even a single piece of Earth Dragon blood essence jade was priceless. And now he possessed for it the uproar it would incite upon being presented to the world was unimaginable. He resolved to safeguard it with utmost care. Shen Li placed the Earth Dragon blood essence jade into his jade token space, tapping it a few times, showcasing the demeanor of a greedy individual. Chapter 0059. The Crisis of the Dark River deep within the abyss of Wangtian Cliff. It had now been the 3rd day since Shen Li's plummet to the bottom, in this pitch-black environment. His perception of time had become exceedingly hazy, relying solely on conjecture to estimate its passage. When hunger struck, he would slice off a few pieces from the ghost-faced blood salamander's flesh, which he had cleaved in 2 with the divine blade, igniting leaves from the surrounding brush to roast and share with Xiao Yun. The withered leaves at the cliff's base were scarce, and Shen Li dared not waste them. After all, once they were depleted, he would be left with only raw meat to consume. Lighting a bonfire was utterly out of the question. Moreover, having spent an extended period in darkness, Shen Li was gradually acclimating. Reigniting a fire would severely impair his vision, which in this perilous locale would be tantamount to courting death. That it must be said that the meat of the ghost-faced blood salamander was remarkably tender. surpassing any fish he had ever tasted. Furthermore, as a mid-tier third-grade savage beast, its flesh was imbued with substantial spirit energy, providing a nourishing effect on Shen Li's physical form. The benefits were even more pronounced for Xiao Yun, whose previously injured areas had already begun to heal, and alongside the nourishment from several third-tier elixirs, Xiao Yun's physique had grown considerably. Currently, Xiao Yun was merely a juvenile Yun three-tailed fox. When it fully matured, it would transform into a bona fide 7th-grade savage beast. Even a peak human cultivator in the condensed Yuan realm would find themselves fleeing in disarray before a 7th-grade savage beast. At that time, with Xiao Yun's assistance, Shen Li would undoubtedly be able to sweep away all cultivators in the condensed Yuan realm. Should he encounter Chu Shaun again, Xiao Yun, in its adult form, could ensnare him in an endless illusion with just a glance, rendering him helpless and subject to Shen Li's whims. The mere thought of this sent Shen Li into a fervor of excitement. Xiao Yun, you must grow quickly. My future grand life hinges upon you. Shen Li chuckled, affectionately stroking Xiao Yun's fluffy head, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. Xiao Yun, though not fully comprehending Shen Li's words, relished the sensation of his caress. After satisfying their hunger and replenishing their energy, Shen Li resolved to delve deeper into the abyss. Since climbing back up the cliff was impossible, he had only one remaining option: to venture forward in search of a potential dark river, thereby escaping this place. This was Shen Li's sole hope of departure. After meandering for approximately 4 to 5 miles and encountering numerous attacks from ghost-faced blood salamanders, all of which Shen Li dispatched with ease, he collected a few severed tails and stored them in his jade token space, saving them as provisions for himself and Xiao Yun in case food became scarce. That as Shen Li ventured further, he began to perceive a faint humidity in the air. Indeed, a dark river lay ahead. Shen Li's excitement surged, and he hurried forward. After traversing another 2 miles in darkness, he felt the terrain descending. Cautiously, he navigated the incline, sliding down slowly. Just as he steadied himself, a fierce wind swept toward him. Damn it! What is that? Shen Li cursed inwardly, swinging his divine blade towards the source of the wind. With a clang, he felt a chilling force strike him, instantly coating his eyebrows and hair with a thin layer of frost. The biting cold surged through his skin, invading his very core. What is it? Initially startled, Shen Li quickly regained composure, his blood essence circulating rapidly as the Azure wolf god pattern ignited within him. He deftly sidestepped, simultaneously wielding his blade, conjuring a dense curtain of blade light to shield himself from harm. As the blood essence surged within him, the encroaching chill was swiftly dispelled, vanishing without a trace. Although he had sustained no tangible injuries, Shen Li had become markedly more cautious. At the outset, Shen Li found himself trembling in the face of the inky darkness that enveloped him, ever vigilant and on high alert. However, after vanquishing no fewer than several dozen third-tier mid-grade ferocious beasts, known as the ghost-faced blood salamanders, Shen Li's initially cautious demeanor gradually relaxed, leading him to unwittingly become careless. Just moments ago, he had secretly convinced himself that any dangers lurking in the dark river would surely stem from those ghost-faced blood salamanders, posing no threat whatsoever to him. Thus, Shen Li merely swung his large blade to fend off attacks. Neglecting to evade as a consequence, he fell victim to an ambush, nearly being encased in ice. This must be the fabled ice arrow trick toad, stealthily lurking nearby to unleash its icy projectiles, reflecting briefly. Shen Li recalled a particular ferocious beast, the ice arrow trick toad, a third-tier low-grade beast, while not as aggressive as the ghost-faced blood salamander, possessed a cunning nature. Its body could effortlessly change colors, allowing it to conceal itself while casting its chilling arrows. The cold arrows launched by the ice arrow trick toad not only harbored a biting chill, but also contained traces of toad venom, inducing a potent paralysis. Any ordinary body, refining realm warrior struck by such an arrow would find themselves completely immobilized, helplessly awaiting their fate of being frozen and devoured by the ice arrow trick toad. Under normal circumstances, the lethality of a single ice arrow trick toad was relatively low, compounded by its naturally small stature of less than half a meter, which is why it was classified as a third-tier low-grade beast. Yet within this abyssal darkness at the cliff's base, where visibility was non-existent, the ice arrow trick toad's potency was significantly amplified, rendering Shen Li defenseless. Damn, how did I encounter this bothersome creature? Shen Li seethed with frustration, yet felt utterly powerless that a mere one or two ice arrow trick toads would not pose much concern, but the thought of being overwhelmed by a horde of them was alarming. Should he be unable to cope, he would inevitably be encased in ice, destined to be devoured. Nevertheless, surrendering and retreating was not an option. Advancing forward to locate the dark river and following its course presented a flicker of hope for escape. Turning back would nearly eliminate any possibility of leaving this place. Moreover, as time passed, lacking sustenance and with the ghost-faced blood salamanders no longer appearing, Shen Li would be left to await his demise by starvation. No! Once an arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. I refuse to be trapped here for eternity. I must seek vengeance against that scoundrel Chu Shaun. I cannot allow this to go unanswered. A surge of righteous indignation ignited within Shen Li. Slowly, he closed his eyes, calming his mind, and cautiously stepped to the side. After 2 days of fierce combat, Shen Li's ears had become markedly more acute. Though he had yet to reach the level of discerning sound from the wind, he was far more attuned than before. With a flick of his toe, a stone was sent flying toward the direction from which the ice arrow had come. The sound of the stone colliding with the arrow echoed in the air. Taking advantage of this moment, Shen Li discerned the general location of the ice arrow trick toad's concealment. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the ghost tooth, transforming it into a bone whip that lashed out with tremendous force that a thunderous crash reverberated as countless stones scattered in all directions, and a shadow darted away. Attempting to escape, not so fast, Shen Li swiftly hurled a blue-gold iron dagger from his left hand, directly aiming for the fleeing shadow. The dagger was inscribed with the pattern of the blue fawn wolf god. And with the blue fawn wolf goddess energy coursing through him, the dagger surged forward like a gust of wind, reaching the shadow in an instant, plunging down with great force. A pained cry escaped the shadow as Shen Li seized the opportunity to advance. Thrusting the ghost tooth once more, piercing through the shadow's skull, it struggled fiercely for a moment, but soon fell utterly still, lifeless. Exhaling deeply, Shen Li allowed a faint smile to grace his features, satisfied with his recent performance. He cautiously retrieved the corpse of the ice arrow trick toad, storing it within his jade tablet space. It is worth noting that this ice arrow trick toad could indeed be considered a sizable fraud. Its robust legs, once skinned and roasted, would surely yield a tender and delectable meal. Pressing onward, regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall forge ahead with unwavering resolve. I must leave this place. Clenching his fist, Shen Li silently steeled his determination that he moved forward cautiously, attentive to the slightest sounds in his surroundings, seeking signs of any lurking ice arrow trick toads. After a full incense stick's duration, he cautiously traversed over 100 meters without encountering another ice arrow trick toad. With another flick of his toe, he sent a stone the size of a bowl tumbling forward. With a soft plop, the stone struck the ground, producing a faint sound reminiscent of water splashing. Excellent! Water lies ahead. The dark river cannot be far off. Shen Li felt a surge of excitement. However, caution gripped his heart, having previously faced an ice arrow trick toad near the river. Who could say if other ferocious beasts lurked within the dark waters? Proceeding with utmost care, Shen Li devoted nearly half an hour to reaching the riverbank, savoring the scent of moisture in the air as he gently probed with his large blade. With a deliberate motion, he dipped his foot into the frigid waters, instantly overwhelmed by a bone-chilling cold. That it was already deep autumn, and the subterranean depths were inherently damp and chilly, rendering the water icy. With deliberate strokes, Shen Li's blade skimmed the surface, intentionally creating sounds to draw the attention of any hidden beasts. Meanwhile, he subtly angled his body in the opposite direction, the ghost tooth poised before him, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he found himself tumbling into the water. What had initially seemed a shallow pool revealed itself to be a deep abyss plunging several dozen meters. Simultaneously, a whirlpool surged forth, sweeping Shen Li away at a rapid pace, carrying him far from his original position. Chapter 60. The mysterious spirit coffin. Time had elapsed, and it was now the 10th day since Shen Li's fall from the Cliff of Hope. As disciples of the Xingyun Sect departed, the incident of Shen Li's tumble into the abyss gradually faded from collective memory, while not every day saw someone plummet from the Cliff of Hope. The number of martial artists succumbing to various causes daily was overwhelming. The demise of a mere 7th-level body, refining realm individual like Shen Li barely stirred or rippled the Lingjian peak of the Jianyan sect. The highest peak within the sect, where spiritual energy was most concentrated, resided the most gifted and powerful individuals of the sect. Among them, Chu Shaun, the foremost disciple among the top 10 true disciples of the Jianyan sect, occupied a position near the summit. Here, amidst swirling clouds and rich spiritual energy, a day of cultivation equated to 2 elsewhere, greatly accelerating the enhancement of one's strength in a courtyard that exuded a rustic yet grand charm. Chu Shaun sat serenely on a jade platform at the center, eyes closed as he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. With a slow exhale, he released a breath of stagnant air, a faint smile gracing his face. After 10 days of relentless cultivation, tirelessly absorbing spiritual energy, he had nearly restored the blood essence devoured by the ghost tooth, his complexion now flushed with vitality, a stark contrast to the pallor he displayed upon fleeing from the cliff of hope. Shen Li, you wretched insect, how dare you wound me? Even in death, I shall not grant you peace. Rest assured, I will ensure your family lives in perpetual fear and despair henceforth. That a sinister expression twisted Chu Shaoyun's face. Soft footsteps approached the entrance of Chu Shaoyun's courtyard, accompanied by a gentle knock. With a swift motion, Chu Shaoyun raised his hand, channeling a surge of true essence to open the door. Senior Brother Chu. A figure stood respectfully at the threshold, bowing in greeting. Come in, Chu Shaoyun replied coolly, devoid of expression. Yes. The figure raised his head and stepped inside, revealing itself as Jiang Chun, one of the top 3 disciples of the Jianyan Sect's inner circle. More than 10 days prior, outside the gates of the giant wood city, Jiang Chun had led disciples of the Jianyan sect, intending to teach Shen Li a harsh lesson and instill fear in the disciples of the Xingyan sect and other sects, demonstrating the consequences of opposing the Jianyan sect. This was not the first time Jiang Chun had orchestrated such an event. He had done so countless times without failure. Those who learned of his identity as an inner disciple of the Jianyan sect would not even dare to resist, submitting meekly to his reprimands. However, their last encounter with Shen Li had resulted in a significant setback for Jiang Chun, leaving him humiliated in front of all. Ultimately, after consuming a violent yuan induction pill, he still could not match Shen Li's strength in that moment. Jiang Chen's reputation, along with that of the Jianyan sect, had been severely bruised, had it not been for Chu Shaoyun's timely intervention. Jiang Chen and the Jianyan sect would have become the laughingstock of all. Thus, Jiang Chen harbored deep resentment toward Shen Li, wishing nothing more than to feast upon his flesh and drink his blood. Upon hearing of Shen Li's accidental fall from the cliff of hope, Jiang Chen rejoiced and celebrated with his fellow disciples of the Jianyan sect, indulging in revelry for an entire day and night. As for the circumstances surrounding Shen Li's fall, Jiang Chun had previously harbored doubts, suspecting Chu Shaoyun's involvement. Now, with an invitation from Chu Shaoyun, his suspicions were further solidified. Hastened to investigate the origins and familial circumstances of Shen Li, as well as the details regarding their adversarial factions. I find myself rather intrigued. Chu Shaoyun uttered these words with an air of indifference, her countenance devoid of any expression. Understood, Jiang Chen replied, his face suddenly alight with understanding, though he refrained from voicing it, responding with utmost respect. Indeed, go forth, and I shall await your good news in a few days. Chu Shaoyun waved her hand dismissively. Yes, Senior Brother Chu. Jiang Chen performed a courteous bow before hastily departing. Although Chu Shaoyun had said nothing explicit, Jiang Chen's heart was suddenly illuminated with clarity regarding his course of action. Shen Li, are you not rather arrogant? Do you not presume to challenge the entirety of the Sword Cloud sect? Do not think that your demise will bring closure to this matter. Your family still exists. Regardless of the nature of the family, there will undoubtedly be forces opposed to them. Jiang Chen need not lift a finger. A mere gesture of goodwill towards those factions hostile to the Shen family, along with a subtle hint, would suffice to plunge them into turmoil. Should Jiang Chen offer even a modicum of incentive, those opposing forces would undoubtedly descend upon the Shen family with fervor. After all, Jiang Chen's identity as an inner disciple of the Sword Cloud sect, ranked among the top 3, commands a level of reverence from the lesser families of Wushan City. Ha ha ha, Shen Li, you wretch. Even in death, you shall find no peace, Jiang Chen cackled, his face contorted with malice and rage. "I end the courtyard," Chu Shaun snorted coldly, closing her eyes to resume her cultivation. For her, the task of exacting vengeance upon the Shen family was solely Jiang Chen's undertaking. Should anyone seek accountability in the future, Chu Shaun could easily distance herself, preserving the dignified and amiable image she had cultivated. As for Jiang Chen, he was but a lapdog, and as a lapdog, he must be prepared to bear the blame on his master's behalf. Nightfall, the Cliff of Hope, a figure suddenly materialized upon the platform, as if conjured from thin air. The individual was shrouded in a thick black robe, adorned with a large conical hat, rendering their visage completely obscured. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure leaped from the cliff's edge, plummeting swiftly downward. Mere breaths later, the bottom of the cliff loomed near. The figure halted abruptly, lingering momentarily in midair before gradually descending. Upon breaking through to the condensation realm, a martial artist's blood energy coalesces in a true essence, granting them the ability to manipulate this essence briefly outside their body, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities. Upon further advancement to the breaking mystic realm, a martial artist can commune with the natural spiritual energies, allowing them to traverse the skies. Clearly, this cloaked individual possessed strength, at least equivalent to the breaking mystic realm. In the entirety of Qizhou Prefecture, practitioners of the breaking mystic realm were exceedingly rare. Even among the three-star sects, only one such practitioner typically presided. The emergence of a breaking mystic practitioner would invariably incite considerable commotion and heightened scrutiny throughout Qizhou. A single breaking mystic could, should they choose, establish a sect of their own, achieving a direct three-star ranking. What, then, could compel such a formidable warrior to visit the Cliff of Hope? It has been 10 days. Why have you not sent word? Were it not for your life talisman indicating your continued safety, I would genuinely suspect you had encountered some peril. The shadowed figure slowly raised their head, revealing a face etched with the marks of time. Abruptly, the cloaked elder surged toward the depths of the cliff. Buzz! At that moment, an invisible barrier materialized, and upon passing through it, the darkness of the cliff's base transformed into the luminous expanse of the cliff's summit. This is not a mental illusion. How could this be? Is there some formidable being entombed within the depths of this cliff? A grave expression settled upon the elder's features. Throughout the annals of history, humanity has birthed countless powerful figures, among whom were 9 saints and 18 sovereigns. Of course, over millennia, there have been numerous formidable martial artists who, though lacking the title of sovereign, possessed extraordinary strength that should not be underestimated. Although these warriors have all fallen over time, as apex powers, they each held their own dignity. Prior to their demise, many would seek a hidden sanctuary as their final resting place, establishing mental illusions and employing mystical formations to safeguard their remains from desecration. Numerous mental illusions left by these powerful beings can endure for millennia. Such illusions can deter those of lesser strength from approaching, confounding them and preventing them from locating the true entrance. Only those of comparable prowess to the creator of the illusion might breach it. However, these illusions possess a notable flaw. Martial artists of insufficient strength would not trigger the mental illusion, for the locations chosen by these powerful individuals for their tombs are often perilous, making survival exceedingly difficult. It appears that gaining access to the cliff's depths is nearly impossible. I can only hope that Shen Li possesses the fortitude to emerge unscathed. I believe that you are blessed by fortune. Surely, nothing ill will befall you. The cloaked elder exhaled a sigh, and with a flicker, vanished from sight. Deep within the cliff's depths, a murky current surged. Shen Li cautiously navigated through the water, when suddenly, his foot slipped, and he found himself tumbling into the depths. A torrent of dark water rushed forth, ensnaring Shen Li and sweeping him away. Amidst the chaos of swirling eddies, Shen Li found himself unable to break free, forced to surrender to the current. Time lost meaning as he struggled, his face reddened, nearly bursting with the effort, until at last the torrent flung him free from its grasp. Gasp! Shen Li emerged from the water, inhaling deeply, his throat emitting a sound akin to a ruptured bellows. It took several moments for his breathing to normalize, and as he steadied himself, he surveyed his surroundings. Upon doing so, his gaze locked onto a startling sight. Through the dim light, Shen Li discerned a platform spanning several dozen feet above the dark river. upon which rested an enormous black spiritual coffin. An eerie and malevolent aura emanated from within.